Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 82. Snow Eagle People. Coming from the depths of the ice fields and snowy mountains, they can survive no matter how cold the area is. Not only that, their eyes have extremely powerful vision. He is a natural marksman. One after another Snow Eagle people held spears in their hands, Tian Zheng Chen. The number is not large, about 50,000. 50,000 people. The narrator was completely surprised when he saw the vast number of Snow Eagle people. Oh my god, frost giants plus 50,000 Snow Eagle people. How did she save it? It's just incredible. Seeing this scene, Hong King he couldn't help but look grim. He spoke with some dissatisfaction. Old Lu, it seems that you have paid a lot for your granddaughter. The Snow Eagles are a very rare race of believers, and it is not easy to change their belief in the Eagle God. Principal Liu's face turned red when he heard this and he snorted coldly. What? Not convinced? Background is also part of strength. Besides, these Snow Eagle people are also the faith that my girl earned herself. They were very devoted to her. Hey, I'm afraid you spent so much money and ended up in second place. Hong King he snorted lightly and couldn't help but retort. Runner-up? Just because of that kid? Ha ha ha. Principal Lu retorted unceremoniously. I'm telling you, Hong King he, don't think that quantity can overwhelm everything. My girl still has. The words that Principal Lu was about to say suddenly stopped. Immediately, he sat there without speaking, with an expression of a sure victory on his face. The three vice principals sitting on the upper hand couldn't help but look at each other. Looking thoughtfully at the big screen. Boom boom boom. 10 frost giants stepped on terrifying steps and rushed directly into the front camp. Their tall bodies are not only amazing in life and strength. What's more important is that the whole body is completely covered with thick armor made of ice. It is simply not something that ordinary people can penetrate. Fire Sting Demon, attack me! From behind, Yagdra shouted loudly. All of a sudden, the flame spines of the 300,000 strong army erupted simultaneously. But it feels uncomfortable. The width of the entire spatial rift is only 2,000 meters. Even if 300,000 troops attack at the same time, there is no way to shoot all the spines on the frost giant. So, the frost giant shouted loudly. The 10 giants were like a great wall of ice and snow, blocking most of the spines. The 7th level frost giant is too powerful. After a wave of flame spines fell, the frost giant rushed over without slowing down at all. Boom boom boom. Their big sticks were swung up, and they instantly smashed away several Hydra heavy-armed tearing zombie warriors like a wall. Haha, vulnerable, vulnerable. The leader of the frost giants laughed wildly and punched the surroundings one after another. At this moment, the White Bear Knights, Silver Fox Men, and Snow Werewolves in the rear all joined the battlefield. Frozen light. At the rear of the army, illusory figures made entirely of ice and snow suddenly took action. Above their heads, countless ice elements began to gather. It turned into frozen light and fell towards Lu Yuan's army. As long as the Zerg is illuminated by the light, its movements will become abnormally stiff and slow. The elemental elves are actually ice elements. The commentator felt that his voice was starting to become hoarse. He pointed at the white elf standing high in the sky behind the army on the big screen. It's terrible that classmate Lu Yuan has only revealed all her trump cards now. Frost giants, snow hawks, ice elemental elves. Each one is a very rare religious race. Yes, especially ice elemental elves. According to legend, a god with a high affinity for ice and snow must be recognized by the elemental elves. Once recognized, they will become loyal believers. There are almost more than 100 of these ice elemental elves. All of them were at least 3rd level, and the highest one was actually a 6th level elemental elf elder. Unexpectedly, student Lu Yuan would suddenly unleash so many tricks. Does she want to kill Lu Yuan with one blow? Look, audience friends, the snow eagles have rushed into the sky above the opponent's divine domain. Are they ready to take action? The commentator's shout made everyone subconsciously look towards the big screen. Only saw. The spears in the hands of 50,000 snow eagle people were filled with the power of ice. At this moment, hundreds of elemental elves actually sang loudly, and countless wind and snow turned into light and completely enveloped the snow eagle people. Let their ice and snow power become more powerful. Ice and snow armor emits an invisible cold breath that can reduce the attack speed of enemy units. In other words, this large group of snow eagle people is like a moving halo of cold water. Wherever they passed, they were like a fish in water, while their enemies would be frozen to death. Everyone now doesn't know how Lu Yuan can break the situation. But at this moment, sudden, behind Lu Yuan, an army of alien dragons rose into the sky. Ba! A series of screams merged into a torrent. The black army of alien dragons rushed towards the snow eagle people in mid-air. The battle on the ground has been completely ignored. They stared at the situation in mid-air. Want to see who is stronger between 50,000 snow eagles and 500,000 mutant dragons? Great goddess of ice and snow, please give us great power. Suddenly, the leader of the snow eagle people shouted loudly. In mid-air, Lu Yuan raised his hand, and an extremely cold force enveloped the void. Subsequently, 50,000 snow eagles roared, and an ancient totem on their palms suddenly lit up. Buzz! I saw, above the void, the moment when all the snow eagle people's palms were pushed out. A vast ice-cold force turned into a tide and enveloped the alien dragon army in mid-air. This is level 3 magic, frost tide. The commentator screamed. I understand, Lu Yuan relied on her clerical power to forcibly gather enough ice power. And let these second-level snow eagle people use the magic totems in their hands to forcefully display the third-level frost tide. My god, this amazing idea is simply indescribable. Smart? Yes, this girl has really worked hard to come up with such a countermeasure. Qin Rumi couldn't help but smile and nodded, with deep approval in his eyes. When Principal Lu heard this, he immediately became proud. From the beginning to now, he finally heard the 3 vice principals praise someone other than Lu Yuan. Haha, old man Hong, the frost tide itself doesn't have much of an attack, but it can chill the blood of the opposite dragon. Once frozen, at such a high altitude, what do you think will happen? Fall and break. Hong King he spoke with a cold face. He finally understood now why this old Lu was so confident. Even this method has been thought of. Even if Lu Yuan really loses, it will not be unfair. Now, in the virtual divine realm, the power of the frost tide is spreading in the direction of the mutant dragon. It only takes a few seconds. Such a large-scale ice tide can cover all the opponent's air force. This is also an important means for Lu Yuan to feel that he can win the game. Whoosh! There is no suspense. The frost tide instantly spreads from countless aerial alien dragon armies. A rough estimate is that it affected at least more than 300,000 alien dragons. Success! In the distance, even Lu Yuan, who was as big as an iceberg, was filled with joy. I feel that my method finally worked. Next, within 5 seconds, you can see large swaths of alien dragons falling from the sky. Thousands of meters in the air. Even if it is level 3, it will fall to pieces. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Second. 0.01. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with doubt. What happened? What's going on with those alien dragons? They can actually fly in the sky? This is impossible. However, just when she was wondering, sudden, a cluster of flames rose from the body of the alien dragon army. Next moment, it seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. Puff puff. Clusters of flames appeared one after another, and finally, they turned into blazing flames and completely enveloped all the alien dragons. This. Lu Yuan was stunned. I was shocked by the scene before me. How can it be? How did a good alien dragon turn into a flame? Not only her, but everyone outside who saw this scene was completely stunned. What's happening here? The good Mutalosaurus turned into a fire dragon? Isn't this unscientific? Could it be? Suddenly, something came from Ning Kiguang's mouth that surprised everyone. Could it be that his alien dragon has changed? What? Mutation? How could it be so fast? Everyone went crazy at this moment. Nima. The last game was fine, but it had only been half an hour, and the divine realm had only been in space for a few days. It actually mutated? Since when have mutations been so casual? Now, looking at the army of 500,000 alien dragons burning like a sea of fire in mid-air, Lu Yuan just smiled and spoke. I am the enemy of the goddess of ice and snow. How can I win if I don't have any means to fight against the ice and snow? In fact, when he entered the divine space before, he thought about it for a long time and finally decided to fuse the abyssal flame demon factor with the army of 500,000 alien dragons. Although, this time the fusion did not advance them. But it gave them the ability to control flames. How could a mere frost tide freeze the blood when the body was burning with fire? It's just that Lu Yuan asked them to take the initiative to restrain the flames in order to confuse the other party. After Lu Yuan's words fell, countless alien dragon armies appeared in mid-air, instantly revealing their most ferocious fangs. Start and charge! Hiss! Swish, swish, swish! The figures that filled the sky turned into a torrent and completely submerged the 50,000 snow eagle people. 500,000 vs 50,000. Even with his eyes closed, Lu Yuan knew that the alien dragon army would not lose. And after annihilating the opponent's air force, what is the role of the ground troops below? At worst, we'll just die together. By the way, those 10 frost giants seem to be in a little trouble, right? Lu Yuan seems to be talking to himself, but also like. It was to remind Lu Yuan. Because at this moment on the battlefield, these 10 7th level frost giants are indeed unstoppable. But Lu Yuan smiled. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and an invisible wave brewed in the void. Boom boom boom. The infected insects that were originally hidden underground suddenly emerged from the ground. There are as many as 200,000. At this time, in such a cold environment, even if the mind is paralyzed by the infected insect, it cannot reach too far. However, to everyone's surprise, they did not release nerve paralysis when they broke out of the ground. Rather, groups of germs grew and enveloped the ground in the distance. Countless germs fell on the ground and began to divide and proliferate instantly. All the snow werewolves, white bears, and even frost giants infected by them were frozen in place. Even if the frost giant wanted to struggle, he just wanted to make some move. It was once again enveloped by countless germs. Place all the enemy's armies on the battlefield? Everyone couldn't help but feel doubtful at this moment. Lu Yuan, what on earth are you going to do? No, look below. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the ground on the big screen. Immediately, everyone saw that the ground originally covered with ice and snow began to tremble. Now, mid-air, an indifferent voice sounded from Lu Yuan's mouth. It's not polite to come back and not reciprocate. Since you have used your priesthood, I will also use my priesthood to repay you. Mo Zhao Hao, as he spoke, he stretched out his palm and flipped it violently in mid-air. Earthquake, start. Boom. The earth collapsed and the ground shattered. Thousands of troops watched as the ground beneath their feet began to crack. Bury their bodies completely. Even the Zerg tribe is not spared. However, They forgot that the Zerg itself has the ability to burrow into the ground. Even underground, they can still survive. JX. It doesn't mean that others can too. At this moment, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to spend a lot of his faith. Like a god who controlled the law, he forcibly connected the opponent to tens of thousands of troops including frost giants. Buried. Ha ha ha, didn't you say that this boy only has desolation, drought, and sandstorms? When did you get the priesthood of earthquake? Ning Qiguang couldn't help laughing and stood up when he saw this scene. He was excited. Originally, he knew about Lu Yuan from his daughter long before he came. After learning that the other party's clergy only had drought, desolation, and sandstorms, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The strength of the priesthood also determines the potential of future gods in a sense. But I never expected it. Lu Yuan actually gave him a big surprise. Earthquake, this is a relatively powerful priesthood among the earth gods. How did this kid get the priesthood? Find out on your own. Qin Rumi's eyes also shone and he couldn't help but ask. It's possible that Shenhuo hasn't even been ignited yet, so it's impossible to comprehend it to this extent. Wang Jiniang shook his head. In my opinion, it may be bloodline. Being reminded like this, Ning Qiguang couldn't help but nodded. Promote mutation, the priesthood of the earth, the history of this bloodline is really not weak. Chapter 83. Boom. The earth trembled and rocks cracked. Lu Yuan looked at the tens of thousands of troops buried alive. The cold look on his face finally couldn't be maintained. Your faith is worth a lot? Can it withstand such consumption? She couldn't help but ask. Because such a powerful priesthood covers such a large area. The faith value consumed this time alone starts at least several 100,000. To know. In order to ignite the divine fire, she has accumulated only tens of millions of faith points so far. Burning dozens and millions of faith points at a time, she really couldn't get out of it. Not to mention. How many days has Lu Yuan been in high school? How many faith points can be accumulated at most? Of course, it must be said that although it is now a virtual battle between gods, all believer races never truly die. The only thing that will really be consumed is the faith value of being a demigod. Once this kind of thing is burned, it is gone. It is impossible to return it again. This is also one of the reasons why many gods are reluctant to burn faith points in competitions. However, how did Lu Yuan know that Lu Yuan's faith value had exceeded 100 million? Even if she took out some randomly, it would be more than what she put together. This little bit of faith is not taken lightly. Kakaka. Before any of the buried races could react, they were completely overwhelmed by the rushing Zerg army. Just imagine. Can the half-buried frost giant, no matter how strong it is, be able to withstand dozens or hundreds of times the attack of the fire thorn demon? Many ants kill an elephant, not to mention that these are not ants. The outcome on the ground is already decided. And all the snow eagle people in the sky are about to perish. Call. Many spectators watching the battle suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Them. Feel. This is the situation that should have been there. Unknowingly, Lu Yuan has become synonymous with invincibility in the entire high school exchange competition. He is like the god of war, superior to all the students in the exchange competition. Now, if this god of war fell down, it would make everyone feel extremely awkward. This is not the ending he deserved. Just like the warrior and the dragon. If the dragon is too powerful, people can only remember its terror. If one day, the warrior succeeds in slaying the dragon, then, no one will remember the dragon, they will only remember the name of the warrior. And the dragon is just the incarnation of evil. Well, 643 is here. Lu Yuan's identity as a giant dragon has been preserved. Won this one. It's not finished yet. But at this time, on the stands, a voice suddenly came from Principal Liu's mouth. His words attracted others' attention. Someone! I want to stand up and refute him. Before he could speak, he could tell something was wrong. In the divine space. On the ground battlefield, those ice elemental elves still survived. They were in mid-air, a little scared. However, at this moment, a thick white light bloomed from the void. All the elemental elves immediately understood the moment they saw the white light. For the goddess of ice and snow, we are willing to sacrifice. For the ice and snow goddess. Bang bang bang. In a series of deep muffled sounds, all the elemental elves actually volunteered. Time. The terrifying elemental fluctuations converged towards the white light. On the other side, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Because, in white light, he saw an exquisite silver-white bracelet on Lu Yuan's jade hand, which was emitting a blazing light. Is this magic? Lu Yuan was confused. But just as his thoughts emerged, he saw Lu Yuan's jade hand raised high. Next moment, a terrifying wave of ice spread toward the entire divine space. Forbidden curse, frozen for thousands of miles. A cold drink sounded. The terrifying power of ice instantly swept towards the surroundings like a wave. Compared to previous ice tides, this time, it was simply indescribably powerful. Everything was instantly frozen under the silver-white light. Kaka kaka. Even the flame-stinging demon, whose whole body was burning with flames, was completely turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. Thousands of miles of ice. This is a legendary magic. Only through the Sacred Object plugin and the powerful Divine Power Storage plugin can such power be unleashed. Even in order to enhance the power of divine magic, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to let all the ice elemental elves explode. Under the ice, everything is dead. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is enough for the already damaged Lu Yuan to turn the tide. Da si, Abu. The light passed by, and even the alien dragon in mid-air turned into an ice sculpture. Except for Lu Yuan, who is a demigod, it can be said that the entire army was wiped out. Click click click. Countless alien dragons fell from mid-air and were shattered into pieces. All the audience felt that they had completely lost their strength at this moment. The giant dragon was actually slaughtered at the last moment. This is something no one expected. How can it be? The legendary forbidden spell, coupled with the self-destruction of the elemental elves, this is too cruel. Yet, if it weren't for the virtual battle between gods, she would definitely be reluctant to blow herself up. No, there are no ifs. If you win, you win. Oh, it was almost. Ning Qiguang shook his head with regret. In fact, if there is no legendary forbidden curse power, Lu Yuan did win. That's right, almost. Qin Rumi also nodded, but, if it's bad, it's bad. Sacred object plugins and legendary forbidden spells are also other people's power. Okay, it's over, it's our time. Ning Qiguang nodded and was about to say something. Sudden. Wang Jinyang next to him suddenly spoke. Etc. What are you waiting for? Isn't it over? Qin Rumi couldn't help but said. Maybe it's not over yet. Wang Jinyang said something without thinking. What did you say? As soon as Ning Qiguang finished speaking, he suddenly saw Lu Yuan suddenly raising his hands in mid-air. Legendary forbidden spell, you are really well prepared. Lu Yuan said calmly. Lu Yuan looked at him in surprise, wondering if the young man in front of him was still unwilling at this time. But before she could speak, he felt a mighty divine power rising from Lu Yuan's gloves. Is this a holy artifact plug-in? Lu Yuan's expression changed, she was too familiar with this kind of fluctuation. After a brief induction, you will know that it contains pure fire power. At this moment, Lu Yuan's palm suddenly opened and he waved his hand towards the frozen land below. Whoosh! A hot breath bloomed from his hands. Before anyone could react, it turned into a flame and ignited in the void. Puff! There was only a soft sound, and the tiny flames not only did not go out in the cold space, but instead swelled up against the storm. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge fire, shrouding the frozen army below. Humph! Do you think ordinary flames can melt my forbidden curse? Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but get angry. Even the fire magic can't melt the power of ice. You lose, admit defeat. Like a man. However, Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head after listening to her words. A smile appeared on his face. You should be the one to admit defeat. Burn up, flames of destruction. The terrifying sea of fire instantly erupted with blazing power that burned everything. The terrifying flames of destruction completely shocked everyone at this moment. This guy actually has a priesthood. Ning Qiguang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously stretched out his hand to hold the armrest of the seat. Crack! Qin Rumi accidentally crushed the armrest. But he didn't know it. The flame of destruction, this is the divine power area with the breath of the abyss. The flames of destruction cast with divine power, even the forbidden spells, have to be put aside. This kid even found a new way to use the flames of destruction as heating. Wang Jiniang's lips trembled with excitement. How could such exquisite control appear in a high school freshman? Kakaka. The terrifying flames of destruction, under Lu Yuan's control, seemed to be like a girl's gentle little hand, dispersing the ice that tore apart the Springtail's body with a single flick. It only takes a moment. The tearing Springtail shuddered slightly and opened its eyes from the ice. Ouch! A ferocious roar sounded. The Zerg army is back again. It's over, it's completely over. Bah! Principal Lu sat down on the chair, as if all his strength had been drained from his body. He knows. Lu Yuan was completely defeated this time. Even if she tried her best, it would be of no use. Tip: your believer race won the victory. Hint: you defeated your opponent. Tip: your believer race feels the terror of divine power. Tip: you have gained 2.35 million faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 2.35 million faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, frozen priesthood. Priesthood. Lu Yuan grinned. It seemed that the stronger the opponent he met, the more benefits he would gain. The frozen priesthood is actually an upgraded version of cold. Even if it is the existence of a god, it may not be easy to understand. Now, Lu Yuan is obtained directly through the system. It is equivalent to forcing him to have such a priesthood. When the time comes, wait for him to light the divine fire. You can just try to understand it directly. Just as Lu Yuan was immersed in the joy of his reward. The other end of the divine space. Lu Yuan, who was like an iceberg, suddenly spoke. Lu Yuan, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Yuan nodded subconsciously, but immediately felt something was wrong. What's going on? Do I have a girlfriend? Does it have anything to do with you? Lu Yuan is not a straight man, so naturally he cannot say it directly. But he still looked at Lu Yuan doubtfully. No, why does senior sister Lu still care about my personal life? Come alive. Nothing. Lu Yuan shook his head. Since you don't have a girlfriend, I will regard you as my target. Do you mind if I chase you? Lu Yuan almost choked himself to death with his spit. Sister, what kind of occasion is this that you come to me to confess your love? At this moment, in mid-air, Lu Yuan's appearance was completely revealed. Tall figure, long and slender legs. A head of ice blue hair gives people a cool and stunning temperament. Now, in public, Lu Yuan also didn't expect that this senior would be so straightforward. Well, I don't mind this, but Before Lu Yuan could finish speaking, a smile like melting ice and snow suddenly appeared on Lu Yuan's pretty face. It's okay if you don't mind. My boyfriend Lu Yuan is a stronger man than me. Finish this sentence. She left the virtual divine realm directly without waiting for Lu Yuan's reaction. Lu Yuan was left confused. What's going on? He originally thought that only girls like Chen Lingshan would be so brainless. Unexpectedly, even this cold iceberg beauty is like this. Actually, this is not to blame Lu Yuan, because the world itself is a world where the strong is respected. Even though there is a sound order, the law allows powerful gods to have more than one spouse. So, many female gods, as early as when they were young, may be looking for people with good potential to decide their lifelong affairs. And just now, although Lu Yuan crushed Lu Yuan in all aspects, it also made this beauty, who usually has a high level of eyesight, completely let go of her self-esteem. Although Lu Yuan has a cold personality, he is always straight to the point when it comes to such matters. Once you decide, just speak directly. Do not miss it. That's why this scene happened. Can. That's what she said. But everyone in the entire sports center saw it. Time. Countless heartbroken voices sounded. Those students who regarded Lu Yuan as a goddess in 6 felt that their world had collapsed. I'm convinced, I'm completely convinced. Wu Yuan gave a thumbs up to the screen. What is the highest state of picking up girls? It is the invisible way to pick up girls that is the most deadly. Well. Even Lin Yu sighed, the drought will kill you, and the flood will kill you. Laugh. The login cabin door opened, and Lu Yuan and Yin walked out of it at the same time. Wow! Thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire stadium. Everyone knows. Now, the number 1 person in high school in the entire Kaiun city was born. This person has only been in high school for more than a month or 2. He actually reached a height that many people dream of. Seeing this, Lu Yuan kept his top hat smile and nodded to everyone. However, he never expected that Lu Yuan would walk over while he wasn't paying attention. In full view of the public. The Iceberg Goddess, actually. Chapter 84. Originally, Lu Yuan was wearing a bowler hat and waving to everyone. Never expected that the iceberg beauty Lu Yuan, who was always known for her coldness, would actually walk up to Lu Yuan in full view of everyone. A smile appeared on her lips. He stood up on his tiptoes and gave Lu Yuan a gentle kiss on the cheek. The kiss ended immediately. Fast as lightning. After Lu Yuan finished all this, there was a faint blush on her pretty face. Her temperament still remains. Congratulations! Lu Yuan felt the touch on his cheek and didn't know what to say. Why is it happening like that? And below. Everyone who saw this scene was completely shocked. Subsequently, more enthusiastic applause emerged. Lu, are you, Yan? Chen Lingshan's cheeks suddenly bulged. She was angry. It was obviously Lu Yuan who promised her not to hold anything back in the finals. But I never expected that Lu Yuan, even though he was defeated, would resort to such despicable and shameless methods. Want to take away the fruits of her victory. Chen Lingshan couldn't control her anger. He moved directly and rushed towards the login cabin. Hehe, dear Lu Yuan, you are so great. She ran and shouted. I want to jump up and rush into Lu Yuan's arms. However, Lu Yuan seemed to be faster than her. In a flash, he stood in front of Lu Yuan and stopped Chen Lingshan. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Chen Lingshan immediately became angry. Why not? Sister Lingshan, you should also pay attention to the occasion when you behave like this. Lu Yuan and Chen Lingshan have been fighting each other for more than a day or 2. You even kissed me, why don't you let me hug you? Chen Lingshan retorted. Haha, sister, you are still young and haven't reached the time to fall in love yet. Lu Yuan smiled coldly, which directly made Chen Lingshan even more angry. She stood up suddenly and yelled at Lu Yuan. Here, look clearly, where am I small? Below. Chen Jinayu really couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted directly. Chen Lingshan, come down here. On the other side, Principal Lu also looked at Lu Yuan with a dark face. Lu Yuan calmly tidied Lu Yuan's clothes, then turned and walked in the direction of Principal Lu. This, alas. Lu Yuan sighed, it turns out that there are too many worries about being handsome. Next. After a short break, the awards ceremony will be held. As the champion, Lu Yuan, in addition to receiving the 300 million Universal Point reward Indiana the team competition, he also received a faith gem and a black dragon egg. These two things were not on site. For safety reasons, it will be directly distributed to Lu Yuan through the God's Domain interface later. Awards are over. Lu Yuan delivered his championship speech. Basically they are more official, thank you for all kinds of support and so on. After saying that, this exchange match did not end here. Because vice presidents from 3 prestigious universities are invited to speak on stage. Among them, Ning Kigwang, the vice president of Jushan University, delivered a speech as a representative. Thank you very much to the principals of Kaiun City for inviting us to watch this wonderful game. Every student works hard and performs very well. We believe that in the future, as long as you work hard, you will have the opportunity to ignite the divine fire. I have a better chance of being admitted to Jushan University in the capital, thank you. After a burst of thunderous applause, Ning Kigwang just continued, of course, some people may already know what the 3 of us are here for this time. That's right, our 3 universities have learned that Lu Yuan, a student from number 6 middle school, has extraordinary talent. When we saw it today, it really made our eyes light up. Therefore, this is decided after research by our 3 major schools. Give Lu Yuan a special recruitment quota. Welcome Lu Yuan to join one of the 3 prestigious universities. Upon hearing this, the students from number 6 middle school suddenly burst into cheers. Early admission represents the strong strength of a school. It is also a supreme honor. However, before their cheers dissipated, Ning Kigwang continued. Of course, in addition to Lu Yuan, we have also seen the excellence of other students. For example, classmate Lu Yuan. Ning Kigwang set his sights on Lu Yuan. Student Lu Yuan, on behalf of Jushan University, I specially recruit you to enroll. As long as you join our school, we guarantee that your annual supply resources will increase by 20% compared to ordinary enrollees. When Lu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but nodded modestly. Thank you Principal Ning for your kindness, I. Before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from beside him. Wait a minute, Lao Ning, are you too careless? Qin Rumi said loudly immediately. Lu Yuan, come to our Zhejiang University. What does his 20% of resources count for? I will give you 30%. 30%? Humph, just 30%, do you have the nerve to say that? Vice Principal Wang Jiniang was also completely upset at this time. Our Blue Prison University will directly give you double the amount, and promise to find a dedicated person to help you ignite the divine fire and condense the divine power. What? Double? Lao Wang, you old boy is bleeding profusely. Ning Kigwang's eyes widened at this time. Let's give it 1.5 times. Who can surpass it? Under. Chen Jinayu and others watched as the 3 principals began to fight for Lu Yuan like shrews. I couldn't help but be completely shocked. Damn, genius is really terrifying. Ahem. After all, this is a place in number 3 middle school. In the end, Chen Jinayu had no choice but to bite the bullet and persuade him. 3 principals, in my opinion, Lu Yuan still needs to decide which university he should go to. The three vice principals simultaneously looked at Chen Jinayu with murderous eyes. Chen Jinayu immediately tensed up and did not dare to speak. Well, what you said makes sense. Wang Jiniang nodded, and then a smile appeared on his face. Lu Yuan, look, which university do you want to go to? Qin Rumi also looked at Lu Yuan, showing the gentlest smile in his life. Zhejiang University welcomes you. Ning Qiguang looked at Lu Yuan and rolled his eyes. Suddenly he coughed lightly. Lu Yuan, Ning Yun is your teacher, and she is still single, cough. As soon as he said this, the two vice principals immediately glared. Old Ningtu, you are going too far. Those are teachers and students, how dare you speak? Ning Qiguang's eyes widened. What did I say? I just said that my daughter is no longer a teacher. She was originally a graduate of our school, and being a teacher in the school is just an internship. At last, the three of them looked at Lu Yuan, waiting for Lu Yuan's answer. No. Lu Yuan scratched his head. In fact, it didn't matter where he went. Anyway, I have a system. You don't need to think too much about the school's help at all. Teacher Ning Yun was kind to him and helped him a lot. Would you be sad if you found out that he went to another university? With this thought, Lu Yuan made a decision. I'm sorry, Principal Qin and Principal Wang, I'd better choose to go to Jishan University. After all, Teacher Ning Yun was kind to me, and my students will never forget it. Ha ha ha, how about it, I'll just say I won. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Ning Qiguang burst into laughter. That feeling is like killing the opponent in 10 rounds while playing chess at the gate of the community. Figured out Lu Yuan's whereabouts. The three of them just reacted. There is Lu Yuan who has no choice. Ahem, Lu Yuan, which university do you choose to go to? Wang Jiniang said. Anyway, Lu Yuan has been snatched away by Ning Qiguang. You can't even let Lu Yuan go. Next to him, Principal Liu's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. The three principals who originally came for his granddaughter actually turned around and robbed Lu Yuan. Now his granddaughter is treated like a foil. This made him feel uncomfortable. But Lu Yuan did not feel uncomfortable at all after hearing this. Instead, she stood up and bowed to the three principals. Sorry, three principals, I have decided to pursue Lu Yuan. Wherever he goes, I will go. Lu Yuan. Sister, although this world is very direct and open. But don't be so straightforward, okay? It makes me very stressed. Ha ha ha, okay, Lu Yuan, welcome to join our Kaiyushan University. When Ning Qiguang heard this, he burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, after coming here, I actually snatched 2 talented students back. Humph, Lao Ning, don't be complacent. Let's see who gets more benefits when we explore the plains. Qin Ruhuo said with an unhappy look. Let's compete, who is afraid of whom? Ning Qiguang was in high spirits at this time. Naturally unafraid. After confirmation, Ning Qiguang directly handed Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan an admission notice. We are admitting early, so you still have 2 months to revise in school. 0 Please give me flowers. Once the next semester starts, you can go directly to the university to register. Ning Qiguang instructed. Don't relax during this period, because as soon as the next semester starts, you will directly try to ignite the divine fire. Accumulate as many faith points as possible. This will only benefit you, not any harm. Lu Yuan, thank you Principal. Lu Yuan, thank you Principal. This exchange match ended completely like this. It's over though. But the legend belonging to Lu Yuan is not over yet. The entire Kaiyun city has been completely flooded with news about Lu Yuan. High school freshman dominance exchange competition. Lu Shen's charm is amazing. He met the goddess in the exchange competition and confessed his love. On 108 ways to flirt with girls invisibly. In short, all kinds of news are overwhelming. Whether it was Lu Yuan who became the champion of the exchange competition or he was spotted by both the number 3 and number 6 school beauties. What's more, it is said that Lu Yuan was charmed by teacher Ning Yun. I just joined Jushan University. Lu Yuan was immediately disdainful after hearing this. Pooh! Is that a charm? How can something about a scholar be a charm? The fermentation of this matter happened to be on a certain day. It spread to the Qin family far away in the capital. Qin Tianxi, a direct descendant of the Qin family, happened to see this news. This guy, are you a natural disaster? Qin Tianxi looked at the posts on the internet. Come to the scene of Lu Yuan fighting. Can't help but get excited. Okay, I didn't expect you to come to the capital as well. 0. Then we can meet each other next semester. Qin Tianxi shook his head. Unfortunately, by then I will have lit the divine fire. Even if you come, I can crush you. Certainly. Lu Yuan naturally had no idea about this. The day after the exchange competition, Lu Yuan returned to school to continue classes. After all, he really didn't know where to go after leaving school. He is alone now and has nothing to worry about. It just so happens that the dormitories in the school are free. If you don't live, you won't live in vain. And Lu Yuan is willing to stay in the school, and the principal Hong Qinghe naturally welcomes him. He even told Lu Yuan that if he needs anything, he can contact him at any time. Lu Yuan will naturally never forget this kindness. Wait until after school. He returned to the dormitory again, had a simple dinner, and couldn't wait to enter his divine space. Once inside, I received a message from the God's Domain interface. Record, you received an email from number 3 middle school. Record, you gained 1.89 million faith points. Lu Yuan clicked on the email and saw that the signature was Chen Jinayu. He knew that this must be a reward given to him by the other party. 300 million universal points have been received. And these two must be the faith gem and the black dragon egg given to him. The servers in the divine world are very powerful. This kind of email can add attachments and physical objects. Lu Yuan chose to accept. In a moment, 2 rays of light flashed and turned directly into a mysterious and unpredictable fist-sized gem. The other one is a half-meter-high dragon egg full of dark lines. Faith gem, a mysterious gem produced from a special plane. Once used, it can have the faith value consumption of the god. Note, it is best used when lighting the divine fire. Black dragon egg, a black dragon egg that has not yet hatched. As a branch of the pure blood dragon, the black dragon has a strong body and a destructive dragon breath. It can possess 6th level power as soon as it is born. After adulthood, you can directly reach the 14th level legendary level. Disadvantage, longer growth time. Lu Yuan couldn't help but fell into deep thought when he saw the introduction of these two things. Needless to say, the faith gem has a very good effect when used when lighting the divine fire. As for the black dragon egg, to be honest, Lu Yuan originally wanted to hatch it. As a creature of the dragon clan, he always felt a bit inconsistent when placed in the camp of the Zerg army. In this harsh environment of the god's domain, he was not sure whether the black dragon would starve to death if it could survive for a long time. So, Lu Yuan thought for a while and made a decision that would shock all demigods. Chapter 85. Abathur, this is a black dragon egg. Send it to the brood altar for sacrifice. In the divine space, Lu Yuan handed the black dragon egg to Abathur. He thought about it and finally decided to sacrifice the black dragon egg. After all, not to mention how long it takes to simply hatch a black dragon egg. Even if they are hatched, it will take a long time to grow. Now, unless Lu Yuan can directly have a 10th level or even more powerful racial supplement, only in this way can we have high-end combat power. The remaining 6th and 7th levels are like this. Under the overwhelming numerical superiority of countless Zerg armies, can they still hold on? The Zerg race is called a natural disaster. That in itself is strength in numbers. Certainly. Lu Yuan also saw the disadvantages his Zerg had so far. That is the lack of high-end combat power. But Lu Yuan is not in a hurry. What he needs to prepare now is to light the divine fire. After igniting the divine fire, it is not too late to increase the combat power of the Zerg. Just thinking. Abathur on the other side has placed the black dragon egg on the insect nest altar. Suddenly, Lu Yuan received the prompt of the God's domain interface information. Tip: your believer race held a pious sacrifice ceremony. Tip: your believer race sacrificed a black dragon egg. Tip: you have gained 30,000 faith points. Tip: you have gained the power of thunder. Ding! The host receives an additional reward, 30,000 faith points. Ding! The host's thunder power is strengthened into divine thunder. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank, and then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect it, really didn't expect it. He was actually able to obtain the Thunder Priesthood. He originally thought that the Black Dragon, which was good at physical quality, could give him an increase in strength. Or extract some dragon factors to improve your Zerg talent. But unexpectedly, he actually gained the power of thunder, and even the priesthood of thunder. An unexpected surprise. It seems that controlling thunder is also a hidden attribute of the Black Dragon. Lu Yuan guessed that in legends, Black Dragons are regarded as the embodiment of power. Unexpectedly, their hidden element attributes were also extracted. The priesthood is an extremely important area of power for gods. But not any god can absorb unlimited amounts of priesthood. Lu Yuan discovered that as the god of natural disasters, as long as he matches the power of natural disasters, can be absorbed by him. The disaster of thunder, the disaster of fire, the disaster of cold water. Any force that reaches a certain magnitude can become a disaster. So, theoretically, he has a very strong upper limit. If it were replaced by other gods, this step would not be possible. Merge. With a thought, Lu Yuan directly integrated the Thunder Priesthood. Time. He felt a powerful thunder wave emerge from his body. Crack. Countless arcs of electricity pulsed within his body. There were lightning and thunder everywhere in the entire divine space. The terrifying power flashed out. The great god of natural disasters has become stronger. Countless Zerg crawled on the ground, feeling the terrifying power. A long while. The thunder in the sky suddenly dissipated. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the arc of electricity that was constantly beating on his palm. Couldn't help but smile. Thunder is indeed a violent force. It would be a pity if it did not become a natural disaster. He waved his hand. The figure directly left the entire divine space. Next. He was about to light the divine fire. In order to have a clearer understanding of the method and function of lighting the divine fire, Lu Yuan specifically contacted Principal Hong King He. He knows. The other party's understanding of divine fire is much deeper than his own. After the other party's explanation, Lu Yuan finally fully understood the method and significance of lighting the divine fire. Simply put, as a demigod, Lu Yuan does not have the power of a priesthood. Because the priesthood represents the power of rules, it is a power that only gods can possess. However, through the power of the main world, they can feel the power of their priesthood in advance. Therefore, you must connect to the main world server through the login cabin. And now, by burning faith values, demigods can directly find their own priesthood and understand the rules of the priesthood. As long as you can feel a trace of its power, you can imprint the breath of this rule on your soul. It just ignited the divine fire. Once the divine fire is completed, it possesses divinity. Demigods with divinity can be regarded as false gods. It is only half a step away from the real gods. The next step is to condense your own godhead. The godhead is the space where demigods store their beliefs. At the same time, the faith value can also be converted into Shenhuan. So, only gods with godhead can be regarded as true gods. The composition of the godhead is to build a space by condensing the rules of the priesthood through the divinity of the god itself. Simply put, it is equivalent to the skeleton of a house. The better the material of the frame, the stronger the house will be. More able to bear more weight. Theoretically speaking, the more priests you can possess, the more divinity you can possess. The higher its strength, the better the material. The power of the godhead, both in potential and power, is stronger than that of gods of the same rank. To reach this step, first, you must have a lot of clergy. Second, there must be a huge belief value as the basis. To burn and realize. The more priests there are, the more faith points will be burned and the longer the time will be. Generally, the lower limit for demigods who want to ignite the divine fire is to accumulate 1 million faith points. If you want to increase the success rate, you need at least 5 million. And for a demigod who wants to realize multiple priesthoods at once, even 10 million may not be enough. After understanding this, Lu Yuan looked at the resources in his hand. The faith value is less than 300 million, and there is also the having effect of faith gems. He has a lot of priesthood. If you want to realize it all at once, even 300 million may not be enough. So, Lu Yuan decided to wait for a while. After your Zerg army has accumulated faith again, you can then ignite it and destroy it. That's all. He was at ease for the time being. On the one hand, classes are held normally during the day. At night, I go to the divine space to show off my divine power and miracles from time to time, thereby accelerating the accumulation of faith value. Time flies. Just over a month has passed. It's less than a week until the semester break. This day, Lu Yuan chose to take leave. Because he felt that his faith value was enough. In the login cabin, Lu Yuan was directly linked to his own divine space. Above the God's domain interface, there is a column for faith value. The number 1 billion is clearly displayed. With 1 billion faith points to ignite the divine fire, I'm afraid not a few demigods can do it, right? Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle when he looked at this number. Including his own faith gems, it is equivalent to 2 billion. 2 billion faith points ignite the divine fire. He didn't believe that he couldn't fully comprehend these priesthoods. A thought in my mind. Lu Yuan directly opened the Ignite Divine Fire option on the God's Domain interface. For a moment, he felt that countless faith values began to burn. And his own soul seemed to be pulled out at once. Following the void, it was absorbed by the server of the divine world. Entering a mysterious, fantasy and colorful world. Buzz. Lu Yuan's mind trembled. When he opened his eyes, he found that the world in front of him seemed to be filled with countless threads. Silk threads are crisscrossed and densely packed. Every thread is a kind of priesthood. And among them, Lu Yuan suddenly saw several threads, like bright lights, shining with eye-catching light. This is his own vocation. Drought, sandstorm, desolation, earth control, earthquake, abyss demonic fire, flame of destruction, night dire, thunder, ice. All priesthoods are included. Let's get started. With a thought in Lu Yuan's mind, he directly followed the guidance of the bright lamp and rushed towards the nearest priestly drought. When he flew closer, he realized that compared to the priesthood, he was as small as dust. He sat down directly on the drought priesthood and began to burn his faith value. Time seems to not exist at all here. Everything fell into complete silence. At number 1 middle school, Lu Yuan originally only took 1 day off. Result: the semester is over and he hasn't shown up yet. This time, the entire number 1 middle school was immediately alarmed. What's going on? You said he has been locking himself in the dormitory and not coming out. When Hong Qinghe heard the news, he couldn't help but change his expression. How long? 10 days. The dormitory ant couldn't help but smile bitterly. 0. Principal, if you don't eat or drink for 10 days, nothing will happen, right? It's hard to say, I'll go take a look. The principal shook his head solemnly and hurried towards the dormitory. Soon. Outside the dormitory door where Lu Yuan is located, several teachers and staff, including the principal, gathered. Principal, why don't we knock on the door? If Lu Yuan hasn't come out for so long, nothing will happen to him. A staff teacher said with an anxious look on his face. Yes, could he be depressed because of the pressure of the special move? That's right, it's important to save people. If someone dies. Okay, everyone, shut up. Principal Hong Qinghe shouted softly, instantly silencing everyone's voices. If my guess is correct, Lu Yuan should be lighting the divine fire. What? Light the divine fire? There was a look of surprise on everyone's faces. Principal, how old is he? Are you in such a hurry to light the sacred fire? Yes, he has been admitted to the special recruitment of Jushan University. When the time comes, he will go to the capital and make some complete preparations. It takes a huge amount of faith to ignite the divine fire. He is too reckless. Many teachers had anxious looks on their faces. For such a peerless genius, they did not expect that Lu Yuan would go astray. However, Principal Hong Qinghe waved his hand. Okay, don't worry too much, Lu Yuan, a student, has always been calm in his work. This time, he got the faith stone to help ignite the divine fire. Maybe it will succeed. After pondering for a moment, Hong Qinghe said directly. Tell all other students on this floor not to go near Lu Yuan's dormitory. Clear. Hong Qinghe nodded. You faculty members and teachers, please work hard and take turns to be on duty here to ensure 24-hour vigilance. Hong Qinghe issued orders in an orderly manner. Although protected by the login cabin, the probability of Lu Yuan being disturbed is very low. But, as the evil genius in the entire number 1 middle school, he felt that he could never be too careful. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was about to ask several teachers to take action. Sudden. A very powerful wave came from the dormitory room where Lu Yuan was located. Hey? Did he succeed? The principal's expression changed. He didn't expect that Lu Yuan would successfully ignite Shenmi so quickly. Ordinary demigods spend a lot of time preparing before lighting the divine fire. Even if the time flow rate in the divine realm is different, it may not be able to ignite for several years, or even more than 10 years. It only took Lu Yuan 10 days to successfully light it. A wave of waves penetrated from the room where Lu Yuan was located. Only at the moment when the divine fire is successfully ignited, the divinity in it will escape due to 0.3 being a demigod without control. It was during this opportunity that everyone could feel his divinity from this breath. Simply put, it is the manifestation of the priestly mark. This aura? Is it the brand of the desolate priesthood? Hong Qinghe, who felt the breath, couldn't help but speak in confusion. A gentle priesthood like this is the easiest to sense. However, before his thoughts dissipated, his expression actually changed. Because from this breath, I actually felt the second clerical breath. Is this a drought? The confusion on Hong Qinghe's face had not dissipated before suddenly the third, fourth, and fifth kinds of breaths of different natures were released from the room one after another. There are actually 10 kinds of priesthood? How is it possible? Hong Qinghe opened his mouth in surprise. I couldn't believe the results of my induction. Among the 10 priesthoods, no one among all the high school students in the entire Emerald Alliance dared to do this. Several faculty members and teachers nearby were now filled with deep shock. It is extremely difficult for a high school student to realize a vocation and leave a mark on it. But Lu Yuan actually realized 10 kinds of emotions directly. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one will believe it. Whoosh! At this moment, suddenly, the breath suddenly disappeared, and all the divine breath disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. At the same time, in the divine space, Lu Yuan's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened. Chapter 86. The previous chapter was about the top 10 clergy. There was a clerical error and it has been corrected. Blade checked the error. Sweat. Whoosh. In the divine space, Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly opened. This moment, there seemed to be 9 kinds of power dancing back and forth in his eyes. It exudes an extremely powerful light. It's finally lit. Lu Yuan whispered to himself. With a thought, he opened the God's Domain interface. Suddenly, the original God's Domain interface has changed. User, Lu Yuan. God's name, God of Natural Disasters. Faith value, 230 million. Rank, Demigod. Priest, Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation, Earth Control, Earthquake, Abyss Demon Fire, Flames of Destruction, Night Dire, Thunder, Ice. Sacred Fire, Ignite. Supernatural Power, 0 drops and 0 wisps. Godhead, None. Faith Race, Tier Springtail, Insect Hive Larvae, Insect Mother Hive. Believer, Fanatic Believer, 4.09 million. There are still more than 200 million faith points left. In addition, the column of God's destruction has been turned on. An additional column of divine power has been added. However, there is currently no divine power. Lu Yuan also discovered the composition of divine power through this option. To put it simply, 1 million faith points can condense a ray of divine power. 100 rays of divine power constitute 1 drop. If converted, 100 million faith points can be exchanged for 1 drop of divine power. After having enough divine power as a foundation, you can condense your own godhead. Once the godhead is condensed, it will be filled with divine power. At that time, there is no need for Lu Yuan to operate at all, and the faith value in the entire divine domain space will be continuously converted into his own divine power. Lu Yuan thought about it for a while, then suddenly thought about it. Convert 200 million faith points into your own divine power. Without the assistance of the divine God, this transformation takes a certain amount of time. Lu Yuan didn't have anything big going on anyway. I continued to wait for several days, and finally converted all the faith values into 2 drops of God 5. The 16th level is equivalent to a demigod who ignites the divine fire. If I directly condense the Godhead, wouldn't it be equivalent to the 17th level? After muttering to himself, Lu Yuan used his own divine power as the basis to start condensing the divine power in his body. Godhead is to use divine power as the basis to condense the 30 divine rules within it, thereby constructing an independent space with the power of these rules, allowing it to be stored and automatically transformed into divine power. Once successful, both the transformation of divine power and the overall quality will be greatly improved. The progress of understanding the entire priesthood will also be accelerated. According to what he learned in the book, Lu Yuan subconsciously mobilized a drop of his divine power to prepare to condense his Godhead. Buzz. Suddenly, the auras of 10 kinds of priests emitted, forming the skeletons of houses. Start preparing to build this house. Everything went extremely smoothly. However, just when Lu Yuan thought he was about to succeed, sudden, all the divine rules trembled and collapsed. Hey? Can't you condense your Godhead? Lu Yuan frowned, he didn't expect such a situation to happen. What exactly is going on? Didn't the teacher say that as long as the divine fire is lit, you can try to condense the Godhead? But what's going on now? Lu Yuan gathered the scattered divine power again, ready for a second try. However, this time, his attempt still failed. Every failure occurred at the last moment, when the house of the godhead was about to be completed and collapsed. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan decided to put aside the matter of divine condensation for the time being. Prepare to go out and ask the principal. With the thought in his mind, he left the divine space. Open the login cabin and walk out of it. This time, Lu Yuan felt that although he had left the login cabin, he can still have a link in his mind to the divine realm that exists in the distant void. Moreover, you can also see your own divine domain interface. Is this the benefit of lighting the divine fire? Lu Yuan smiled slightly. This time, no matter where he was, he no longer had to worry about being unable to connect to his own divine space. After simply washing his face, Lu Yuan was ready to go out. After not eating for 10 days, he felt like he could eat a cow. However, when he opened the door, suddenly, I saw many teachers standing at the gate. Principal Hong Qinghe was among them. Seeing Lu Yuan come out, Hong Qinghe immediately looked at him like a monster. Lu Yuan looked a little confused. Ahem, Principal, you're looking for me, do you want to see me? Boy, did you successfully ignite the divine fire? Hong Qinghe did not answer Lu Yuan's words, but grabbed his arm and asked. Yes, Principal, how did you know? Lu Yuan looked at Hong Qinghe and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, when Lu Yuan was really determined. All the staff and teachers, including Hong Qinghe, took a deep breath. It's so powerful, you can realize all the powers of the 10 clergy. Monster, I knew this kid was a monster. Humph, Lu Yuan was originally assigned to your class, why didn't you ask for it? Ahem, what are you talking about? I did it for the betterment of Lu Yuan. Including the principal, all looked at Lu Yuan with great envy and surprise. Only then did Lu Yuan react. The aura of emotion that ignites the divine fire was discovered by them. Haha, Lu Yuan, you don't need to be nervous. We are just afraid that others will influence you to light the sacred fire, so we have been gathering here to guard it. Hong Qinghe saw Lu Yuan's confusion and explained with a smile. Oh, I got it. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel grateful when he saw the reactions of many teachers. Thank you all teachers for your concern, Lu Yuan is very grateful. Classmate Lu Yuan, you are so kind. It is our honor to help you. That's right. A genius like you will be satisfied if you can remember us teachers in the future, haha. Many teachers waved their hands. They can form a good relationship with Lu Yuan at this time, which will benefit them without any harm. By the way, Principal, I wanted to condense my godhood, why did I fail? Lu Yuan suddenly thought of this question and asked hurriedly. What? Do you want to condense your godhood? This kid has divine power so quickly. Can't afford to offend, just let it go. Yeah, if I stay any longer, I'm afraid my self-esteem will be hit. Oh, I am getting old. I have lived like a dog for so many years. Many teachers shook their heads and sighed, and said goodbye to Lu Yuan one after another. In less than a minute, there was no one left. Here, Principal, did I say something wrong? Lu Yuan looked at the weird teachers one after another and couldn't help but wonder. Haha, it's okay, you are too evil and they were hit. Hong Qinghe laughed loudly. Let's go. Since you have doubts, let's chat while eating. You haven't eaten for 10 days, so you should be hungry. Gilu. Before Lu Yuan could speak, his stomach responded directly to the principal. Under the leadership of the principal, Lu Yuan and the two went directly to the top floor of the 5th floor of the school cafeteria. This is usually the floor where faculty and staff come to eat and drink. The principal found a private room for one person and ordered a large table of delicious food for Lu Yuan. After a while, all the dishes were served. Lu Yuan moved his index finger and started eating immediately. The principal remained motionless, smiling as he watched Lu Yuan devouring the food. Slow down, I understand this situation, but I usually prepare something to eat before lighting the sacred fire. How can I be so frizzy like you? Half an hour later, Lu Yuan was almost finished eating and just said to the principal with an embarrassed look. I'm sorry, principal, for making you laugh. Haha, it's okay. Honking he shook his head, tell me what you want to know. Is such that? Lu Yuan thought for a while and explained. When I used my divine power to prepare my godhead, I found that every time it came to the last moment, it would collapse. I don't know why. And, I remember the teacher said it in class. As long as you ignite the divine fire, you can try to condense your divine personality. Haha, that's because he hasn't met a student like you. Honking he smiled. Under normal circumstances, when igniting the divine fire, the average demigod will choose the rules of a priesthood to understand. The reason is that the difficulty of understanding a priesthood is low and the consumption of faith points is small. Honking he raised a finger. After you ignite the divine fire with a priesthood, you only have one divinity. There is no conflict between the condensed godhead of the same divinity. Therefore, generally after igniting the divine fire, you can directly practice the divine power. If that's the case, wouldn't it be okay if I use 10 kinds of priesthood? Lu Yuan was confused. Don't worry. Honking he continued, generally speaking, the divine fire ignited by a priestly brand is relatively weak. Therefore, God needs to improve his power through continuous understanding of the priesthood. This will make the divine fire more powerful. Certainly. There are also some gods with good talents who can slowly understand other priesthoods and integrate the priesthood with the current divine fire. This feeling is like adding fuel to a fire. As long as you add it, it will become more and more prosperous. After a pause, the principal continued. If it's the other way around, and you use 10 kinds of priesthood to light the divine fire at the beginning, it's equivalent to using different firewood to light the fire, wood, hay, iron, bricks, etc. Put together, it is relatively difficult to ignite them. Speaking of this, the principal couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan deeply. Only a freak like you can imprint 10 priesthoods at once. Principal, it's not my fault. Lu Yuan immediately spread his hands speechlessly, I didn't do anything. I just had a random idea and it left a mark. Honking he wanted to lift the table directly. This was so irritating. God just imprinted it on him as soon as he had an idea. It is said that lighting a sacred fire is as common as cabbage. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, there would be so many problems now. He must have just left. I can't help it, it's really uncomfortable to be with a genius. Okay, let's not talk about this. After you ignite the divine fire, theoretically your divine power has 10 different divinities. In other words, if you want to build a godhead, you need to use these 10 different materials to build your own houses. Honking he looked at Lu Yuan and asked suddenly. Do you think cotton and steel can work together to support a house? Lu Yuan is not a fool, he is even very smart. Therefore, Honking he just understood it directly. At this time, he couldn't help but ask again. Principal, what should I do now? In other words, how to condense the divine personality after multiple priests ignite the divine fire. It's easy. The principal suddenly said after hearing this. You just need to find the essence of the godhead. Essence of godhead. Lu Yuan was confused. That's right, the essence of the godhead, you can also understand it as the fragments of the godhead. The principal explained, it usually comes from fragments of the godhead that have fallen or are hidden in ancient ruins. The so-called godhead fragments mean that when a god falls or dies, his own godhead will be broken, and the essence of their condensed godhead is equivalent to that after being refined by himself. Of divine substance. This kind of substance can be directly integrated with your divine personality to form a glue-like medium, linking your divine positions and integrating them with each other. Hearing what the principal said, Lu Yuan completely understood. To put it simply, if you can't build your own house, then you can find some divine essence to use as mud to stick all the priestly imprints together. In this way, you can become a new godhead. After a period of integration, it will be completed. Lu Yuan did not speak, but fell into deep thought. Beside, the principal held the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Quietly watching Lu Yuan think. He knew that Lu Yuan was a monster and did not need to elaborate. A moment later, Lu Yuan suddenly said, "Principal, if I want the essence of the godhead, where should I go to get it?" "Where?" The principal's eyes flashed and he said directly. "Generally speaking, there are 3 ways. The first is that the school applies for you. With your talent, you should be able to apply for part of it. The second option is to buy it yourself. However, the value of the divine essence is simply astronomical. The unit of measurement for the essence of the godhead is called a grid. 1 grid of essence is equivalent to the essence of the godhead extracted from a single priest who ignites the divine fire and condenses the complete godhead. The more priests you comprehend, the more divine essence you need. And your words? I guess it's at least 50 blocks higher, which is still a conservative estimate. And the price of a single essence in the market is at least 10 billion points and it is still priceless." Hiss. Lu Yuan took a breath of air after hearing this. It takes 10 billion to buy 1 square, and only 500 billion can buy 50 squares. How much does he have now? 31Z. Principal, isn't there a third kind? The third type? Hong King He's eyes flashed, that's to go to Wilderness City. Wild City? Lu Yuan was confused. That's right, Wilderness City is not a city, but an extremely huge small plane. This plane is equivalent to the hub linking the main world and the outer realm. In other words, you can use the Wilderness City to go outside the territory to find some microplanes or plane fragments to conquer, and obtain the essence of the godhead by killing wild demigods. Speaking of which, Hong King He suddenly looked solemn. Remember, the third method, don't do it before you have condensed a drop of divine power. Why? Lu Yuan asked. Because there is no law in the Wilderness City, where even gods from the same main world can kill each other. Without enough divine power, he can only recognize and slaughter people, and he can't even escape. Chapter 87. Wild City. After Lu Yuan heard Hong King He's introduction, he couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. According to his understanding, as long as you have enough divine essence, you can continue to comprehend the priesthood. At that time, all you need to do is link the priesthood with the essence of the godhead. Then your own godhood can be completed. And Lu Yuan knew it without the principal's introduction. The divinity condensed by multiple priesthoods is difficult to achieve. But once it succeeds, its own power will definitely far exceed the condensed godhead of a single priest. So, an idea suddenly came to Lu Yuan's mind. That is, obtain more priesthoods, and then condense the godhead. Certainly. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not talk to the principal about such thoughts. Once the principal knows, I'm afraid I'll be scared to death. In the entire main world, only Lu Yuan who owns the system dares to do this. Thank you principal for clarifying my doubts. Can you please help me apply for the school's divine essence? Let's see how much I can apply for. Lu Yuan slightly bowed his hands to the principal and asked. Don't worry about this, but things like the essence of divine power are relatively precious, so it takes time to get approval. Hong King He thought for a while, don't you still have more than a month of vacation? I guess it should be enough before you go to the capital. Okay, thank you very much. Lu Yuan nodded. Thanks again. No need to thank me, I will definitely help you with your talent. Honking, he smiled and shook his head. Of course, don't be idle during this short period of time. Try your best to cultivate your followers. After all, faith value is an important means for you to transform your divine power. Thank you, Principal, for reminding me, I will definitely work hard. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay, if nothing happens, I'll leave. The principal stood up and was about to leave. Principal, I would like to take a few days off, is that okay? Lu Yuan asked. Yes, yes. The principal looked at Lu Yuan and said. But aren't you an orphan? Why are you asking for leave? Hee. Lu Yuan smiled sheepishly, I'm studying hard all the time, so I don't have time to relax. Just taking advantage of this holiday, I want to travel and relax. Relax. That's good. I approve it. The principal nodded, you can explain this to the dormitory teacher later. Must. After seeing off the principal, Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory. Next. He began to pack his luggage. Very simple, nothing. Anyway, he has a universal point in his hand and can go anywhere. Say hello to the dormitory teacher. Lu Yuan left number 1 middle school. Walk out the door. He looked back at the school where he had stayed for several months and sighed slightly. Then he turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Hello sir, it will cost 100,000 universal points to teleport to Wilderness City. A beautiful long-legged waiter in uniform introduced Lu Yuan with a smile. At this moment, Lu Yuan was wearing sunglasses and a crisp suit. He looks like a thug in a suit. Lu Yuan nodded lightly. He raised his palm and waved it slightly in front of the opponent's machine. Okay, sir, your universal points have been consumed. Please go this way. I wish you a happy journey. The waiter took a look, smiled and nodded to Lu Yuan. Thanks. Lu Yuan passed the entrance and walked towards the depths of the teleportation station. Since igniting the divine fire, he can automatically receive messages from the divine domain interface in his mind. Following the message, we found the teleportation station leading to Wilderness City. As the teleportation station was activated, Lu Yuan's figure completely disappeared in the teleportation channel. When he opened his eyes again, a harsh shout sounded in his ears. Don't stand there, leave quickly, and stand here waiting to die. Lu Yuan opened his eyes subconsciously. Discover. A rough-looking man in uniform shouted towards him. No service attitude at all. Lu Yuan left the teleportation station without speaking. The other party's words made him feel the difference in Wilderness City. Wait until Lu Yuan walked out along the passage. Time. A huge city that is vast and completely covered by vast buildings comes into view. In the sky, figures were flying back and forth. Traveling over the city. That kind of aura doesn't require too much induction to know that it is a god. Certainly. Lu Yuan also saw many demigods. It's here. The rules of the entire main world have been weakened a lot. It can even be ignored. But when Lu Yuan looked up, he saw the exit of the teleportation station. A huge, billboard-like building emerged. Above. Use red text to mark a sentence. Looks extremely eye-catching. Fighting is prohibited in Wilderness City, and violators will be punished with death. This short sentence, extremely bright red, reveals a powerful majesty and domineering power. Under the billboard, there are the words promulgated by the 10 major alliances in the main world. The 10 major alliances in the main world are the 10 most powerful alliances in the main world. The Emerald Alliance is lucky enough to be among these top 10 alliances. But it can only be shot at the end, at the bottom. The regulations promulgated by the 10 major alliances must be followed in Wilderness City. But Lu Yuan also saw some official meaning from this decree. That is, as long as you leave the entire city, then the official life and death will not be responsible. It is indeed a wilderness place. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed and he walked out. Hey, brother, I think this is your first time here? Do you need a guide? As soon as Lu Yuan walked out, a thin and short young man walked over with a smile. I have a lot of connections in Wilderness City. I only need 10,000 points to help you find the most suitable hotel. As he spoke, she winked at himself, showing a strange expression. Hotel. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that he should indeed find a place to stay. After all, he will stay in Wilderness City for a while. All right. Lu Yuan nodded, take me to the nearest 5-star hotel. Well, come with me. The skinny young man was overjoyed when he heard Lu Yuan agreed. He immediately led the way and arrived at the underground parking lot soon. Please get in the car, sir. He opened the car door for Lu Yuan very considerately. Lu Yuan saw this and sat directly in. The vehicle started walking towards the Wilderness City in the distance. What surprised Lu Yuan was, he thought it was just an ordinary vehicle. But as soon as he took 2 steps, he saw the vehicle suddenly rising from the ground. It was flying rapidly towards the distance like a plane. Seeing Lu Yuan's surprised look, the thin young man next to him couldn't help laughing. Sir, this is your first time here. This kind of magical car can go up to the sky and into the earth with very little consumption of magical power, and it is very fast. We all use this for rentals. I see. Lu Yuan nodded and said nothing. He only saw the scenery outside the window rising rapidly. Same. The thin young man in charge of driving kept looking forward, as if he was driving hard. But, gradually, Lu Yuan felt something was not right. With such a rapid flight, even in the huge wilderness city, there should be a 5-star hotel, right? But why does he feel that the car is flying farther and farther away from the wilderness battle? Then, Lu Yuan couldn't help frowning and asked, Master, did you drive a little too far? However, the thin young man who heard Lu Yuan's question did not speak. Instead, a kick of the accelerator made the car speed even faster. Woo! At this moment, the car had turned into a phantom. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the city limits of Wilderness City. Rushed right in. Among the endless mountains in the distance, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. He suddenly understood that the other party wanted to commit murder and gain goods. Oh, Wilderness City is indeed a wilderness city. Lu Yuan smiled coldly and was about to take action. But found. The child has been isolated and blocked by a strange divine power. And at this time, the car just landed. The thin young man ran out of the car without even looking at Lu Yuan. Immediately, Lu Yuan saw 2 figures flying out from outside the car. These 2 people, one fat and the other thin, look ugly. Including the thin young man from before, there were 3 people in total. As soon as he appeared, he flew far into the air. The 3 of them formed horns and locked Lu Yuan in his heart. Come out. New here. The fat man at the head laughed ferociously. Open your divine realm and hand over all the believers, and we can give you a complete corpse. Buzz. Before the fat man could finish his words, Lu Yuan felt a powerful wave of divine power intertwined with each other, pressing down on himself. Clerical suppression. Feeling this fluctuation, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Priesthood suppression, this was the information he had specifically checked before coming here. Generally, on the plane of the domain. Because the god's own divine power is extremely destructive and powerful. So, on the occasion of fighting against powerful gods, some weak gods can be united with each other through the deity's portfolio. Exude powerful divinity, and use this divinity to suppress the opponent's divinity, thereby weakening the power of the other party's clergy. This situation is clerical suppression. Once, clerical suppression took effect. The gods need to constantly control their own divine power to put pressure on the other party. However, the one who resolves the battle is naturally the god or the believer race among them. So, even outside the territory, in most cases, the war between gods begins with the battle between the believers under them. Once the believer is defeated. If the defeated god is defeated, he can still escape with the help of the divine domain. Certainly. Once the summoning channel of the divine space is opened, it is equivalent to telling the other party the coordinates of his own divine domain. By the time, even if you escape back to God's realm, the other party will be able to find you in a short time. Through more powerful clerical power, the divine space can be broken. Find the true form of the deity. Kill the opponent directly. And at this time, the other three, without Lu Yuan being prepared, directly used their joint clerical suppression. Robbing believers. Lu Yuan's lips moved slightly and he whispered these words in a low voice. At the same time, he raised his hand, his white and flawless palm resting on the door armrest. Give it a gentle push. Click. The car door opened. He slowly put down his thigh and got out of the car. His movements were not in a hurry, very slow and gentle. However, in the eyes of these three people, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Ah! Ah! The fat man let out a low roar, and veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes were open as tightly as copper bells. How is it possible? How is it possible? He roared hysterically. The reason for this is, it was because Lu Yuan acted so casually that he actually ignored the clerical suppression of the three of them. Damn it, skinny monkey, didn't you say that he is just a demigod? And he just lit the divine fire. The combined priesthood of the three of us was actually ignored by him. This is impossible. The eyes of the young man called Slender Monkey were also full of disbelief. A trace of fear enveloped his body like a shadow. It made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. I have clearly sensed his aura, but he only has divine fire and no divine personality. If there is no godhead, then, doesn't that mean the divine fire has just been lit? The three of them were a little confused at this moment. However, Lu Yuan got out of the car and leaned on the door casually. Theoretically, this is indeed the case. Li Liao's, Lu Yuan spoke softly, without any fluctuation in his eyes. It's just that it's not what I said theoretically. As soon as he finished the last word, a powerful wave of priestly power rose up from his body. Crack! An invisible voice came, and the expressions of the three people suddenly changed. Because the clerical power they had united together was suddenly shattered by Lu Yuan. No, run away! Almost at the same time, exclamations came from the three people at the same time. Whoosh! I saw three space doors opening from behind the three of them. Subsequently, the three people turned into a ray of light and disappeared in a flash. Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. His clerical power is much stronger than that of the other party. Still can't stop the other party from contacting his own divine space. This is not. The three of them have entered their own divine space at the same time. Lu Yuan can sit back and wait. After all, according to the rules, where you leave, you have to come out. Unless the divine power is enough to break through other space coordinates. Otherwise, you can only hide in the divine space. I don't have that much time to waste with you. A cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Next moment, he raised his hand and shook it, and a divine power flowed out from his fingers. Instantly found the location of the opponent's divine domain. Brush to buy. Lu Yuan's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light that also penetrated into it. Next moment, Lu Yuan saw it in the void space. A divine domain with an area of several thousand hectares is floating in the void. See the situation. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, and his rolling divine power instantly condensed a space gate outside the void. The next moment, it hit the opponent's divine space hard. The invasion of God's domain has begun. Chapter 88. She. The fat man who had just returned was breathing in his own divine space. Just saw a loud noise. A huge crack was instantly knocked out of his own divine space. Alert, your divine space is being invaded. Alert, the intruder is expected to break into the space in 10 minutes. Alert, the countdown has begun, please deploy as soon as possible. Mad. This guy actually dares to chase me. The fat man cursed angrily. The invasion of the divine domain is not based on the strength of the gods, but the history of the believer race. Okay, come here and die, and I will let you know what I know. Boom boom. The huge sound shook the entire divine realm. Soon, a spatial crack thousands of meters long emerged from the void. In the door of space, Lu Yuan's figure was suspended in mid-air. The whole body is surrounded by thunder and flames, looking extremely powerful. Whoosh! He raised his hand and waved, and the door of space suddenly connected to his divine space. The roaring sounds of countless Zerg races came from inside. And at this time, in the opponent's divine space, the earth shook, and an army of countless kobolds and goblins surged in from all directions. Densely packed, at least more than 50,000. At the back, blue-skinned giants with 2 heads, 3 meters tall, stood behind them. Lu Yuan glanced at him. Can't help but be a little surprised. 2-headed ogre magician. This is a very rare ogre race. Unexpectedly, the other party actually had dozens of people. Ouch! A roar sounded, and from the left side, countless frog-like figures holding steel forks suddenly emerged. The frogmen are a race of amphibious believers. They are generally around level 1 to 2. In addition, there is a giant lizard with a head length of 4 meters, flying across the ground. Above the lizard, sat a lizardman warrior holding a spear. Level 3 Monitor Lizard Knight. The number exceeds 5,000. Including miscellaneous other troops, the total number exceeds 100,000. This isn't over yet. At the other end, on the ground on the right, a brown bear warrior with yellow hair wears iron armor and holds a battle axe. Each one is up to level 3. In the rear, there are waves of catfish men holding spears and wearing beards. Densely packed and numerous. A cursory sweep. The 3 directions outside the space rift have been completely enveloped by nearly 300,000 troops. 990. And in the high void above the army, the 3 demigods who had just prepared to rob Lu Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha ha, you ignorant boy, don't you want to invade the divine realm? The fat man laughed arrogantly. Come on, let me see how you can beat the 3 of us. That is, if you don't give us believers, then we will kill all of you. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the thin young man. Without you as a believer, the divine realm will be weakened to the extreme, and the power of the priesthood will also be weakened. When the time comes, let's see how arrogant you still are. Ha ha ha. The 3 people burst into laughter, resounding throughout the entire divine realm. In their view, Lu Yuan's clerical power may be stronger than them. The combined power of the 3 major divine domain believer races is enough to annihilate his big house. A guy who just lit the divine fire, no matter how strong the believer is, what's the use? This is not the first time the 3 of them have done this kind of thing. Believe that your own vision will not make you wrong. However, Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Haha, just in time, since the 3 of you are here, it saves us the trouble. Said. He raised his palm and pressed it downwards. The cold oracle suddenly sounded in the heads of the Zerg army. Leave no one behind. Boom boom. Kill, for the great god of natural disasters, kill. Tear them apart, charge, tear them all apart. Roar. Roar. It turned into a torrent and surged out from the gate of space. Ouch! The first Hydra to rush out was heavily armored and tore apart the Zergling warriors. With a roar, it rushed towards the nearest enemy. Lu Yuan's race of believers. The three of them were stunned at the same time. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, this ugly race also wants to. Before they could finish speaking, they suddenly stopped. Because behind the tearing springtails, the vast and endless Zerg army surged out of the space cracks. No, hurry up, fight back quickly, don't let them rush out of the crack. The fat man screamed in horror. Time. The two-headed ogre magicians began to roar. Above their heads, a huge fireball began to brew. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to over 3 meters in size. Then, while the ogre mage roared, he smashed towards the army of tearing springtails in the distance. Level 3 magic, exploding fireball. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen huge fireballs instantly cut through hundreds of meters of void and landed heavily on the army of tearing springtails. Long live the savage god, our magic! The words success had not yet sounded from the ogre magician's frantic voice. Next moment, they saw that countless Hydra heavy-armed tearing zombie warriors had rushed out of the blazing flames. There is no harm, how is it possible? No, fight back, fight back! Frightened voices sounded one after another from the mouth of the two-headed ogre magician. However, they only heard countless roars coming. The terrifying Zerg army has completely submerged all armies. This time, it is a real battle between gods. The Zerg army, which had been hungry for a long time, began to crazily eat away at all races. The three people watching this scene were so frightened that they fell out of the air. No, no, what kind of monster is this? Why is it so scary? Damn it, skinny monkey, who the hell are you looking for? Maid, you killed us! Run away, run away! Before the three people's exclamations could stop, Lu Yuan's figure has already walked through the door of space. This time, let me see where you are going to escape. Looking at the one-sided situation below, Lu Yuan's foot suddenly stepped on the void. Snapped! There was only one explosion, and his figure instantly disappeared on the spot. No, no, no! The three people immediately fled around. However, before they could escape far, Lu Yuan, who was riding thunder, had already appeared next to Fatty. With a flick of the finger, a flame of destruction flew out from his fingers and fell on the opponent instantly. Ah! A scream like a slaughtered pig sounded from the fat man's mouth. He desperately mobilized his divine power to resist the spread of the flames. However, in less than a second, his poor divine power was completely exhausted. Subsequently, the flames of destruction turned into fire and engulfed him completely. Ah! No, I am not willing to do so. Help! Fatty never thought that he would end up like this. Hint, you killed a demigod. Tip, obtained 13.9 million faith points. Ding! Additional reward for killing, 13.9 million faith points. Ding! Additional reward for killing, priest barbarian. Oh? Did you really lose your priesthood? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, which was pretty much what he had guessed. The system will really drop priests. It's just that this priesthood seems useless, right? Lu Yuan couldn't help but said to himself. It would be great if it could be broken down into the essence of the godhead. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the system prompt sound. Ding! The priestly barbarian has been decomposed, and one cell of essence has been obtained. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the prompt. He didn't expect that the system could actually decompose the priesthood. It's just timely help. Get what you want. Haha, in this case, we can't let these two guys go. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, and with a thought in his mind, his spiritual thoughts instantly spread towards the surrounding space. A mere 1,000 hectares of divine domain area. Under his spiritual thoughts, every detail suddenly appeared. Found it. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth raised slightly, revealing an evil smile. Whoosh! His figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of the thin monkey. Ah, go to hell! When the thin monkey saw Lu Yuan appear, he screamed in fright, and suddenly, a surge of divine power surged out of his body. It turned into a blazing fire and rushed towards Lu Yuan. Fire priesthood! Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, and a thunder flashed out from his palm. Just discharge it with one palm. Crack! The terrifying power of thunder instantly penetrates the opponent's flames and directly penetrates the opponent's body. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the power of thunder exploded, blowing the opponent's body into pieces. Hint: you killed a demigod. Tip: you have gained 7.89 million faith points. Ding! You gained an additional 7.89 million faith points. Ding! You have gained an additional priesthood, ignite. Ignition? Very weak. Lu Yuan shook his head and let the system be disassembled. After doing all this, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the last demigod. No, don't kill me, I beg you. Before Lu Yuan could take action, the last dark-skinned demigod made a puff sound and knelt down in front of Lu Yuan. I am willing to be loyal to you and become your god. After hearing this, Lu Yuan's palm paused slightly. Godly. The so-called godly refers to a god who also has a priesthood and chooses to pay allegiance to another god. Once loyal, the two will enter into a contract. By the time, the other party will become like a slave. The opponent's divine domain will also be entered and exited by the owner at will, and the faith value gained must also be dedicated to the owner. But Lu Yuan just glanced at him and raised his palm. I don't need trash like you. No, I beg you, please go around me. I know an unexplored plane that has not been developed. I can tell you. The dark-skinned man kowtowed repeatedly, fearing that Lu Yuan would kill him in pain. Unexplored plane. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Unexplored planes refer to those that have not yet. There are places discovered and developed by the main world. In places like this, there are often some indigenous races and even the remains of some powerful gods. Once found by yourself, and developed, you can get a lot of resources. This is an absolute treasure trove. What size? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask when he saw this. Seeing Lu Yuan's hand movements pause, the swarthy man suddenly felt relieved and said quickly. This is a microplane, and it is incomplete. I accidentally discovered outside the territory before that the strongest ones inside were no more than level 5. I originally wanted to leave it alone to explore quietly, but I met you before I took action. Is that so? Lu Yuan glanced at him thoughtfully. Give me the coordinates and I'll let you go. No, you have to let me go first before I can tell you the coordinates. Crack! There was a loud noise, and Lu Yuan saw that Fatty's divine realm began to shatter. The gods themselves have fallen, so naturally this kind of divine realm cannot continue. It can only begin to collapse. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, looking at each other with an indifferent expression. You have no choice, just tell me the coordinates and I will let you go. I swear to the god of natural disasters that I will never go back on anything I said. Really? The dark-skinned man looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously, but then he thought that the other party had actually sworn to the gods. He said directly. 300 Lyat. Lu Yuan heard him finish the entire coordinates, and with a thought, he started searching in the god's domain interface. Really? This coordinate is not included in the plane information recorded in the main world. Nodded. With a thought in Lu Yuan's mind, a flame of destruction burned on the opponent's body out of thin air. Ah! No, you you actually dare to go back on your word. As the flames burned, an extremely angry look suddenly appeared on the dark man's face. You just swore an oath to the gods. Yes. Lu Yuan looked at him calmly. The god of natural disasters I swear is myself. Just kidding, I swear to myself, your FG mind is simple enough. Hint, you killed a demigod. Tip, you have gained 7.69 million faith points. Ding. Additional gained, 7.69 million faith points. Ding. I got additional, priesthood growth. Ding. The host triggers a lucky critical strike, and the priest's growth is enhanced to vitality. Good. Lu Yuan did not expect that he could actually obtain the priesthood of vitality. This is good stuff. But now is not the time for fusion, because the surrounding divine realm is collapsing faster and faster. Whoosh! Lu Yuan thought and appeared outside the door of space. Countless Zerg armies began to retreat towards his divine space. Soon after all, the Zerg army completely retreated. Lu Yuan thought and left this divine space. Chapter 89. The space fluctuated, and Lu Yuan's figure emerged from the void. He glanced around and saw that he was still on top of the mountain. Next to it, there is a car that can fly. The robbery was so big that the person didn't have anything to do, and he still got a car for free. He laughed jokingly. Lu Yuan sat directly in the driver's seat of the car. Start the car and drive towards the wilderness city in the distance again. This time, Lu Yuan did not encounter any robbery. It seems this doesn't happen often either. Actually, these three people have always been staring at the stupid young people who have just arrived in Wilderness City. Because most of these people have just ignited the divine fire and feel that their strength is overwhelming. Very confident and low on precautions. And neither is the strength. At that time, as long as they are suppressed by their clergy, everything will be decided by them. In the end, they killed people and divided the spoils, destroying the corpses and destroying all traces. Everything went smoothly. Pity. This time they met Lu Yuan and hit the iron plate. Not only did the robbery fail, but his life was lost. Wilderness City is so cruel. Finally, Lu Yuan found a 5-star hotel and stayed in their top-notch luxury suite. I simply washed up and had dinner. Lu Yuan then sat on the sofa made of 7th order 3-tailed silver fox fur, connected to his divine space. He wants to query the relevant information of this group of unknown coordinates through the God's domain interface. If it goes according to what the Dark Man said. In this microplane, the highest race does not exceed level 5. For him, a demigod, he is completely conquerable. But Lu Yuan did not completely believe what the other party said. Who knows whether the other party deliberately revealed false information to him in order to survive. So, Lu Yuan immediately started searching for the plane map near the coordinates on the God's domain interface. Found out after some research. Many of the surrounding planes are developed planes. The coordinates of this plane should be blocked by the large plane next to it. So, the response rate is still good. Lu Yuan touched his chin. I think I should go take a look. If you miss any ruins or the like, it will be a loss. With a thought, Lu Yuan communicated with his divine space. He was ready to see how much damage this divine war would bring. But who knows? As soon as he entered, he received a series of interface messages. Record, you gained 4.38 million faith points. Record, the Brood Evolution Laboratory has achieved new results. Record, your believers have sent out prayers to you, asking you to examine Zinkengli. Hey? The Evolution Laboratory has actually gained something. Lu Yuan's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect that just now, the Evolution Laboratory would actually produce results again. He swept away his thoughts and looked directly in the direction of the Evolution Laboratory. At the same time, the Oracle also came down. Brother's Nest, I feel your call. Is there anything you can gain? Upon hearing about Lu Yuan's divine domain, the Zerg brood immediately became extremely excited. Subsequently, Abathur's figure emerged. Kneel down and worship devoutly in the direction of Lu Yuan above. The Great Master, your most loyal servant, reports to you. We have obtained the result through genetic evolution experiments on the original hydralisks. If the genes of two hydralisks are fused with each other, a brand new Zerg can be born. Oh? A brand new Zerg? A hint of interest appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. Subsequently, the rolling oracle exploded in Abathur's ears. Show it. As you command. Abathur nodded respectfully, and then mental waves were emitted from his brain. Two transformed hydralisks crawled over quickly from a distance. Subsequently, under Abathur's command, he entered the evolution laboratory next to the Zerg mother nest. Time. Lu Yuan saw that two hydralisks were linked by countless male pages at the same time. A translucent vesicle enveloped them. Genes began to merge, and two complex gene chains merged under the control of the evolution laboratory. Finally, it actually began to mutate. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. This change was actually different from other changes. The two hydralisks combined, after mutation, turned out to be no longer hydralisks. Instead, it turned into a new type of Zerg that was even larger and covered with ferocious thorns. Boom! The bubble burst, and a brand new Zerg crawled out of it. He knelt down in front of Abathur very respectfully. Abathur spoke respectfully into the air. Great Master, this is our most successful evolutionary achievement. The new Zerg no longer has the ability of the hydralisk to spray its spines. But they can attack underground with retractable spines. We call them lurkers. Lurker. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed after hearing this, and he lurked underground to attack. This name is quite appropriate. If the flame thorn demon can also be fused like this, then you will get a more powerful lurker. Abathur, can the flame thorn demon be fused into a lurker? Lu Yuan asked. Reply, Great Master, theoretically, the flame-stinging demon can be merged into a lurker. Very good. Lu Yuan chuckled, if two third-level flame-stabbing demons turn into a fourth-level flame lurker. That is equivalent to advancement in disguise. This is definitely good news for him. Okay, Abathur will let me fuse the flame-sting demon to form an army of 200,000 flame lurkers. As you command, the great god of natural disasters. Abathur nodded respectfully. Next. Lu Yuan stayed in the hotel for the time being without leaving home. Pay attention to the fusion process of these flame-thorn demons every day. At the same time, he also purchased some resource cards specifically for the Zerg mother nest. This allows them to keep breeding more larvae. Supplement synthesis consumption. In the blink of an eye. Nearly 10 days have passed. Finally, under the continuous integration of the evolution laboratory day and night, the army of 200,000 flame lurkers has taken shape. In the realm of gods. Lu Yuan thought and opened the race interface. Name, Flame Lurker. Category Zerg. Stage Level 4. Ability, Enhanced Tearing, Charge, Main, Claw Slashing, Fire Element Immunity to Bacterial Infection, Underwater Breathing, Swimming Proficiency, Endurance Muscles, Night Vision Crushing Jaw. Sacrificial Fire, Thorn of Fire, Main. Life, 22, Vitality is better than ordinary level 4. Strength, 20, standard value of 4th level. Agility, 19, speed slightly increased. Intelligence, 11, it's pretty good if you don't become a madman under the breath of the abyss. Evaluation, lurkers, which are fused from hydralisks, can only stretch out their terrifying spikes when they are underground. Lu Yuan took a look and saw that the overall data had been enhanced. Of course, the most important thing is the additional active ability of ground stab attack. The rest of the abilities originally possessed by the Flamethorn demon have more or less disappeared due to genetic fusion. But this does not hinder the power of the lurker. On the contrary, this allows them to function better underground. The 4th level Hydra tears apart the Zergling heavy warriors, and the 4th level lurker. The 3rd level flame stinging demon, the 3rd level Hydra infection bug. Level 4 poisonous baneling insect. 3rd level alien dragon. Now, the weakest units in Lu Yuan's hands are all tier 3 units. Even the 4th level arms have 3 types. In addition to this, add the 5th level Abathur and the 5th level Yagdra. Lu Yuan felt that his military deployment had reached a very strong level. Even if I face 6th level or even 7th level troops, as long as there are not too many, I can still fight. Lu Yuan muttered to himself and left the hotel directly. He arrived at the teleportation station and was directly teleported to the coordinates of the unexplored plane. Here, I have to talk about the power of the main world. Even the coordinates of the location can reach the sky in an instant under the guidance of the powerful rules of the main world. The reason why no one discovered it was not that they couldn't get there, but that they didn't know. Lu Yuan's figure disappeared in the teleportation station. When he reappeared, he found that he had been transported to a void. The surroundings were lonely and cold. The ground beneath my feet was also desolate, with no life in sight. This is a single transmission, and Lu Yuan can only be sent here. There is no transfer station established here, so there is no way to carry out two-way transfer. By the time, if Lu Yuan wants to go back, you need to find teleportation stations in other nearby planes. In this regard, Lu Yuan is not worried, because most of the planes around the entire main world have established teleportation stations. 0 Please give me flowers, 0. This kind of transfer station is almost as popular as a former gas station. Lu Yuan glanced around and saw grey mountain peaks everywhere. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and a summoning door opened. Subsequently, summon 1,000 ordinary Hydra tearing springtails from among them first. Investigation. Action. I will obey my lord's will. 1,000 Hydra tearing springtails instantly scattered around. Plane exploration itself is a very time-consuming matter. Even in a broken plane, the extent of his family is beyond imagination. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. Wander around freely, quietly waiting for news from the distance. Suddenly, half an hour later, Lu Yuan suddenly sensed that news of a battle was coming from his tier in the southeast direction. Found it! Lu Yuan's body moved and flew towards the direction of the distant Springtail sensor. Moment. When he appeared hundreds of miles away, he saw at a glance that hundreds of thousands of undead armies were gathering in the direction of tearing apart the springtails under the continuous mountains. Is this a plane of the undead? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. No wonder there was no life around him. It turned out that he had been swallowed by the undead. With a thought, a huge summoning door suddenly appeared from behind. The undead are a powerful race also known as natural disasters. Now they finally collided with the Zerg army also called the Scourge. Charge! Charge! Abathur shouted. 0. A steady stream of Zerg armies rushed out from the summoning door. It only takes a moment to turn into a torrent and collide head-on with the undead army. Ouch! Crack, click, click. Amidst the roar, the Hydra's heavily armored tearing zombie warrior rushed forward and smashed into pieces the skeleton soldiers in the front row who were only at level 1. In their heads, the soul fire keeps beating, and they want to reassemble their bodies. However, before he could react, he was trampled to death by another tearing springtail. The first level skeleton soldiers faced off against the 4th level tearing springtails, and they were professionals. There is no comparison between the two. Come on, for the great god of natural disasters. Under the command of Abathur and Yagdra, the hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers on the front were dissipating at a rapid speed. Lu Yuan looked calmly into the distance. He always felt that there was a powerful aura emerging from the depths. Are there wild gods? Lu Yuan whispered to himself. If it was really a wild god, he would have to be extra careful. At this moment, sudden, a powerful wave of divine power came from the distance. Ouch! An invisible roar suddenly sounded from the void. This is a mental wave. I saw. The moment this wave of fluctuation emerged, countless undead armies began to go crazy. Skeleton soldiers rushed towards Lu Yuan's army like a tide. And in the rear, new arms began to appear. Ghouls, zombies, skeleton warriors. These have all become tier 2 arms. And the number has almost exceeded 500,000. All over the mountains and plains. Humph, do you want to compare your consumption with me? Lu Yuan sneered. The undead are said to be overwhelming in numbers. But his Zerg are not vegetarians either. Lu Yuan's eyes subconsciously looked towards Abathur below. I saw. There was no need for him to speak. Abathur has noticed something unusual. Suddenly, a mental wave spread across the battlefield. The heavy-armed warriors in the front row slowed down the advancement, the flame-thorn demons in the back row output, and the flame spines spray like crazy. Mucus flowed from his mouth, and his huge compound eyes shone with excitement. Those damn undead creatures have zero resistance to fire. Come on, it's time for us to fight for the great god of natural disasters. Abathur's roar sounded in the minds of all Zerg. With the power of telepathy similar to that of the brood, he is destined to be a master tactician. The absolute commander of the battlefield. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and nodded secretly. Having such an existence saves him the trouble of opening his own mouth. Swish, swish, swish. The moment Abathur's words rang out, countless flame spines turned into rain curtains and fell one after another towards the void in the distance. Time. Countless ghouls, zombies, and even skeleton warriors have encountered terrible nightmares. Chapter 90. Call out. A blazing spine of flames fell from mid-air. Just a soft sound was heard, and it instantly penetrated the simple armor on the head of the skeleton warrior. The flames rose and instantly ignited the entire warrior, turning them into a pile of bones. Arrows rained down from the sky. The same scene was happening everywhere on the entire battlefield of the undead. Among all level 2 arms, except for zombies, which can withstand 1 or 2 attacks with their complete bodies. The rest won't last long at all. In less than half an hour, most of the 500,000 strong army had been wiped out. It seemed that deep down, the mysterious existence also felt the changes on the battlefield. Ouch! Screams came from the depths again. Hiss! A series of low neighing sounds sounded. Next moment, Lu Yuan only felt the earth tremble. Countless shrill wails came from the distant mountains. Immediately afterwards, grey bats with a wingspan of more than 2 meters flew from the mountains. Transformed into an air force, it flew towards the Zerg army in the distance with a black mass. Hey? This is an undead bat. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, seeming a little confused about this undead creature. They appear to have bat-like wings. But its body has a human-like shape, except for its head, which looks similar to that of a bat. Turn on race information. With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan spoke directly to the system. Suddenly, information about this bat emerged. Name, Gargoyle. Category Undead. Stage 3 RD level. Ability, Flame 597 Immunity, Roaring Sound Wave, Main, Petrification, Main. Life, 14, HP is not their strong point. Strength, 12, slightly stronger than a level 2 warrior. Agility, 18, extremely fast. Intelligence, 5, low. Evaluation, the monsters resurrected from the stone statues through undead magic can not only attack the air, but also the ground. They don't know pain and fatigue. They will not stop killing except to pieces. It's a gargoyle. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. He had an impression of this undead creature. Because it was transformed into a stone statue, its resistance to fire spells was very high. But their weaknesses are also very fragile. That is because its health value is not high, and it is under the concentrated fire attack. It is easy to break directly. Brokenness represents death. So, Lu Yuan directly passed the oracle to Abathur. Suddenly, Abathur roared. A huge army of alien dragons rushed out from the summoning door. He walked towards the gargoyle in the distance and won. Gather the fire, and spread it out. Abathur roared. Instantly spread the mental fluctuations in your brain. For a moment, he seemed to have transformed into countless alien dragons and dispersed them into small groups. Every creation. 10 alien dragons attacked one gargoyle at the same time. Boo-hoo! The flaming blade insect flew through the air and hit a gargoyle with great accuracy. Click! There was a loud noise, and the fragile body of the gargoyle exploded under the attack of the blade insect. The death of a gargoyle immediately arouses the ferocity of the other gargoyles. They subconsciously wanted to speed up and rush towards the attacking alien dragon. But after the first round of volley, the Mutalosaurus team inadvertently turned over and fell rapidly downwards. At this time, the second team in the rear had already prepared its blade insects and started to attack. And so on. Attack, fall, flip. Attack, fall, flip. The terrible organization and coordination were revealed at this moment. In just a few minutes of contact, as many as 100,000 of the hundreds of thousands of gargoyles on the opposite side were shot away. However, our own alien dragon army lost less than 3,000. Hee hee. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and suddenly folded his hands. Let the war speed up. I saw him raise his hand a little. A wave of divine power emerged. Next moment, an icy force enveloped tens of thousands of gargoyles in the sky. The priesthood is frozen and activated. Tens of thousands of gargoyles only felt the coldness all over their bodies suddenly became intense, and then their whole bodies became sluggish due to the coldness. The activation of the priesthood requires the consumption of a large amount of divine power. On the battlefield, divine power is the greatest reliance of gods. Generally speaking, gods will not use their powers easily unless absolutely necessary. Because, in case one's own divine power is consumed too much, and the other's god takes action again, then the risk of his own death greatly increases. But Lu Yuan has now discovered it, and he doesn't know why. The existence hidden in the depths cannot come at all. So, he just planned to use a little bit of his divine power to suppress the gargoyle with his frozen power. Puff puff. Under the suppression of the frozen power, the already fragile gargoyle quickly died under the opponent's volley. Soon, the entire gargoyle army was lost by half. Ouch! At this time, the presence that stretched out seemed a little anxious. Sharp fluctuations came again. Boom boom boom. Sudden. I saw the earth shaking, and dark caves collapsed on countless mountains. Lu Yuan then saw huge spiders with a body length of more than 3 meters crawling out of the cave. Ouch! A sharp roar came from their mouths. As soon as he appeared, he opened his mouth and spit out the alien dragon army in the sky. Call out! I saw a thick, arrow-like mucus shot out quickly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a white spider web that opened in mid-air. In just one move, an alien dragon was caught in the net. The alien dragon caught in the spider web fell down instantly. Hey! Cryptodemon! Lu Yuan took a closer look and couldn't help but think of an undead creature. This kind of creature was originally an ordinary beast creature. But under the corruption of the power of the undead, he was successfully transformed into an undead creature and a crypt demon. It has the ability to spit out spider webs from a distance, and it can also spit out arrow-like spider silk with strong penetrating ability. Can perform remote attacks. Obviously. The mysterious being also felt the trouble of Lu Yuan's air force and came up with countermeasures. Hey, ground troops! Lu Yuan waved his hand. In the summoning door, figures burning with flames rushed out. Their speed was extremely fast, like a torrent of flames instantly rushing towards the crypt demon in the distant mountains. Flame-tearing demon. This is a light armored warrior specially modified by Lu Yuan. Fast and lethal. Especially, with the improvement of having wings of flame. Their speed is simply amazing. From a distance, it looked like countless flying sparks falling on countless crypt demons in an instant. Brush. Seeing a figure approaching, the Earth 6 demon started waving its two huge spears. The scimitar-like Cuneo turned into an afterimage and swept towards the flame-tearing demon. These two front eagles are also the melee weapons of the crypt demon. Once it hits, the flames will tear apart the demon's fragile body, which can be fatal. However, at the moment when the crypt demon was about to sweep away, the figure of the flame-tearing demon suddenly dwarfed, lying on the ground as if crawling. He narrowly avoided the sweep of his front pincers. And then, their bodies tumbled. With the help of the power of its wings, it suddenly shot up from the ground. He jumped and landed on the crypt demon. Puff! The flaming dagger instantly penetrated into the crypt demon's brain, completely tearing its soul fire apart. After finishing all this, the flame-tearing demon flashed towards the second crypt demon without any pause. Kill one person in 10 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles, brush away your clothes when the matter is over, and hide your merit and fame. Such an extremely chic gesture, if you put aside the ugly appearance. He has the appearance of a cold-blooded assassin. The Zerg knows martial arts, and the demons can't stop them. The power of the flame tearing apart demons appeared without any suspense at this moment. Ouch! Angry, the existence deep down was completely angry. He did not expect that the powerful armies he sent one after another would be restrained. Suddenly, a series of angry roars came from the depths. Subsequently, boom boom boom. The earth trembled more violently. Lu Yuan suddenly discovered that a huge army of undead began to rush down from the mountains. Densely packed, more than hundreds of thousands? So many? Is this going to launch a general attack? Lu Yuan took a closer look. A fat man nearly 4 meters tall walked in the front. 0. They are the human shields and abominations among the undead army. These hatreds have suddenly grown to the 4th level. And below, there are countless ghouls and zombies. It turned into a tide and surged towards the Zerg army. Not only that. At the rear, Lu Yuan also saw a more powerful Death Knight. The whole body is covered in heavy armor, and a warhorse burning with the fire of death under its crotch roars and gallops. The 5th level is actually a 5th level race. This isn't over yet. Behind the undead army, necromancers holding staffs and withered bodies appeared. The scepters in their hands were raised high, and a powerful wave of undead magic suddenly appeared. Next moment, Lu Yuan saw the undead army in the distance, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Level 4 Necromantic Magic, Evil Frenzy. Lu Yuan's expression condensed. He didn't expect that there was such a presence among the undead army. These necromancers are all of the 4th level, and their number has exceeded 10,000. How powerful is the magical power unleashed by 10,000 necromancers? Just look at the millions of undead army whose combat effectiveness has increased by nearly 20%. However, this isn't over yet. The necromancer who had unleashed his evil fervor actually raised his staff again. Click, click, click. The earth cracked open, and countless skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and zombies crawled out of the ground. It was so densely packed that it was hard to see the quantity. Now, In just a few minutes, the entire earth has turned into a sea of undead. Humph! That guy seems to want me to come here to explore. Lu Yuan suddenly thought of the dark man. What the other person said is indeed true. He just ignored the terrifying number of undead here. Lu Yuan guessed that the other party told him because he wanted him to come over to explore rashly and be surrounded by the undead army. Even died here. At first, the reason why he did not explore directly. Maybe it's because the number of this undead army is too terrifying. Sea of skeletons, abomination, death knight, necromancer. Even if a god with divine status is here, I am afraid that his divine power will be exhausted before he can finish killing him. But pity. They met Lu Yuan. Facing so many undead, his expression didn't waver at all. Below, one after another, Zerg with sharp thorns all over their bodies crawled out of the summoning door. Their whole bodies were burning with flames, like messengers from the abyss. As soon as he appeared, he rushed directly to the front row. In front of the undead army, get into the ground. Flame Lurker. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally took out his trump card. All the 5.1 Zerg armies began to retreat, creating a space for the Flame Lurker to take action. Tisk. The moment the undead entered the range, countless thorns burning with flames rushed out from the ground, penetrating their bodies and igniting their souls without any qualms. Shishi. On the battlefield that stretched for who knows how many kilometers, such a strange scene appeared. Countless skeleton soldiers and the undead army have not yet rushed forward. Countless sharp thorns rushed out from the ground, causing them to fall down one after another. Occasionally, the undead that were missed were completely killed by the Zerg army behind them. And from beginning to end, they could only watch in confusion as their bodies were completely pierced by the sharp thorns emerging from Songwu underground. The situation was completely controlled by Lu Yuan in less than half an hour. He also didn't expect that these lurkers could be so terrifying. Right. Such a killer lurking underground can attack you anytime and anywhere. And you can only watch helplessly. No idea where they are. Despair and helplessness are not enough to describe the mood of the undead army. What's even more frightening is that when the lurkers are not attacking, they can continue to move forward underground. Such a steady stream of attacks continues to advance forward. There is simply no solution. But the existence deep in the distance seems not to be reconciled to this. Just listen to a long roar. Sudden. An angry dragon roar sounded from deep in the mountains. Chapter 91. Ouch! This angry low roar came. I saw a terrifying creature with a wingspan of more than 30 meters rising from the mountains. Hooray! Its wings spread out, bringing with it a storm of death. As soon as he opened his mouth and spat out, Haikau's terrifying dragon's breath spewed towards the earth below. This dragon's breath is extremely terrifying. It landed on the ground and penetrated directly into the ground. In an instant, all the flame lurkers who were sprayed were completely dead. It's actually a bone dragon? And it's still level 9. Lu Yuan's pupil shrank, he didn't expect that the other party had such a trump card. The 9th level bone dragon can no longer be described as ordinary strength. Just the strong bones and the almost immortal fire of the soul. Just a slight vomit can cause horrific damage. Do you need me to take action? Lu Yuan whispered to himself. This was not what he wanted. Because, once you take action, even if you can kill, it will also consume your divine power. And deep in the mountains, that mysterious existence has not yet revealed its true identity. So, Lu Yuan took a look and saw that he still had 2 drops of divine power left. Until the end, it cannot be used easily. Roar! The 9th level bone dragon roared and rushed towards more flame lurkers. If it really gets rampant, I'm afraid, no one can restrain him. Legitimate. When Lu Yuan was thinking about how to solve the bone dragon, below, Abathur's spiritual roar resounded among the Zerg. "Attack, alien dragon army, give it to me!" In mid-air, the alien dragon army that had swept across the gargoyles began to charge towards the bone dragon. However, their blade insects hit the bone dragon's body. It's no different than scratching an itch. The level difference between the two is too far, and there is no way to produce any effect. But Abathur's tactics don't stop there. Under the continuous bombardment of the alien dragon army, it indeed attracted the attention of the bone dragon. Suddenly, it roared angrily and began to attack the alien dragon. At the same time, boom boom boom! In the mountains in the distance, the ground suddenly rolled, and figures of infected insects rushed out from 30 feet below. Subsequently, nerve paralysis activates instantly. Boo-hoo! Their mouth parts are not aimed at bone dragons. Instead, they all fell on the remaining crypt demons in the distance. For a moment, countless spores spread from the mouth parts and directly entered the crypt demon's brain. Just as the crypt demon was about to struggle, he saw clumps of fungus emerging from his body. Fungal growth. This is a combo skill. Take direct control of the other party. Soon. Less than a minute. More than 10,000 crypt demons were successfully controlled. At this time, their ferocious spider heads suddenly raised. The 8 compound eyes simultaneously locked onto the bone dragon, which was still killing in mid-air. Whoosh whoosh! Countless cobwebs were spit out at this moment. At the same time, it enveloped the bone dragon. Ouch! Damn it, are you crazy? The bone dragon only felt his body sink suddenly, and countless spider webs piled up and naturally dragged it down from mid-air. It never imagined that it was an almost top-notch existence among undead creatures. He was actually pulled down by the crypt demon's spider web. But how could the extremely strong bone dragon allow itself to be restrained by these tattered spider webs? So, the moment it landed, its strong wings and sharp claws began to rise from the ground again. It wants to tear apart these bonds and show off its power on the battlefield. Crack! Countless spider webs broke under the terrifying power. Watching. The bone dragon's body is about to fly up from the earth again. But right now. Whoosh! Countless spider webs fell from the sky again. Another 10,000 crypt demons took action again. Ouch! The bone dragon that had just struggled to get up was once again held in place in humiliation. At the same time, more cobwebs fell towards it like a rain curtain. Completely glue its body. Boom boom! On the ground, the poisonous baneling insects that had been hiding for a long time finally broke out of the ground at this moment. They charged towards the bone dragon without hesitation, slaughtering the opponent's body and then exploding directly. Tisk! Corrosive and strong acid venom was splashed on the bone dragon's body. A thin layer of white mist emerged. Bone dragon felt the changes on his body and didn't care at all. After all, compared to its powerful body, this little damage is simply insignificant. However, it never expected that more and more poisonous insects would start charging towards it. Countless corrosive acids continued to explode at this moment. Boom boom boom! If one doesn't work, just 2. If 2 doesn't work, then 10. Then hundreds, then even tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of poisonous baneling insects exploded on the bone dragon's body. At this time, bone dragon finally felt something was wrong. Its bones finally cracked under the continuous acid corrosion. It is still expanding. If this continues, no matter how strong he is, he will be defeated. So, he was anxious. Ouch! The roar resounded, and it tried desperately to struggle. But what was waiting for him was just more cobwebs covering him. If the infected insect army, which has controlled nearly 100,000 crypt demons, can make the bone dragon fly, that's just plain idiotic. Crack! With a crisp sound, the bone dragon's wings were broken. He zombies have the ability to fly. At the same time, countless Hydra heavy armors tore apart the Springtail warriors and swarmed towards the bone dragon. Click, click, click. The bone dragon, which was tens of meters long, was completely submerged by tens of thousands of Hydra tearing Springtails. Even if you chew it, you can break it into pieces bit by bit. Ouch! In the end, the huge bone dragon collapsed with a shrill scream. Lu Yuan, who saw this scene in the distance, raised his hand and waved. Take that soul fire into your hands. Although he can't use this kind of power, if he can sell it for money, you can also exchange for a lot of general points. The fall of the bone dragon caused the entire battlefield to completely collapse. The mighty Zerg army began to frantically harvest the remaining undead. Less than an hour. This war is completely over. Countless bones and heads were scattered on the battlefield. It looked extremely tragic. Lu Yuan's eyes swept across the battlefield. If it weren't for him having an extremely large Zerg army in this battle, he wouldn't be able to fight. I can't stand it at all. And at the last moment, Abathon's precise judgment and reaction directly helped the crypt demon to kill the bone dragon. This was something he didn't expect. It seems that we need to train Abathur as a master tactician in the future. Lu Yuan made up his mind and prepared to train Abathur well. Simply cleaned up the mess. Some seriously injured Zerg were ordered by Lu Yuan to take them to the divine space. With the help of the creep land, even if you are seriously injured, you can recover slowly. In this way, the consumption of one's own followers will be greatly reduced. Lu Yuan's eyes finally looked deeper. That mysterious wave did not appear after the bone dragon was killed. Set off. With a thought, Lu Yuan ordered all the Zerg to surge towards the depths of the mountains. As a god, you must put your own safety first at all times. No matter how many believers die, as long as you are still there, you can rise again. So, the numerous Zerg began to become Lu Yuan's pioneers. I saw waves of Zerg surging towards the depths of the mountains. Finally, after half an hour, after climbing over several continuous mountains, Lu Yuan saw a huge canyon. The canyon was empty. Because all the undead creatures have been wiped out by Lu Yuan. Sudden. Lu Yuan's eyes condensed. In the deepest part of the canyon, he saw a big dry tree. And on top of the big tree, branches like vines were wrapped around the figure of a woman. Hey? Could it be that divine wave is this woman? Lu Yuan moved and rushed straight towards the canyon. Soon, he appeared in front of the old dry tree. Take a closer look. The woman entangled in the branches was originally wearing a dark green robe. However, it is now in dilapidated condition. No matter how hard it is, I can't completely force my body. It can be seen through these gaps. This woman has a good figure, with long straight legs and well-proportioned legs. Perfect. But at this moment, those vines are wrapped around it, looking quite strange. And his eyes moved slowly upward along his thighs. Skip some of the exaggerated ups and downs. Finally, Lu Yuan saw this woman's face. The crescent-shaped eyebrows on the extremely delicate Guizi face were tightly knitted. The appearance is extremely good, and what surprised Lu Yuan even more. She has a pair of long pointed ears. Elf? No, she is not the undead. Lu Yuan's expression changed and he subconsciously looked towards the ancient tree. At this moment, the ancient tree, which was originally silent and breathless, suddenly opened its eyes. That's right, just open your eyes. On its trunk, which is more than 10 meters thick, 2 eyes with cracked bark suddenly appeared. Below, there is an extremely ferocious mouth. The mouth opened wide, revealing a black hole in the mouth. It's like it leads into a bottomless abyss, with no end in sight. At this moment, an extremely ear-piercing scream rushed out from the big mouth. Ouch! Lu Yuan felt his mind tremble, and his whole body seemed to be pulled into a bottomless abyss. An unprecedented level of horror and fear spread. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and the hidden divine power in his body began to burn. Subsequently, his night demon priesthood began to function unknowingly. Nightmare, apart from darkness, is a nightmare. Put people into panic. Lu Yuan only felt that his divine power collided with the opponent's. The whole person suddenly woke up from that state. As soon as he opened his eyes. Just see it. In front of him, branches as dark as ink and twisted with knots were facing him. Swept over. Just a little bit. You can completely wrap yourself up. Whoosh. Lu Yuan's figure disappeared from the place instantly. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of meters away. Hey? You actually broke my nightmare power so quickly. A feeling of surprise came from the mouth of the dry ancient tree. Lu Yuan stood in mid-air, and with a thought, he directly asked the system to check the other party's information. Name, Necromantic Nightmare Sacred Tree. God name, God of the Dead. Faith value, 11.2 million. Rank, Semi-977 God. Sacred Fire, Ignite. Supernatural Power, 0 drop, 58 rays. Priest, Illusion, Nightmare, Devouring. Evaluation: the ancient nightmare tree that originally grew in the domain of the undead gods gradually absorbed the godhead and priesthood of the undead gods after their death, and became what it is now. Is it the ancient nightmare tree? Lu Yuan saw the message prompt and finally reacted. This ancient tree itself is a legendary holy object, especially if it is planted in the divine domain. The nightmare breath it invisibly releases can deepen the faith of believers and allow them to become more pious. This provides more faith value. Only because of the death of the god, this ancient nightmare tree began to absorb the power of the god. Not only did he inherit the opponent's godhead and priesthood, but he also commanded such a huge army of undead. But Lu Yuan guessed that the god was probably not a powerful god. Otherwise, it would not be so easily inherited by a legendary creature. Boom boom. While Lu Yuan was deep in thought, the earth shook. Thick tree roots rushed out from the ground. Like giant black pythons, they whipped towards Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan's figure only dodged slightly, and then he dodged directly. Boo-hoo! Seeing Lu Yuan move away, countless tree roots shot out like lightning again, like a huge tree net, covering Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. About to take action. But at this moment, sudden, a piercing scream suddenly sounded from the mouth of the nightmare ancient tree. The ones that originally rushed out suddenly shrank and stopped attacking. Ah! Damn it, you hateful woman, do you want to escape? At this moment, only then did Lu Yuan realize that the elf woman who had been bound by the ancient nightmare tree suddenly began to struggle violently. A natural divine power bloomed from her body. I want to break free. Only, she seems to be extremely important to the ancient nightmare tree. As a result, the ancient nightmare tree would rather not attack Lu Yuan but restrain her. Ah! The elf demigod let out a scream and was severely bound by branches again. She exhausted all her divine power and forced a little space. There were sounds of pleading for Lu Yuan. Powerful demigod, please help me. As long as you help me contain this ancient tree, I can break free. When the time comes, what kind of reward will I be willing to pay? The voice was melodious and elf-like. But Lu Yuan listened, but his eyes were indifferent. Save you? Yes, then you have to sign a contract with me and become my god. Chapter 92. What? To be your god? After hearing Lu Yuan's words, the demigod couldn't help but change his expression and became a little distracted. It is this brief distraction. Let the ancient nightmare tree gain the upper hand again. Ah! The elf female demigod screamed, struggled, and looked at Lu Yuan. Okay, I promise you, please take action. At this time, she had no other choice, so she immediately agreed to Lu Yuan's conditions. However, Lu Yuan stood far away, but had no intention of taking action. Since you agreed, let's sign the contract, he said in a very calm tone. What? Now? Ah! Can't you wait for me to escape? The elf demigod couldn't help but exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan asked her to sign the contract so quickly. However, after Lu Yuan heard this, he snorted coldly. Without even saying a word, he turned around and left. Joke. He had just seen the elf demigod's plan from the meaning of the other party's words. She just wanted to use the trick and let Lu Yuan save her first. After escaping, Lu Yuan is 100% sure that the other party will not agree to become his god. Because once you become a god, it means that your life and death are controlled by others. There is no way to have freedom anymore. An ordinary god would never agree. So, just as Lu Yuan guessed, this female elf demigod was nothing more than a coward, trying to find a way out. But Lu Yuan didn't give her a chance. Whoosh! Lu Yuan moved and walked hundreds of meters away. And his figure didn't even pause at all. Seeing that Lu Yuan is really gone, the elf female demigod suddenly became anxious. Wait a minute, I promise you, I will make a contract with you now. She spoke hurriedly, fearing that Lu Yuan would really leave. For a moment, the elf female demigod began to sing. Your Majesty, the great god of creation, I, the elf goddess, Viviantina, am willing to serve. Her words came to this. Lu Yuan timely transmitted a spiritual thought into her mind. The elf female demigod suddenly understood. Continued. Be loyal to the great god of natural disasters, Lu Yuan, and become his god from now on. Buzz. As the last word fell, an inexplicable force came from the void. That is the law of order left by the creator god. Once the contract is made, no god can break it. Buzz. An inexplicable fluctuation appeared, only for a moment, and then disappeared. Subsequently, Lu Yuan felt that his soul was completely connected with the elf demigod in front of him. As long as he makes a thought, he can control the other person's life and death. At the same time, you can also enter and exit the opponent's divine domain at will. In other words, the other party has no secrets at all in front of him. Tip: you have gained the allegiance of the elf goddess. Tip: you have a god. Tip: in the divine domain, half of the faith points gained every year will be given to you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting an extra reward, doubled faith value. When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately laughed. In this way, he has a god and does not have to do anything at all. You can directly have the source of faith value. The other party wants to give half of it to himself, but he can only get half. With the system's bonus, Lu Yuan was able to gain full faith value. It is equivalent to having all the faith values of the other party. The other party can only own half. This account is simply much more cost-effective than killing her. Feeling that her contract has been completed, Viviantina seems to have accepted her fate. After all, once the contract comes into effect, no one can cancel it unless the creator god appears. Master, please save me quickly, my divine power has been exhausted. If you continue, you will be unable to hold on. At this moment, the elf goddess started asking for help directly towards Lu Yuan. Now that the contract has been completed, naturally, Lu Yuan would not let it go. I saw. He took one step forward and appeared in front of the nightmare ancient tree again. Swish! Before Lu Yuan could take action, countless black python-like sticks burst out of the ground. It swept towards Lu Yuan in mid-air. Just. If it hadn't been for the interference from the elf goddess, it might have succeeded. Oh, damn human being, do you think you can defeat me? Simply wishful thinking. Watch how I tear you apart. Boo-hoo. A sound broke through the air. The black tree roots shrouded Lu Yuan like a sky curtain. However, Lu Yuan's forward figure did not stop at all. However, a flame suddenly burst out from his body. Puff! With a slight sound, the flames turned into waves and spread towards the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a flame armor and completely enveloped Lu Yuan. Laugh! As soon as many tree roots touched the flame, they immediately let out painful wails. An incomparable burning pain emerged from above. Ah, damn it, what kind of flame are you doing? The ancient nightmare tree couldn't help but scream. The flames of destruction. Lu Yuan spat out 4 words and waved his palm. Suddenly, a burst of flames of destruction turned into a pillar of fire and penetrated directly through the ancient nightmare tree. Ah! No! Don't! Save me, I am willing to be your god. Please, please! Crack! Before the struggling sound of the ancient nightmare tree could be heard, its entire trunk had been burned into a blazing flame. The branches that originally bound the elf goddess were also completely twisted. Whoosh! The elf goddess struggled out and ran to a very far distance, whereupon the group stopped. Standing in mid-air, she looked at the ancient semi-god nightmare tree that was burned to ashes, and she couldn't help but feel a deep fear of Lu Yuan's strength. Lord, Master is actually so strong. She originally thought that the other party was just a demigod who had just lit the divine fire. But he never expected that such a powerful divine power zone as the flame of destruction could be erupted. Maybe it's not necessarily a bad thing for me to be his god. The elf goddess couldn't help but become thoughtful. Just as she was thinking about it, the system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! You killed an undead nightmare tree. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a nightmare tree heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the priesthood illusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the clerical nightmare. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the priesthood of devouring. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard these tips. Very good. This time it was a bumper harvest. Not only did he obtain the heart of an ancient nightmare tree, he also obtained 3 priesthoods. Needless to say, the tree heart of the ancient nightmare tree. If the tree heart is placed in the divine domain, a sapling of the ancient nightmare tree can grow. The existence of an ancient nightmare tree can enhance the power of believers' faith. But this has no effect on Lu Yuan. His followers are born fanatics and do not need anyone to watch them. So, the heart of this nightmare ancient tree was of little use to him. Certainly, if not planted, it can also be used as the essence of trees and plants. Also priceless. In addition to this, there are 3 priesthoods. Nightmare overlaps with his night demon priesthood. So, Lu Yuan chose to break it down into the essence of the godhead. The remaining 2 types, illusion and swallowing, were retained by Lu Yuan. Needless to say, fantasy. Devouring Lu Yuan checked the introduction specifically. Swallow, restore one's own health by swallowing the essence of life. Originally, Lu Yuan thought that this so-called swallowing could enhance his divine power by swallowing the essence of life. But I found out after taking a closer look. That's not what I meant. But even so, able to restore its own vitality through devouring. This priesthood is also very powerful. To know. In times of crisis, not only divine power is consumed, but one's own life attributes will also be affected. For example, if you are seriously injured, it would be a waste to expend your divine power to recover yourself. But if you can swallow the life essence to restore your own health, you can greatly save the consumption of divine power. Same. If you can devour, you can give. If used well, the role of this priesthood is very huge. After figuring out your gains. At this time, the elf goddess in the distance also descended from the void. When he appeared in front of Lu Yuan again, the original tattered green robe had disappeared and was replaced by an intact green dress that looked like leaves. Came to Lu Yuan's side. The other party knelt down on one knee and said thoughtfully to Lu Yuan. Subordinates meet their master. Get up. Lu Yuan raised his hand and said casually. This elf goddess is now completely his, so there is no need to be on guard. How did you end up like this? Why were you caught by this nightmare ancient tree? Lu Yuan was a little confused, but couldn't be sure. Returning to the master, there was an ancient elf tree in my divine space that was damaged due to a divine battle and began to wither. I originally wanted to look for some tree essence to see if it could be repaired, and accidentally discovered this broken plane. At that time, all the undead here were already hiding. It didn't catch my attention. The elf goddess explained. I just happened to find this ancient nightmare tree. At that time, it was not like this, but changed into the appearance of the ancient elf tree I was looking for. I didn't expect to find a new ancient elf tree so smoothly. Without thinking much, he approached directly. Who knows? A hint of fear appeared on the face of the elf goddess. When I got closer, this ancient nightmare tree directly released the power of nightmare on me and attacked me at the same time. I only had time to resist for a moment before I was overpowered by it. Then it was wrapped around the branches and began to absorb my life force. I tried to escape several times but failed. Lu Yuan couldn't help but nodded after hearing this. Because this ancient nightmare tree has absorbed the godhead, its own divine power is very powerful. It's a pity that it met itself. I am already immune to clergy such as illusions and nightmares. In addition, his clergy is powerful. Only then was it killed. By the way, is your ancient elf tree revived now? Lu Yuan thought for a while and suddenly asked. Oh, back to the master, no. The elf goddess sighed. If it is not repaired, it will probably wither completely. Once there is no ancient elf tree, all my elf believers will lose their vitality supply and gradually die. Hearing the words, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but speak. I'm going to visit your divine domain. As he spoke, with a thought in his mind, he instantly connected to the divine space of the elf goddess. With a flash of his body, he rushed into it and disappeared. When the elf goddess saw this, she followed her closely. Lu Yuan's figure appeared in the divine space of the elf goddess. He glanced around and discovered that the entire god's domain space was less than 10,000 hectares. The sky is blue and the sun is shining brightly. Below, the green trees are lush and endless. In the center of the entire divine domain, an ancient tree with a height of tens of meters and an extremely thick body was exuding an aura of malaise. Nyohao, oh! Lu Yuan moved and appeared in front of this ancient elf tree. Wow! Seeing Lu Yuan's appearance, many pointed-eared elves knelt down towards Lu Yuan. They have instinctively feared Lu Yuan. Good, pure nature spirits meet the great gods. Tens of thousands of nearby elves all spoke respectfully towards Lu Yuan. At this time, the elf goddess appeared in the divine realm shortly after. All believer races in the divine domain listen, see the great god of natural disasters. Her oracle resounded throughout the entire divine space. Suddenly, millions of believers in the divine realm knelt down in the direction of Lu Yuan. Tip: God-believing races contribute a lot of faith value. Tip: the gods have gained a total of 1.56 million faith points. Tip: you have gained 780,000 faith points. Ding! The faith value is doubled. At this moment, Lu Yuan ignored the system prompts. He looked at the ancient elf tree in front of him, and suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Priesthood vitality, activated. Buzz. I saw Lu Yuan point one hand, and suddenly a life force condensed by divine power was transformed. Next moment, it turned into little bits of light and merged into the ancient elf tree. Seeing this scene, the elf goddess and many elves couldn't help but look puzzled. I don't know what Lu Yuan wants to do. However, before their thoughts dissipated, they saw that the originally dry and withered ancient elf tree suddenly trembled. A strong vitality suddenly emanated from it. Ah, I feel rejuvenated. An extremely excited voice came from the face of the ancient elf tree. For a moment, the whole place was shaken. Chapter 93. Is this fixed? The elf goddess looked at Lu Yuan in shock. How many priesthoods does my master have? Granting vitality to others, isn't this a power that nature gods can possess? But she clearly remembers that Lu Yuan is the god of natural disasters. A natural disaster doesn't look like a natural e-paper, does it? It's not just her. Even all the elves next to him were lying on the ground in shock, shouting Lu Yuan's divine name loudly in his mouth. I was simply shocked beyond measure. The ancient elven tree is their most important support and the source of life. Natural elves, as long as they lack the natural power of the ancient elven trees, not only will their strength decline, but they will also die. Lu Yuan didn't pay too much attention to everyone's reaction. Just at the moment when the ancient elf tree came back to life, Lu Yuan is also feeling the breath of life of the other party. After all, understanding life will also help him understand the priesthood of vitality. I still have something in my hand. If I give it to me, what will happen to it? Lu Yuan, who was talking softly to himself, suddenly stretched out his hand, and a spherical tree heart the size of a human head fell into his hand. This is the heart of the ancient nightmare tree. It contains very powerful life force. This kind of power is more suitable for plant life. So, Lu Yuan gave it to the elf ancient tree on a whim. Eat it. Hearing Lu Yuan's instructions, the ancient elf tree suddenly became excited. It doesn't need Lu Yuan to say anything at all, it can clearly feel the majestic and terrifying life force contained in it. If divided according to rank, the ancient elf tree can only be counted as level 6 strength at most. And it can't be moved. The tree heart in front of me was obtained from the demigod level nightmare ancient tree. The godhood of the ancient nightmare tree is inherited, not its own. Therefore, the true strength of the ancient nightmare tree should only be considered legendary level, second only to demigods. If a legendary tree heart is eaten by an ancient elf tree, don't know what changes will happen. Tisk. The two branches carefully rolled up the heart of the tree and sent it into the mouth of the ancient elf tree. Subsequently, the ancient elf tree trembled suddenly, and a terrifying breath of life burst out from his body. Boom 900. With a crisp sound, its body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. 50 meters, 60 meters, mining. At last, it actually turned into an ancient tree hundreds of meters high. Countless delicate buds grow from the branches. The entire canopy becomes more lush and massive. Compared to before, it was more than twice as powerful. An even more terrifying breath of life bloomed from its body. Seeing this scene, the elf goddess was so excited that her whole body trembled. The ancient elf tree has actually advanced to the ancient tree of life, level 9, level 9. She couldn't help but be excited. Because, if she relied on herself, she didn't know how long it would take for the ancient elf tree to advance. But now, less than a day after becoming Lu Yuan's attribute god, he directly advanced his elf ancient tree. This made the elf goddess even more grateful to Lu Yuan. Boom boom. Just when the ancient elf tree was advancing into the ancient tree of life, the earth shook, and not far away, an extremely strong tree seemed to absorb the breath of the tree of life. It also started to skyrocket. There was a click. On the wrinkled tree trunk, a tree face suddenly appeared. At the same time, on its body, a glistening green light began to rise. It seems to be pregnant with something. The ancient tree of war is actually the ancient tree of war. The elf goddess was so excited that she was speechless. Ancient tree of war. Lu Yuan looked at her. The elf goddess explained immediately. Master, it's like this. I also heard from my ancestors that once the Elf Valley book is promoted to the Tree of Life, the ancient tree of war can be born. This kind of ancient tree was born specifically for war. At the same time, he can also transform the elves into professional archers and professional war kings. Professional? So powerful. Lu Yuan also didn't expect that this ancient war tree would still be alive. Said to the system subconsciously. System, open the race panel. Name, Ancient Tree of War. Category, Tree Tribe. Stage Level 6. Ability, Bark Armor, Tree Man Form, Main. Life, 40, Daf, Amazing Blood Volume. Strength, 35, Strength is its specialty. Agility, 8, can move, but a little slow. Intelligence, 10, forget about spells and stuff. Evaluation, huge body, slow speed, but a good human shield. Lu Yuan took a look at the opponent's abilities and discovered that the ancient war tree could actually transform into a tree man form. At that time, although the movement speed is very slow, it is also very extraordinary. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan looked away from the race panel. He also did not expect that even his own race of believers owned by God would now be of a higher rank than his own race. After returning, he felt that he must improve his racial status. Seeing Lu Yuan come to his senses, the elf goddess immediately knelt down in front of Lu Yuan with excitement on her face. Thank you for the master's gift. Without the master, I'm afraid the ancient elf tree would have died completely. From now on, if master gives orders, Tina will complete it even if she is shattered to pieces. Lu Yuan turned his head and glanced at the elf goddess kneeling on the ground. Pointed ears, long skirt made of leaves. From this angle, you can also see some different scenery. However, Lu Yuan just glanced at it and then looked away. Now, it's not time to enjoy it yet. He is still very weak, really weak. Get up. Since you have become my god, I naturally don't need you to break into pieces. Lu Yuan said calmly. What I lack most now is the godhead, whether it is broken or complete, I need it all. If you have any news in this regard, please notify me in time. Godhead. When the elf goddess heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly a light flashed in her eyes. Said hurriedly. Master, if you really plan to find the godhead, I know a piece of news. Oh? You know. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, he just said it casually. I didn't expect that this elf goddess actually knew. What news? Where is the godhead? Lu Yuan asked. The elf goddess heard the words and said directly. When I was in Wilderness City before, I heard them say that a tomb of a god was discovered in Plain 17,900, called the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. The Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank, the dragon had been loved by the gods since ancient times. Similarly, it is very difficult for such a powerful creature to be loyal to the gods. So, as long as there is a dragon as a believer, if it can grow smoothly, they will all be very strong gods in the future. And this Tomb of the Dragon Emperor actually calls himself the Dragon Emperor, which shows that its followers naturally possess the existence of giant dragons. Isn't it difficult for gods to fall? Why did the Dragon Emperor actually build a tomb for himself? Lu Yuan was a little confused. I don't know much about this. I only heard that the god who calls himself Dragon Emperor should be a god of medium power. However, I met a life and death enemy. After a fierce battle between the two, the Dragon Emperor seemed to be defeated and fled. In the end, he fell into his own cemetery. The elf goddess thought for a while. Master, if you want to obtain godhood, there may be an opportunity there. But a solemn look appeared on the face of the elf goddess. My subordinates heard that due to the seal of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, once a god of the same rank as him or a higher god enters the cemetery, it will cause the cemetery to self-destruct. Therefore, the highest level that can enter it can only be gods with elementary divine power. Master, you are still a demigod. If you go, you will be in greater danger. Lu Yuan was thoughtful after hearing this. After igniting the divine fire, most of the divisions of one's own strength are related to divine power. If the demigod who has not ignited the divine fire is called level 15, then the one who ignites the divine fire is the 16th level. Most of the divine power here can only condense a ray. After condensing the godhead, one usually has 1 drop of divine power initially. 100 drops of divine power is a weak divine power. 1,000 drops is considered elementary, 10,000 drops is considered medium, and so on. It may sound easy. However, the faith value alone that condenses these divine powers is an astronomical figure. Divine power will still be consumed. Every drop consumed must be replenished with 100 million faith points. The ebb and flow of this situation led to difficulties for the gods to break through. 1,000 drops of divine power. Lu Yuan whispered to himself, with so much divine power, even he would probably need some time to transform it. At that time, I am afraid that the Dragon Emperor's tomb has already been opened. Even if I lose to a god with elementary divine power, it doesn't mean I don't have a chance. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan decided to go back to Wilderness City first and look for some information before making a decision. After coming out of the divine space of the elf goddess, under the leadership of the other party, Lu Yuan and the two came to the nearest plane with a teleportation station. Teleport directly back to Wilderness City. Lu Yuan returned to the 5-star hotel and opened a room for the elf goddess directly next to her. He gave her the task of inquiring about the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Lu Yuan himself returned to the hotel room. Directly entered his own divine space. This time, he made up his mind to improve his military strength. Lu Yuan knows that his biggest shortcoming now is not quantity, nor is it quality. But there is a lack of powerful believers in high-level positions. Such believers can kill the opponent's high-level units when they appear. Otherwise, every time we rely on quantity, even if the Zerg replenishes quickly, the consumption is huge. User, Lu Yuan. God's name, God of Natural Disasters. Faith value, 45.78 million. Rank, Demigod. Priesthood, Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation, Earth Control, Earthquake, Abyss Magic Fire, Flames of Destruction, Dire Thunder, Ice, Devouring, Illusion. Sacred Fire, Ignite. Supernatural Power, 1 drop, 15 rays. Godhead, none. Faith rays, Tear Springtail, Insect Hive larvae, Insect Mother Hive. Believers, Fanatic Believers, 4.09 million. More than 1 drop of divine power, more than 40 million faith points. Lu Yuan glanced at it and spoke directly to the system. System, spend 10 million faith points to draw a lottery. Ding. Faith points are consumed and the lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting 1,000 points of faith. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting Illusion Gem. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting Hidden Gem. Hey? Just 2 gems. Throwing out 10 million, Lu Yuan didn't expect that besides getting some miscellaneous things, he only had 2 gems. Illusion Gem, a one-time consumable item. Once used, it can create an illusion exactly the same as the target's aura within half an hour. The illusion has 1/10 the target's divine power. Hidden Gem, a one-time consumable, once used, it can hide all the target's aura and figure within half an hour, and active attacks will be ineffective. Lu Yuan has a little impression of hidden gems. Before, when he went to hunt ice lizards, Luo Ziming used this gem to hide his aura and brought 4 dragon lizard kings to surround and kill him. Unexpectedly, I also have one now. I don't believe it. I can't draw anything to upgrade Abathur. Lu Yuan did not believe in evil and directly spoke to the system again. System, spend 20 million faith points on main and draw a lottery. Ding. Faith points are consumed and the lottery begins. Ding. You have obtained the complete genetic sequence of the 5th order Thunder Beast. Ding. You have obtained the complete genetic sequence of the 6th order Thunder Beast. Ding. You have obtained the complete genetic sequence of the 7th order Thunder Beast. Ding. You got Floating King Insect Evolution Accelerator. Ding. You have obtained the complete genetic sequence of the 5th order Springtail. Ding. You have obtained the complete genetic sequence of the 5th level Infected Insect. Hearing countless system prompts, Lu Yuan almost despaired. Not only did they not get what Abathur evolved, but the Springtails and other units only had 5th level gene chains. But in the end, what made his eyes light up? I got a brand new Zerg unit, the Thunder Beast. Thunder Beast, it is a 5th level land unit at the beginning. Legend has it that it evolved from an extremely docile beast. It is huge and is the overlord of land warfare among the Zerg. This is an existence even more terrifying than the Hydra Tearling Springtail. Chapter 94. Lu Yuan, who received many rewards, immediately entered the divine space. Begin to prepare to enhance the strength of your own believer race. System, raise the level of the Springtail to level 5. Ding. Start merging. Suddenly, all the Tearling Springtails in the entire divine space began to roar and transform. Lu Yuan glanced at it and ignored it. System, raise the level of the infected bug to level 5 for me. System, raise the Hydralisk's level to level 5 for me. All the original poisonous banelings were eliminated and transformed into new 5th level poisonous banelings. The lurker retains the original Zerg, and the new one continues to evolve. Orders were passed on one after another. Soon, the entire divine space began to undergo a violent transformation. Certainly, for Lu Yuan, this is not enough. His eyes fell on the numerous larvae. Then he spoke directly to the system. System, select 100,000 larvae for me to fuse with the complete genetic sequence of the 5th order Thunder Beast. Ding. Warm reminder, the host selects advanced genes and uses larvae to carry out evolutionary mutations. There is a risk of mutation failure. Mutation failed. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked. What's the approximate failure rate? Ding. Failure rate 98%. So tall. Lu Yuan frowned. It was equivalent to paying 1 million larvae, and in the end he could only have 20,000 thunder beasts. This loss is too great. Ding. The host can choose to extend the mutation time of the larvae as a buffer, which can reduce the failure rate. Extend the time. Lu Yuan was confused, then how long do I need to extend it? Ding. Due to different individual differences in larvae, the extension time cannot be judged on average. The host can turn on the automatic monitoring function of the system to automatically adjust the mutation time for different larvae. Is there still such a function? Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Okay, then turn on the automatic monitoring function. Ding. The automatic monitoring function has been turned on, and the integration can now begin. Okay, then choose 100,000 larvae for me to fuse with. Lu Yuan directly increased it tenfold. After all, due to the length of time, he was not sure when these thunder beasts would be able to enter the battlefield on a large scale. Ding. Start merging. All of a sudden, countless tiny rays of light dispersed from the divine space, integrated into the bodies of 100,000 larvae. Suddenly, 100,000 larvae roared at the same time and turned into a tiny vesicle on the land of fungi. Xiangbao is beating like a heart, as if there are lives in it that are constantly gestating. At this moment, Lu Yuan can see that different vesicles expand at different speeds. This is what the system calls individual differences. Causes the speed of mutation. But this method is a relatively mild method and can greatly ensure the success rate of larval mutation. Look back. Lu Yuan looked at his two leadership Zerg, Abathur and Agdra. These two have now been overtaken by the tearing springtails or infected insects. Although the strong mental power allows them to still occupy the leadership position, but it is very difficult to face high-end combat power. Sudden, an idea flashed in Lu Yuan's mind, and with a thought, he took out a ball of flame. This is not a flame, this is the destruction of the soul left by the 9th level bone dragon that was killed by the Zerg army. System, if I fuse this bone dragon's soul fire with Abathur, will it be useful? In fact, Lu Yuan just asked casually. Unexpectedly, the system actually gave him the answer. Ding! After system scanning, soul fire and Abathur do not match. It is recommended to fuse with the fire tyrant. There are risks in fusion, and the success rate is 50%. Tip: the host can add flame divine crystals to increase the success rate. Is it to increase the success rate? Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. He had previously obtained 10 flame divine crystals and gave one to Yagdra, allowing it to complete its mutation. Originally, Lu Yuan wanted to choose other hydralisks to see if he could create a few more Yagdra if he had the chance. But now, the system actually told him that he could add divine crystals to increase the success rate. This made him a little confused. It is to retain the divine crystal and try it with a 50% probability. Or should we add divine crystals just to be on the safe side? Forget it, even if I use the divine crystal to enlighten the hydralisk, I may not be able to create a second Agdra. Lu Yuan shook his head. The evolution of species itself is full of mystery and uncertainty. Even the countless gods of the powerful main world cannot analyze the mystery of true evolution. So, boom! Lu Yuan's spiritual thoughts burst out and enveloped Yagdra in an instant. Suddenly, I feel the divine power as vast as the sea. Yagdra hurriedly restrained his flames and knelt on the ground respectfully. The great god of natural disasters, Yagdra is always willing to dedicate everything to you. Agdra. Lu Yuan's words were transmitted from the void like a divine king above the 9 heavens. I now give you a chance to advance, but there is a risk of failure. Once you fail, you will be completely destroyed. Are you willing? Yagdra nodded without hesitation. My lord, Yagdra is willing. At this level, its own intelligence attributes are already very high. This makes Yagdra already have an independent personality. So, when it saw that the surrounding Zerg army had begun to transform, and even their auras were on par with its own, suddenly, there was a strong desire to become stronger in my heart. Because only by constantly becoming stronger can he better serve the great master. Otherwise, he will only be reduced to a large hydralisk. FFLX 0849093330K0345233141. Yagdra agreed without hesitation. Lu Yuan nodded. It seemed that even though these Zerg had independent thoughts, they were still extremely loyal to him. After this test, Lu Yuan was completely relieved. Okay, I feel your piety, Yagdra, prepare to accept the gift. As he said that, with a thought, he directly asked the system to give the soul fire of the bone dragon to Yagdra to start fusion. At the same time, Lu Yuan integrated all 9 of his divine crystals into Yagdra in one breath. Either don't do it, or do it the best you can. He really wanted to see if, with this fusion of power, Yagdra could be promoted to the level of a 9th level bone dragon. Ouch! An extremely painful roar instantly erupted from Yagdra's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan saw that it was wrapped in an extremely powerful flame. At the same time, a larger vesicle formed outside. From time to time, the screams from Yagdra could be heard inside. Nodding, Lu Yuan knew that this kind of advancement was no small matter. Even the advancement of the Thunder Beast takes a long time, not to mention the sudden change of Yagdra. Abathur is the only one left. Lu Yuan looked at Abathur, who was conscientiously releasing pulses to the brood in the distance. I couldn't help but talk to myself. He has no hope of winning the lottery now. After all, spending too much faith value also delayed his own ability to condense his divine power. So, Lu Yuan plans to think of a solution outside. With a thought, he left directly from the divine space. When he showed up again, he had already returned to his hotel. Coincidentally, at this time there was a knock on the door outside. Please come in. Gada. The door opened, and an elf goddess wearing casual clothes walked in from the outside. Although it is just ordinary casual clothes, it looks dazzling under the tall and enchanting figure of the elf goddess. Even Lu Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Wow, this is really awesome. With a secret praise, Lu Yuan heard the elf goddess report. Master, I just inquired. The seal of the Dragon Emperor's tomb weakens periodically, and the next weakening time will be half a month later. By then, I'm afraid many gods will go there. After a pause, the manager goddess said a little worriedly. Master, I heard that at least more than 10 gods with elementary divine power are going this time. I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. The elf goddess herself is just a demigod who has just condensed her godhead. She didn't have the guts to face a large wave of gods with elementary powers. And she was worried that once Lu Yuan was killed, she would die too. As Lu Yuan's god, once Lu Yuan dies, there is a high probability that she will also die. Lu Yuan naturally knows what she is thinking. But he ignored it. Instead, he spoke. I now need to find some resources to enhance my mental strength. Do you have any news? Mental strength. The elf goddess was stunned and said subconsciously. 0 Please give me flowers. Master, you may only go to the demigod auction for this kind of thing. Auctions. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, and a smile suddenly appeared. I actually forgot that there was an auction. In the wilderness city, countless gods gather here. Among them, the auction is naturally indispensable. Okay, Tina, go and check for me which demigod auctions are going to be held recently. The sooner the better. Lu Yuan said. Although he only has less than 500 million universal points in his hand, he still has a lot of soul fire left over from his previous conquest of the plane of the undead. The soul fire of the low-level ghoul zombies has dissipated. But the destruction of advanced crypt demons, even death knights and necromancers. Without him having to say anything, Abathur had already sent people to clean up the battlefield. Keep it. These things can be dealt with right here. Okay, Master. The elf goddess nodded, then turned and left. She has been in Wilderness City for a long time, so she naturally knows where to go to inquire. See the elf goddess leaving. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that having another god was a good thing. At least these things don't need to be done by yourself. With nothing to do, Lu Yuan ordered some food and drank some wine in the room. After a tipsy state. Look, the elf goddess hasn't come back yet. He got up and walked into the bathroom. After this series of battles, he didn't even take a break. Just in time to take a bath and have a comfortable sleep. Although he is already a god, in the main world. Under the pressure of rules. Gradually I got used to this ordinary life. Even the habits have adapted. Otherwise, Wilderness City would not be built like this. Wow! Lu Yuan soaked in the bathtub and felt extremely comfortable all over. The service is worthy of a 5-star hotel. Even the bath water is added with the blood of the dragon, which can improve physical fitness. With a sigh, Lu Yuan lay down in the bathtub and began to rest. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. Wow! I don't know how long it will take. Lu Yuan heard the sound of water flowing next to him. He opened his eyes subconsciously, wondering if he was dazzled. Lu Yuan blinked. He saw an extremely slim figure with long dark green hair appearing in front of him. The other party seems to have his back to me. Are there 2 pieces of casual clothes left on the ground next to you? Hiss. Lu Yuan almost had nosebleeds when he saw this scene. Damn, he's just grown up, okay? How the hell can it stand up to this? Therefore, Lu Yuan felt dizzy in his mind and said something that made the other party blush. Ahem, Tina, what are you doing? Ah. The elf goddess didn't expect Lu Yuan to wake up suddenly. He was immediately startled. She turned around subconsciously, her face suddenly turning red. I just want to help master. Originally, the elf goddess did not see Lu Yuan when she came back. Searching around subconsciously. I happened to hear a noise in the bathroom. Only when she came in did she see Lu Yuan. Thanks to Lu Yuan for helping her. The elf goddess walked in subconsciously. Want to serve Lu Yuan to bathe. After all, without Lu Yuan, not only would she die under the ancient tree of nightmare, let alone evolve the ancient elf tree into the ancient tree of life. Moreover, the elf goddess also heard that as a god, she is actually an accessory to her master. Any requirements of the owner must be met. Even some gods who belong to more gods will encounter situations where the gods compete with each other for favor. So, the elf goddess wants to use her actions to please Lu Yuan first. In this way, you might be able to have a higher status in the future. She knew that a god like Lu Yuan possessed such strength at such a young age. She is definitely not the only one who will be a god in the future. Who knows? Before she was ready, Lu Yuan woke up. Suddenly, the shy elf goddess didn't know how to deal with herself. He said something in panic and turned around to run away. But who knows, she just turned around. A hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed her arm. Then follow the trend. Ah! The panicked elf goddess was pulled closer to the fish tank before she could react. You're already here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Chapter 95. Wow! Crystal clear water splashed in the bathroom. It turned into an illusory mist that completely enveloped the site. An hour later, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the blush that had spread in the water. You! Before Lu Yuan could speak, the elf goddess changed the topic with a thick blush on her face. Master, let me help you dry it. $708. Lu Yuan stood up and walked out of the bathtub. Let the elf goddess serve you. Moment. Lu Yuan suddenly calmed down. After all, this is no longer the place of his previous life. His mentality has begun to change. The strong have enough privileges here. And similar to this situation of belonging to God. This is an extremely common thing throughout the main world. So, there is no need to judge it by putting it here in the past life. To put it bluntly, those who belong to God here are slaves and playthings. But, although Lu Yuan understands this truth, he will not do any bloody and cruel things to his gods like some tyrannical gods. Quite the opposite. As long as your spirituality is strong enough, there are many things that you don't need to do without him. It can also provide yourself with an endless supply of faith points. This is not. Lu Yuan had just signed a contract with the elf goddess not long ago. He has already gained nearly 10 million faith points. Including rescuing ancient trees, upgrading ancient trees, etc. Regular demigods with godhead cannot gather so much faith value in a short period of time. If it is placed on other 443 demigods, it will count as the other party igniting the divine fire. Success in condensing the divine power. You may not be able to have so many faith points in 1 month. After getting dressed, Lu Yuan looked at the elf goddess and said, "How did you find out about the auction?" Returning to the master, this time the Kilo Chamber of Commerce is holding a demigod level auction. It's just 3 days from now. 3 days? Okay, then just wait. Lu Yuan nodded. Let's go to Kilo Chamber of Commerce first. The soul fire in his hand can be sold for a good price. Okay, master. Lu Yuan and the elf goddess walked out of the hotel and drove towards Kilo Chamber of Commerce in their car. Not long after, the two walked into the door of Kilo Chamber of Commerce. In front of the counter, a beautiful waiter in uniform smiled and spoke to Lu Yuan. "Hello, sir, may I ask for any help? I want to sell items." Lu Yuan said directly. "Okay, play ball with me." The beauty nodded and led the way directly in front. The two followed each other into a separate room. Subsequently, a figure who looked like a manager in a suit walked in. He asked with a smile on his face, "Sir, what items do you want to sell?" With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan directly opened the divine realm, took out a soul fire and handed it to the other party. The manager is also a demigod who lights the divine fire and condenses his godhead. Seeing this, he raised his hand and took the soul fire in his hand. "Is this the soul fire of the 6 demons on the terrace?" The manager looked at it slightly, then smiled. "Sir, the level of soul fire like yours is not high. If the quantity is too small, our firm will not be able to purchase it." "Oh? What's the minimum price to purchase it?" Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask. "Haha, if it's the lowest, at least it's powerful." The manager smiled and replied. 10,000. Lu Yuan smiled lightly. "I have 1 million, I wonder if I can accept it." "Of course, just 100, what? 1 million. The manager nodded subconsciously after hearing this, but as soon as he said it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. A look of shock suddenly appeared on his face, and he looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. "That's right, it's 1 million. Next to her, the elf goddess had a look of pride on her face. "My master not only possesses 1 million level 3 soul fires, but also has 400,000 level 4 soul fires, and 100,000 level 5 soul fires." "What? Guru?" The manager swallowed hard. Originally, he had just seen Lu Yuan appear and found that he didn't even have the aura of godhead. "I thought it was just a small customer, bringing general items to sell." But he never expected that Lu Yuan would sell 1 million soul fire with just one mouthful. Moreover, there are still hundreds of thousands of 4th level and even 5th level existences. "Hey, this guy looks young. Did he just attack a plane of the undead? How is it possible? He doesn't even have godhood, so he can withstand a terrifying army of undead." The plane of the undead has always had an absolute advantage in numbers. Generally speaking, if you want to attack this kind of plane, let alone 1 demigod, even 10 demigods together may not be able to do so easily. But the person in front of me actually got so much. Could it be that this is a member of the family who came here to practice? I'm afraid the gods in the family helped conquer that face. In an instant, the manager's mind automatically filled up many of Lu Yuan's backgrounds. In addition, there is a beautiful elf goddess who calls him her master. This further confirmed his guess. "Hello, sir, my name is Yaros. The soul fire you provided is so huge that our supervisor must come forward in person. Please wait." After saying that, Yaros bowed and left the room. Lu Yuan didn't feel much about this, but he felt that Gross looked at him with a little awe. Not long after, Yaros came back and brought an older man with him. "Hello, I am the supervisor here, Zhang Feng." Zhang Feng stretched out his hand with a smile. When Lu Yuan saw the other party, he immediately felt an extremely powerful wave of divine power emanating from the other party. Subconsciously opening the system information, I discovered that the other party was a god with primary divine power. A deity with elementary divine power is in charge, so this chamber of commerce does have some weight. Muttering to himself secretly, Lu Yuan stretched out his hand with a calm expression and shook it with the other party. Such a calm and indifferent performance. Zhang Feng was also shocked, and his suspicion about manager Jialuo was even more confirmed. Suddenly, a stronger smile appeared on his face. Haha, Mr. Lu, can you tell me the specific amount of soul fire? Let me give you an estimate of the overall price. Please rest assured that we will make acquisitions at the highest market price. These soul fires are the favorite things of the undead gods. Okay, but you and my assistant Tina can talk about the counting and settlement of the quantities. Lu Yuan gave Tina permission to enter the divine realm, and he sat aside and closed his eyes to rest. In this regard, Supervisor Zhang Feng was not dissatisfied at all, but became more and more sure of Lu Yuan's identity. Only with this powerful background can one be able to remain calm in the face of a god much more powerful than oneself. Lu Yuan waited quietly. Nearly 2 hours later, the elf goddess and Zhang Feng have already calculated all the soul fires. At this time, Zhang Feng just said with a smile, Mr. Lu, the total soul fire Tao sold this time is close to 1.6 million. The general market price for level 3 soul fire is around 3,000 universal points, level 4 is 5,000, and level 5 is 10,000. In total, there are a total of 6 billion universal points. Do you think you can accept it? 6 billion. Lu Yuan nodded calmly on the surface, but couldn't help feeling a little happy in his heart. No wonder many gods hope to find some unexplored planes to explore. This wave of harvest is simply too profitable. There is a feeling of getting rich overnight. Moreover, Lu Yuan has also inquired about this price, which is basically the normal market price. So, he said directly. Okay, that's it. Great, thank you so much for supporting the Kilo Chamber of Commerce. You just said you wanted to participate in our demigod level auction, right? I have reserved a top VIP box for you, you can come directly when the time comes. With that said, Feng handed a card directly to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan scanned it and saw that this was the VIP access card for the auction. It is said that if you want to book a top-level VIP box, you need to spend 1 million universal points to book it. And the other party gave one directly to him. Thank you very much, Director Zheng. After taking the key card calmly, Lu Yuan was ready to get up and leave. You're welcome, just click General and we will transfer it to your account right away. Thank you. With the courtesy of Kilo Trading Company, Lu Yuan took Tina and left the trading company directly. 0. Time passed and night fell in a blink of an eye. The manager Yaros had finished his day's work and was going out to find a place to relax. Step into a bar he frequents. Not long after we sat there, several friends came to meet us one after another. Maid, today is so unlucky. We encountered a group of 6th level twin-tailed scorpions in the skeleton wasteland, causing heavy losses to my followers. After a few glasses of wine, a bald man couldn't help but complain. Oh, then you are not me anymore. Another friend with a scar on his face couldn't help but joke. Go, 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 aren't you making a fuss just because of that common point? The bald man looked at Giallos and couldn't help but say. Giallos, why do you insist on working in a trading company? Going hunting in the wild with us as a partnership won't make more than you do. Humph, you know the dangers of the wild better than I do. Yaros was unmoved, I would rather accumulate slowly. It's worthless. The bald man curled his lips, I wish I had the background. The resources are provided by my family, and I have already broken through to Daowu and other divine powers. Hearing what he said, Giallo suddenly raised his eyebrows. Chuckled, Today I actually met a big customer with a background. Good guy, I made 6 billion in one move, and I also brought with me a god of elf blood, tisk tisk, that figure, that good looks. After hearing what he said, everyone's eyes lit up. What? 6 billion? Giallos, what is the strength of this customer? What? Strength, background. Giallos glanced at a few people and couldn't help but speak. A demigod, the kind who has not yet condensed his godhead. What? Oh my god, there can be 6 billion before the divine head is condensed. Maid, it's me. Suddenly, the bald man touched his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Giallos, are you interested in getting a big one? Giallos's expression changed. What came to mind next? No, he has a big background, and he is in Wilderness City. Giallos, don't you want to break through? As soon as several people heard the bald head's suggestion, they immediately started talking. That's right, this kid dared to come to Wilderness City without even condensing his divine personality. He deserves to die. As long as we act secretly and prepare in advance, there is still a chance even if he doesn't leave the city. This. Giallos suddenly fell silent after hearing this. 5 people, divided into 6 billion. Even for him, it was a huge sum of money. He is still unwilling to give up his divine space, just so that one day he can achieve weak divine power, leave this ghost place, and find a better job. 3. 4. But now, the opportunity has come. Finally, a cold light flashed in Giallos's eyes. Okay, this fat sheep will participate in the auction the day after tomorrow. By then, I will know his whereabouts. The 4 of them were overjoyed upon hearing this. Start discussing. At this moment, Lu Yuan naturally didn't know that he had been targeted. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 days, Lu Yuan has not been idle. Both the Thunder Beast and Yagdra are undergoing transformation in the divine space. And he himself spent a lot of divine power to enter the divine world to understand his priesthood. He has not yet comprehended the priesthoods such as illusion, devouring, etc. Only leave a mark and fuse the divine fire. It can make his divine fire stronger. As the divine fire grows stronger, his own power will also grow stronger. Whoosh! In the room, Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly opened. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura spread out from the whole body. Then it suddenly shrank and disappeared. Click! Lu Yuan subconsciously clenched his hands. Suddenly a powerful feeling of strength filled his body. Although I have not condensed my godhood now, my progress in comprehending the 12 priesthoods has improved a bit. You should be able to fight even if you face a god with weak divine power. The battle Lu Yuan refers to is a head-on fight between oneself and the other party. Certainly. If it were purely a race of believers, he might not have no chance due to his numerical advantage. Master, it's time to go to the auction. At this moment, the voice of the elf goddess next to her came. Chapter 96. Lu Yuan and Tina went out together and rushed directly towards the Kilo Chamber of Commerce auction. With top VIP access cards, they naturally have the green light all the way. The reason why it is called the demigod auction. It's because most of the items auctioned here are needed by demigod level gods. Demigods also include demigods who ignite the divine fire, and demigods who condense their godhood. Occasionally 1 or 2 gods with weaker divine power appear among them. They all come to the auction for their children or other reasons. The reason for this setting is that the main world ensures that demigods have room to grow, rather than being suppressed by some powerful gods through their own resources. This is a virtuous cycle. To put it simply, it is to give the demigods time to develop. Thank you all for coming. Without further ado, let's go straight to the first auction item. The host was a tall beauty with a hot figure wearing a slit cheongsam. Her appearance was average and did not attract Lu Yuan's attention. It was his first time to participate in this kind of auction and found that the items in the entire auction were indeed very suitable for his development. It's like a Divine Realm opening card. Resource card. Since Lu Yuan ignited the Divine Fire with these things, the entire Divine Domain space has been able to expand again. He had been thinking about buying some more sometime, but he didn't expect to encounter them here. And it is a super top God's Domain development card that is more advanced than the top level God's Domain development card. Lu Yuan, who is wealthy, naturally did not hesitate. Shoot. Top resource cards. Shoot. Top professional card. Pat, pat, pat. Lu Yuan's 6 billion universal points directly crushed the entire field. This kind of unscrupulous crushing auction made him feel the comfort of a rich person. At last, Lu Yuan finally found an item suitable for Abathur from above. The complete brain of the 9th level monster, Octopus Evil Eye. This is a powerful monster that is good at spiritual aspects. It was hunted by a god and finally put up for auction here. The scene once entered a crazy bidding wave. Finally. However, Lu Yuan crushed the crowd with a high price of 1.5 billion and successfully won it. A good harvest is due to a good harvest. Lu Yuan really didn't expect that his gains this time would be so great. Mr. Lu, you are welcome to come again next time. Supervisor Zheng Feng personally sent Lu Yuan to the door. Director Zheng, you're welcome, please stay. Lu Yuan waved his hand and said goodbye to Zheng Feng. Afterwards, Tina and she prepared to go to the parking lot and drive back to the hotel. But, he just took 2 steps. Then I saw Manager Yaros running over. He said with an anxious look. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. Is something wrong? Lu Yuan stopped and looked at the other party in confusion. Is such that? Giallo said quickly. Director Zheng just returned and discovered that the card you took was not a super top Divine Domain opening card, but a top level Divine Domain opening card. I especially asked you to come over and take you to change it quickly. Oh. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, and with a thought in his mind, he immediately took out the box containing the super top Divine Realm opening card from the Divine Realm space. Is the box correct? He wondered. The box is correct, it's just that the staff made a mistake. What's inside is the top Divine Domain Pioneer Doctor. Yaros explained. Lu Yuan opened the box and took a look. Sure enough, what was written on it was not a super top card, but a top level Divine Domain opening card. I'm sorry, this is our Chamber of Commerce's dereliction of duty. Giallos quickly bowed and said, the supervisor told me to take you to exchange for the super top Divine Domain opening card, and as compensation for our negligence, we will compensate you with an additional 10,000 cubic meters of general points. Okay, you lead the way. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay, please come with me. Giallos bowed and nodded, turning his head to lead the way. 2 minutes later. The elf goddess who followed Lu Yuan couldn't help but asked in confusion. Master, why do I feel that this road is not right? It doesn't seem to be the way to the trading house. Oh. Hee. Lu Yuan chuckled, thinking you are home. Don't worry, I think our Mr. Jaros has something important that he wants to talk to me about alone, right? Just as he was saying. Giallo's figure suddenly paused, and the next moment, an extremely cold smile appeared on his face. Mr. Lu, you guessed it right. Do it. As he spoke, he suddenly took out a gemstone from his palm and threw it towards the ground. Next moment, Lu Yuan only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and both he and Tina were completely enveloped. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was in a desert-like divine realm. And in mid-air, there were actually 4 figures of different sizes standing next to Yaros. Ha ha ha, Yaros, your teleportation gem is really powerful. A ferocious smile appeared on the bald face. He shouted coldly at Lu Yuan. Boy, you have now been transported to Yaros's divine realm. Take out the items from your auction and open the divine realm. Otherwise, this will be your burial place. As soon as he finished speaking, Giallos next to him looked cold. Stop talking nonsense and do it quickly to avoid a long night of nightmares. As he spoke, a thought came to his mind, and a terrifying wave of divine power suddenly erupted from his body. Ouch! A violent tornado emerged from around him, with a radius of dozens of meters, and it was extremely terrifying. Seeing Giallos taking action so quickly, the other 4 people naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. Suddenly, divine power surged one by one, and they took action one after another. Buzz! In an instant, 4 streams of divine power burst out from their bodies. Snow. Toxic. Electric light. Drought. 4 angry shouts sounded at the same time. Immediately, Lu Yuan felt the power of the 5 priesthoods blooming from the divine space. Haha, do the 5 great priests have this little power? Feeling the power fluctuation in the priesthood, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain. Court death! The bald man yelled angrily and waved one hand, and suddenly an icy wind and snow force blew towards him. At the same time, the tornado also took action. The rest of the power concentrated on the clergy also pressed towards Lu Yuan one after another. The 5 demigods with godhood took action at the same time. They were absolutely confident that they could completely kill Lu Yuan on the spot. Certainly. They want to keep one alive so that they can get the resources they need from the other party's god or god. Buzz! The power of the priesthood shrouded the sky. At this moment, the pretty face of the elf goddess next to her was covered with frost. I saw him take one step forward. A mighty force of nature condensed from all over his body. Early spring. A spring-like breath bloomed from her body. Spring is here, everything begins to revive, and everything becomes gentle and calm. This is a power exclusive to the priesthood. In an instant, he collided with the power of the other party's clergy. Boom! There was a loud noise, and terrifying fluctuations exploded in the divine realm. The delicate body of the elf goddess trembled uncontrollably, and she subconsciously took a dozen steps back. But her hands used this divine power to resist the opponent's attack. How can it be? The 5 people were stunned at the same time. They didn't expect that this god could actually burst out with such power. Yes, Tina, it seems that because of the Tree of Life, your understanding of the priesthood has improved a lot recently. Beside, seeing this scene, Lu Yuan clapped his hands as if watching a play. Said with great appreciation. Damn it, go to hell! The 5 people who saw this scene were immediately furious. 5 people taking action at the same time were unable to suppress one woman. If this news spreads, it will make people laugh out loud. In rage, the power of the 5 people burst out at the same time. At this time, they no longer care about the problem of burning their divine power. Boom! Suddenly, the terrifying clerical pressure came. The face of the elf goddess turned pale, and a mouthful of blood emerged from her mouth, almost spitting out. And the power of her priesthood clicked, making a sound like glass breaking. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the elf goddess, causing her body to fly backwards uncontrollably. The 5 people who saw this scene suddenly looked happy. The power of the 5 priests turned into overwhelming divine power and pressed towards Lu Yuan. Owner! The elf goddess exclaimed when she saw this scene. Struggle! This flew over from mid-air. In her opinion, the 5-person divine force emperor working together was too terrifying. Even if it means death, Lu Yuan cannot be harmed. However, just when she rushed over with all her strength, trying to defend Lu Yuan with her own magical power, suddenly, a palm rested on her shoulder. Okay, if you can't do something, don't be brave. While talking, Lu Yuan took a step forward, raised his palm, and slapped it towards the overwhelming pressure. Boom! Just hearing a loud noise, terrifying waves bloomed from Lu Yuan's hand. The powers of more than a dozen clergy are intertwined. How powerful is the pressure radiated? Just at this moment, the 5 people joined forces to form a terrifying oppression. It shattered like crispy pancakes. Rumble. The aftermath of terror spread from the void like a mushroom cloud. Just for a moment, the figures of the 5 gods were blown away heavily. People were in mid-air, and a series of violent spurts of blood came out from the 5 people at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a look of horror from the heart spread across his face. How can it be? With this pressure, doesn't he even have the power to condense his godhead? It's too terrible, this is impossible. Run, run away. All 5 of them knew that they had hit a brick wall this time. I thought that the 5 people suddenly took action and pulled Lu Yuan into the divine realm. Through the strong suppression of 5 people, the opponent was directly surrendered. However, before it could be suppressed, it was shattered by Lu Yuan's casual slap. At this time, several people who were scared to death immediately wanted to flee to God's realm. I want to leave now, but I'm afraid it's too late. Lu Yuan sneered and raised one hand. The frozen power of the priesthood is activated instantly. Whoosh! A bright light shot out from his fingers and hit one of them instantly. The man had already stepped into his own divine realm, but he didn't wait for a reaction. He was immediately enveloped by Lu Yuan's ice power. Kaka! Just a moment, a moment. The chill that pierced your buttocks and penetrated your heart spread throughout your body. Before his body could react, it had turned into an ice sculpture and fell directly from mid-air. Click! His body fell to pieces on the ground. He died instantly. A god dies. Hint: you killed a god. Tip: obtained 7.12 million faith points. Tip: obtained a godhead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a demigod, additional reward, 7.12 million faith points. Ding! Additional reward, priestly poison. Regarding the system prompts, Lu Yuan simply chose to ignore them. His figure instantly disappeared from where he was. Directly penetrates the void of tens of thousands of meters and appears in front of the opponent. However, this is the power of gods. Lu Yuan could only see the opponent's divine space fluctuate for a flash, and he rushed directly into the divine space and disappeared. Humph, want to leave? Lu Yuan snorted coldly and directly marked the opponent's divine domain coordinates. Wherever you go, you will naturally come back. Only. Before he could make any move. In the void, 3 summoning gates suddenly appeared. Boy, don't you go too far to bully others. Some frightened sounds came from one of the summoning doors. I advise you to retreat quickly, otherwise, even if we use up all the believers, we will still wear you to death. Yes, your priesthood is indeed stronger than ours, but if we use the human wave tactic, you will definitely not get any benefits. Hee. Lu Yuan suddenly sneered when he heard the 3 men's threats. Then I would like to thank you for thinking about me. However, I don't need to. Brush. Lu Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was tens of thousands of meters away. There. It was the trace of giallos that came from before. I will destroy this divine realm first, and then I will settle accounts with you one by one. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, his figure had already appeared next to Giallo's. Not good. Giallos's expression changed drastically. The divine power in his body burned subconsciously, and he wanted to escape directly. But before he could react, he heard Lu Yuan's cold words ringing in his ears. Night Stalker. Giallos felt that his vision went dark, and his whole body was instantly pulled into a bottomless abyss. Fear spreads in my heart. He had no strength to resist at all. Oops, this is... Giallos, who had finally overcome his inner fear, suddenly lowered his head. Shocked to see At some point, his chest was penetrated directly by a palm. Tisk! A bright red heart was brought out by Lu Yuan. Look at the beating heart above, the gods are powerful and have tenacious vitality, and the heart will not stop beating immediately even if it is separated from the body. Lu Yuan sneered and squeezed his palm sharply. Snapped. A puff of blood exploded, and Yaros's heart burst instantly. Chapter 97. No. A cry of terror came from Yaros's mouth. He wanted to struggle. But before he could finish his words, he saw his heart burst. A terrifying divine power enveloped him instantly. Let his entire body turn into blood mist. All the screams stopped abruptly at this moment. Before dying, Giallos never thought that he would end up like this. A deep feeling of regret emerged from his heart. Pity. Everything is doomed. Crack. With the death of Giallos, the entire divine realm began to be unable to sustain itself and was about to collapse. Tina. Lu Yuan flicked his finger, and it fell into Tina's mind. These are the divine space coordinates of one of them. Go and kill him. When you are done, you can return directly to Wilderness City. It's the master. After receiving the coordinate information, Tina nodded and rushed into the void and disappeared. Lu Yuan and Tina were both pulled over by the teleportation gem. So, both of them have the coordinates of Wilderness City marked on their bodies. Just follow the mark and you can teleport back. Give one of them to Tina. Lu Yuan swayed and rushed towards another divine realm. Buzz. It is also a desert-like divine realm. As soon as it appeared, Lu Yuan saw a large group of 6 armed lizardmen rushing out of the sand in the vast desert. Subsequently, the mighty camel people, the desert fox people, the desert scorpion people with scorpion tails. The total is at least over 300,000. Boom! A summoning door opened, and a steady stream of desert-type sub-race believers appeared. An army of nearly 700,000 people quickly gathered in mid-air below where Lu Yuan was. At this moment, 2 voices sounded from all directions throughout the divine realm. Boy, we are all gods. Gods should not end up personally. This is a waste of divine power. W. That's right, since you have entered our divine domain, then just take out the believers and have a divine battle. As long as you can defeat us brothers, we are willing to be loyal to you and become your gods. Of course, if you insist on fighting with us, the worst we can do is self-destruct the divine realm, and you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. Listening to the 2 voices, there was a kind of stern and inner threat. Lu Yuan sneered. Do you think 643 can win against believers? Okay, since you want a divine battle, then I will grant it to you. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved. A summoning gate tens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide condensed out of thin air. Ouch! At this moment, in the midst of Abathur's low roar, countless Zerg armies rushed out from the summoning space. What? What race is he? Suddenly, an extremely surprised emotion emerged from the hearts of the 2 of them. Oh my god, didn't he just light the divine fire? Why are there so many believers? 5th level, they are all 5th level. Just when these 2 people were lost in thought, Lu Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Found you! Whoosh! He took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already deep underground. It turned out that these 2 people were actually hiding under the desert to avoid being pursued from afar. Unfortunately, the moment Lu Yuan opened the door of summons, the 2 of them saw Lu Yuan's terrifying Zerg army, and their minds instantly fluctuated. He was immediately locked in by Lu Yuan. Ice. Flame of destruction. As soon as Lu Yuan appeared, he raised his hand and 2 divine powers fell down. Before the 2 of them could react, they were instantly enveloped by the power of the priesthood. Tisk! One was turned into an ice sculpture directly by the ice. And the other one, amidst the screams, was completely turned into a ball of flame and burned up. Hint: you killed 2 gods. Tip: you have gained 15.9 million faith points. Tip: you have obtained 2 godheads. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 15.9 million faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, priesthood ice and snow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, divine light. Lu Yuan smiled slightly when he heard the system prompt. Sure enough, killing people and getting goods will come faster. In just a short time, I actually directly obtained 4 divine heads and 4 priesthoods. However, these priesthoods are of little use to Lu Yuan. The only ones that are useful are violent wind and poison. Therefore, Lu Yuan just kept these 2 and prepared to decompose the others. Whoosh! Lu Yuan moved and instantly appeared outside the summoning door. The divine army below has been beaten to a pulp by the Zerg. Lu Yuan now discovered that the races of believers owned by these scattered non-academic gods were really weak. Even an army of 700,000 people is still a mob under his own Zerg army. Vulnerable. But after thinking about it for a moment, Lu Yuan felt normal again. After all, those who can go to high school or even college are demigods with good talents. Plus the resources and training gained in school. It is indeed much more powerful than these scattered gods. If you really want to be able to compete with the academy, there are only those disciples from aristocratic families or those from the military. In short, or the gods with backgrounds are stronger. Certainly, everything is not absolute. Someone like Lu Yuan who has no background has a certain probability of becoming a strong person. It's just that the probability is relatively low. Looking at the crumbling divine space, Lu Yuan issued an oracle to Abathur to retreat. Wait until all the Zerg retreat. Lu Yuan's thoughts moved and he returned directly to Wilderness City. Buzz. A wave of fluctuation emerged, and Lu Yuan appeared again as the Minister of Wilderness City. Hey? Haven't you come back yet? Lu Yuan was a little surprised that he had already managed 2 of them. Tina hasn't come back yet. Just when he was thinking about whether to go and take a look. Sudden. The prompt message from the God's domain interface came to my mind. Tip: your god killed a god. Tip: you have gained 3.59 million faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 3.59 million faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, priesthood drought. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the system could reveal the priesthood after a divine kill. Not bad. Sure enough, the system is still the most considerate. Before his thoughts dissipated, he felt a spatial fluctuation emerge. Immediately afterwards, Tina's figure emerged. However, Tina's condition at this moment is simply terrible. Not only was his face pale, but a deep wound on his arm appeared. In addition, there are several wounds that look like eyes. And the divine power has been exhausted. On the other hand, Lu Yuan. Not only was the whole body unscathed, but it seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. They are both demigods, so why is the gap so big? Tina thought to herself and bowed directly to Lu Yuan. Master, fortunately you lived up to your command and killed that god. This is the godhead you obtained. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and revealed a crystal as big as a fist. Lu Yuan waved his hand and put the godhead away. Then with a flick of his finger, a burst of vitality was injected into the opponent's body. Suddenly, the wound that was still bleeding began to stop bleeding, and soon scabs began to form. Feel the changes in your body. The elf goddess bowed. Thank you, Master. Well, let's go. Lu Yuan nodded and glanced at the remaining scabs on the elf goddess body. As a demigod, it won't take long for this scab to heal. It's not that he doesn't want to help the other party get a complete cure. It is true that his own divine power has been consumed so much that he can no longer use it easily. It's strange, Dabf, that these gods first fight with each other when they meet, but rarely do it themselves. As Lu Yuan walked, he couldn't help but thought to himself. This time, he almost consumed more than a drop of his divine power just to deal with these people. If you really meet an opponent, I'm afraid it will consume even more. And it is carried out directly through the method of divine warfare. It seems to be consumption among believers. But in fact, once all his followers are killed, faith will collapse. There will be a huge weakening of the god's strength. At that time, even if you take action, you can save a lot of divine power. For these reasons, Lu Yuan felt that if he had not experienced this kind of battle personally, I don't understand it so thoroughly. It seems that we need to gather the divine power as soon as possible. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. After condensing the divine power, not only will the transformation of divine power be faster, but the speed of his own perception of the priesthood will also increase. At that time, with the same divine power, the power burst out will be stronger than now. After what happened this time, Lu Yuan also learned that although Wilderness City ostensibly did not allow anyone to do anything in the city, but there are actually other ways to think of. The journey back to the hotel was uneventful. Lu Yuan entered the divine space. The first thing is to use your super top divine realm opening card to open up the divine realm. In order to deceive himself, that Yaros did not hesitate to take out a top-level God's Domain card and misplace it. Now the other party is killed by Lu Yuan. And he also handed the top-level Divine Domain opening card to the other party under the surprised eyes of the elf goddess. After all, in Lu Yuan's view, the elven goddess's divine domain is simply pitiful. After using the super top divine domain opening card, Lu Yuan put in the resource card. In the end, the brain he obtained from the evil eye of the octopus was fused with Abathur. Ouch! Abathur began to roar in pain, and also began a long transformation period like Yagdra. Next, Lu Yuan began a salty fish period of more than 10 days. In addition to eating and sleeping every day, I would also work out and exercise with the elf goddess. He found that as the amount of exercise between himself and the elf goddess increased, the other party became more and more comfortable with exercise. He often performs various ingenious shows for himself. The two heavens of ice and fire, the electric light and poisonous dragon drill, the river flowing eastward, and so on. Some of them feel very novel. Lu Yuan was very satisfied. In the blink of an eye, nearly 5 days passed. On this day, Lu Yuan entered the divine space as usual to check the progress of faith value harvesting and so on. But who knows? As soon as he entered, there was a message record from the God's Domain interface. Record your believer. The race has mutated. Record, your believer race has been upgraded to a new race, Thunder Beast. Record, your believers feel the greatness of divine grace, and their faith deepens. Record, you gained 18.92 million faith points. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, he didn't expect that the Thunder Beast had finally mutated. With a thought in his mind, he looked directly towards the divine space. I saw a 5-meter-tall terrifying beast roaring to the sky in the divine space. Their bodies are covered with hideous and terrifying bone spurs, and they look like a giant bull. However, the huge curved horn on the head is taller, longer and sharper. The whole body is covered with an extremely thick carapace, and the lower limbs are several times thicker than an elephant's thigh. The 2 forelimbs turned into half-moon-shaped claws that were several meters long, with a frightening cold light shining on them. A huge mouth opened slightly, and countless mucus flowed out of it. It looked ugly and fierce. Turn on race information. With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan directly opened the Thunder Beast's information interface. Named Thunder Beast. Category Zerg. Stage 5 TH level. Ability, Monomolecule Giant Blade, Strengthen Immune System, Iron Wall, Sensory Movement Control, Huge Force Swing, Main. Life, 35, Amazing Blood Volume. Strength, 36, it is also extremely easy to tear through heavy armor. Agility, 25, fair 5th level speed. Intelligence, 15, you don't need to learn spells compared to your rank. Evaluation, the unimaginable defense and life make it naturally resistant to attacks. Coupled with the terrifying huge strength and normal speed, it is like a moving fortress, terrifying. Compare. Single Molecule Giant Blade, a special blade evolved from the forelimbs. It is extremely sharp and can cut through any alloy and heavy armor. Strengthened Immune System, the strengthened immune system allows the Thunder Beast to withstand any poison. Copper Wall and Iron Wall, the extremely solid carapace gives the Thunder Beast a very powerful defense. Sensory Action Control, even with a huge body, you can still make precise attacks. Giant Swing, the Thunder Beast mobilizes all its strength and swings the giant blade of its forelimbs, which can pierce heavy armor in an instant and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Lu Yuan looked away from the information and nodded sincerely. As expected of a powerful high-level Zerg. This basic attribute alone is already much stronger than the Springtails of the same level. And this is only the 5th level state. Once it continues to strengthen to the 7th level, I don't know how terrifying it will be. With the birth of the first Thunder Beast. Next, more and more Thunder Beasts appeared one after another. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan directly selected the 20,000 first transformed Thunder Beast genes from the 6th and 7th level Thunder Beast genes and continued to fuse them. The remaining 80,000 are reserved for backup. Although it also takes time, Lu Yuan guessed that changing from the 5th level to the 6th level, or even the 7th level, would be much shorter than the previous mutation. The next day, when Lu Yuan thought that these Thunder Beasts could mutate, he unexpectedly received the news that Yagdra's mutation was completed. Chapter 98. Record, your believer race has mutated. Record, your believer race has advanced. Record, your believer race has advanced. Record, you have gained 2.35 to 70,000 faith points. Lu Yuan is checking recording the message. Suddenly, I heard the prayer from Yagazora. The great god of natural disasters, Yagdra, I sincerely pray to you and thank you for giving me new power. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard this voice. Has Yagdra, who has been silent for more than 10 years, finally completed her transformation? He appeared directly in front of the other party. I saw. Yagdra, who was originally like a giant snake, has disappeared. What replaced them was a powerful Zerg that was more than 10 times larger than before. Yagdra, who is more than 10 meters tall and has a body length of more than 50 meters, is covered with sharp barbs all over his body. 4 insect-like lower limbs stand on the ground. Above it is a huge scimitar like the giant blade of a thunder beast. On the head, which is as huge as a house, 6 compound eyes shine with a breathtaking light. In the mouth covered with layers of sharp teeth, an extremely blazing flame was burning continuously. Wow! When he stretched his back, 2 dragons like bone dragons stretched out. Hey! Even the dragon wings have mutated. A look of surprise appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. In this way, Yagdra has the ability to fly. He subconsciously opened the other party's interface information. Name, Flame Tyrant Yagdra. Category Zerg. Stage 10 TH level. Ability, Strengthen Tier. Flame Spine Spray, Main, Sacrificial Fire, Balrog Summons, Main, Flame Breath, Main, Death Burning, Main, Command of the Dead. Life, 55, powerful is not enough to describe it. Strength, 58, power increases suddenly. Agility, 50, on the passing line at the same level. Intelligence, 51, very powerful. Evaluation: under the double baptism of the abyss and flame, now the power of the undead has been added, making his ability more powerful. Because of this, the shackles of its original potential have been broken. In addition to the dramatically increased attributes, Lu Yuan also saw the upgraded death burn. In addition to burning the target and causing it to suffer continuous damage, it also has a more fatal effect on the soul. In addition, another new ability has been added. Command of the Dead, the natural pressure from the bone dragon flame, with the ability to control undead creatures. Although only a new ability has been added, for Lu Yuan, this ability seems extremely practical. Once he encounters an undead creature again, as long as the level does not exceed the existence of Yagdra, it can be controlled by Yagdra. And even if the opponent's god takes action, Yagdra can also interfere with the opponent's control of the undead. If you use it well, it will be a god-level skill. Certainly. What makes Lu Yuan most happy is that this time Yagdra not only successfully advanced, it has even advanced to the 10th level, which is higher than the bone dragon. He thought for a while, this should be due to the effects of the few flame divine crystals he obtained. Otherwise, the other party would not have made such a huge breakthrough. A 10th level believer. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing. Not to mention demigods, even gods with weak divine power may not be able to have such a level of believers. This time the gamble was worth it. The rest depends on how far Abathur's breakthrough can reach. Lu Yuan believes that he will not be disappointed. In a blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. It's not far from the opening of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Finally, on this day, Lu Yuan saw the recorded news of Abathur's advancement. A huge change compared to Yagdra. In addition to Abathur's head and body being several times larger than before, he also had a huge vertical eye. Name: Psychopath Abathur. Category Zerg. Stage 9 TH level. Ability: Strength and Tearling, Larvae Symbiosis, Main, Putrid Locust Swarm, Main, Evil Eye Ray, Main. Life: 45, 9th level passing line. Strength: 40, the strength bonus is not high. Agility: 35, weaker in comparison. Intelligence: 54, unimaginably powerful mental power. Evaluation: Abathur, who has broken through the shackles, has taken a step closer in spirit, and at the same time, he has more means of attack. Evil Eye Light, a powerful attack method from the evil eye of the octopus, which can emit extremely hot and powerful light from the eyeball, which can instantly penetrate the opponent. Without the assistance of the Flame Divine Crystal, Abathur could only reach the 9th level this time. But this result is enough for Lu Yuan. The 9th level Abathur and the 10th level Agdra have become his two trump cards. Even facing high-level units, he is not afraid at all. It would be great when we can upgrade all other arms to level 9 or even level 10. Lu Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself with some anticipation. But who knows? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the system. Ding! The host's request has been detected and here's the answer. The genetic potential of different Zerg species is not unlimited, so even if the host draws a lottery, it will not be able to reveal items that exceed its potential. What? So you mean? Zerg species such as Springtails and Hydralisks can only reach level 5. Lu Yuan frowned and couldn't help but ask. Ding! The host needs to seek external resources and change the genetic potential of the Zerg itself through refining and fusion. Is that so? Lu Yuan understood immediately upon hearing this. If you want to continue to improve the ranks of other Zerg races, you may need more external resources for integration. And my Hydra tier Springtail itself has been integrated with the factors of Hell creatures. It is equivalent to improving one's own potential. If you want to improve it again, you can only find factors that are also of the Hell type and continue to improve them. By analogy, if the Flamethorn demon wants to improve further, it needs Abyss type factors to improve it. Think for a moment. Lu Yuan found that he would need to obtain resources from more and more places in the future. Forget it, don't worry about this for now. Lu Yuan chuckled, and his current divine domain has expanded to 100,000 hectares. More than twice as much as before. The number of the Zerg army can already reach 10 million. Even if it can't be improved temporarily. These 5th-level armies alone can overwhelm many opponents. In fact, Lu Yuan is too anxious now. You know, the reason why his strength feels insufficient? That's because I always compare myself with those gods who are too powerful. How long has it been since Lu Yuan lit the divine fire? In less than a month, he had a 5th-level army. If word spread, it would scare people to death. As long as you give him enough time, it will be a matter of time to find the right factor. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan also woke up from this obsession. Time flows. In the blink of an eye, the day came for the opening of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. On this day, Lu Yuan saved all the faith points obtained in his divine space except the necessary 10 million, and converted them all into his own divine power. When the elf goddess next to her heard Lu Yuan talking about how many drops of divine power she had, he almost screamed in shock. 108 drops. It was actually 108 drops of divine power. Calculated, that is 10.8 billion faith value. She really didn't know how the other party was able to do it. In fact, if calculated normally, Lu Yuan now has nearly 10 million Zerg troops in the divine space, plus the 5th level bonus and the existence of high-level units. On average, nearly 500 million divine powers can be harvested every day. Coupled with Lu Yuan's successive miracles, he was able to possess such terrifying divine power in just over half a month. Now, if the level of understanding of the priesthood is not considered, Lu Yuan is completely capable of fighting a god with weaker divine power head-on. Certainly. The opponent's priesthood comprehension progress is higher than his own. But the number of your own priests is higher than that of the other party. Under the circumstances of the ebb and flow, it may not be impossible to fight head-on with the opponent. Let's go. After leaving the door, Lu Yuan went directly to the teleportation station with the elf goddess. The plane coordinates of the Dragon Emperor's tomb have been found out. They don't need to form a group, they can just go there by themselves. Under a flash of light, the figures of Lu Yuan and the elf goddess disappeared instantly. When it appears again, we have arrived at the plane where the Dragon Emperor's tomb is located. Where it enters the eye. Among the endless mountains, Lu Yuan could feel a powerful divine wave without looking carefully. Zero, please give me flowers. Is this the power of medium divine power without any limit? Feel the terrifying sense of oppression that envelops the entire plane. Lu Yuan couldn't help frowning. He looked to the side and found that the elf goddess was in a more serious condition than himself. Master, the pressure here is so strong, I feel like it's difficult to breathe. The elf goddess said with a pale face. At this moment, Lu Yuan thought and mobilized a trace of his divine power. At the same time, the power of all the clergy quietly bloomed to resist this pressure. Time. The elf goddess felt the pressure relax and she felt much better instantly. Master, are you so strong? She looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. She didn't expect that the other party's clerical power could withstand the pressure of medium divine power. It seems that my priesthood itself is relatively powerful. Lu Yuan naturally felt this change. I couldn't help but feel happy. The priesthood he possesses is not just low-level priesthood such as Desolation and Drought. There are also powerful priests such as Flame of Destruction and Demonic Fire of the Abyss. It is precisely because of the existence of these powerful clergy that Lu Yuan can resist the oppression of the other party's clergy. Having figured this out, Lu Yuan was relieved. Let's go. With a movement, the two of them flew directly into the vast mountains. Soon, around him, he saw the figures of some gods flying towards the Dragon Emperor's tomb. But On the surface, their auras are stronger than Lu Yuan's. Because the lowest ones are all beings with godhead. And Lu Yuan even saw several gods with weak divine power. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a majestic pressure appeared in the sky. A man wearing a grey robe and red hair. The god flew through the air very arrogantly, passing by Lu Yuan's head. He couldn't help but smile disdainfully. Haha, even a mere demigod dares to come to the Dragon Emperor's tomb to join in the fun. Aren't you afraid of dying? As the other party was speaking, he casually struck out at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan only felt an extremely powerful wave of divine power coming towards him. Boom! With just a loud noise, his and the elf goddess bodies were smashed into the mountains. Seeing this scene, the red-haired god burst into wild laughter. Without even looking at it, it just flew away. Crack! Wait until the opponent's figure completely disappears. There was a loud noise from a mountain peak, and Lu Yuan's figure emerged from it. Just now, if he hadn't protected the elf goddess, I'm afraid the other party is about to die directly. Even Lu Yuan felt a surge of energy and blood in his body at this moment, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. A god of primary divine power. Lu Yuan looked at the direction in which the other party was going and couldn't help but sneered. He wrote down this account. Master, are you okay? Seeing blood bleeding from the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth, the elf goddess next to him couldn't help but expressed concern. I'm fine. Lu Yuan frowned and pondered for a moment. Tina, please enter my divine realm. It's too dangerous to take you with me. Okay. Master. The elf goddess nodded without hesitation. She also knew that her strength was too low and she could not help Lu Yuan at all. With a wave of his hand, a door of summoning opened. The elf goddess goes directly into it. Then, the door of summoning closed. Lu Yuan then rushed towards the distance. This time, he did not use his divine power to fly in the sky. Instead, he relied on his own physical strength to run on the mountains. Learn from mistakes. He was going to approach the Dragon Emperor's tomb to observe the situation first. Finally, after running around for nearly 5 days, Lu Yuan finally saw the center of countless mountains. A valley shaped like a dragon's skull emerged. And in the valley, an extremely powerful divine aura erupted. Needless to say, the tomb of the Dragon Emperor has arrived. Whoosh! Lu Yuan's figure approached the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Soon, he found it at the entrance. Dozens of gods actually gathered. And the weakest gods are actually gods with weak divine power. There are as many as 5 gods with primary divine power. And the red-haired god was standing there. Chapter 99. I'm actually the weakest. Lu Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips secretly when he saw the other party. He thought that many demigods would come this time. But he didn't expect that he was the only one. Think about it too. Where this kind of elementary divine power can visit, demigods will definitely not gain anything from it. Even if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Even gods with weak divine power are at great risk. After all, if there are treasures in the tombs left by gods with medium power, they may be very extraordinary. But this time, Lu Yuan also came for the godhead with medium divine power. If you can get it, it will be a huge profit. Morgan, this time we can work together to explore this ancient tomb of the gods. While Lu Yuan was observing, he heard a triangular-eyed god speaking in the distance. The aura exuding from his body is very strong, and he should be a god with elementary divine power. Hear this. The red-haired man next to him sneered. Okay, but I want 80% of the harvest. 80%? Morgan, you are talking like a lion. The triangular-eyed man's complexion changed. 50%, we are 50-50. Among the people present, only the 2 of us have the strongest divine power. The triangle-eyed guy couldn't help but bargain. Ha ha ha, Shwedo, the god of cunning and shadow, do you think I am a fool? We can't get involved in exploring the tomb of the Dragon Emperor at all, it still depends on the strength of the believers. Red-haired Morgan couldn't help but sneer. Can your followers compare to mine? You. Okay, then the most I can do is 7 to 7-3 and promise to give you 60%. You have also seen that other gods also have a tendency to unite. Shwedo said directly. Okay, deal. Red-haired Morgan nodded, and the two reached an agreement. Lu Yuan was tens of kilometers away, motionless, concentrating his aura. Hearing the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but frown. What do you mean the gods can't intervene? Before he could react, suddenly, the Dragon Emperor's tomb in the distance suddenly shone brightly. Buzz! There was only a loud noise, and a dazzling halo of light burst out from above. All the gods, including Lu Yuan, were instantly enveloped. Lu Yuan only felt his eyes tremble, and his body instantly stiffened. When he opened his eyes again, he found that his consciousness had been pulled into a huge, inexplicable space. Aloof, without a trace. Only the divinity emanating from his body protects him. He subconsciously wanted to move his thoughts, but found that his whole body was covered with extremely powerful power. There was no way to move at all. This is... Lu Yuan was confused and suddenly saw it. Not far away, many gods who had been waiting at the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's tomb suddenly appeared. Their bodies also exude various divine fluctuations to protect themselves from being harmed by that terrible pressure. And the same as Lu Yuan, their spiritual thoughts cannot move within it. Just when Lu Yuan was confused, the gods seemed to have anticipated this. One by one they waved their hands. Time. On the vast land below, summoning gates emerged one after another. Ouch! Roars sounded, and a race of believers with powerful auras rushed out from them, running towards the distant land. I see. After seeing this scene, Lu Yuan finally knew what all this was about. Because this so-called tomb of the Dragon Emperor has a strong sense of the divinity of the gods. Once turned on, the souls of all the gods will be pulled into the void of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Apart from resisting the pressure left by the Dragon Emperor God, there was no way he could do anything else. On the contrary, believers who no longer have the godhead are not affected here. In this way, it depends on whether your believer race is strong enough and whether you can snatch the treasure once it is discovered. Boom boom boom! Amidst the loud noise, the red-haired Morgan's elementary divine power waved his hand. A huge summoning gate appeared on the earth. At the same time, the sun-headed flame dragon crawled out of it with lava flowing all over its body. Each of these flame dragon lizards is more than 4 meters long, with thick limbs and full of explosive power. On them sat humanoid figures wearing heavy armor. Fire Dragon Lizard Knight. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, this red-haired Morgan turned out to be a 5th-level heavy-armed knight. The earth shook, and a series of flame dragon lizard knights walked out of the summoning door. The number exceeds 50,000. The other gods who saw this scene suddenly had a look of surprise on their faces. Is he a 50,000 level 5th level professional in one move? Or is he a flame dragon lizard heavy knight with the strongest attack power? Maid, how can we fight this? My 5th level is only 2,000. Don't be afraid, if we join forces, we can gather up to 50,000 level 5 soldiers. Several gods with weak divine power couldn't help but spoke in surprise. Hearing other people's comments, red-haired Morgan's face flashed with deep disdain. A bunch of trash, do you think all this god has is these 50,000? At this time, he suddenly opened his mouth, as if ping conveyed something to the divine space below. Immediately afterwards, everyone was surprised to see it. One after another, the whole body was burning with blazing flames, and a powerful creature with a height of more than 3 meters came out of it. It was so vast that it actually reached as many as 30,000. The Balrog is actually a 5th level Balrog. How is this possible with so many abyssal flame demons? Everyone was completely shocked. Even Xuedo, the god of cunning and shadow next to him, was shocked. The Abyss Flame Demon is an extremely rare race of believers. Even in the main world, buying one depends on luck. And even if you can buy it, you can't buy so much at once. The Balrogs purchased are generally below level 3, and advance very slowly. It may not be possible to advance to the first level in hundreds of years. But the red-haired Morgan actually took out 30,000 level 5 Balrogs at once, which would surprise anyone. But then, a look of joy appeared on Xuedo's face. Ha ha ha, Morgan, you are hiding too deeply. Where did you get so many 5th level Balrogs? Humph, I encountered an abyss crack in a plane before, and I happened to conquer this group of Balrogs. Red-haired Morgan said proudly. Haha, with the help of your army, we will definitely gain a lot this time. As he said this, Xuedo also opened his own summoning door. Hiss! Snake men whose auras had also reached the 5th level walked out of it. The number instantly reached 50,000. At the same time, behind the snake man, Lu Yuan also saw some amphibious fishmen whose aura had reached the 4th level. There is an aura of shadow surrounding them, as if they can hide under the shadow at any time. Lu Yuan subconsciously opened the information interface of these races. Suddenly I discovered. These amphibious fishmen are not ordinary fishmen. Instead, he is a mutated fishman known as the Murloc Nightcrawler. The ability he is good at is the ability to move quickly in a dim environment. Lu Yuan couldn't help but nodded slightly when he saw many followers of the gods. It seems that the routes taken by any god are different, and they all have their own trump cards. So far, there are dozens of races of believers in gods. The race of believers united by red-haired Morgan and Xuedo is the most powerful. Among them, the total of the 5th level has exceeded 200,000. There are also miscellaneous 3rd level, 4th level, and even 2nd level races, more than 800,000. The two of them combined have an army of 1 million. It has completely gained an absolute advantage among all the gods. Only. This is the trump card that shocks and scares all the gods. It actually made Lu Yuan feel a bit low-key. Is this the foundation and strength of the primary divine power? Isn't this too bad? So. Just when everyone was surprised by the strength of the two god believers. Sudden. On the vast land, a summoning door emerged. Hey? Whose summoning door is this? Doubts appeared in everyone's mind. But as soon as this idea emerged, he saw a series of Hydra heavily armored Tearling Springtails wearing heavy armor and with ferocious bone spurs all over their bodies rushing out of them. What race is this? Why have I never seen it before? 5th level, they are all 5th level, or are they professionals? Oh my god, isn't this too much? Look, what's behind that? Is it also a Balrog? No way. Am I dazzled? Everyone looked on in surprise as 200,000 Hydra heavy-armed Tearling Springtails surged out from the summoning gate, 0. And then. There were actually 300,000 flame-thorned demons pouring out of it. Afterwards, an army of 500,000 flaming alien dragons surged out of it. An army of 1 million, all at level 5. This time, everyone was completely shocked. Whose believer is this? Someone spoke with a trembling voice. They can tell which god they are followers from the believers. But no one can judge these believers in front of them. And the gods and gods around them had no intention of exposing them. This surprised everyone even more. A million-level 5th level army is not something that ordinary deities with elementary divine power can cultivate. It must be a family, someone with a background behind it. Suddenly, even the red exemption has changed a bit. They are wandering gods with no foundation. The most fearful thing is that a god with a family background comes here to grab jobs. The red-haired Morgan's spiritual mind swept around, and no one's spiritual mind was found to have fluctuated. Who is it? That's so scary. Shwedo said with some fear. Don't worry about it. Treasure also depends on luck. Let's set off quickly. The red-haired Morgan snorted coldly, waved his hand, and the army of believers roared towards the mountains in the distance. Seeing this, Shwe also nodded. The other party's believers are indeed strong enough, but if the two of them join forces, they may not have no chance. And he knew that both he and Morgan had their own trump cards. Swish, swish, swish. As the believers moved forward, the thoughts of many gods also flew away. Lu Yuan was not idle when he saw this, and directly commanded the army to search for the distant mountains. Only then did he realize that as long as he does not release any hostile thoughts, he can move freely throughout the void. It seems that this dragon emperor with medium divine power actually placed his tomb in a broken plain. After walking for a long time, Lu Yuan discovered the vastness of the entire dragon emperor's tomb. In fact, the entrance to the dragon emperor's tomb is nothing more than a teleportation station. As long as it is shrouded in light, the soul will be transported. If you want to find the real tomb of the dragon emperor, you will need to explore the entire plain. In the blink of an eye, 2 full days passed. Lu Yuan relied on the speed of the alien dragon army to reach an extremely far range of 5.2. But I didn't see any gains. This made him couldn't help but wonder whether there really was a godhead in the dragon emperor's tomb. But at this moment, sudden, in the sky, a dazzling lightning condensed from the void, and then struck the ground in the distance heavily. Such eye-catching thunder and lightning can be seen clearly even from a very far distance. Lu Yuan's expression changed immediately when he saw this scene. All the troops, come to me, who? He knew that the treasure had really been discovered. Boom! There were more and more thunders in the sky, falling towards the earth like a curtain of rain. At this moment, almost all the gods rushed towards the place where the thunder and lightning fell. Finally, when Lu Yuan arrived with a huge Zerg army, shocked to see, in a canyon shaped like a giant dragon, a huge circular disc wrapped with lightning appeared in the canyon. Thunder light danced around the disc, turning into a circular pool. In the pool, countless sticky thunder slurries were beating in it. Moreover, this disc is not a dead thing, but opens and shrinks like a living thing, like a mother's placenta, brewing something. Many gods who saw this scene suddenly exclaimed, "The rumors are true. It turns out to be true. This is the inferior artifact that the Dragon Emperor refined with his divine body before his death, the Thunder Placenta." What? The Dragon Emperor God is actually a woman? Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Chapter 100. Lu Yuan always thought that the Dragon Emperor deity in the Dragon Emperor's tomb was a man. But he never expected that the other party was actually a female god. And he actually used his own divine body to make a divine weapon. Lower level artifacts are the lowest existence among artifacts. But even so, it is still an artifact. Among the countless gods in the entire main world, adding up, no more than 1 in a billion can possess a divine weapon. Even a low-level artifact can make any god's heart flutter. Haha, rush for me and grab the artifact. The moment they saw the Thunder Placenta, all the gods went crazy. Millions of believers' race turned into a torrent and rushed towards the artifact. As long as you can occupy the artifact for a period of time, you can pass the summoning gate and collect the artifact bit by bit into your own divine space. Certainly. This is a process. During this process, strong believers are needed to guard the artifact. Otherwise, once other believers rush up, the process of collecting the artifact will be interrupted. At that time, all the efforts will fall short. Charge, charge, kill me. The knights charge, the mages support, the archers fire volleys, kill them all instantly. Kill, kill, leave no one behind, werewolves, tear everything to pieces for me. Great God of rainstorms, please give the crocodile man great power. This moment, countless roars, prayers, and shouts rang out. On the dry, decaying earth, countless races rushed towards the thunder placenta. And countless races began to block each other. Blood and death are directly staged at this moment. The land stretching hundreds of thousands of kilometers has been completely replaced by blood. Mutilation. Head. Covering the earth like a quilt. Blood. Scream. It filled the sky like a tsunami. However, so far, no race of believers of the gods has been able to rush to the edge of the thunder placenta. 30 They can only consume believers in countless fights. At this time, mid-air, arrogant laughter came from red-haired Morgan. Ha ha ha, you are a bunch of trash, the thunder placenta is mine. He shouted coldly, and immediately after, he saw 50,000 flame lizard heavily armored knights roaring from the plains. Their eyes were fierce and their expressions were extremely indifferent. Without even looking, he rushed directly towards the countless melee armies. Puff! The sharp spear instantly pierced each head. The movements are uniform and well trained. The flame lizard beneath him even spit out fire, burning some low-end races into ashes. The 50,000 troops directly tore a huge gap on the battlefield. Many gods saw this scene. They all rushed towards the red-haired Morgan's army. Morgan, this is a magical weapon. Even if you are strong enough, we will not give up. Many gods roared. Begin to take the initiative to unite against Morgan's army. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of thousands of believers began to charge towards Morgan's army. And at this moment, in the rear, hundreds of thousands of long-range troops began to exert their strength. Among them, the most terrifying one is the 50,000 Balrog army. As soon as they opened their mouths and spat out, blazing flames carrying the aura of the abyss suddenly cut through hundreds of meters of void and landed on the king of the enemy camp. In just one move, the opponent's unit was set on fire. The flames of the abyss are already powerful, and coupled with the terrifying breath of the abyss, they can affect people's spirits. Time. The organized coalition forces suffered heavy losses. Quick, quick, rush to me and kill their flame demon heavenly chamber. Yes, as long as the Balrog is killed, there will be nothing they can do. Under the alliance of several gods, a small group of 5th-level vanguards, numbering several thousand, finally bypassed the heavily armored knights in front. As long as the distance is close, you can surprise the opponent's Balrog army. However, before they could get close, they saw fish heads suddenly rushing out from the shadows. An ugly race armed with scimitars. Boo-hoo! Their machetes were as fast as lightning, slitting each other's throats instantly. Mid-air, Shwedo's sinister laughter sounded. Ha ha ha, under my army of fishmen night crawlers, do you still want to get close? Morgan, the combination of the two of us is simply invincible. Humph. That's, not good. The pride in red-haired Morgan's eyes just appeared, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. Because they are winning an overwhelming victory here. And on the other side, a group of extremely terrifying Zerg army quickly approached the thunder placenta at an even more terrifying speed. Damn it, it's that mysterious star! Red-haired Morgan shouted loudly, directly commanding his army of believers to start charging. The 2 million-strong army merged into a terrifying wave. Like an extremely ferocious beast, it swept away all the believers of the gods. However, the moment they approached the thunder placenta artifact, it has been seen that Lu Yuan's Zerg army completely surrounded the entire thunder placenta. Buzz! A summoning door emerged from around the thunder placenta. The process of collecting thunder's placenta has begun. Damn it, come on, I won't let him get the artifact. Red-haired Morgan roared. The mighty army rushed towards the opponent. Come on, Tear them apart for the sake of the great body of fire. Kill, 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 the glory of the God of heaven cannot be read. Ouch! Ho ho ho! Astonishing roars resounded from the entire land. What was it like to have an army of nearly 1 million rushing toward the thunder placenta? If it were an ordinary believer race, they would have been so frightened that they lost their minds after seeing this scene. Pity! Lu Yuan's Zerg army saw the opponent charging. Not only was there no fear at all, but he roared and rushed towards the opponent. Mid-air. Lu Yuan opened the door to summoning, but did not receive the artifact. Because he knows, if you can't win this divine battle, it is simply impossible to complete the collection of artifacts. Then let me see how strong you are. While whispering softly to himself, his summoning door became larger again. Time. The endless Zerg army poured out crazily from it. Infested worms, poisonous banelings, hydra-tearing springtails, and flame lurkers. The alien dragon army. At this moment, thousands of Zerg armies began to join the battlefield. At the same time, in front, the armies of the two camps finally collided. Bang bang bang! A low muffled sound came from the collision. The huge flame lizard was staggered by the continuously strengthened heavy-armed hydra-tearing zombie warriors. Before they could react, they felt dizzy. Iron hoof attack starts. Buzz! Damn, what kind of power is this? The lizard knight sitting on the back couldn't help but cursed angrily. Before they could react. Armored burst, activate. Puff puff. Bone spurs with powerful penetrating power shot out from the back. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through their heavy armor. The heavily armored lizard man in pain raised the spear in his hand and was preparing to fight back. But only a roar was heard, and a flaming insect passed by in front of his eyes. Puff! The sharp flaming dagger stabbed his chest instantly. It directly deprived him of all vitality. Fire-tearing demon, light warrior professional. You can also call it a reaper. This is a tactical system that Lu Yuan invented in his spare time. The heavily armored warriors charge head-on, tearing apart the opponent's basic defense. Hidden behind, the smaller light-armored warrior, the flame-rip demon, dealt a fatal blow to the opponent. With the cooperation of the two parties, they can achieve extremely terrifying lethality on the battlefield. This is not. After just a short moment of contact, a large piece of the flame dragon lizard knight in the front row fell down. The red-haired Morgan was furious when he saw this scene. The balrogs in the back row, are you stupid pigs? Give me a shot and kill the power in the front row. Ouch! Immediately, the 50,000 balrog army began to spray flames towards the tearing springtails in the front row. Next to him, Do reacted and directly ordered the long-range army to start firing volleys. Only by blocking the opponent's attack head-on can victory be possible. Whoosh! The flames spit out by countless balrogs fell towards the front row. It hit the tens of thousands of heavily armored tearing springtails in the front row impartially. The red-haired Morgan looked happy when he saw this scene. The terrifying fire of the abyss can not only burn through the opponent's core, but also affect the opponent's mind. However, before his laughter started, he suddenly saw it. Countless heavily armored tearing springtails rushed out of the flames unscathed. Immune to fire? That's impossible! An extremely shocked cry came from his mouth. He never expected that the other party's insects were not afraid of fire. And at this moment, the flame spines formed by countless flame-thorn demons in the distance have shrouded downwards. Puff 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 puff. Ah! No! Help! The spines fell with strong penetrating power and burning with abyssal flames. Directly harvest the lives of hundreds of thousands of long-range troops at once. Even if the balrog itself is resistant to fire, it cannot withstand the penetrating nature of the spines. Crush! Crushed with all the persuasion. Counterattack, counterattack, human priests, what are you doing? Give me healing. Shwedo screamed desperately from behind. His human mage group temporarily took on the responsibility of rescue. However, before the healing spell could be chanted, the ground beneath their feet exploded, and 5th level poisonous baneling insects burst out of the ground and exploded in front of them. Boom! A huge roar emerged. The mage group that was originally focused was instantly enveloped in countless dark green powerful corrosive poisons. In the shrill screams, all the mages were completely melted. Damn, what's going on underground? The red-haired Morgan was furious. And over there, where did the sharp thorns in the ground come from? What kind of damn race is this? The original army of millions was under the oppression of Lu Yuan's Zerg. It actually dropped by more than 300,000 in an instant. No, Morgan, we can't keep it. Shwedo said with an ugly expression. As long as we win this victory by 120, the artifact we get will be enough to make up for the losses of our believers. Mad, I don't need you to tell me. Red-haired Morgan spoke angrily. Okay, do you think you can force me to submit? Come out, Flame Mammoth Legion. I saw the earth tremble. The summoning door opened, and then huge mammoth beasts burning with flames rushed out from it. Flame Mammoth, a race of beasts up to the 6th level. The improvement of faith is limited, but it cannot withstand the terror of strength. With a body as huge as a hill, thick hair, and sharp fangs, it can crush everything on the battlefield. And such a flame mammoth actually has as many as 50,000 flame roots. This is his trump card to keep the bottom of the box. I can't bear to use it easily. But now, for the sake of the artifact, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore. Okay, Morgan, I knew you had a backup plan. When Shwedo saw it, his face suddenly became overjoyed. Of course he was not ambiguous either. Raising his hands, the same summoning door appeared. Bah! A long and sharp roar came. I saw a big bird with a length of 3 meters emerging from the void. They are shaped like eagles, but have heads like giant dragons. Morgan next to him couldn't help but show a hint of surprise when he saw it. Level 6 Dragon Eagle, Shwedo, you finally did not disappoint me. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Morgan, leave their air force to me. Shwedo laughed. These 40,000 Dragon Eagles were also his trump card. One level higher than the opponent, and he also saw the confrontation just now. Although Lu Yuan's alien dragon is very fast, its defense is not that strong. If you cooperate with your Dragon Eagle army, you can resist the opponent. The 50,000 flaming mammoths who suddenly joined stepped on their strong iron hooves and rushed into the Zerg army like a torrent of flames. Just heard a loud noise. The tearing springtails that collided at close range were directly blown away by the high-level power of the flame mammoth. 2 3-meter-long curved horns instantly pierced their abdomens. Then, without even a pause, he passed by. Wherever he goes, he is simply invincible. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed when he saw this scene. This group of gods is indeed more sinister than the last, and they all have such backup plans. Lu Yuan chuckled. Fortunately, he also had a backup plan. A thought came to my mind. Lu Yuan directly conveyed the oracle to Abathur. Abathur, take the Thunder Beast Legion and come out for a walk. Chapter 101. Great Lord, Abathur obeys your will. In the divine space, Abathur hurriedly responded to Lu Yuan's oracle piously. He was excited. Ever since his breakthrough, he has always wanted a chance to play. Finally. Now is your chance. Buzz. His powerful spiritual power instantly enveloped the army of 20,000 thunder beasts. Let's go and overcome all obstacles for the sake of the great master. Ouch! The army of thunder beasts looked up to the sky and howled, making an astonishing roar. Immediately, it turned into an extremely neat array and rushed towards the summoning door. Haha, the flame mammoth is really powerful. Shwedo couldn't help but praise him after seeing the flaming mammoth's devastating sweep on the battlefield. And in mid-air, with the help of the long-range attack methods below, the Dragon Eagle army was able to contain the opponent's alien dragon army. As long as the Flame Mammoth can achieve an overwhelming victory. By the time they were completely crushed in this divine battle. Hey, he must be a descendant of the family, otherwise it would be impossible to have such a terrifying number of believers. Tisk tisk. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Killing a member of a noble family might lead to huge gains. Boom boom boom. Seeing the devastating flaming mammoth on the battlefield, red-haired Morgan's eyes showed a look of fanaticism. Ha ha ha, it seems that your trump cards have been exhausted, so prepare to hand over the artifact. Moreover, your life will be completely taken away by my great god of fire, red-haired Morgan. However, as soon as his voice fell, he saw the summoning door in the distance tremble suddenly. Subsequently, the earth began to shake. Each one was 8 meters high, like a moving hill, and a powerful creature covered with a ferocious carapace rushed out of it. No, what is that? The smile on red-haired Morgan's face stopped suddenly. This aura is actually level 7? How is that possible? Shwedo's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he exclaimed in disbelief. Why does he have a 7th level race? Is he a god with medium divine power? Seeing the mighty army of thunder beasts appear, Shwedo's voice of shock didn't stop. Red-haired Morgan suddenly exclaimed. It seems there are more than 7 levels, look. He raised his hand and pointed. Suddenly, Shwedo saw a huge figure emerging from behind the terrifying thunder beast army. Huge head, ferocious carapace. And there's a huge eyeball on the head. This aura is actually the 9th level. Shwedo felt his tone begin to tremble. No, it's impossible. A god with medium divine power cannot come at all. It will cause the Dragon Emperor to be dissatisfied and explode directly. He did not believe that a god with medium divine power could enter here. Can the 7th level race in front of us and a 9th level terrifying existence are beyond the reach of a god with elementary divine power. Ouch! A uniform roar sounded. The huge, heavy, and terrifying thunder beast army finally began to charge. Their direction was suddenly towards the powerful flaming mammoth. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook like a giant beating a drum. Thunder light danced in the sky, making this scene eternal. Ouch! The flaming mammoth saw the army of thunder beasts rushing towards them, and the ferocity in their bones made them still attack. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. On the broken battlefield, the two armies collided like a torrent. Boom boom! There was a loud noise, and the thunder beast, which was half taller than the flaming mammoth, slammed into it. Just like an adult bullying a child, he knocked the flame mammoth to the ground. Before they could react, from behind, Abathur's terrifying roar could already be heard. Swing with great force, let go. Swish! From the forelimbs of the thunder beast, 2 pairs of single-molecule giant blades have evolved, and they suddenly raised up at this time. The blades turned into several meters long and crossed instantly. Pft! Click! There was only a crisp sound, and the sharp ivory of the flame mammoth was cut off with a single blow. Their heads were cut in half. The blood and brain matter instantly collapsed. From beginning to end, the Thunder Beast army did not pause at all. They simply charged forward and waved with great force. Charge forward and swing with great force. After a few rounds, most of the tens of thousands of flaming mammoths had been destroyed. Is this so fierce? In the distance, many gods who had been beaten and fled could not help but let out incredible screams. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Can even the flaming mammoth not stop it? It's amazing. I thought that red-haired Morgan could win the treasure, but now it seems that we were all wrong. That's right, I didn't expect that there is a hidden god. Just when everyone was shocked, red-haired Morgan roared furiously. Damn it, Shwedo, let your air force help, they can't fight against the air. After all, the other party is a god with elementary divine power, and his vision is higher than that of ordinary gods. Although he saw that his flame mammoth suffered heavy losses. But red-haired Morgan immediately discovered the other party's problem. What? Can't it be against the air? Dragon Eagle, give it to me. Shwedo also had red eyes. If these thunder beasts are not dealt with, the thunder placenta will have no chance at all. With a long roar, 20,000 dragon eagles suddenly separated from the sky. At the same time, from Shwedo's summoning gate, the leader of the dragon eagle of the 7th level of the sun rushed out. Become the leader of the entire team and rush towards the thunder beast army in the distance. Ultralisk cannot attack the air. As long as you can use Dragon Eagle to consume it remotely, you will have a chance to make a comeback. However, when watching the mighty Dragon Eagle rush towards, before Lu Yuan could speak, Abathur had already jumped out from behind. Looking towards the sky, a lifetime of wailing emerges. Mental scream. An invisible spiritual cry came from his mouth. In just a moment, it turned into a powerful spiritual tide and enveloped the Dragon Eagle army in mid-air. Abathur has broken through the 9th level, and the power of this kind of mental scream is simply extraordinary. Just once, I saw a large piece of Dragon Eagle let out a shrill scream. Without warning, it began to fall from mid-air. Bah! The leader of the 7th level Dragon Eagle also let out a scream, but he did not bear the greatest damage head-on, so he could still hold on. However, before he could react, suddenly a blazing light pierced the void in mid-air. Not good. Before Shwedo's exclamation could end, that ray of light had instantly penetrated the head of the Dragon Eagle leader. Evil Eye Ray. At this moment, horrific killings erupted. Kill the 7th level Dragon Eagle leader in one blow. Even the Dragon Eagle leader was instantly killed. Far away, an army of 200,000 alien dragons had already marched towards Dragon Eagle in a mighty manner. Don't talk about hunting the Thunder Beast. Without the assistance of long-range attacks, they cannot even protect themselves. Damn, waste, Shwedo, you waste. The red-haired Morgan was furious. I wish I could end up in the end and shoot that 9th level creature to death. But he knew it was impossible. You want me to give up the artifact and dream? Red-haired Morgan roared. Buzz. Suddenly, his summoning door shines brightly. Then, an extremely loud dragon roar came out. Next moment, one was 40 meters long, with a dark purple body, a pair of fleshy wings spread over 50 meters, and a two-headed dragon-like creature rushed out of it. Seeing this scene, Shwedo couldn't help but scream in surprise. 9th level two-headed chimera? Oh my god, god of creation, our chance has come. Two-headed chimera, a powerful creature from ancient times. Once loyal to the great goddess of nature. He has dragon blood in his body, but he is not a dragon. The two huge dragon heads hold the power of lightning and acid. Extremely tyrannical. Shwedo never expected that red-haired Morgan could even get such a thing. However, unlike other races, this two-headed chimera had an extremely angry light flashing in its eyes as soon as it appeared. It actually started roaring towards the sky. Buzz. On each of its 2 pages, a mysterious rune appears, which looks like a seal. Ouch! The violent shouts made the red-haired Morgan couldn't help but shout angrily. I swear in the name of the god of creation, if you help me kill that 9th level creature, I will give you your freedom. This two-headed dragon chimera was taken away by him after he hunted and killed a god in the wild. Only the other party actually refused to believe in him. Original. Red-haired Morgan planned to wait until the chimera completely surrendered before letting it go into battle. Unexpectedly, the situation has actually been pushed to this point. No way. We can only release the other party. Although the red-haired Morgan cannot be seen in the two-headed chimera. But through the other party's seal, it can feel that the other party has sworn to the Creator God. This means, if it can really kill the 9th level creature, it can be free. Can be free. Who wants to be around a tyrannical god of fire? So, the two-headed chimera roared, flapped its wings and rushed towards Abathur in the distance. Ouch! Crack! A thick bolt of lightning spurted out from his mouth. It fell into the army of thunder beasts below. Just once. The running thunder beast was suddenly stunned, and its whole body was paralyzed by thunder and lightning. As soon as the thunder beast in front stopped, the thunder beast coming from behind had no time to stop. Suddenly, a series of sounds of thunder beasts falling emerged. It was just a random attack from the two-headed chimera. Whoosh! The distance of several thousand meters was only a blink of an eye under the chimera's full flight. Watching. The giant-brained Abathur below quickly drew closer. The two-headed chimera couldn't help but get excited. All it takes is one breath of lightning and one mouthful of acid. Can end all this. However, it did not think of. Not waiting for it to come close. Close. Abathur opened his mouth in the distance and heard a scream. The spirit screams. Ah! Chimera felt a sudden pain in both of her heads, as if she had been hit hard by a hammer. It forcibly flapped its wings, trying to stabilize its body in mid-air. Can. At the moment it just stabilized itself. Sudden. It felt like there was a shadow emerging above me. There was also a fiery breath approaching. The chimera's two heads subconsciously raised their heads. Just saw. A creature with a wingspan of more than 50 meters and a body burning with flames rushed towards him. Ouch! Didn't wait for it to react. Just hear a puff. Its body has been penetrated by the opponent's claws. A violent force instantly rushed into its body. It hit the ground hard. Puff! Two sharp claws pulled out of its wound. Suddenly, blood like a fountain gushes out from the wound crazily. Ouch! The two-headed chimera screamed and tried to raise its two heads to fight back. However, just heard a loud noise. Two sharp claws like hills stepped heavily on its two heads. There are corpses floating thousands of miles above the vast land. All living beings can see it at this moment. A dragon-like creature burning with flames was stepping heavily on the two-headed chimera. Its wings spread suddenly. Next moment, an earth-shaking roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Ouch! The deafening sound and the terrifying coercion emanating from the whole body. All the hostile races trembled violently and almost fell to the ground in fright. And in mid-air, I saw Shwedo and red-haired Morgan. Completely sluggish. 10th level. A long while. Red-haired Morgan just started muttering to himself in disbelief. The 10th level is actually an upgraded creature. Good. This 10th level existence was the flame tyrant Yagdra, who had completed his transformation and became the apex predator. As soon as Yagdra appeared, suddenly the whole place was shaken. The gods who originally planned to watch the fun all closed their summoning gates as hard as they could. Because they know the existence of a 10th level creature can completely crush the entire battlefield. Even if you have another 200,000 level 7 troops, it will be useless. So, they had given up any idea of fishing in troubled waters and chose to escape. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan finally felt relieved. Finally, with the thought, a summoning door emerged from beside the thunder placenta. Next moment, his divine power began to burn, and an inexplicable force began to attract the thunder placenta. I want to send it into my own divine space. But after all, he is only a demigod, and his own divinity is not strong enough. So, even if the placenta of thunder can be shaken, it will take a long time. Seeing this scene, red-haired Morgan's eyes suddenly flashed. Because he suddenly felt a familiar aura from Lu Yuan's divine aura. Chapter 102. Hey? Why do I feel like I've seen this breath somewhere before? A flash of surprise flashed in red-haired Morgan's eyes. This time, he completely lost the battle between gods. And lost heavily. Original. He was ready to give up. But the breath just now actually gave him a familiar feeling. Suddenly, red-haired Morgan was no longer calm. Could it be someone he knows? But suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought that when he came, he seemed to have teased a demigod. Very similar to this breath. Suddenly, red-haired Morgan exclaimed subconsciously. Is it him? Impossible, he is just a demigod. What? Morgan, who are you talking about? Shwedo also suffered heavy losses, but he was a cunning man and immediately noticed something strange about Morgan. Suddenly, the steps that were originally planned to leave stopped. Just a demigod. Red-haired Morgan said subconsciously. When I came here, I met a demigod, and the aura of divine power seemed to be very similar to that person. What? You mean, the Black God has a race with a field rank? How can it be? Shwedo couldn't help being surprised. Nothing is impossible. A sinister smile flashed in red-haired Morgan's eyes. This Dragon Emperor's tomb is likely to be like other ruins. Once you leave, it will be randomly teleported out. But, we just need to find a way and get back. Maybe, we can find that demigod. Shwedo's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Yes, since that demigod has arrived, he must be near the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. When the time comes, all we have to do is wait and see, and we will be able to find him. That's right. The two hit it off immediately. With a sudden thought, he left the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. As long as their spiritual thoughts return to their bodies, they will be teleported away by the fluctuations of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Others nearby waited until the artifacts from the Dragon Emperor's tomb were taken away. Relics that have lost their source of power will also be teleported away. And during this period, because of the wave coverage of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, even if the opponent's body is right in front of you, you can't feel it at all. 853 This is the rule left by the higher gods, unless a stronger god comes. But as soon as the stronger gods arrived, they caused the Dragon Emperor's tomb to self-destruct before they even got close. So, this is unsolvable. But even so, this does not prevent the other party from finding Lu Yuan. So, red-haired Morgan and Shwedo were ready to leave first and then come back directly. As for other gods, if you didn't know Lu Yuan's aura, they thought the other party was a god of medium power who had used some powerful magic to sneak in. I can't get over it even if I run. How dare you come back and check again? At this time, Lu Yuan naturally didn't know the other party's plan. His attention had been completely focused on Thunder Placenta at the moment Yagdra appeared. This placenta is dozens of meters in diameter. The terrifying thunder slurry inside was beating back and forth. Now, there was no way he could end it himself. It can only allow the summoning gate to collect artifacts bit by bit. This is a process. A bit troublesome. But it doesn't matter. Lu Yuan knew that his rank was too low. As long as he breaks through, the speed of collecting gods will speed up. If Lu Yuan is now a god with medium divine power, then he only needs one thought to directly take away the Thunder Placenta. Over time, in the blink of an eye, nearly several hours passed. Finally, the huge Thunder Placenta was pulled by the divine power of the summoning gate and was completely swallowed up by it. For a moment, Lu Yuan felt that the supporting force in the entire plane began to dissipate. Just hear a click. The plane began to collapse. It won't be long before it disappears completely. So it turns out that the power of the Thunder Placenta is used to support the operation of the entire plane? Can a god with medium power have such power? After being amazed, Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and left this plane. Whoosh! He felt his will begin to return. The whole body begins to revive. Buzz! His head trembled and he finally woke up from his deep sleep. I turned around and looked around and found that I was still in the same position. Click! There was a loud noise, and in the distance, the entrance to the Dragon Emperor's tomb began to collapse. It was as if all the power was completely leaked. A huge puff of smoke swept away. Woohoo! Lu Yuan stood motionless in the smoke. This time, he didn't expect to be able to harvest the artifact. It's a pity that I didn't receive their godhead. He shook his head with some regret. Lu Yuan couldn't help but said with regret. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a terrifying wave of divine power emerging from his side. This fluctuation is very violent, somewhat similar to flames. Only then did Lu Yuan sense it. This time, he instinctively let his divine power operate instantly. The body subconsciously jumped forward. At the critical moment, he avoided his vital point. Puff! Lu Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he realize that next to his shoulder, a flaming spear almost pierced his shoulder. Hey! How can a demigod who has not even condensed his godhead be able to dodge my attack? Far away, thousands of kilometers away, the figures of red-haired Morgan and Shwedo appeared. Those disdainful words came from Morgan's mouth. Haha, Morgan, I didn't expect that the mysterious strong man is really this demigod. A deep joy appeared on Shwedo's face. Morgan, fortunately you have met him before, otherwise you would have missed it. It would be extremely embarrassing if other gods knew that we were fooled by a demigod. Snort! The red-haired Morgan let out a ferocious laugh, and quickly came through the air. Boy, it's useless even if you run away now. You can't escape in my hands. Obediently hand over the thunder placenta to me. And for those of your followers, I can spare your life and become my slaves. Is it really impossible to escape? Lu Yuan saw the two people coming through the air, but his face didn't waver at all. A group of defeated generals, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. The moment the last word fell, Lu Yuan, who was originally calm, suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, the frozen power of Japan burst out from his body. It instantly enveloped the two of them. Whoosh! Red-haired Morgan and Shwedo suddenly felt their bodies freeze, and a biting cold rushed into their bodies, trying to freeze their bodies. Hey, what a small trick! Red-haired Morgan snorted, and Ziyuan exploded. With just a click, the frozen power was instantly destroyed. However, at this moment, sudden, in front of their eyes, two identical Lu Yuan shot out in two directions. Flee quickly! Hey? Why two? Shwedo's expression changed and he couldn't help but wonder. Quick, he must have used some kind of clone item, let's chase him separately. The red-haired Morgan said something and quickly chased one of the figures. See the situation. Shwedo also dodged and chased in the other direction. Thanks to the help of this clone gem, I was able to separate the two of them. Lu Yuan flew quickly while secretly thinking about how to escape. He knew that if two gods with elementary divine power came together to attack him, he had 100% no chance of escaping. But who knows? He had just escaped less than a few thousand kilometers when he sensed a powerful wave of divine power emerging behind him. Haha, boy, do you think I don't know your true identity is here? Red-haired Morgan held up a glowing gemstone in his hand. This tracking gem has already recorded your breath when I discovered you. Even if you use the illusion gem, it is useless to record the breath of your soul. You can't escape. Red-haired Morgan laughed wildly. What he just said was just to scare Shwedo away. In this way, when you kill Lu Yuan, you can swallow all his things. Isn't it beautiful? However, before his thoughts dissipated, he suddenly saw Lu Yuan's breath disappear in front of him. Disappeared? How is that possible? Red-haired Morgan's expression changed. He never expected such a result. It's impossible, he must have hidden his aura. He definitely won't get far. The red-haired Morgan was not a fool. He immediately moved and spread his divine blessings. It instantly covered tens of thousands of meters in radius. At the moment when his spiritual thoughts spread. With a thought in Lu Yuan's mind, he directly brushed the edge of his spiritual thoughts and entered his own divine space. Call. Lu Yuan, who rushed into the divine space, couldn't help but take a deep breath and force himself to calm down. As expected of a god with elementary divine power, even if I have so many priesthoods at my disposal, I still can't stand up to the hard steel. As soon as Lu Yuan appeared, the elf goddess next to him rushed over. Master, how did you enter the divine space? Are you in danger? The elf goddess couldn't help but worry. That's right, the god outside who has attacked us before is chasing me. Lu Yuan nodded, I guess he will soon discover the spatial fluctuations here. If you don't make preparations, I'm afraid you'll find this place soon. What? The expression of the elf goddess changed. Master, let me go out and hold him back to buy you time to leave. She is now Lu Yuan's. He always thinks about the other person in everything, even if he goes to die himself, he doesn't care. Not needed for now. Lu Yuan shook his head. His current divine power, if it burns like crazy, can sustain him for a while with that red-haired Morgan. It may be a little difficult to kill the opponent. And Lu Yuan is even more worried that another Shwedo may catch up with his clone at any time and discover the problem. When facing a god with elementary divine power, he needs to go all out. If there were two of them, I'm afraid they would really be at a disadvantage. If it really doesn't work, we can only choose. He condensed his divine personality and broke through the ranks. Lu Yuan originally wanted to wait until he found the Dragon Emperor's godhead before making a breakthrough. Under the current circumstances, I'm afraid I really can't wait any longer. Suppress your anxiety for the time being. Lu Yuan subconsciously clicked on the message record on the God's domain interface. Record, your believer race killed the enemy believers with an overwhelming advantage. Record, you gained 500 million faith points. Record, your followers sacrificed flaming mammoths. Record, you gained 53200 faith points. Ding! You have received an additional reward, 500 million faith points. Ding! You have received an additional reward, mammoth blood. Among the dense records, Lu Yuan was only interested in a few. It seems that the system has no solution to the problem. The reason why Lu Yuan checked was to see if the system could produce any outstanding rewards. However, the result was not as good as his wife's factory ideal. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan suddenly landed on the Thunder Placenta artifact in the distance. By the way, maybe this artifact can help. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, his figure moved, and he instantly appeared in front of the huge Thunder Placenta. He himself possesses the Thunder Priesthood and is not afraid of the power of thunder. Then, Lu Yuan directly reached out and touched the edge of Thunder's placenta. But at this moment, the system beep sounded suddenly. Ding! The host obtains the Thunder Placenta of the god, triggering additional rewards, directly refining the artifact. Buzz! Lu Yuan felt his mind tremble, and a force of thunder rose from the placenta of thunder and rushed into his soul instantly. Next moment, he found that a thunder mark condensed in his soul, as if he could destroy the thunder placenta with just a thought. Same. That was the moment Lu Yuan gained control of thunder placenta. Suddenly, I sensed that there was something else in the thunder placenta. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and waved his hand subconsciously. Wow! Suddenly countless sticky thunder slurries rolled, and then, an extremely ancient stone platform full of complicated patterns rose up from it. And on top of it, there was actually lying a little girl who looked to be only 3 or 4 years old and had a pair of dragon horns. The little girl was lying flat on the stone platform, her whole body wrapped in thunder plasma. Next to her, there were 2 fist-sized gods. Godhead? There are actually 2 godheads in here. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. Little girl, 2 gods, what kind of plane is this dragon emperor doing? Chapter 103. 2 divine heads, plus a little girl. Lu Yuan was completely confused now. He never thought that there would be such a thing hidden in this artifact. What is the origin of this little girl? Could it be that? Is it an artifact that the Dragon Emperor specially refined to save his daughter? But what the hell are those 2 godheads? Shouldn't the Dragon Emperor only have 1 godhead? A series of questions appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. He couldn't help but wonder. But he doesn't think about that much now, but his eyes fall on the 2 godheads. What he lacks most is his godhead. If these 2 divine heads could be broken down into the essence of the divine head. So, Lu Yuan raised his hand without hesitation and grabbed 2 divine pieces from the air. At the moment when 2 godheads were obtained. Tip, you have obtained the godhead of a medium power god. Tip, you have obtained the godhead of a medium power god. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Divine Thunder Prison. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Divine Lightning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, the Sword of Priestly Judgment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Priestly Raging Waves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Priesthood Petrification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Revival of the Priesthood. I go. Even though Lu Yuan had a firm mind, he couldn't help but be completely shocked after hearing so many reminders. The 6 major priesthoods actually gave him the 6 major priesthoods. None of the demigods he had received before had such many rewards. It was a huge profit. Not only are there a large number of these 6 priests, but the quality of the priests is also extremely high. Except for the overlap between lightning and Lu Yuan's thunder, almost all the others are priests that he does not have. System, break down 2 godheads and the lightning priesthood for me. Forcibly suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Lu Yuan directly turned these into the essence of the godhead. At the same time, start integrating the other 5 major clergy. Boom boom. The elf goddess next to her suddenly saw thunder and lightning all over Lu Yuan, and an even more terrifying aura came from his body. Here, has Master made another breakthrough? This is too scary. An uncontrollable look of admiration appeared in the eyes of the elf goddess. A moment. General Lu Yuan, Thunder Prison, Sword of Judgment, Raging Waves, Petrification, and Resurrection are all integrated. Including the previous acquisitions, it has reached the terrifying level of 19 kinds of priests. At this moment, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and found that the system in his mind reminded him that the godhead had been decomposed. The essence of the godhead that has been transformed into a lot exists in the system space. Click. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, and a powerful feeling of strength emerged from his body. I wonder if I can beat the red-haired Morgan and Shwedo now. Lu Yuan muttered to himself and suddenly looked at the little girl with dragon horns who was still lying there. Could it be that something happened to the Dragon Emperor's daughter? Lu Yuan thought that the other party would wake up soon. Unexpectedly, he remained motionless. There wasn't even a trace of a heartbeat. This. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan decided to check it out. After all, not only has he obtained the Thunder Placenta artifact, but he has also taken away the divine power. It's really unethical to leave someone's daughter alone. So, Lu Yuan moved and walked into the thunder pool. Come to the little girl. The little girl lay quietly on the stone platform, her eyes closed. A pretty face with a pink jade bracelet looks pitiful. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the other person's forehead. Suddenly, a spiritual thought quietly penetrated into the other party's body. He frowned and suddenly discovered a problem. There seemed to be a power sealed inside this little girl. Moreover, her vitality was also sealed. It seems that we can only give it a try. With the thought in Lu Yuan's mind, the power of the priesthood was activated. Suddenly, a vitality force entered the opponent's body along the palm of his blood. Time. Only a pop was heard. The heart, which had been silent for an unknown amount of time, actually started beating violently. It's done. Lu Yuan's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect that he would wake up the little girl with his vitality. Just when he wanted to take back his palm. Sudden. The little girl lying flat in front of her suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes immediately fell on Lu Yuan. There was only a moment of hesitation. He suddenly sat up from the stone platform. He hugged Lu Yuan's arm and cried. Daddy, Daddy! Dad! A black line suddenly appeared in Lu Yuan's head. What's going on? I just gave her a chance of life, how could she turn into a daddy? Besides, I'm only a teenager, how could I give birth to a daughter as old as you? Ahem, little girl, you are mistaken, I am not your father. Lu Yuan coughed lightly and couldn't help but retort. But I heard Lu Yuan say this. The little girl burst into tears. Ah, you, Daddy, Daddy, you are my daddy. Wow, wow. At this time, Lu Yuan didn't know what to do at all. Looking at the little girl crying in front of her, she was almost in tears. In addition, Lu Yuan did take something that belonged to his mother. In the end he could only nod. Okay, don't cry. Isn't it okay for me to be your father? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan agreed. The little girl burst into tears and burst into laughter. She rushed to Lu Yuan with a cheering face, hugged him and said. Dad, hee Dad. Well. Lu Yuan reached out and patted the other person's back, suddenly realizing that something was wrong. Because just now the little girl's body was wrapped in thunder plasma. But now, there is nothing. Ahem, daughter, you come down first. No, I want to hold Daddy. Ahem, you have to get dressed. No, I want to hold Daddy. Well. Lu Yuan let out a long sigh, stretched out his hand, grabbed a handful of thunder paste, turned into a lightning-like piece of clothing and wrapped it around the little girl. Little girl, what's your name? I. After hearing this, the little girl tilted her head and thought for a while, then suddenly shook her head and said. Papa, I don't have a name. There's none. Lu Yuan frowned, in that case, can Dad give you a name? Then let's call him Lu Tuan Tuan. My nickname is Tuan Tuan. How about it? Yeah, Tuan Tuan has a name. After hearing this, Tuan Tuan clapped her little hands excitedly. Next to her, the elf goddess couldn't help but twitching her lips. The master was very powerful, and his naming skills were beyond words. Okay, Tuan Tuan, you wait here for Dad. Dad will go and beat the bad guys away, and then come back to accompany you, okay? Lu Yuan said softly. No. Tuan Tuan wants Daddy to accompany him. For some reason, Lu Yuan found that this ball was extremely sticky to him. But now time is running out. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that the two gods would really come to visit him. But before he could say anything, suddenly, I heard the prompt message from the god's domain interface in my mind. Alert! An external force is rapidly invading the divine domain. Alert! It is expected to enter the divine realm in 1 minute, the countdown begins. Boom! As soon as the alarm sounded, Lu Yuan saw a loud noise in his divine space. Then at the southwest edge, a crack was violently torn open by the opponent. Subsequently, then I heard the arrogant laughter of red-haired Morgan. Ha ha ha, boy, let me see where you run this time. Behind him, Shwedo was also rushing over. This time, the gods of the 2 days actually appeared in Lu Yuan's realm at the same time. Hey, I just said that he probably escaped into the divine space, but I didn't expect that he found the coordinates. A cold smile appeared on Shwedo's face. Sudden, his eyes lit up and he saw the artifact Thunder Placenta at a glance. Haha, the artifact is here, that's it. Shwedo became excited instantly. I didn't expect that your divine space would be so large, and there would be so many powerful believer races. Haha, it's all ours now. Humph. What a shame. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, it's not certain who will win among us. I was stunned for a moment when I heard this. Ha ha ha, just you? A loser who doesn't even have a godhead, how dare you say who will win? Suddenly, he raised his hand and shook it, and the sun pillar flame spear condensed out of his hand. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'll nail you there first and then slowly torture you. Said. He waved his arm, and a flame spear suddenly shot out from the void. Zero, please give me flowers. Shooting towards Lu Yuan. Call out. Seeing the spear coming, Lu Yuan raised his hand and shook it, and the dragon-slaying spear instantly appeared in his hand. However, just waiting for him to take action. But I heard the little Tuan in my arms say in a sweet voice. Don't hurt my daddy. I saw her body move, and she actually took the initiative to break away from Lu Yuan's body. Rushing towards the flame spear in mid-air. Round and round. Careful. Lu Yuan and the elf goddess exclaimed at the same time. However, it was too late to rescue. Boom. Just hearing a loud noise, the flame spear filled with divine power instantly collided with the ball. However, just when Lu Yuan's eyes were about to burst, he was about to take action. The expected screams did not come out. Next moment, a shocking scene happened. I saw. In mid-air, the spear stuck in Tuanchuan's chest was unable to move forward at all. How can it be? Red-haired Morgan looked at this scene with a surprised expression. He couldn't understand why a lifeless little girl could block his own shot full of divine power. Before he could speak. Sudden. A powerful wave suddenly emitted from the little girl's body. Immediately afterwards, countless thunder surged out of her body. Buzz. Lu Yuan was surprised to see that the small figure started to grow rapidly in the lightning. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a figure nearly 1 meter tall. Mi Chi, a stunning beauty with an exaggerated figure and a waist like a honeycomb. On her head, 2 curved horns belonging to the dragon tribe also extended. It looks full of dominance and majesty. If you dare to harm this emperor, you will be punished. A cold and magnetic voice came from the woman's mouth. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the thunder placenta next to him. Buzz. Time. Countless viscous thunder slurries turned into waves and converged towards her hand. Then, it turned into a thunder sword that was more than 10 meters long. Is this the sword of judgment? When Lu Yuan saw this terrifying thunder sword, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because it is very similar to the priesthood he received. The divine aura erupted by the other party has suddenly reached the level of medium divine power. No, this is medium divine power. Shwedo's expression changed and he subconsciously wanted to run away. However, at this moment, the sword in the hand of the stunning woman suddenly swung. Suddenly, the thunder in the sky turned into a thunder sword light that enveloped the red-haired Morgan and Shwedo. No! No! Shouts of horror rang out from the two of them. Just for a moment, the lightning struck through their bodies in an instant. Click! With just one sword strike, the two gods with elementary divine power were instantly split in half. There was silence in the entire divine space. Even Lu Yuan has lost his voice. Because he could never imagine that Tuan, who was calling Daddy in his arms just a moment ago, could become so terrifying. And seeing the other party like this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but have doubts. Tuan, is she really the Dragon Emperor's daughter? Saw the two gods completely fall. The lightning around the woman in midair had just subsided slightly. At this moment, Lu Yuan looked at the other party and couldn't help but speak. Hey, are you? Before he could finish speaking, the figure of the other party disappeared. Lu Yuan only felt a blur in front of his eyes. A slender, soft, cold hand was already pinching his throat. You dare to steal my godhead? A cold questioning voice sounded from the woman's mouth. Lu Yuan looked at the woman with peerless beauty in front of him and finally made up his mind. Other side. It's not her daughter at all, but herself. It must be that for some reason, he became like that and slept in this thunder placenta. And myself. Just now, I humiliated someone's godhead in front of them. Aren't you going to say yes? The woman's pretty face was cold. Then go to hell. As she said that, she was about to hold it with her palm. But at this moment, a force suddenly rolled out of her body. Ah! She screamed in pain and instantly held her head with her hands. Immediately afterwards, the power around her began to fade crazily, and her figure suddenly turned into that of a 3 or 4-year-old. Chapter 104. Daddy. Tuan, who turned into a little girl, rushed towards Lu Yuan again. He hugged the other person and didn't let go. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be a little confused about this turn of events. He looked down at Tuan for a long time. Suddenly said, Tuan, don't you know what just happened? I do not know. Tuan tilted her head and looked at him. Tuan only knows to protect Daddy. Lu Yuan looked at Tuan carefully for a long time and found that this person really didn't seem to know what had just happened. Could it be that this Dragon Emperor's memory has also been sealed along with the seal in her body? Lu Yuan thought to himself. I'm afraid that's the only way to explain it. Good boy, Tuan, you did a great job just now. Lu Yuan smiled. Remember, don't show off in the future, you know? Dad is here to protect you. Yet, Tuan is protected by Daddy. Hee, that's great. After coaxing for a long time, Lu Yuan finally coaxed Tuan down. He was given to the elf goddess to take away to find some clothes to wear. He himself came to the two fallen gods. Tip, you have obtained a godhead. Tip, you have obtained a godhead. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, priesthood burning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, divine flame. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, shadow of the priesthood. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards, priestly fear. Lu Yuan burst out laughing when he heard the voices of 4 more priests. The flames and burning were useless to him, and they decomposed directly. Rather, this shadow and fear came from that Shwedo. Moo things. It was somewhat useful, so Lu Yuan chose to stay. In this way, Lu Yuan has 21 kinds of clergy. Coupled with the harvest of his godhead essence, Lu Yuan felt that it was time to condense his godhead. It is better to choose a day than to hit it. It just so happens that the dangers here have been removed. No one will be coming soon. It won't attract anyone else's attention. He thought for a while and decided to condense his divine personality in the divine space to break through the ranks. A thought in my mind. Lu Yuan appeared directly in the void of God's domain. Everyone else has been blocked by him. Tuan is becoming more and more familiar with the elf goddess and can already play with her. There are countless voids and mists surrounding it. With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan directly released his divine power. At the same time, the divinity of 21 kinds of priests was condensed, and the godhead began to be condensed. Buzz. Under the gathering of powerful divine power, 21 the divinity began to gather in Lu Yuan's body and evolved into pillars to build a house. Click, click, click. Under Lu Yuan's control, the divine pillar directly turned into a mysterious prototype of the godhead. But at this moment, a scene that had happened appeared again. If it is not stopped, the godhead will collapse and the cohesion will fail. At this time, with a thought, Lu Yuan directly mobilized the essence of the godhead from the system space. Buzz. Suddenly, a torrent of divine essence began to fill the entire divine being. It turns into glue that generally sticks every divinity to each other. Lu Yuan didn't even know how many levels of divine essence he had spent. Finally, he felt his godhead tremble and seemed to be completely stabilized. At this moment, he got a prompt from the God's domain interface. Tip: you have successfully condensed your godhead. Tip: your rank has been improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 1000 drops of divine power. Lu Yuan did not expect that he would be able to receive rewards by condensing a godhead. And it's still 1000 drops of divine power. It's a huge profit. To know. After condensing the godhead, more divine power will be consumed. Because I want to continue to improve my rank. In addition to reaching the standard of divine power, one also needs to further improve his ability to comprehend the priesthood. In other words, having the power of a giant but not knowing how to use it, he is certainly not a powerful god. Originally, because of the rules of the main world, the gods were forced to have their own priesthood. This is equivalent to giving the gods an ultimate goal. As long as the understanding of evenness is raised to 100%, it is equivalent to completely mastering the rules of this priesthood. The gods who completely master the rules of the priesthood are called Yongshen. Only the Lord God can completely control the rules. Only by thoroughly mastering the rules can you consolidate your own kingdom of God. Before that, you can also try to condense the kingdom of God. But even if the divine domain is forcibly transformed into the divine kingdom, its own quality will also be greatly reduced. It is equivalent to the fact that the materials you use to build your house are all inferior materials. If one of them is bad, it will collapse directly. Or there is no way to resist the invasion of some powerful gods. Certainly, the main god is still a bit far away for Lu Yuan. After he ignited his godhood, he discovered that his progress in understanding the priesthood was actually less than 1%. And want to reach a higher level of understanding, you must continue to burn your divine power and enter the rule world of the main world to continue to understand the calendar area of the priesthood. When reaching 10% of the enlightenment level, plus the divine power reserve reaches the standard, you can directly step into the realm of weak divine power. Lu Yuan now has up to 21 kinds of clergy, and once the divine personality is condensed, it will be extremely solid. But similarly, if you want to make a breakthrough, you need to improve all your priesthood perceptions. In this way, how much divine power does he consume? It's simply impossible to calculate. Fortunately, when the system broke through, it rewarded so much divine power at once. Lu Yuan decided that after he reported to the capital of the Emerald Alliance, he could try to understand the priesthood. With a thought, Lu Yuan appeared directly in his divine realm. Just when he appeared, Xiao Tuan, who was not far away, immediately spotted his figure. "Daddy!" She immediately let out a cry of surprise. Next moment, the figure had already rushed into Lu Yuan's arms. "Daddy, I miss you so much." Xiao Tuanchuan's little head kept rubbing against Lu Yuan's chest, feeling extremely missed. "Congratulations, Master, for condensing the divine power." The elf goddess smiled and bowed to Lu Yuan. She also felt the aura around Lu Yuan just now, which was more than 10 times higher than before. This made her happy, but also secretly frightened. Lu Yuan's strength is really terrifying. If this continues, it may not be impossible to become the Lord God in the future. Lu Yuan nodded. Tina, how long have I been gone? Well, almost 3 years, Master. The elf goddess spoke. 3 years. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. 3 years in God's domain is equivalent to 3 days outside. After all, I should go to the capital to report as soon as possible. However, before that, it is necessary to arrange the power in the divine domain. Lu Yuan's eyes fell on the thunder placenta in the distance. Although this thunder placenta is an artifact, it has no means of attack. Its function is to nourish the Dragon Emperor so that he can wake up from his deep sleep. It's just that something went wrong along the way, which led to the current situation. Lu Yuan has already thought about the arrangements for this artifact. Very simple. He wanted the Thunder Beast to enter it and see if it could absorb the power of thunder. So as to make yourself more comfortable. Abathur, let the Thunder Beast come over and enter the Thunder Placenta. Lu Yuan ordered Abathur. Yes, Lord. Abathur responded from afar. Not long after, a huge Thunder Beast came next to the Thunder Placenta. With a low roar, he walked directly into the thunder pool where the thunder slurry was rolling. Ouch! As soon as he entered it, the terrifying power of thunder bloomed, instantly causing the Thunder Beast to let out a painful roar. The thick scales were beaten to pieces, looking extremely miserable. But Lu Yuan did not take action at this time, because he could feel that the aura of this Thunder Beast was weakening rapidly. But there is no real death. And it seems to be absorbing the power of thunder and slowly recovering. There's a show. Lu Yuan was secretly happy. This thunder placenta was indeed magical. It could allow the Thunder Beast to absorb thunder. Maybe in a certain period of time, it would be able to give birth to a stronger Thunder Beast. Certainly. This is because the vitality of the Thunder Beast is too tenacious to survive the gestation of the Thunder Calendar. Otherwise, if you throw in a Springtail at random, it will turn into dust and be completely annihilated. It seemed to take a long time, and Lu Yuan stopped paying attention. Subsequently, he hugged Tuan Tuan and said with a smile, "Let's go, Tuan Tuan, Dad will take you to see something fun." "Is it fun?" "Great." Tuan Tuan's chubby little hands patted merrily, and the elf goddess got her a pink princess dress from nowhere. It was so cute. 0. Ba. Lu Yuan kissed her little face unceremoniously. Suddenly the little group burst into giggles. He looked at the elf goddess next to him and said, "You come with me too." As he spoke, he moved and disappeared from the place. When he reappeared, he saw a 10th level creature with flames all over his body appearing in front of him. Of course it is Yagdra. See Lu Yuan appear. Yagdra's arrogant head bowed respectfully. "My lord, see you at Agdra." Lu Yuan nodded and asked, "How is Chimera?" "Return to my lord, he is not dead." "Come on, take me to see it." "As you command." Yagdra nodded, and then moved towards a valley not far away. Soon, Lu Yuan and others saw the two-headed chimera imprisoned in the valley. In order to prevent the opponent from escaping, Yagdra had already broken off the opponent's wings. See Lu Yuan appear. The two-headed chimera suddenly let out an angry roar. "Oh, you abominable gods, let me out, I won't believe in you." "Chimera? It's actually a chimera." Next to her, the elf goddess's eyes suddenly glowed when she saw Chimera. "This is our natural elf's best friend, Master. I didn't expect you to be able to gain such a believer." Lu Yuan smiled slightly after hearing this. "This Chimera is very unruly and is not a follower of mine. See if you can conquer it and believe in you. If not, I will sacrifice it directly. Really? That's great. The elf goddess was immediately pleasantly surprised when she heard this. If the chimera could be subdued, the strength of her followers would be greatly increased. So, she nodded and moved directly towards Chime. Two-headed chimera, I am the elf goddess Viviantina, representing the power of nature and elves. The ancient natural elves were once the most loyal partners and allies with the two-headed chimera clan. So, if you are willing to be loyal to me, I will give you a broader sky and a better living environment. Her words contained divine fluctuations, as if gods were communicating with believers. Generally speaking, this chimera, who has a natural affinity for elves, would probably choose to be loyal if she had no other choice. However, perhaps it's because this two-headed chimera has been tortured by red-haired Morgan for too long. Its eyes still glowed with angry fire. Dream, the Chimera clan, will never believe in any gods, including you who are in league with demons. Its roar has not yet completely subsided. At this time 3.5. Just a cold snort was heard. A terrifying coercion emerged out of thin air, pressing its body heavily on the ground like a mountain. It even made a huge hole in the ground. Puff! A cloud of blood mist burst out from the chimera's body, and countless scales began to crack. The severe pain almost made him faint completely. At the same time, a cold, indifferent voice without any emotion sounded from Lu Yuan's mouth. I will give you 3 seconds to consider and be loyal to her, otherwise, you will die. Chimera. A strong death crisis enveloped my heart. Chimera now clearly knows that if she really doesn't agree to the other party, so the only outcome is death. 3. Lu Yuan started counting down without even looking at it. I promise to surrender. Finally, after the last second, the two-headed chimera made a sound of surrender. The elf goddess was completely stunned. So directly tamed? Isn't this too easy? Original. Generally speaking, when encountering such a creature, many gods can't stand it and try to make the other party surrender to them. But Lu Yuan is better, he can do everything in 3 seconds with just one sentence. Actually, for Lu Yuan, this chimera is dispensable to him. When he said he wanted to kill, he really wanted to kill, not as a joke. This chimera dared to be so arrogant because it was sure that the other party would not kill it. It's good now. In the face of death, its arrogance was completely crushed by Lu Yuan. Chapter 105. The two-headed chimera honestly signed a contract with the elf goddess. Then she was taken directly back to her divine realm. After everything is done, Lu Yuan looked at the thunder beast that was still gestating in the thunder placenta. Then he was ready to leave the divine realm. He took too long. I need to rush back. Xiao Tuan was originally stalking him to go out with him. But in the end, Lu Yuan was successfully attracted to the space of the elf goddess. In the space of the elf goddess, large areas of forest environment emerge. And there is a beautiful elf accompanying her. Unlike here in Lu Yuan, where there are ugly bugs everywhere. After finishing the small group, Lu Yuan just had a thought in his mind and rushed out from the divine space. Lu Yuan landed and found that there was dead silence around him. There are no fluctuations. It seems that since the remains of the Dragon Emperor's tomb have disappeared, this plane was also completely silent. Whoosh! He moved and rushed directly in the direction of the pass. According to his speed, it would take 3 to 5 days to fly. But now, after condensing his divine power, Lu Yuan not only had a greatly increased speed, but also had 1,000 drops of divine power in his hand. Suddenly he felt a little unscrupulous. It only took him 1 day of the 3-day journey to see the teleportation station. It only takes a few hours at most for Lu Yuan to teleport back. However, at this moment, suddenly a wave of divine power appeared in the void. Lu Yuan's figure suddenly stopped. Next moment, a tall figure with explosive muscles landed from mid-air. Hey? You can actually meet demigods here. And he's still a demigod who has just condensed his godhood. Tisk, tisk, it seems I got something unexpected from reading 5 gods today. Just as he was saying, the opponent landed in front of Lu Yuan from the void in the distance. The figure of more than 2 meters tall looked at Lu Yuan with a very arrogant look. Boy, open your divine realm. I only need to take away what I like and let you go. Click. The other party squeezed his palm. Don't force me, the god of brute strength, to take action, otherwise. Call out. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from the place. The next moment, appeared directly in front of him. Hey? So fast. The god of brute force's expression changed, and he subconsciously used his divine power. The brute force priesthood explodes instantly. Humph, you dare to confront me with hard steel, it doesn't cost you 1,000,000. Disdain flashed in his eyes. As a god with weak divine power, isn't it easy to deal with a demigod who has just condensed his divine power? However, when his fist collided with Lu Yuan, he realized how wrong he was. Click. There was just a crisp sound, and a terrifying force like a volcanic eruption instantly bloomed from Lu Yuan's hand. A mysterious and complex clerical power erupted, tearing his arm apart instantly. Puff! The god of brute force spurted out a mouthful of blood. But what surprised him was that his figure didn't fly upside down. Strange, this. He lowered his head subconsciously and saw a huge hole in his chest. How can it be? He finally said only 4 words before falling to the ground with a thud. In Lu Yuan's hand, he had already taken out a godhead. Hint, you killed a god. Tip, you have obtained a godhead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Priest Brute Force. The priesthood is good, I will accept it. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. He just saw this god with weak divine power, and he just wanted to test his own strength. Just take action directly. Unexpectedly, with one punch, he actually instantly killed a god with weak divine power. This made Lu Yuan feel like he was encountering a god of red-haired Morgan's level. He has the confidence to kill the opponent directly. The god of brute force is just a sideshow. After Lu Yuan entered the teleportation station, he directly released the elf goddess. The two passed through the teleportation station together and teleport directly to the capital of the Emerald Alliance. That is the Emerald City. Emerald City. As the capital of the Emerald Alliance, it is also the largest city in the Emerald Alliance. Its population has exceeded 1 billion. There are countless demigods among them. But even so, there are very few people who can be admitted to the 3 universities. Today is the last day of school for the next semester. According to annual practice, special admissions students who will be able to take the college entrance examination next year will be admitted in advance. Get access to additional resources and learning opportunities a full year in advance. It will be of great help to them to ignite the divine fire. Hey, Senior Lin, do we have to wait any longer? A girl with freckles on her face raised her hands to cover the sun and couldn't help but complain. It's already the last day. If you don't come by this point, there will probably be no more. Beside, a young man wearing a white shirt and looking honest shook his head after hearing this. Zhao Li, in 10 minutes, our mission will be over. You'd better sit back and relax. After all, anyone who can be admitted in advance at this time is basically a good candidate. Don't neglect it. Cut. Zhao Li curled her lips and said disapprovingly, Senior, you are too worried, our orientation department has accepted special admissions for 2 years. No matter how talented they are still demigods. Do you think any of them can win a game at the special recruitment reception? It's not. The senior named Lin was about to refute, but suddenly, His words stopped abruptly. Because a slender, handsome young man was walking quickly in his direction. Hello, is this the Special Admissions and Welcome Department of Jushan University? Lu Yuan bowed slightly and asked. Yes, hello classmate, we are from the Orientation Department of Jushan Student Union. Senior Lin couldn't help but laugh. My surname is Lin, how can I help you? Oh. Hello, Senior Lin, I am a special admissions student, and this is the admission notice. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. As soon as he stretched out his palm, a card appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Senior Lin reached out to take it and swept it in front of the machine in his hand. Lu Yuan's message appeared immediately. Hello, classmate Lu Yuan, you are the only one missing from the special admissions program. Senior Lin smiled after confirming the information. Zhao Li, take this classmate to settle in the dormitory, and then take him to the school's orientation center. Senior Lin turned to the freckled girl next to him. I'm going to the academic affairs office to submit materials. I'll be there in a minute. Oh. Got it. When Zhao Li heard that she wanted to take Lu Yuan to the dormitory, she reluctantly agreed. Let's go, follow me. She stood up, turned around and walked away. Hurry up and catch up, freshman, don't wait too long. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and didn't understand why this female senior seemed to have such a bad temper. Could it be that the study pressure is too intense and you are holding it back? Shook his head. He didn't intend to go into details and followed the other party in a few steps. Then he couldn't help but ask. Senior, what is this orientation center? Humph, where else could it be? Of course it's the place where you were tortured. Zhao Li said angrily. Abused? What do you mean? Lu Yuan frowned, never heard that people would be tortured just after entering this university. Zhao Li in front also realized that she had gone too far. Couldn't help but explain. Although you special recruits are special recruits, according to our school's rules, you must participate in the freshman orientation activities. To put it simply, the freshmen who have enrolled in the first half of the semester will challenge you to a divine battle. If they win the challenge, they can get rewards. God's War? Are there any rewards? Lu Yuan seemed to understand the rules, but he couldn't help but ask. Senior sister, if we win the challenge, won't there be any reward? You guys? Haha. Zhao Li paused slightly and subconsciously looked back at Lu Yuan. Then he couldn't help but laugh. It's good if you can promise not to be beaten until you cry. Do you still want a reward? Most of those students who are half a year ahead of you have already ignited the divine fire, and the believers in the divine realm are much stronger than you. If you don't get beaten up, you'll be fine, so don't think about the rewards. Oh? Is that so? Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. According to what this senior said, I'm afraid it's just to give them special admissions students to show off their power. Want to show off to me? I'm looking forward to it. Lu Yuan licked his lips and seemed a little excited. The dormitory procedures are easy to handle. It was done quickly. After it was over, Zhao Li took Lu Yuan to a teaching building not far away. As soon as you walk inside, there is a huge, empty hall full of technology. On the door are written the 4 characters "Welcome new students." Needless to say, this is the orientation center. Lu Yuan walked into the hall and saw many people already sitting in the hall. A rough count shows that there are dozens of them. So many special moves. Just when Lu Yuan was confused, the dozens of special admissions students who had arrived all looked at Lu Yuan in unison. Hey, the last one is finally here. Really, we've been waiting for 2 days in vain. It's not like you're the main god, so why do you make such a big show? Seeing Lu Yuan appear, a series of mocking voices suddenly sounded. Because Lu Yuan arrived too late, the welcome party for new students that could have been held was delayed for more than a day. These people are naturally a little dissatisfied with Lu Yuan. However, while everyone was discussing, sudden, a cold voice sounded among the crowd. "Shut up, everyone!" Whoosh! For a moment, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone looked at the young man with sharp edges and a stern face sitting in the front row and stopped talking. Because they all knew that this young man was none other than the most talented demigod from the Qin family in the capital. Qin Tianxi. The Qin family claims to have the blood of the dragon god, and the half-dragon believers under its command have long been famous throughout the alliance. 350. So, as soon as Qin Tianxi appeared, everyone immediately became involuntarily afraid. Unexpectedly, under everyone's gaze, Qin Tianxi suddenly stood up from his seat. "Stand up slowly." Turning to look at Lu Yuan at the door. Immediately, he suddenly grinned. "Lu Yuan, right? Hello, my name is Qin Tianxi, and my battle network nickname is Blade." Blade. Lu Yuan's heart suddenly moved when he heard the name. It turns out that this guy is the Blade who ranks second in the combat power rankings. Since the last time he won the Battle Power Replacement Challenge. I have never been on Battle.net again. I hadn't seen him for a few months, but I didn't expect Dao Feng to be admitted to Jushan University in advance. "Hello." Lu Yuan did not refuse the other party's greetings. He nodded slightly as a greeting. As for his nickname, Natural Disaster, he has no intention of exposing it. The Blade took a look and Lu Yuan didn't say anything. "Naturally, I did not continue to expose it." Instead, he smiled and said, "Come on, classmate Lu Yuan, sit here." Lu Yuan paused, then nodded and walked over. "Sit down next to the Blade." This move made everyone behind him have a lot of speculation about Lu Yuan's identity. What is the origin of this guy? How can he be so valued by Mr. Qin? Yet, I've never been to a family like the Lu family in the Alliance. Maybe we met on Battle.net, right? Maybe, he might be Mr. Qin's younger brother. While everyone was talking, Dao Feng couldn't help but leaned next to Lu Yuan and spoke in a low voice. "Natural Disaster, you didn't expect us to meet here, did you?" When Lu Yuan heard the other party speak, he knew that he must have discovered his identity. "Qin Tianxi, I didn't expect that you are from the Qin family." "Qin family, if you are not at Zhejiang University, why are you here?" He. Qin Tianxi smiled slightly, "Of course I'm here for you. You are the first man who can defeat me on Battle.net, so I have to get this debt back." "Really? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." Lu Yuan smiled faintly, saying that he could not give in to a war madman like Qin Tianxi. Moreover, he believed that even if the other party had lit the divine fire, it would not be his opponent. Qin Tianxi wanted to say more, but then he saw a teacher walking in with a dozen students. Before anyone could react, an extremely rough voice sounded from the teacher's mouth. "Students, are you ready to be abused?" Chapter 106. Abused? Humph, it's not certain who will abuse whom. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, someone couldn't help but refute. The freshmen present were specially recruited. In one's own place, one can be considered a genius to some extent. Geniuses naturally have their own arrogance. Even if the teacher speaks, they will not be convinced. "That's right, isn't it just a battle between gods? Who is afraid of whom? Come on, I don't believe it. How strong could you be in half a year? Come on, don't waste our time." When the teacher heard this, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha, okay, very good. Let me introduce myself, my name is Chen Meng, and I am also your practical course teacher at Jushan University. I'm glad you have such confidence. Now let me announce the welcome party rewards. Each side selects 5 students to participate in the divine battle. The competition system adopts a team elimination system, that is, until all members of one team are defeated, it is considered a failure. At the end of the competition, all students on the winning side will receive a basic reward of 100 credits, and participating students can receive additional credit rewards based on their performance. Remember, the number of credits will directly determine the number of times you enter the main tower. So, come on. Chen Meng touched his beard and smiled. Now, I give you 5 minutes to select your team members. The voice fell. Many special admissions students glanced at each other, eager to try. But their eyes naturally fell on Qin Tianxi in front. Young Master Qin, we are the most trustworthy in your strength. How about you choose this team member? Everyone in the Qin family in the capital naturally believed in it. That's fine. Qin Tianxi nodded and did not refuse. Students here, I have already investigated your information before coming here. Whoever I click on will go into battle. Zhou Zhentheng, Li Luo, Zhao Chuanwu. The faces of the 3 classmates who were named one after another had a look of surprise on their faces. In their view, as long as they win, they can get additional rewards. Where can I find such benefits? Including Qin Tianxi himself, there are already 4 people. Many people looked at Qin Tianxi with expectation, hoping that the other party would choose them. However, Qin Tianxi finally withdrew his gaze and looked at Lu Yuan next to him. Also, classmate Lu Yuan. When everyone heard Qin Tianxi's last name, they couldn't help showing surprise. Hey? It's actually him. The Zhou family, the Zhao family, and the Li family are all families with backgrounds in the Jade Alliance. Where did this kid come from? I just checked. This Lu Yuan is from Kaiun City. He has no background. What are you doing? We trust Mr. Qin, but we can't act recklessly. Isn't this giving victory to others? SHH. Keep your voice down. If you lose, you lose. If you offend Mr. Qin, you won't be able to live with it. Everyone's discussion was naturally heard by Lu Yuan and Qin Tianxi. But Qin Tianxi still had a smile on his face and looked at Lu Yuan and said, "How is it? Classmate Lu Yuan, you are under a lot of pressure. If you lose, you will take the blame." Yet, Lu Yuan smiled lightly, "I think that as the decision maker, you have a greater responsibility." Haha, okay, don't worry, with me here, we can't lose. Qin Tianxi laughed loudly, looking quite confident. Oh, then I'll just wait and see. Lu Yuan shrugged noncommittally. Although he still doesn't know what kind of benefits the credits will have for the main tower. But he knew that the place linked to the Lord God was definitely not simple. You guys go up first, I'll be the finale. Qin Tianxi waved his hand and said very calmly. Naturally, others have no objection to this. See that the team has been selected. The teacher Chen Meng also grinned. Are you ready? Which of you will be the first to come first? After he finished speaking, an unattractive boy stepped out behind him. It has been shown that the other party is the first to appear. I come. Zhao Chuanwu was born tall and powerful, so he should take the first step. Okay, then log in nearby. Chen Meng took a look and nodded. Next to it, a row of landing cabins has been prepared. However, when Zhao Chuanwu walked into the login cabin minding his own business. However, everyone discovered that the opponent on the opposite side was still standing there and did not move. The expressions of the special admissions students who saw this scene suddenly changed. Little did they know that the other party had already lit the divine fire. The student who ignited the divine fire in the middle of the semester. Needless to say, they must be a very talented group. Humph, so what if we light the divine fire? We may not have no chance. By now, everyone knew they had to bite the bullet. At least, there is still hope. If not, the momentum will be weak. Chen Meng didn't pay much attention to the reaction to the special enrollment. He turned on the big screen in the hall with a calm expression. Moment. The virtual battle interface between the two people opened directly. The battle soon began. As a special admissions student, Zhao Chuanyu does have his own background. Although the divine fire was not lit. As soon as he came up, he took out the third-level leopard-headed warriors to lead the battle. It is different from other conventional troop configurations. Zhao Chuanyu's leopard-headed man is characterized by mobility as its main highlight. 30,000 leopard-headed warriors act as guerrillas to kill the backline force. As for the front, 20,000 rock iron-backed turtle knights were used as frontal advancement. Paired with a large number of archers in the back row and a small amount of level 3 mage support. Not to mention the defense of the rock iron back itself. Coupled with the turtle shell shields of fellow warriors, they can greatly resist the damage of the opponent. If you want to attack the back row, you must tear apart the defense of the front row. However, seeing the special admissions students configured in this way, they couldn't help but express surprise. Only, their surprise has not yet been spoken. When he saw that the other party had lit the divine fire, Lao Sheng raised his hand, and a stream of hidden mist priesthood was directly released. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. This concealing fog is similar to the fog of war. But more advanced than fog of war. Because it highlights the word hidden in it. As long as the friendly units are within it, they can obtain the maximum concealment effect. But the other party was completely revealed as if he had been marked. Just as a look of panic appeared in Zhao Chuanyu's eyes, he was preparing to defend himself against the opponent's attack. The surprise attack from the Desert Scorpion Knight launched an attack directly from the opponent's back row. The Scorpion Tail Needle exerted its poisonous ability. The mage group was completely annihilated in less than 10 minutes. By the time the rock iron-backed Turtle Knight reacted, it was already over. Although the leopard-headed warriors are fast enough, they cannot perform well in the hidden fog. In the end, they were killed one after another before they underestimated the opponent's figure. In the first game, Lao Hung wins. Does the winner choose to continue or leave? An expected sneer appeared on Chen Meng's face. Then he asked. Teacher Chen, I am enough to deal with these wastes by myself. I will continue. The old student sitting in the front row nodded with a sneer on his face. Maid, who are you calling useless? Zhao Chuanyu, who had just come out of the login cabin, stopped immediately when he heard this. If you hadn't created that fog and used such despicable methods, how could I have lost? Zhao Chuanyu suddenly became angry. That's right, the battle between gods must be fought openly and openly. What kind of man are you hiding your head and showing your tail? Zhou Xintheng, the only female special admissions student selected, couldn't help but refute. Even the girls spoke. Others followed up one after another. I have never seen such a despicable and shameless guy. Yes, if I had known earlier, I would have just used the priesthood to defeat the opponent. Listening to the increasingly lively discussion, the expression on Chen Meng's face suddenly turned cold. Sudden. A loud roar suddenly sounded from his mouth. That's enough, shut up. This loud shout was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Time. The whole hall fell silent instantly. What do you think God War is? Are children playing house? Will you still be fair and follow the rules with me here? Chen Meng's fierce gaze swept across the audience like a tiger. If you really go to the battlefield outside the territory, will the enemy still treat you fairly? Does the Abyss Demon also want to be fair with you? Do devils in hell also want to be fair? Since it is a battle between gods, then use all possible means. If you can win, that is the most important thing. If you don't even understand this, get out of here as soon as possible. Jushan University doesn't need ignorant trash like you. After being yelled at by Chen Meng, the special admissions students who were still a little dissatisfied became completely honest. Yes, even if it is a virtual divine war, it is still a divine war. There is no reason for them not to allow each other to use the priesthood. Seeing everyone's silence, Chen Meng honestly spoke after a moment. Next one, who of you will come on? I come. Zhou Xintheng, who had just been severely criticized by Chen Meng, stood up unconvinced. Entered the login cabin. Not long after, the second divine battle began directly. Seemingly knowing the opponent's missed priesthood, Zhou Xintheng unleashed his own priesthood storm as soon as he came up. Prevent the opponent from appearing in a hidden fog. This time, the opponent did not choose to fight in hiding, but directly sent out an army of 300,000 more desert scorpions, completely crushing the opponent. Even Zhou Xintheng's trump card is the crow man who can fly under the strong wind. It can't withstand the long-range attack of the desert scorpion man and the scorpion tail needle. At this moment, only then did everyone realize that those tall third-level desert scorpion men had mutated into powerful units with long-range attack methods. The second game ended at a faster pace. At this time, everyone realized this seemingly humble student actually possesses terrifying power from the front. Having lost 2 places in a row, the psychological pressure on the entire special admissions program has been great. If we lose another game, it will be impossible to come back. Even Qin Tianxi, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but frown at this moment. He is indeed here for Lu Yuan. But, as a proud member of a noble family, he was not allowed to have such a failure. If this reached his grandfather's ears, he would probably be scolded. Take me in. So, when teacher Chen Meng asked who was next, Qin Tianxi said directly, "Oh my god, did Mr. Qin actually take action so early?" Yes, with Master Qin taking action, this wave will definitely be stable. Humph, that old man's army is too single. It only has desert scorpions, so they will definitely be defeated. Just as he was talking, teacher Chen Meng said to Qin Tianxi, "Come on, then enter the login cabin and get ready to start. There will be no replacements on his side, so you can continue." "Sorry, teacher, I don't need to enter the login cabin." Qin Tianxi shook his head and smiled after hearing this, and then, with a thought in his mind, he directly connected to the God's domain interface. Hiss. Okay. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but gasped. "Let me go, has Mr. Qin lit the divine fire? So fast. Steady, steady, we will win this time." Qin Tianxi actually lit the divine fire, which was a shot in the arm for all the special recruits. Even Chen Meng after hearing Qin Tianxi's words, he also stared hard. He is truly a genius of the Qin family. Even the divine fire was lit. Hehe, it's a pity that I brought people today to show off your special recruits. How can you be unprepared? Teacher Chen Meng suddenly sneered in his heart. At this time, on the big screen, the armies of believers of the 2 gods were ready. It's similar to what Lu Yuan once saw. This time Qin Tianxi had 50,000 and a half dragon knights in the front row to charge. However, compared with last time, the number of half-dragons this time has increased a lot. And even the ranks have all reached the 4th level. The tens of thousands of long-range troops in the back row also expanded in number. Many of the ranks in the mage group have reached the 4th level. Where's the Night Demon? Qin Tianxi used those as his trump card before. Don't know to what extent. Before he could think for a moment, the divine battle between the 2 began completely. Brush. As soon as it started, the concealing fog instantly emerged from the battlefield and surged towards Qin Tianxi. However, when Qin Tianxi saw this scene, he immediately thought, and a strong wind burst out from the void. Start blowing this mist back. The 4th level half-dragon knight began to charge towards the opponent with heavy steps. It didn't take long for the troops of both sides to descend on the plain. Chapter 107. When an army of half-dragons up to the 4th level faced the desert scorpion men of the 3rd level, they would definitely destroy the opponent. It is also true. After the first wave of collision, Qin Tianxi indeed gained an overwhelming advantage. However, just when he thought everything was won, sudden, a large number of vulture knights appeared in the sky. The number exceeds 50,000, and every one of them is a third-level professional. The mighty force came towards Qin Tianxi's half-dragons. Haha, the half-dragons are indeed strong enough, but unfortunately, their biggest shortcoming is their inability to fight in the air. Next to him, Teacher Chen Meng had a smile on his face. What he wants is absolute crushing. This may seem unfair, but this is the reality. New students must learn lessons. Humph! Is it against the air? In the virtual divine realm, Qin Tianxi couldn't help but snorted coldly when he saw this scene. Next moment, he directly mobilized his divine power and displayed his divine power instantly. Brush! A black sky appeared quickly, covering the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. Outside, Lu Yuan saw Qin Tianxi's move. I knew that he was preparing to unleash his trump card, the Night Demon. Really? The moment night falls, large swaths of night demons begin to soar. The number is actually still 5,000. However, they have all reached the 4th level. Taking off silently, under the cover of the night, it approached the vulture knight in the sky. Quack! The vulture under the vulture knight made an uneasy cry. The vulture man above was also trying his best to comfort him. It seemed that they were unaware of the night demon's approach. That's not right. From a god's perspective, Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Someone next to me asked subconsciously. Although those vultures screamed in alarm, their formation was not in disorder. Lu Yuan was confused. If the other party was really afraid, wouldn't vultures fly all over the sky? But at this moment, everyone suddenly saw that behind tens of thousands of vulture knights, there were actually a dozen human figures with white beards and holding staffs. And their clothes clearly belonged to the role of healing priests. 363 level 4 priest? Oh no! Lu Yuan's pupils shrank and he subconsciously exclaimed. At this moment, more than a dozen priests suddenly started singing loudly. The next moment, the sun's blazing light suddenly bloomed from the sky. 4th level divine art, holy light art. Dazzling white light bloomed instantly in the sky. The vulture knight, who had been prepared for a long time, heard screams at this moment. Each and every one of them had donned lenses that looked like sunglasses from nowhere. And far away, the night demon, who originally thought everything was under control, was instantly shaken by this blazing white light and screamed repeatedly. Ah! Damn it, I'm blind. No, I can't see it. Holy light, my body. Not only are they invisible, but as hell demons, they are under this purifying holy light technique. He was immediately hit hard. There is no way to overcome species conflicts. So, next, what greeted the night demon was the powerful attack of 50,000 vulture knights. Completely annihilated. This moment, all special admissions students were completely silent. It's over, completely over. Even the strongest Qin Tianxi was completely defeated. What chance is there to win? Certainly, not being able to win is secondary. More importantly, they feel that the gap between them and the old students is a bit big. Suddenly, the arrogance and pride that he had originally disappeared in an instant. Chen Meng couldn't help but nod secretly when he saw this scene. This is what the school hopes to achieve. Now, just take care of the remaining 2. The purpose of this welcome party for new students has been completely achieved. After all, long before he came, he had obtained all the special admissions information. Among them, Qin Tianxi, who was listed as the top seed, was studied by Chen Meng for targeting tactics. Otherwise, why is it such a coincidence that there are more than a dozen 4th level priests standing above the vulture knight? I heard that Li Luo has this young warrior's trump card, and he can also deal with it in the air. Chen Meng glanced at the remaining two students. As for that Lu Yuan, I heard that he is a disciple of the Zerg tribe. Haha, the ranks are generally low. He can deal with ordinary demigods, but cannot deal with high-level soldiers. To be honest, when Chen Meng was specifying tactics, he was a little dismissive of Lu Yuan's information. In his opinion, the reason why the opponent was able to obtain the special recruitment spot was because of his insect sea tactics. It is actually not difficult to solve this tactic. That is to use high-level units with high defense and high attack, combined with high-level mage units that can cause large-scale damage. It can achieve effective killing. No matter how many low-level Zerg there are, they are just serving food. Just as he was thinking about it, Qin Tianxi next to him also opened his eyes from his seat. In the plane of the main world, gods can only connect to the divine space through divine fire. It is impossible to teleport directly in. Qin Tianxi's face was naturally very ugly when he woke up. Needless to say, he knew that he was being targeted. Bah! Qin Tianxi raised his hands to applaud, stood up and bowed to Teacher Chen Meng. Teacher Chen's plan is perfect. Qin Tianxi is convinced that he will lose. Chen Meng looked at Qin Tianxi's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Are you really convinced? I have arranged a 4th-level priest in advance to restrain your clerical power. Haha, if you lose, you lose. There is nothing to complain about. Qin Tianxi smiled and shook his head. I think there is no need to compare the rest. We have a special enrollment, and we admitted our defeat today. The special admissions students who heard this couldn't help but fell silent. They want to be unconvinced. It was obvious that Chen Meng was no match for them in terms of preparation and strength. I saw no one spoke. Chen Meng also nodded, since the goal was achieved. There is no point in doing it any further. Okay, since you agree, then we will. However, just as he was about to finish speaking, sudden, a dull voice came from the side. Teacher Chen Meng, I have a question. Chen Meng turned his head and saw Lu Yuan sitting there, saying calmly. What is the problem? Chen Meng said subconsciously. Lu Yuan thought for a while. I would like to ask, if I win 1 versus 5, can my own credits be doubled? What? When Chen Meng heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed. Haha, I can't tell, but your ambition is quite big. Chen Meng's expression gradually turned cold. He thought the effect this time was already very good. But I didn't expect that someone would jump out at the last minute. What made him even more unexpected was that the other party actually wanted to fight against 5. This is simply Chi Kuokuo's provocation. A thorn, an absolute thorn. In an instant, Teacher Chen Meng decided that he must give this new student some color. Yes. Once you win normally, in addition to the basic reward of 100 credits, an additional 100 credits will be awarded. If you win all 5 times, it will be 600 points. More. Chen Meng's bearded face suddenly pressed toward Lu Yuan, Dadk. If you win 1 versus 5, in addition to the 600 credits, add 400 to give you 1000 credits. It seemed that Lu Yuan was a little unhappy with his calm expression. Teacher Chen Meng added again. If you are not convinced, you can directly challenge this teacher. As long as you can persist for 1 minute under my attack, I will personally give you another 1000 credits. Hiss. Teacher Chen Meng's deep voice made everyone take a breath of air. Old students who are familiar with Chen Meng know that this practical class teacher is angry. Chen Meng was very angry, and the consequences were serious. However, just when everyone thought Lu Yuan would not agree, sudden, Lu Yuan spit out 2 words. Make a deal. As he spoke, he stretched and looked at Chen Meng with a smile on his face. Teacher, remember what you said and prepare your credits. Hiss. It's over, This kid is crazy. Challenge the teacher? He doesn't want his life. Teacher Chen Meng is a god with elementary divine power, and his followers are not comparable to those of us freshmen who have just entered college. You don't overestimate your capabilities. This kind of person can actually be specially recruited. Look, how he was beaten by teacher Chen Meng. 1 minute in reality and 6 hours in the divine world. I guess teacher Chen Meng can tear him into pieces for a few times. I heard everyone talking. Qin Tianxi next to him couldn't help but take a deep look at Lu Yuan. Then, give me a thumbs up. New, brother, if you dare to agree to this challenge, I admire you. If you can win, I will recognize you as my big brother. I don't want a useless little brother like you. Lu Yuan smiled lightly and shook his head. Qin Tianxi was speechless. This was the first time he heard someone dare to talk to him like this. You win first and then talk about it. Ha ha ha. Okay, very good. Teacher Chen Meng reacted and laughed wildly. However, no matter how you listen to this laughter, it makes people feel a little chilling. Okay, come on, let me see what you are capable of and dare to say such big words. Teacher Chen Meng couldn't wait to teach this thorn in front of him a lesson. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and did not move in his seat. However, the moment he closed his eyes, his divine thoughts were already connected to the divine world. Everyone who saw this scene was suddenly stunned. The same question popped up in my mind. He actually lit the divine fire. Originally, it was thought that among the many special admissions students, only Qin Tianxi, who had the richest background, would ignite the divine fire. Now, did not expect. Lu Yuan actually lit the divine fire. For a moment, the special admissions students who originally thought they were bound to lose, gradually had some thoughts. Only, this thought has not arisen yet. He was ruthlessly killed by the old student opposite him. Don't light it up and interact with teacher Chen Meng's elementary divine power. Is there any difference? Lu Yuan once again entered the familiar God's domain interface. The virtual God battle is no different from the previous rules. Create your own terrain and simulate the invasion of the divine domain. Soon. Everything is ready. At this moment, the God realm prompt also sounded. Tip, the virtual God war begins. Hiss. In the vast divine space, a huge space crack emerged from the void. Before everyone could react, he heard the earth shaking and a sound like beating a drum. Boom. 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 Boom 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 boom. The speed seems to be getting faster and faster, more and more urgent. Mid-air. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly condensed. Next moment, everyone saw that a giant elephant with a head height of 5 meters and tusks galloped out of the crack. That deep sound was nothing else. It's the sound they make when they run. Level 6 War Elephant, my god, is teacher Chen Meng planning to crush it at the beginning? How can we fight this? We can't beat him at all. Such a terrifying big guy, just stepping on it can kill a piece of it. Among the people discussing, 50,000 war elephants came galloping forward. Without any pause, he rushed into Lu Yuan's divine realm. Behind the war elephant, a troll with a fang and a height of more than 3 meters stared at its copper bell-like eyes. The spear in his hand was raised high, ready to take action at any time. Level 5 Troll Spear Thrower, 100,000? Oh my god, is this the power of teacher Chen Meng? All the students were almost completely stunned by this powerful lineup. It's far from over. Above the troll spear throwers, 50,000 Griffin Knights soared in the sky. Even if he is not a professional, the 5th level Griffin Knight is enough to scare people. What's even more frightening is that every Griffin Knight's body is flashing with lightning. It is rumored that the Griffin Knight can also control the power of thunder and lightning and can launch terrifying thunder attacks. Behind the troll, 10,000 shamans wearing white robes and pig-headed bodies were holding staffs. Raise high. In just one move, a series of second-level bloodthirsty spells were released. Ouch! Both the war elephant and the troll spear thrower roared loudly, and their attack power increased accordingly. However, just when everyone thought that this was all Mr. Chen Meng's methods could do, from behind, suddenly a deep dragon roar sounded. Next moment, a total of 10 tall 8-level elf dragon cubs flew over. For a moment, the whole audience was shocked. Chapter 108. Oh my god, elf dragon, Shitu, did Teacher Chen Meng rob the elf dragon's lair? The moment they saw the elf dragon appear, everyone was completely shocked. Legend has it that the elf dragon, also called the butterfly dragon, has extremely high dragon blood in its body. But it's not a real dragon. Once he reaches adulthood, he possesses more than 10 levels of terrifying power. However, the knowledge in front of me is still young, so it has reached the 8th level. They also have a title called Mage Killer. Because not only is the elf dragon fast enough, but it is also immune to most spell damage on the battlefield. Once they are rushed into the back row, any mage unit can only wait to die. This time, you can see it. The gap between teachers and students. From the beginning, Teacher Chen Meng directly used ground troops, long-range attacks, and mage assistance. Air Force Auxiliary. Then the final configuration of countermeasures against the enemy mage was fully revealed. This is a complete and ridiculously powerful army. And look at the other side. There is nothing more than endless mountains in Lu Yuan. Unexpectedly, there is no trace of the believer race. The only strange thing is that there is no soil visible on the earth. It's all slippery ground like thick moss. Hey? What does he mean? Surrender. Haha, I think I was frightened when I saw Teacher Chen's army. Tisk, tisk, you're going to die if you do it, it doesn't make any sense. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even the special admissions students were a little puzzled. However, only Qin Tianxi couldn't help but frown. He knew that Lu Yuan's Zerg army was very strange. Maybe, you can get out of the ground and give the opponent a surprise attack. And when Teacher Chen Meng saw the quiet situation in Lu Yuan Divine Realm, very cautiously, he stopped the army. It stopped thousands of meters away from the horseshoe-shaped mountains in the distance. Lu Yuan, I know that your Zerg followers can hide underground, so there is no need to use this trick. Teacher Chen Meng's words rang out. Above the void, Lu Yuan's calm voice came. Since Teacher Chen Meng knows me so clearly, hasn't he thought of a way to crack it? How to crack it? Chen Meng's voice paused slightly, and then he laughed. My method is simple and crude, just crush them over. He said and waved his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying army of 50,000 war elephants burst into action. With heavy steps, he ran towards the mountains in the distance. Your method is nothing more than burying the insects in the shallow soil, and my war elephants are not only as high as 6 levels, but each one weighs more than 10 tons. If such a heavy body is crushed on the ground, no matter how tough your bug is, it still won't be able to withstand it. Teacher Chen Meng had a confident smile on his face. Either they come out and are killed by war elephants, or they are trampled to death underground. Lu Yuan, it's your choice how to do it. Just as he was talking, Chen Meng suddenly raised his hand. An earthy yellow halo directly enveloped all the war elephants. Gravity halo? Can it be increased by using it in reverse? Lu Yuan's voice sounded. Teacher Chen Meng really did his best for me. Humph, the teacher is teaching you, no matter what opponent you face, you must go all out and not give the enemy a chance to come back. Do you understand? Chen Meng's words fell. Then he saw that the bodies of the 50,000 war elephants sank slightly, and the heaven and earth were right. Dimples began to appear on the slippery soil. Can be seen. This kind of terrifying pressure is indeed not something that ordinary Zerg can bear. Boom boom boom. Everyone only saw 50,000 war elephants running all the way to the bottom of the mountain range with the blessing of a double gravity halo. However, Lu Yuan remained silent at all. This time, even teacher Chen Meng couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Isn't it hidden underground? Teacher Chen Meng said to himself. If he had such an army of Zerg, I will definitely not give up such an excellent ability. A sudden attack from the ground is far more cost-effective than using hard steel from the front. Just when he hesitated. Opposite. Lu Yuan's calm voice sounded again with a joking voice. Teacher Chen, are you also wondering why I haven't done anything yet? Do you think that if my Zerg were buried underground, you might trample them to death? But Lu Yuan suddenly changed the subject. You seem to have overlooked something very important. What's the matter? Teacher Chen Meng asked subconsciously. If it were just a level 23 Zerg, I'm afraid it would really be trampled to death by you. But, what if they are all 5th level? Impossible, you are only a few years old, how could it be possible? Teacher Chen Meng really wanted to say, are you kidding? However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, the ground below was heard shaking. Immediately afterwards, they have ferocious sharp thorns, are ugly in appearance, and are wearing heavy armor. The Hydra roared and rearmed the Zergling warriors, then rushed out from the ground where the war elephant had just stepped 10 times. Ouch! Everyone who was still a little stunned at first saw the bug rushing out. There was an extremely shocked look on every face. Because these bugs are all of the 5th level. How could 200,000 level 5 heavy-armed warriors be unable to withstand the opponent's stampede on the ground? 5th level, how is it possible? He actually has so many 5th levels. Not only the freshmen, but also the old students were completely sluggish. The 5th level, and the 5th level of 200,000. Rushing out of the ground, a 5th level troll spear thrower was caught off guard in an instant. At this time, Lu Yuan chuckled even more in mid-air. Teacher Chen Meng, I also want to thank you for putting the long-range troops in front of me. The 200,000 Hydra heavily equipped tearing worms beat the long-range troll spear throwers. It's also the 5th level, but if it gets close to you, the troll spear throwers were unable to withstand the unprofessional Hydra Tearling Zerglings. What's more, a professional. So, armor blast. Iron hoof attack. One set goes down. You can see tens of thousands of fountains spurting blood in mid-air. It looks extremely spectacular and beautiful. This. Among the people watching the battle, there are no words to describe it. The extremely powerful teacher Chen Meng, who was as high as a mountain in their hearts, was actually seriously injured in the first wave of offensive. With the long-range army divided, the war elephants cannot turn around and come back at once. The control of this kind of fighter plane is simply astonishing. Qin Tianxi's eyes were as bright as lightning, and there was a faint flash of excitement. He felt that after not seeing him for a long time, this Lu Yuan had become more powerful than before. Certainly. After all, Chen Meng is a teacher with elementary divine power. Here, it is not only reflected in divine power, but also reflected in on-the-spot response. The troll spear throwers are fighting in close combat, and the war elephants are turning around from the back row. Ignore the trolls, charge directly, and crush them all. Although Chen Meng's face looked ugly, his orders were orderly. He quickly grasped the essence of this divine battle. After all, this is a virtual battle between gods, so it doesn't matter if you die. So, let the war elephant turn around and charge directly towards the battlefield. Even if all the trolls are wiped out. Also annihilated were 200,000 professional Zerg from the other side. If you exchange 100,000 yuan for the other party's 200,000 yuan, then this transaction is not a loss, right? Shaman Legion, Exert Negative Halo, Griffin Knight Legion, mid-air support. The moment the command is delivered, one after another, negative halos from the 10,000 shaman army fell one after another. Aura of dullness, aura of stiffness, aura of thorns. These large-scale magical auras can immediately weaken the opponent's attack power and reaction power. It will cause greater damage to the charge after the war elephant turns around. Ouch! In mid-air, the huge griffin army finally suppressed them. Each of the griffin knights holds a warhammer. Thunder light danced above the warhammer. With a slight sway, a bolt of lightning came through the air and attacked the Hydra's heavily armored Tearling zombie warrior below. Naturally, heavily armored warriors have no way to resist the power of thunder and lightning. In an instant, considerable results were obtained. At this time, the army of war elephants was originally in the front, maintaining a charging posture. Finally turned his body around. The charge is imminent. In Chen Meng's opinion, it only takes 1 minute to resolve the crisis here. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly grinned in midair and said something that made Chen Meng's expression change. "Teacher Chen Meng, you have been fooled." "What?" Chen Meng's expression changed. But then, I saw that the mountain range behind the war elephant suddenly collapsed. One after another, 7 meters high, with extremely thick carapace all over the body. In front of them was a huge Zerg with 4 terrifying blades several meters long, rushing out of the mountains. The 7th level Zerg, the Thunder Beast, is dispatched. Powerful swing. A roar. A full 20,000 Thunder Beasts waved the single molecule giant blades in their hands at the same time. Puff puff. When the war elephants were unprepared, the monomolecular knife instantly cut their bodies in half. Puff. Blood and war elephant heads flew into the air. There seemed to be some incomprehension left in those eyes that were as huge as light bulbs. Just like the people outside who were all stunned, they simply couldn't believe what was going on. Here, what exactly are these giant beasts? 7th level, how can it be 7th level? There is not even a 7th level in my entire divine domain. Gilu. 0. Qin Tianxi swallowed hard, he was so shocked. It is undeniable that although he lost just now, he still has a trump card that he has not used yet. He has a 7th level black dragon cub that has not been dispatched yet. It's not that Qin Tianxi doesn't want to, but it's because he finally gained the cub's trust. If you are beaten in this virtual battle between gods, the other party's belief in you will weaken. Then the gain outweighs the loss. But he never expected that Lu Yuan not only had 7th level units. More than 20,000 heads were taken out. Is this guy a monster? 7th level. When Chen Meng saw the large group of thunder beasts, he couldn't help but his eyes widened. How could he have the 7th level? Chen Meng really couldn't figure it out. It had only been just over 2 months. How did Lu Yuan have so many 7th level units? But now, whether it makes sense or not is no longer important. At this moment, in response to the immediate crisis, Chen Meng asked the war elephant to turn around again. Be prepared for an attack from these giant beasts. At the same time, the Griffin army in mid-air was already preparing to attack the Thunder Beast. In his opinion, these 100,000 trolls were about to give up. If the Griffins are not allowed to quickly support the war elephants, I'm afraid that all my war elephants will be wiped out. But everything seems to have been calculated accurately by Lu Yuan. The Griffin Legion has just taken action. Then he saw countless 5th Order alien dragon armies rising from behind the mountain range. A rough estimate is that it is at least more than 300,000. 300,000 versus 50,000. How to fight this? Barstool. I don't know which classmate it was, but he fell off the chair because he was too surprised. But he didn't realize it at all. Level 5 flying race, who is the teacher? From the beginning to now, all the methods used by teacher Chen Meng have been targeted by Lu Yuan. The opponent's troops are not inferior in quantity or quality. This actually gave them an illusion. It seems that Lu Yuan is the teacher in the practical class, and teacher Chen Meng is like the student being instructed. Elf Dragon, attack the Air Force, the Air Force. At this time, Chen Meng was already a little panicked. He hurriedly issued an oracle and ordered the 10 8th level elf dragons that had originally raided the formation to rush towards the alien dragon army in the distance. After all, the 4th level and the 5th level are 3 levels higher. Even if the opponent rushes in, he will be like a tiger among the sheep, killing at will. Ouch! 10 8th level elf dragons roared into the air. Magical waves emanate from their bodies, already prepared to deal fatal blows to the alien dragon army. The magic is brewing and the distance is getting closer. But just as the elf dragons were getting ready to attack, sudden, an extremely ear-piercing scream sounded from a distance. At the same time, their spiritual seas are rolling together. Chapter 109. Ouch! This scream was a long howl coming from the spiritual level. And it appeared very suddenly. The 10 8th level elf dragons were caught off guard. Their strength is indeed strong. It can even be immune to most spell attacks. But the only thing he was not immune to was the mental scream from Abathur. This explosion of spiritual power directly impacts the opponent's spiritual sea. In other words, straight to the soul. What power can withstand the soul from being harmed? So, at the moment when the scream appeared, 10 8th level elf dragons let out a scream. He fell suddenly from mid-air. Severe pain. An unprecedented pain passed through their minds. Watching. Their bodies are about to fall. And at this time, on the mountain range, countless flame-thorn demons finally appeared. Whoosh! Countless flame spines are ready to go. Just seize the opportunity of these 10 elf dragons to lower their height and enter the shooting range. A rain of arrows enveloped the entire scene at this moment. No, what kind of power is this? Can it actually affect the elf dragon? At this time, teacher Chen Meng was completely confused. But before he could discover the culprit, suddenly, the blazing rain of arrows in mid-air has shrouded them. Ouch! The elf dragon screamed. But, after all, it is an 8th level race, and its own defense and strength are extremely strong. Even if there is a dense rain of arrows covering it, it cannot cause much damage in a short period of time. At most, it is to suppress the flying height of the 887 and prevent them from taking off for a while. As a result, the alien dragon army in mid-air has begun to crush the Griffin Knights with its numerical advantage. Ouch! The elf dragon who saw this scene was already angered. A roar came from their mouths. Finally stabilized his body. Although the ranged mental attack was powerful, it did not cause them any real harm. So, as long as they can return to high altitude, they can directly gain air superiority. But everything is not as beautiful as they thought. The elf dragon had just adjusted its posture and was preparing to fight back. Suddenly saw, on the mountains in the distance, the huge figure of the sun suddenly appeared. In the center of the opponent's ugly and ferocious head, an extremely hot light is condensing. Next moment, bloom suddenly. Call out. The evil eye light that had been brewing for a long time finally took action at this time. Ouch! A blazing light flashed across hundreds of meters of void, instantly piercing the head of an elf dragon. The screams, mixed with blood and brains, bloomed into a brilliant flower in the sky. And all this is just the beginning. Call out. The second evil eye ray tore through the void instantly. This time, although there was a slight deviation, it penetrated the wings of one of the elf dragons. Let it fall to the ground instantly. Boom boom. On the ground, the thunder beast, which had been prepared for a long time, had already rushed towards the elf dragon with terrifying steps. The 8th level elf dragon is indeed higher than the 7th level thunder beast. This does not mean that they can withstand the single molecule giant blade of the thunder beast. So, puff, Blood splattered, and an elf dragon screamed and fell. Just a moment. The 2 elf dragons fell directly. The remaining 8 heads finally broke through the blockade at this moment. They rocked and prepared for liftoff. However, at this moment, Abathur, who had been brewing for a long time, heard another scream. Mental scream. The purpose is not to kill, but to make the opponent lower his height again. Ouch! The elf dragon screamed again, having encountered 2 mental attacks in a row. Unable to bear it any longer, he fell from mid-air. This time, Thunder Beast was immediately given a chance. They roared, waving their single-molecule giant blades, and rushed towards the 3 elf dragons that fell to the ground. The 3-headed elf dragon didn't know how terrifying the other party was. Even if their rank is high, once they are approached by the opponent, they will not gain any benefit. So, at the critical moment, they have begun to burn the calendar area in their bodies crazily. Time. A powerful breath rushed out of the body. Want to rush from the ground to the sky. However, the ground rolled, and mouths that were hundreds of meters long shot out one after another. They landed directly on the elf dragon in dense numbers. Ouch! The elf dragon pulled hard, and only the mouth parts of the 5th level infected insect were immediately torn off. There was no sympathy in Lu Yuan's eyes. Just a virtual battle of gods. There is no point in dying anymore. A group of infected insects used their own mental paralysis to wrap around the elf dragon. When one group dies, another group follows. Hundreds of thousands of infected insects restricted 3 elven dragons at their fingertips. Finally, in the unbelievable gazes of Chen Meng and everyone else, the 3 elven dragons were torn to pieces by the giant blade of the Thunder Beast. Half of the 10 8th level elf dragons died in just a few moments. The whole place was dead silent. All the audience stared at the big screen without blinking, looking at the bloody and cruel scene. Terrible. Is this a strength that a freshman can have? Someone spoke in disbelief. Is this even better than the teacher? I'm not dreaming. Boss, no, this is a giant. Maid, if I were a woman, I would definitely fall in love with him. Qin Tianxi sat there with a wry smile in his eyes. Original. He came here just to compete with Lu Yuan. Only. He was already defeated before he even started. At the freshman welcome party, he appeared as the final strength, but was restrained everywhere. If you don't even win a single journey, you'll get 100 times more. And now, Lu Yuan not only challenged the teacher, but also suppressed Chen Meng from beginning to end. This level of strength has completely surpassed him. Do I really want to become his little brother? Qin Tianxi couldn't believe that Lu Yuan could actually defeat the teacher. However, as soon as his thoughts came to his mind, he saw on the screen that teacher Chen Meng's face instantly became extremely livid. Okay, I didn't expect that this special admissions class gave me a surprise. His furious voice echoed throughout the battlefield with an infinitely suppressed voice. However, I want to see where your limits are. Burn, elf. Free the Emerald Dream. The oracle of Gungun suddenly sounded from the mouth of teacher Chen Meng. Next moment, the remaining 5 elf dragons suddenly roared loudly. In full view of the public, he shrank suddenly. Buzz. A strange wave of magic power came. Their figures suddenly turned into a giant egg with a height of more than 5 meters. The dome is crystal clear, as if it has dreamlike colors. Before everyone could react, those emerald-like giant eggs all exploded. Boom boom boom. Domes exploded one after another. It turned into extremely crystal clear light, covering the whole place with the power of bright spots of light. A moment. The entire battlefield was affected by this crystal clear air wave. This is... Lu Yuan frowned, feeling something was wrong. Sudden. He suddenly discovered that just where all the air waves passed by, his Zerg army had all stopped. Boom boom. Regardless of the thunder beast, the flame-stinging demon, the infected insect, or even Abathur, they all froze in place. Their consciousness seems to have entered a strange space. There is no way to escape. Even the alien dragon army in midair became sluggish at this moment, falling from the sky like dumplings. They weren't the only ones that fell. Even the remaining thousands of Griffin Knights looked like this, falling from the sky. Outside the venue, many spectators couldn't help being surprised when they saw this scene. Immediately afterwards, an old student suddenly screamed. "Emerald Dream, I remembered that this is the method of mutual destruction used by Teacher Chen Meng through the self-destruction of the elf dragon. All creatures shrouded in the Emerald Dream will fall into a strange dream and cannot escape. It's useless. Even if everyone falls into a deep sleep, there is no way to decide the outcome. Unless..." Everyone suddenly looked towards the big screen. Only saw. In the hands of Teacher Chen Meng, the divine power is constantly burning at this moment. 0. Lu Yuan, I admit that I did underestimate you. In so many years, you are the first person who, as a freshman, has forced me into this situation. As Chen Meng spoke, his figure emerged from mid-air. At this moment, the divine power all over his body was beating. A powerful aura from elementary divine power bloomed from his body. However, I still want to tell you that the gap in rank is a gap that you can never make up for. Next, the teacher will let you see how powerful the divine power released by the gods with elementary divine power is. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hands. Suddenly, a violent vibration sounded from his divine domain. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the teacher's job is called Tide. Boom! There was a loud noise, and everyone saw it in horror. A terrifying wave hundreds of meters high surged up from the mountains. The rolling waves, like moving mountains, shrouded the army below that fell into the Emerald Dream. Oh my god, is this a tide? This is obviously a tsunami, okay. Haha, even if you hit the 9th level with this terrifying water wall, you won't get any benefits. It's over, it's over. Are you going to smash all the legions to death in one day? But then Teacher Chen Meng will have no race to use. Who said there is no more? Look, what is it? At this time, everyone suddenly discovered. At the top of the tsunami, a huge figure 10 meters high stepped on the waves. Terrifying height, huge body, light blue skin with dense mysterious lines. A terrifying figure that seemed to have come from ancient times. Just standing there is enough to make people feel intimidated. Just when everyone was surprised. In mid-air, Teacher Chen Meng's proud voice sounded. Lu Yuan, the combination of the 10th level tidal titan and the power of the priesthood. If I had used this trick from the beginning, you would have been defeated. What? A 7th order tidal titan? Me. In the sky, the ancient titan is actually an ancient titan. It's over, it's over. This kind of fighting race that existed in the Age of Gods was very powerful. One of them is enough to equal an army. Yes, the tidal titan can control the power of the tide, which perfectly overlaps with the divine power of Teacher Chen Meng. Only then can such destructive power be unleashed. Once you've accepted it, the teacher is the teacher. I really don't know what methods I can use until the last moment. This moment. Everyone. No one thinks that Lu Yuan still has a chance of winning. The 10th level tidal titan, coupled with the terrifying tide like a tsunami. Teacher Chen Meng has completely established his victory. Even though 0.4. They know that it is a bit embarrassing for a teacher to be forced into this. But, it is much better than losing this game. Rumble. Terrifying tidal waves crushed every inch of land. Ancient trees and rocks were crushed into pieces by the terrifying waves. At the top of the tide, the tall tide titan's eyes flashed with contempt for everything. Ready to destroy everything. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly chuckled in mid-air. Teacher Chen Meng, your strength does surprise me, but I do have a lesson to tell you. That is, never underestimate your opponent. Control the earth, rise. Boom. Hearing a loud noise, Lu Yuan held his hands, and an earth wall nearly 100 meters high suddenly trembled from the horizon and bulged out of thin air. As soon as this earth wall came out, most of the Zerg army was immediately separated from the opponent's tide. However, Chen Meng smiled coldly when he saw this scene. Lu Yuan, do you think your earthen walls can withstand such a massive tide? Haha, who said I have to resist the tide? I just want to insulate myself from the temperature. Lu Yuan chuckled and waved again. Priesthood, freeze, activate. Priesthood, fierce wind, activate. In an instant, rolling divine power began to burn crazily from his hands. Woohoo! Amid the roaring wind, a biting coldness suddenly bloomed from the void. Immediately, Chen Meng's expression changed drastically when he saw that the tide in the front row actually started to condense under the strong wind. 0. Chapter 110. Ice and Storm Priesthood? There was also the Earth Control Priesthood before. Oh my god, how many priesthoods does this guy have? Everyone who saw this scene was immediately surprised. Regarding the priesthood, if a person can have 2 or 3 kinds, that is already a lot. And most of them are priests with the same attributes. After a while, Lu Yuan actually performed 3 divine powers with different attributes one after another. It's useless. Teacher Chen Meng is a god with elementary divine power. The total amount and quality of his divine power are higher than him. Some students couldn't help but refute. He wants to use frozen power to resist the tide. Let's not say whether he can succeed. Even if he can succeed, it will consume a huge amount of divine power. Only. When his voice fell, Qin Tianxi, whose eyes had widened, suddenly shook his head and spoke. It's not ice, it's Feng Feng. His priesthood is more terrifying than ice. Just as he was saying. In the screen, countless ice powers bloomed in front of the terrifying tide. Click, click, click. Chen Meng began to freeze in his extremely surprised gaze. You, how come you have so much divine power? Chen Meng spoke in disbelief. To freeze a large area of tide, how much divine power does this priestly power need to consume? 10 drops, 50, even 100? No matter which one, how could a being of Lu Yuan's level be able to accumulate it? Also, the level of understanding of the priesthood is simply not enough to bring the frozen priesthood to such a terrifying level. Unless... Teacher Chen Meng suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. You have condensed your divine power. Correct answer, haha, but there is no reward. The expression on Lu Yuan's face suddenly condensed, and he held his outstretched palm far away. Seal it to me. Ka. The terrifying tidal power was blocked by ice and strong winds, and solidified in front of the hard earth wall. Even the lower body of the tidal titan above the tide was tightly frozen in the ice. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Only the struggling roar of the tidal titan sounded in the divine space. Ouch! He roared, and the huge anchor in his hand struck the ice hard. This frozen power can seal the tide, but it cannot seal his body. As long as he breaks free, it can sweep all the sleeping Zerg on the opposite side. By the time, the victory in this battle still belongs to his master. However, before he could break free from the frozen water, a large group of shadows suddenly appeared in the sky. Subsequently, an extremely loud dragon roar sounded. Ouch! A huge creature with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters turned into a shadow and swooped towards him. Flame Tyrant Yagdra. 10th level, you actually have Tian level. This time, even Teacher Chen Meng's voice began to tremble. The same is level 10. Half of one party's body has been frozen. The momentum of the other side was like a rainbow, and the whole body was burning with raging flames. Compare the two. Make a judgment. Teacher Chen Meng. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's voice sounded in the air. I would like to thank you for teaching me a lesson and letting me know that the power of the priesthood can be combined with my own race of believers. So. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. Subsequently, the flames of destruction that only consumed a little bit of divine power enveloped Yagdra's body. Roar! Yagdra opened his mouth and spat out, and a terrifying pillar of fire with the flames of destruction spewed out of his mouth. The tidal titan was instantly enveloped like a living target. Oh no! The tidal titan only let out a scream and was instantly turned into a burning man. Boom! Yagdra grabbed his body hard with a pair of sharp claws and stepped on the frozen tide. Raising his head towards the sky, he let out a deafening roar. Ouch! This moment, everyone was deeply shocked by seeing this scene. They never expected that such a special admission student actually overwhelmed the practical class teachers on the first day of school. A deity of primary divine power. Next, unless teacher Chen Meng still has a trump card. Otherwise, even if the Zerg army cannot wake up, just a 10th level Yagdra can slaughter the entire opponent's army. It's just that it's a matter of time. Teacher Chen Meng obviously also knew that there was no point in struggling any longer. He sighed. Okay, Lu Yuan, you win, both from the perspective of the believer race and the priesthood, you have defeated me. This time, I gave up. As Chen Meng finished speaking, Lu Yuan also heard the settlement prompt from the God's domain interface. Tip, your believer race crushed the enemy with absolute superiority. Hint, you have won this virtual God battle. Tip, your believers feel the power of divine power and their faith increases. Tip, you have gained 50 million faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 50 million faith points. Ding! Congratulations on getting the extra reward, Tidal Titan Factor. Ding! Congratulations on getting the additional reward, Blood of the Elf Dragon, consumable. Ding! Congratulations on getting the additional reward, Griffin Factor. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the additional reward, the second level Divine Spell Bloodthirsty. Tidal Titan Factor, from a branch of the ancient Titan race, the extracted factor contains the powerful blood of the Titans. At the same time, it is also comfortable to fight in the ocean. Elf Dragon Blood mixed with elemental power, once fused, dragon blood and magic resistance will be greatly improved. Griffin Factor, a factor limited to the fusion of flying units, allowing them to become stronger, with the probability of increasing their genetic potential and breaking through the ranks. Bloodthirsty, the spell location extracted from the shaman. It is suitable for assembly of mage units with high intelligence attributes. It can only be assembled once. Read all the tips and introductions. Lu Yuan almost burst into laughter. I have to say that the resources of the Academy are really powerful. Compared with the scattered gods in Wilderness City, they are simply incomparable. This was completely different from his original belief that academic strongmen were not good enough. Actually it is. The resources obtained by the Academy itself are allocated by the entire Alliance. At the same time, if actual combat training is strengthened, the clerical power of both the believers' race and their own deity is not generally high. This time, if he hadn't accumulated 1,000 drops of divine power in his hand, it might have been a bit difficult. Just by using his divine power a few times, he had already consumed nearly 200 drops of divine power. This kind of consumption is simply terrifying. But, although Lu Yuan felt happy because of his victory, he couldn't show it too much. A thought in my mind. He directly withdrew his thoughts from the divine space. At this moment, teacher Chen Meng opposite also opened his eyes. See the situation. Lu Yuan took the initiative to stand up and nodded slightly. Thank you, Teacher Chen, for showing mercy and allowing the students to achieve such a victory. No need to find steps for me to get off. Although Chen Meng is a rough man, he has a straightforward personality. With your strength, it's normal for you to win. Even if it's not a virtual battle between gods, I probably can't beat you. Chen Meng looked at Lu Yuan and suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, okay, I didn't expect that our Jushan University actually recruited a monster this time. I believe that with your strength, you should be able to crush the other two universities very quickly. Teacher Chen Meng, thank you very much. Lu Yuan smiled modestly, teacher, I won, is this a credit? 1 yard owned by a yard. He worked so hard just for the reward of those credits. Naturally, we cannot forget it at this time. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm willing to admit defeat, and the credits will naturally be yours. Chen Meng laughed and said, in addition to your 2,000 credits, I will give you an extra 500. Lu Yuan, your potential is very high, don't waste too much time on your studies. The right way is to go to the main god tower early to improve yourself. Ah! Lu Yuan couldn't help being stunned when he heard Chen Meng's words. This was the first time he heard that a teacher told him not to focus on his studies. Ah, what? The main tower is the key to your becoming stronger. Chen Meng glared at him. He raised his head and said, okay, that's it for today's welcome party. Special admissions students receive 100 credits each. No matter old students or freshmen, you all should learn from Lu Yuan. They are both from Jushan University, why is the gap so big? Hey, let's go. With that said, he left the hall directly. Damn it, 2,500 credits, he has to apply to the school. Otherwise it would be too heartbreaking. Teacher Chen Meng was seen leaving. Naturally, a group of old students will not stay here any longer. As for the remaining special admissions, everyone involuntarily surrounded Lu Yuan. Now, everyone knows that Lu Yuan is the real boss. Young Master Yuan, you are really amazing. Can I treat you to a meal if you have time? Brother Yuan, I have some tightness in my chest. I wonder if you have time to help me take a look. Get up, Mr. Yuan, from now on you will be my idol, and I will hang out with you. Please hug your thighs, even if you have leg hair. Everyone changed their previous disdainful attitude towards Lu Yuan. He transformed into a male and female licking dog and began to lick Lu Yuan wildly. Lu Yuan frowned and looked at the faces of these people. Of course he didn't care. However, being surrounded by everyone, he couldn't get out at all. Just when he was about to get angry, suddenly there was a cold shout from the side. Get out of my way! As soon as these words came out, everyone subconsciously looked towards the speaker. After seeing that the other party was actually Qin Tianxi, none of them spoke. After all, even if Qin Tianxi loses, he is still stronger than the people here. And the Qin family behind them is not something they can afford to offend. Don't you know how to block the road here? Qin Tianxi scolded 827 with a cold face. He separated the crowd on both sides. Immediately, he walked to the other party in a few steps. Sudden. With an extremely flattering smile on his face, he said, Brother, thanks to your help today, I specially set up a table in the monster residence. Please be sure to reward me. Bang bang. The sound of fainting appeared all around. Mr. Qin, you lick others with such righteousness, you are worthy of your own identity. However, Qin Tianxi didn't care at all about this. He is a good member of a noble family, but the reason why he is arrogant on weekdays is because no one can catch his eye. Now, a genius appeared who was countless times higher than his potential. He knows better than anyone else how to unite the other party. When it comes to looking at people, who can compare with the children of their aristocratic family? Okay, Don't hang around here, I've ordered a big package, and you can go together to pick up the wind for Brother Yuan. Ouch, young Master Qin is mighty, Brother Yuan is mighty. Suddenly everyone cheered. Can you call me young Master Yuan, Brother Yuan? Qin Tianxi scolded and then bowed to Lu Yuan flatteringly. Brother Yuan please. Lu Yuan looked at Qin Tianxi's appearance and couldn't help but nodded secretly. Who said that the children of aristocratic families are all brainless villains? My mind is spinning so fast. Bring everyone with you in the name of catching the wind. Not only did he praise himself, but he did not leave anyone else behind. It is hard to imagine that such a smooth method would appear from a war madman. For the family to be able to stand firm in the Emerald Alliance, it seems that they still have their own way of doing it. Nodding, Lu Yuan did not refuse. Everyone left Jushan University and went straight to the nearest monster residence. That's why it's called Monster Home. It's because the dishes at this restaurant are all made with various monsters as the main ingredients. Either from hell or from the abyss. Not only does it taste great, it also has great benefits for the body. It didn't take long. Everyone took their seats. Lu Yuan was given the throne by Qin Tianxi. Unknowingly, this batch of special admissions students was headed by Lu Yuan. Come, let us celebrate the victory that Brother Yuan brought us today. Cheers! Qin Tianxi raised his wine glass high and said to everyone. Come, respect young Master Yuan. Cheers! The wine has passed 3 rounds, and the food has passed the 5 flavors. Everyone became more and more familiar with each other. At this time, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask Qin Tianxi next to him a question that had been in his mind for a long time. Young Master Qin, what does this main tower mean? Chapter 111. The Main Tower. Lu Yuan's question also made everyone at the table stop. Their eyes looked towards Qin Tianxi. Apparently the same curiosity flashed in his eyes. Seeing everyone's gaze, Qin Tianxi put down the wine glass in his hand. Brother Yuan, since you want to hear it, let me introduce it to you. Qin Tianxi glanced across the audience. Since everyone is specially recruited, they all know that our status is a bit embarrassing. To the old students, we are equivalent to jumping in the queue. So, naturally I don't welcome you. I am telling you something today because we are all our own people. Don't worry, Master Qin, Master Yuan, we naturally understand that from now on, you two will be the main ones for our special admissions. Yes, yes, you two are our backbone. Everyone present is naturally a smart person. Qin Tianxi said this because he naturally wanted to win them over to his side. Naturally, they all spoke. Hey, it's good for everyone to understand, but I want to emphasize one point. From now on, we will still focus on Brother Yuan. Qin Tianxi naturally did not forget to support Lu Yuan at all times. Say it. He just cleared his throat and continued. The origin of the main god tower is the founder of our Emerald Alliance, that is, the founder of our Jushan University, a powerful main god. A master artifact refined using the master god's laws and various materials. Main artifact. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and a look of shock could not help appearing on their faces. The main artifact. They don't even have the most common lower-level artifact. Not to mention the main artifact. The main artifact is also the most important symbol that distinguishes our 3 top universities from other universities. Qin Tianxi continued. Because, as long as our students spend their credits, they can actually teleport to different planes through the main artifact. Directly participate in the plane war. Plane war. Lu Yuan's heart moved and he couldn't help but ask. When you talk about plane war, what plane do you mean? Humans, elves, undead, orcs. Qin Tianxi explained. All those powerful planes that want to resist the rule of the main world and are ready to counterattack the main world at any time. Of course, the most powerful things here are the abyss and hell. Everyone, everyone knows that the most important reason why our main world can rule the entire world is that we can create gods in batches. But those planes suppressed by us are always trying to subvert our rule. As for who is right and who is wrong, we simply cannot think about it. It can only be said that history is written by the victors. It's that simple. Shaking his head, Qin Tianxi did not dwell too much on this matter. Instead, he continued. Then, the functions of the main tower are divided into two types. To put it simply, they are fast and long. The so-called fast means that time is fast, because there are two modes on the main tower. One is virtual level entry. The main tower has 99 floors. If you go through the level virtually, you will encounter different powerful races on each floor. No matter what method the level breaker uses, the faster he passes the level, the more rewards he will receive. Of course, each level has a clearance list. The higher your ranking, the more credits you will be awarded. The challenge can be repeated, but the speed of each challenge must be faster than the previous one. Otherwise there will be no reward. Qin Tianxi smiled when he said this. Do you know why speed is used to measure the standard for level entry? Everyone shook their heads. Because, to put it bluntly, virtual breakthroughs are just for you to commit suicide at the last moment. No matter what the cost, just seek greater damage to the opponent. Qin Tianxi raised his hand to stop the students who wanted to ask questions. As for the reason, it's because of the second mode. He glanced at Lu Yuan. The second mode is what we call the transmission mode. After paying the credits in one go, you can be directly transported to a new dimension. This is the key to your becoming a god. Because the main tower has a protective rule for every teleport student. You can understand him as a kind of protective shield. With this protective cover, no matter which plane you appear in, you can ignore all attacks below the main god level. B. His eyes suddenly became serious. What I want to say is that you cannot take the initiative to launch any attacks and can only conduct divine battles through the summoning gate. Once you actively mobilize the priesthood or attack, this protective shield will disappear. At that time, you will face endless attacks from hostile believers. Don't blame me for not reminding you, people will really die when the time comes. Hiss. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but gasp. Fall, this is the real fall. Many people secretly vowed in their hearts at this moment that they would not take the initiative even if all their followers died. Then, how do we get back after we were teleported there? Suddenly, some students couldn't help but ask. Haha, let's talk about the power of the main tower here. Qin Tianxi laughed, your shield protects us from harm. The main tower will give you a token when you are teleporting. As long as you crush the token, you will be summoned by the main tower. Was sent back directly. Certainly. This transfer takes a certain amount of time. Specifically, the length of time varies depending on the plane. However, the average value is between 10 to 20 seconds. Don't think that this time is very fast. In fact, if you take action without permission, it only takes 10 seconds, and you may be targeted by the other party's gods. If those gods want to kill you, they may not even need a second. And if you are unlucky, you encounter a hostile main god. If you take action directly, you will die. Therefore, even with the protection of the main tower, it is not absolutely safe. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but fell silent. It turns out that this main tower is so dangerous. Haha. Seeing that everyone's atmosphere suddenly became heavy, Qin Tianxi couldn't help but laugh. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. After all, these Lord Gods also have some hidden rules and will not take action easily. Because once it goes too far, what if our main god goes to their plane and starts killing people? So, don't be too pessimistic. Come on, don't talk about this anymore, drink and drink. Under Qin Tianxi's mobilization, the atmosphere became heated again. But Lu Yuan couldn't help but fell into deep thought. This main tower is indeed a treasure for the students. As long as you don't take action, it's equivalent to having an extra layer of talisman. And the rewards obtained by believers in battle must be many. In this way, you can not only reap rewards, but also have the help of an artifact that can ensure safety. Why worry about the strength not improving? By the way, does Teacher Chen Meng's title Titan come from the main tower? Lu Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help but ask. Almost, because not only us, but also the teachers will enter the main tower. As long as the price is marked on the resources they brought back from the main tower, we can redeem them with credits from the school. Therefore, many good things were actually brought back from the main tower. Nodding, Lu Yuan now understood completely. He felt that he must seize the time to improve his strength next. It's time to enter the main tower. The atmosphere at the entire dinner table became lively again. Only they do not know. Because of Lu Yuan's horrific performance at the orientation meeting, it has been completely spread among the students at Jushan University. Even there was an uproar throughout the university. What? The special admissions student who just came here actually killed Teacher Chen Meng? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Fart, if you don't believe it, go to the forum and see for yourself. The freshmen who participated have already posted their battle posts. Soon, countless people started to visit this post with the title, Shocked. Specially recruited teacher of violent practice class. Crushing elementary divine power. I'll go, is it true? Whose monster is this? He's too fierce. Lu Yuan? Still from Kaiun City? He's from my hometown. While there is a lot of discussion on the internet. In the school's academic affairs center, Teacher Chen Meng was standing in front of the school and narrating the entire incident. Next to them, sat several senior school executives. The energetic white-haired old man sitting next to the main seat was none other than Bai Yueguang, the vice principal who recruited Lu Yuan. Teachers, my narrative is almost finished. Teacher Chen Meng said in a deep voice, although this child has only condensed his divine power, I feel that his use of the priesthood and the total amount of his divine power are already comparable to those of gods with elementary divine power. Hey, is this kid really that powerful? Principal Ning, you have found a treasure. The director of the teaching department couldn't help but smile on his face. What he loves most is that the school has such geniuses. Haha, then, can my vision be any worse? Ning Qiguang's face was extremely proud. He looked towards the director of the archives department. Director Ma, I asked you to check Lu Yuan's detailed information. Is there any result? Hearing the words, Director Ma, who was wearing glasses, nodded and opened the information in his hand. Principal Ning, I conducted an in-depth analysis and unlocking of the genes you brought back, and I came to the conclusion that there is indeed nothing wrong with this Lu Yuan on the surface, but... His voice paused. But what? Ning Qiguang raised his eyebrows. He felt something was wrong with Director Ma's expression. If the test results are good, he seems to be the son of the fallen from hell. As soon as these words came out, the whole place suddenly fell silent. Everyone had an incredible look on their faces. Shen seemed to have heard a shocking secret. Chapter 112. What? Ning Qiguang's expression suddenly changed. Hell fallen? Are you sure? Everyone present had deep memories of the ancient and long historical years. This name has always been a pain in their hearts. It can't be wrong. Director Ma said seriously. Director Ma has been in charge of the entire archives department of Jushan University for who knows how many years. There is absolute authority for this kind of thing. Since he said that Lu Yuan is the son of a fallen person from hell, it is almost the same. Principal, if this is really the case, does Lu Yuan have the aura left by the god of natural disasters in his body? If you are corrupted by him, there will be safety risks. Won't. Ning Qiguang shook his head and said, before the Lord God of Nature fell, it was because he spent a lot of magical power to eliminate the influence of the God of Natural Disasters on children that hell found the opportunity tempting and corrupting. For many years, we have wanted to find her whereabouts and save her from suffering. Unfortunately, they all failed. I believe that she would never have left any hidden dangers. But, we are not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Do we need to examine this Lu Yuan? A supervisor couldn't help but hesitate. No. Ning Qiguang shook his head. If it is handed over to the Alliance Review Department, their stubborn old guys will definitely rather kill the wrong person than let it go. But if we don't tell them, how will we explain it if they find out? Explain. Ning Qiguang's brows also frowned tightly. Although he didn't like those old guys, it was undeniable that they had absolute authority. All the supervisors around could not help but fell silent after hearing this. They don't want to give up such a monster genius. But there is no good solution for those people in the censorship department. Just when everyone 043 was hesitating. Sudden. Next to Ning Qiguang, on the main seat in the middle, a ray of light suddenly lit up. As the light comes on, an unimaginable terrifying pressure instantly emerged. Everyone couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw this scene. They hurriedly stood up and saluted towards the human figure condensed with light. See the Lord God. All the supervisors knew that this projection suddenly appeared on the main seat. It is the powerful projection from the Lord God of Death, the founder of the entire Jushan University. I already know about this new student. If you train him well, the censorship department won't show up. The other party's voice was cold, and there was no hint of emotion or anger. Just after saying this sentence, he disappeared directly. But everyone who heard this sentence knew that the position from the Lord God of Death had been made clear. Try to protect Lu Yuan. Everyone who thought of this couldn't help but take a breath. Unexpectedly, this new student Lu Yuan actually attracted the attention of the main god. This is simply a huge blessing. At the same time, in a distant, inexplicable void, a huge ancient divine kingdom, completely condensed by rules, is floating in the sky. In the kingdom of God, there is a towering bone throne. A beautiful woman with a stunning figure and beautiful face opened her eyes from her sleep. Tick-tock. A tear actually fell from the corner of her eye. If someone sees it, their jaws will drop. One of the four main gods of the Jade Alliance, the main god of death, Aka, has always been known for his cruelty and ruthlessness. Actually, there are times when I shed tears. Deaf, the Lord God of Death looked at his vast and boundless kingdom from a distance, but a rare excitement appeared on his face. Sister, I promised you that I would protect your child, and now, I finally found him. She slowly clenched her slender jade hands, even if her nails pierced her palms, causing blood to flow from her body. She didn't notice anything. There was even a smile on his face. I will use my life to protect him when he grows up, for sure. At this time, Lu Yuan naturally didn't know that he had received the attention of the school and even the main god. At this time, he had knocked down everyone including Qin Tianxi. Perhaps it's because he received too much physical attribute enhancement from the system. Although the main world suppressed their strength, their drinking capacity was not suppressed. So, Lu Yuan finally called someone and sent them back to school. And he returned directly to the dormitory. Just took a quick shower. Lu Yuan sent a message to the elf goddess. Ask the other person how their renting a house off campus is going. And how is Xiao Tuanchuan's current situation? The reply I got was that the house had been reconciled. Everything else is going well for Xiao Tuan, except that he always wants to find his father. After Lu Yuan found out, he agreed to go back to see her in a few days. He felt relieved leaving Xiao Tuan in the care of the elf goddess. After solving the trivial matters, Lu Yuan finally had time to enter his divine space again. He has not forgotten the rewards he received before. It's time to upgrade your Zerg army. Buzz. Lu Yuan's thoughts surfaced in God's realm again. Suddenly, countless Zerg troops knelt on the ground and worshipped Lu Yuan devoutly. Looking at the Zerg army of nearly 10 million, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. Although he won the contest with teacher Chen Meng. But I also discovered my own problems. Lu Yuan is a cautious person. Even if he wins, he still has to reflect on himself. He gradually discovered that he had certain shortcomings in the Air Force. Although the 5th level alien dragon has good strength, its single body defense is too fragile. Even with the addition of the flame demon factor, it can only increase the damage, but the real health value and defense have not been improved. On the other hand, Chen Meng's Griffin Knights, those lion-like birds, have powerful melee attack capabilities and higher defense. If it weren't for the large number of Lu Yuan's Air Force, one-on-one, the 5th level alien dragon is really no match for Nai. Fortunately, Lu Yuan obtained the Griffin factor this time. He has decided to integrate such excellent genes into the Flame Dragon army. System, fuse all the mutant dragons with the Griffin factor for me. Lu Yuan said directly. Ding! Start merging. Ouch! The originally mighty army of 500,000 alien dragons began to transform under the roar of pain. Their heads as a whole still retain the appearance of the Zerg. The originally thin body began to become thicker. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the size of a lion. The wingspan of the wings became wider. The original claws became thicker and sharper, as if they could tear the steel plates into pieces with just a little force. Moreover, the entire aura began to rise continuously. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, you have obtained a new race, Flame Lion Dragon. Fire Lion Dragon? This name is a bit domineering. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. He did not expect that after fusing the Eagle factor, his potential, which had been on the decline, actually broke its shackles and improved again. Name, Flame Lion Dragon. Category Zerg. Stage Level 6. Ability, Flame Burning, Blade Insect Attack, Main, Dragon Regeneration, Thunder Hammer, Main. Life, 35, Sudden Increase in Blood Volume. Strength, 28, Strength is not a strong point. Agility, 38, this is not the speed that level 6 should have. Intelligence, 13, barely considered smart. Evaluation, under the premise of ensuring speed, the blood volume and strength have been greatly improved. More importantly, in addition to the blade insects, there are more magic attacks. Thunder Hammer concentrates the power of thunder and turns it into hammer-shaped lightning to attack the opponent. The damage is powerful, but the casting time is long. What an unexpected surprise! Lu Yuan grinned. Unexpectedly, the army of alien dragons fused with the Griffin factor not only turned into a stronger Flame Lion Dragon, but also added a magic attack. Even though it takes a long time, once it breaks out, you can imagine the power of the thunder attack. In this way, quickly attack with the knife. Once the opponent gets close, all Flame Lion Dragons will fire a volley of thunder hammers. If you are caught off guard, you can definitely surprise the other party. A Griffin factor allowed Lu Yuan to achieve such a gain. He couldn't help but look forward to it. What a surprise another Tidal Titan factor could bring him. System, can the Tidal Titan factor be used to fuse Springtails? Lu Yuan suddenly said to the system. Ding! No, the power of the Titan factor is too strong, and it cannot be integrated with the Hell and Abyss genes. The most suitable target for the current host is the Thunder Beast. Thunder Beast? It looks like what I thought. Lu Yuan couldn't help but nodded when he heard the system prompt. Ultralisk's genes are indeed suitable for such a large Tidal Titan factor. However, neither the abyss nor hell can be fused with the Titan factor. This was something he didn't expect. But it doesn't matter. He looked directly at the army of crawling thunder beasts in the distance, about to fuse with them. But at this moment, a prompt message actually came from the God's domain interface. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer has advanced. Tip, you have obtained a new race, Thunder Behemoth. After hearing the prompt, Lu Yuan subconsciously looked towards the Thunder Placenta artifact in the distance. Only saw a ferocious beast that was 8 meters tall and covered with thunder light jumped out from the Thunder Placenta. This moment, like thunder coming to the world, it is extremely majestic. Chapter 113. Boom! Amidst the thunder, a giant beast bathed in thunder light stepped out. Its appearance hasn't changed much from before. However, the entire figure has grown taller. There was a mark of thunder all over his body. It turns into lines and looks extremely mysterious. It's really long. Lu Yuan saw this thunder beast that transformed into a thunder beast. Under the influence of Thunder Placenta's artifact, the other party directly completed a huge transformation. The 8th level thunder beast is simply terrifying. But after Lu Yuan saw this 8th level thunder beast, he couldn't help but have a flash of excitement in his eyes. The light became brighter and brighter, and finally burned like a flame. That's right. He was indeed moved. Because he wanted to use this tidal Titan factor to fuse with the Thunder Behemoth. If the fusion is successful, it may be possible to create a more powerful unit. System, first give this Thunder Beast the power to fuse with the tidal Titan. Ding! Start merging. Dots of light dispersed in the sky, and then turned into a curtain of rain, covering this giant Thunder Beast. Ouch! The Thunder Beast suddenly roared. It didn't expect that it had just crawled out alive from the Thunder's placenta. A new round of torture and transformation was actually about to begin. This is the power of the tidal Titan, a powerful bloodline from ancient times. That is to say, a rough-skinned and thick-skinned existence like the Thunder Beast can adapt. If it were any other Zerg, they would have been torn apart by this violent blood pulse. And just a moment. The aura of the Thunder Beast in front of him actually grew again. The figure began to continue to swell. The originally brown carapace began to turn towards light blue. Becomes thicker. At the same time, it is densely covered with dark blue thunder patterns. The original 2 pairs of single-molecule giant blades actually grew another pair, turning into 3 pairs. And there was lightning flashing above it. Tip, your believer's race has mutated. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, you have obtained a new race, Titan Thunder Beast. Titan Thunderman? Why does it sound so awkward? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, feeling that the system's naming skills were not very good. But looking at the Titan Thunder Beast that had expanded to more than 9 meters high, he automatically ignored other news. Name, Titan Thunder Beast. Category Zerg. Stage 9 TH level. Ability, Monomolecule Giant Blade, Strengthen Immune System, Iron Wall, Sensory Movement Control, Huge Power Swing, Main, Thunder Blade Cutting, Main, Advanced Lightning Resistance, Titan Power. Titan Skin, Wave Control, Main. Life, 55, the blood volume is beyond imagination. Power 55, power is everything. Agility, 35, the speed is indeed a bit slower. Intelligence, 19, has a special affinity for tides. Evaluation, fusion of the power of Titan and Thunder makes them more powerful. Even in the deep sea, they can display terrifying strength. Regarding abilities, Lu Yuan didn't need to read too much. He could tell the general function just from the literal meaning. It's just that when you see the attributes, he couldn't help but be surprised. If you compare the blood volume and strength purely by attributes, it has almost reached the 11th level. Such a terrifying existence would be a nightmare if approached. It's just that mass production is a bit difficult. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shook his head and said with some regret. After all, Titan thunder once needed to be conceived through the thunder placenta before it could undergo transformation. This gestation process takes almost 10 years to give birth to a thunder behemoth. Even if Lu Yuan forced 3 or 5 of them into the thunder placenta, the number could not be in the tens of thousands. There is no other way. Lu Yuan can only consider treating them as surprise soldiers. In this regard, Lu Yuan didn't feel too uncomfortable. After all, thunder placenta was slower. But he can reverse the operation and first merge the power of the tidal titan with the thunder beast. Give it a makeover. This can first create a group of powerful titan thunder beast armies. So, next, Lu Yuan selected 50,000 thunder beasts that had been hatched. Note, the hatching time of thunder beasts is relatively slow, and it is very rare to be able to accumulate 50,000 now. Directly let the system carry out mutation fusion. Really? According to Lu Yuan's guess, all the 7th order rich beasts turned into 8th order titan thunder beasts. The strength and ability are more than one level stronger than before. Seeing the 58,000 level titan thunder beast army, Lu Yuan also had a look of satisfaction in his eyes. There is one last reward left that has not been used. That is the blood of the elven dragon. Who should give this elf dragon blood to? When Lu Yuan saw the blood of the elf dragon, he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. After all, this is a consumable item. Logically speaking, Yagdra has reached the 10th level. It's Abathur's turn to fuse. But Lu Yuan suddenly discovered that once factors such as abyss and hell breath were combined, they would be somewhat repulsive to other substances. Although now the blood of the elf dragon can be fused to him. But I don't know if it can reach the maximum. According to Lu Yuan's conjecture, Abathur, who has already integrated the Hell Hydra factor, would be more suitable to be able to integrate the factor of Hell's aura. So, Lu Yuan finally decided to fuse and absorb his elven dragon blood with Yagdra. Yagdra possesses the fusion of Abyss and Tearling power. After fusing the blood of the elf dragon, it might be possible to transform again. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to fuse the blood of the elf dragon into Yagdra's body. And the transformation begins at this moment. Ouch! Yagdra, whose whole body was burning with the flames of the abyss, began to struggle and twist. It was as if he was suffering from a terrible pain. Lu Yuan can feel it. In its body, the blood of the elf dragon seems to be pulled by the power of 2 bloodlines. A kind of bloodline power belonging to the dragon clan, and I want it to further enhance the purity of the dragon clan's bloodline. The other one is moving closer to the power of the elements. I want it to further strengthen the power of the abyss. This kind of struggle is not ideal in Lu Yuan's opinion. His current strength is no better than before. After achieving godhood, his horizons were much wider than before. So, in his mind, a bold idea suddenly appeared. That is the power to intervene on the other side. For a moment, Lu Yuan had a thought in his mind. His huge spiritual thoughts suddenly fell down at this moment. It penetrated directly and roughly into Yagdra's body. He used his divine aura to forcefully tear the center of the elf dragon's blood apart. Tisk! An invisible voice sounded. I saw that the elemental power that originally belonged to the elf dragon and the dragon power were separated at the same time. Immediately afterwards, they were instantly swallowed up by 2 auras belonging to the abyss and the bone dragon. Ouch! At this moment, Yagdra let out an extremely painful cry. His huge body began to grow and transform. 0 Please ask for flowers. A pair of huge flesh wings became even bigger. As soon as the wings were spread out, it had already exceeded 100 meters. His head also became more ferocious. 2 dragon horns grow out on both sides. Tang! Suddenly, a flame with the aura of the abyss rose up from its body. Lu Yuan took a closer look and saw that it was actually the fire of the abyss. More terrifying than ordinary flames. At the same time, the message from the God's domain interface also popped up directly. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer race has advanced. Tip: your believers have witnessed the terror of divine power, and their faith has increased. Tip: you have gained 130 million faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully intervening in a mutation. Ding! Additional reward, Priesthood Dreamland. Ding! Additional reward, Dragon's Blood, exclusively for the host. Can this also be rewarding? Lu Yuan was originally immersed in the joy of Yagdra's advancement, but he never expected that he would also benefit from running more. And it's also a priestly dream. This was an unexpected surprise for Lu Yuan. Before, he once killed a god and gained the priestly brute strength. It was then that Lu Yuan realized that even if he had condensed his godhead, he could continue to integrate his priesthood. That is equivalent to adding support to the already built house. Only, this also requires more divine essence for bonding. This is no problem for Lu Yuan. He has a system that can decompose the priesthood, and he can also decompose the godhead. I don't know how much trouble and cost it will save compared to buying directly. More importantly, Lu Yuan can continue to increase his priesthood. It is equivalent to continuing to increase one's own strength. The blood of another giant dragon is equivalent to further strengthening the dragon bloodline in Lu Yuan's body, thereby comprehensively improving one's body's basic attributes. Ouch! Yagdra roared happily, making Lu Yuan come back to his senses from his thoughts. Name: Flame Tyrant Yagdra. Category Zerg. Stage 11 th level. Ability: Strengthen Tier. Flame Spine Spray, Main, Sacrificial Fire, Balrog Summoning, Main, Flame Breath, Main, Death Burning, Main, Command of the Dead, Magic Immunity, Fire of the Abyss. Life: 61, powerful is not enough to describe it. Strength: 62, strong increase in strength. Agility: 59, already very fast. Intelligence: 55, very powerful. Evaluation: transformed by flames and watered by dragon blood, it feels more and more that it is not like a bug, but a giant dragon. Powerful, very powerful. Lu Yuan was extremely happy about Yagdра's changes. Yagdra, who has broken through the 11th level, has almost no shortcomings after considering many aspects. It is not too far away from the legendary level. After looking at it for a while, Lu Yuan looked back. There is only a level 2 bloodthirsty spell left. Lu Yuan thought for a while and could only assemble it for Abathur, who had nothing. This kind of group-released spell is only suitable for long-range commanders like Abathur. At this time, all the rewards have been completely consumed by Lu Yuan. Seeing that the entire army has become like this, Lu Yuan can't wait to find someone to have a divine battle now. But it's late at night, where can I go to find the god of war? By the way, I can go to battle.net. Lu Yuan, who hadn't been there for a long time, suddenly had an idea flash in his mind and said this. Chapter 114. Battle Network. Lu Yuan has not appeared for a long time since he came up last time. It just so happens that at this time, I don't have the opportunity to discuss with others. He couldn't help but be happy to see Liexin and entered the battle network. Lu Yuan, who has already condensed his godhood, naturally cannot be in the previous demigod area. He found his own area directly. Subconsciously, he looked towards his rank. This? You actually took Duan away. Lu Yuan looked at his rank and saw that it was bronze. Isn't this too harsh even if you lose a paragraph? How long will it take to get it done? No, no. When he took a closer look, he realized that he had made a mistake. His previous rank was the demigod rank without igniting the divine fire. But the current rank has become a being who ignites the divine fire and possesses divine status. In other words, if he wants to fight against the strong, he must start from scratch. This is troublesome. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan subconsciously swept towards the combat power list. It's the beginning of the season now, and the combat power values are not very high. Only, what surprised him a little was that he actually saw a familiar nickname at the bottom of the combat power list. Hey? Isn't this the Blood Shadow? The one who was number 1 on the previous combat power list. Lu Yuan is somewhat impressed by this nickname. 2, 6, 7 was just something he didn't expect. Not only did the opponent gather his divine power, but he also reached the top 100 in the combat power list. It has to be said that the other party is very talented. Who are you challenging? Lu Yuan glanced at it, preparing to find the person ranked first on the combat power list to challenge. But he didn't wait for the challenge. Suddenly I received a challenge letter. Lu Yuan opened it and saw that the signature was Shadow of Blood. However, what he didn't expect was that the Blood Shadow would actually challenge him to replace his combat power. But he needs to raise it because the other party's challenges have been exhausted. Shook his head. Lu Yuan directly rejected his challenge application. Just kidding, he just wanted to test how strong his race is. Doesn't it mean that the combat power has to be replaced? Besides, it's not that Lu Yuan is arrogant, except that the challenge of ranking first is still interesting. The rest really didn't interest him. So, in order to make the other party give up, Lu Yuan was very arrogant and replied when he refused. Combat power replacement is too low end. If you want to play, play big. If you lose, be the opponent's god. Otherwise, there is no need to talk. How did he know that his reply had just been sent out? The Blood Shadow on the other side opened directly. Boom! Huaruying, who had short purple hair, punched the table hard. Arrogant, I didn't expect this natural disaster to be even more arrogant than I thought. An angry sneer appeared on the corner of Huaruying's mouth. Okay, you belong to God, right? I wonder if you dare to play. So, as soon as she thought about it, she called Lu Yuan back. Come on, whoever loses will be considered God to the other party, okay? Hey! Lu Yuan opened it and took a look, but he didn't expect that the Shadow of Blood would actually confront him. Shadow of Blood, right? Since you want to be tortured, I'll let you see it. Lu Yuan smiled and sent one directly. Man, you can't say no, come on, I'll be with you anytime, hurry up, don't grind like a psy. VR. Huaruying's silver teeth were almost broken when she saw it. She was born into a military family, and she was the daughter of the entire Hua family. When did anyone dare to say that about her? In anger, Huaruying opened a room directly. An invitation was sent to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan naturally agreed directly. Entered the room. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Blood Shadow, if you're scared, forget it. I'm about to challenge the one with the strongest combat power, and I don't have time to mess around with you. Humph, just wait for me and let you know the consequences of messing with me. The voice of Blood Shadow rang out. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Damn, what's going on? The Shadow of Blood is actually a woman? Before Lu Yuan could react, the room opened. Tip, the virtual divine war is about to begin, please users to arrange the divine domain as soon as possible. Tip, countdown to 5 minutes. Regarding this, Lu Yuan felt that it was meaningless. Although the other party is a girl, it is still related to a divine issue. I can do without her as a god, but I can't lose. It's that simple. After just setting up a mountain range to block the army, it's done. Tip, the countdown is over and the battle of gods begins. Tisk. The familiar space cracks were once again pulled apart from the virtual divine domain. Lu Yuan glanced at it. Upon discovering the opponent's army, they immediately launched a charge. Only. What makes Lu Yuan a little surprised is that this blood shadow once ranked first in the demigod combat power list. It turns out that humans are the main believers. Front row. Sitting on top of a 5-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus were human knights wearing heavy armor. The rank of each Tyrannosaurus is actually as high as 5th level. It's actually Tyrannosaurus Knight. Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at it with surprise. These tyrannosaurs are similar to the ancient behemoth Tyrannosaurus rex from Blue Star in its previous life. However, they are cruel and bloodthirsty by nature, and are difficult to tame. I didn't expect that the other party could actually tame them with humans and use them as mounts. Lu Yuan scans the system information. These Tyrannosaurus Knights are clearly professionals. Tyrannosaurus Heavy Paladin. There is an extra holy word. Can it be treated? Lu Yuan feels very interesting. If you want to become a paladin, you must not only have a strong body and strength. What's more, you need to understand the power of magic. In other words, it is the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. The average race simply cannot do it. Moreover, it takes a long time to cultivate and is troublesome. JAB*. These paladins are not only able to withstand the enemy's heavy armor charge head-on on the battlefield. It can also release a buff aura to teammates. Even treatment to restore blood is no problem. Its function far exceeds that of ordinary heavy armored knights. And such a difficult to train paladin, this blood shadow, not only has. And he also took out as much as 20,000 yuan at once. In the middle of the gap between the 20,000 holy knights, there are ordinary Tyrannosaurus heavy armor knights. The number is as high as 50,000. It's also level 5. At the rear, there were a large number of human archers and musketeers. High-level mage group, priest group. Similarly, Lu Yuan saw more than 50,000 dragon eagle knights in the sky. He had seen this kind of knight before. It's fast, does high damage, and has a crispy skin just like the Allosaurus. In total, the entire army has exceeded 150,000, and is close to 200,000. Such a torrent is considered outstanding even among gods who have condensed their divine personality. What's more, the other party may not know what other trump cards they have. But even so. So what? For Lu Yuan, let alone your 200,000 level 5th level army, 0. Even a 200,000 level 6th level army is useless. Seeing the opponent's figure constantly moving forward, Lu Yuan didn't even bother to lay out tactics. He shouted directly to Abathur. Give it to you. Yes, my lord, Abathur will definitely let the glory of the god of natural disasters shine in every corner of the world. Abathur bowed and nodded. Immediately, a long roar sounded. Titan Thunder Beast, charge! Simple and crude. The 50,000-8th Order Titan Thunder Beast still showed no fear in the face of an army of 200,000 people. Because the one who is afraid should be the other side. The other side. Before the Titan Ultralisk came out, Huaruying also looked towards Lu Yuan through the crack. Humph, let's see how you deal with it under my legion of holy knights. In the cold snort. She actually didn't see where the opponent's army was. Just when she was about to ask a question. Sudden. Abathur's roar came from the sky. The next moment, because of a movement. From the top of the mountain range, 50,000 8th Order Titan Thunder Beasts took terrifying steps that tore apart everything. From the shape of the mountain. And launched a charge towards her army. What are these? The moment the Thunder Beast appeared, Ruo was completely shocked. Monster? How is that possible? She has never seen the other party's believer race. She originally thought that the opponent could defeat Qin Tianxi, but it was just a matter of quantity or troop restraint. Even if she thought about it with her hair, she wouldn't think of it. Lu Yuan can actually possess 8th level troops. Moreover, it is still an 8th level soldier with 50,000 soldiers. Boom! The ground shook continuously, making deafening roars. The 50,000 Thunder Beast army, like 50,000 tails of heavy tanks, rolled towards the opponent with terrifying momentum. Ahead, the leaders of the Paladin Legion have been hoodwinked. Seeing that the army of Thunder Beasts had rushed to less than 20 meters away. Only then did he react and let out a hoarse roar. Quick, Holy Light Protection, Brilliant Halo, Defense Halo, Thorn Halo, Courage Halo. 2.6. In an instant, dazzling holy lights burst out from the Paladin's body. The entire city was surrounded by a huge force, covering the entire front row of the army. Tisk! The long sword was drawn out and ready to attack. At this time, the terrifying Thunder Beast army has already crushed them. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the two armies collided instantly. However, Lu Yuan thought he could easily crush the situation, but there was a slight change. Because his own Thunder Beast army was actually blocked when it hit the Holy Knight's holy light. Hey? Blocked? Is it the Holy Light Guardian? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and subconsciously checked this ability. Guardian of Holy Light, defensive magic, resisting any attack from enemies not higher than the first level, lasting for several seconds. Invincible. Lu Yuan subconsciously thought that the opponent was invincible for a few seconds, but when he saw the limitations of the rank, he realized that he was not truly invincible. If it is level 6, it can still be resisted for a few seconds. But at the 8th level, it can only be resisted for a moment. So, this state only lasted for a moment, and it would be broken without the protection of the holy light. Next, the only thing we will face is crushing and pushing. Chapter 115. Invincible? That's it. Lu Yuan's chuckle sounded. The entire Thunder Beast army only stood in a stalemate with the Paladin Legion for a moment. Subsequently, the protection of the holy light broke instantly. The first thing that greeted them was the crushing blow from the single-molecule giant blade. Crack, click, click. It's like tens of thousands of scissors merging at the same time. As the single-molecule giant blade closed, the Tyrannosaurus below the Paladin was cut directly by the scissors. The Paladin who reacted quickly jumped up and rushed into the air. However, before they could react, the Thunder Beast army had already crushed them. Whether it's trampling or waving a single-molecule giant blade, there is no need to release any abilities at all, and the battle has been solved with overwhelming force. Ah! Countless screams were heard. This is the most brutal and unsuspense battle that the human army has ever faced. 8th level? How is it possible? Huaruying was completely stunned. As arrogant as she is, she always thought that she could be regarded as a being of the same level. But when Lu Yuan's 8th level Thunder Beast appeared, her heart seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer. That feeling was simply extremely uncomfortable and painful. Mid-air, the Dragon Eagle army reacted and was preparing to provide long-range support. But, in their view, this kind of support is almost in vain. But just in between hesitation, in mid-air, numerous flaming lion dragons appeared. They roared ferociously one by one. Like a burning cloud, it surged towards the Dragon Eagle army. This time, in order to achieve Lu Yuan's goal of training 30 soldiers, Abathur did not let the Flame Lion Dragon army attack with blade insects. Instead, they are brewing their own thunder hammers one by one. Be prepared to give the opponent an instant kill. Put 200,000 thunder hammers were shot at the same time. Before the 50,000 Dragon Eagle army could react, the hairs on their hair stood on end from the electric shock. completely stiff. Immediately afterwards, the released flame lion dragon army rushed towards them crazily. With their strong bodies, they are not inferior even in close combat. Scoff! A dragon eagle was torn apart by sharp claws. The scene was extremely cruel and terrifying. Seeing the scene that was completely out of control, Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing. Okay, beauty, it's time to finish. The end? You're dreaming. Huaruying clearly remembered that she made a godly bet with others. If she loses, her life will be ruined. So, in an instant, a special bloodline began to revive in her body. She. The originally short purple hair actually began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a head of long blood-colored hair that exceeded the waist. At this moment, on her face, above her delicate red lips, two fangs flashing with cold light stretched out. The smile in her eyes suddenly turned evil. Tisk, 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 look at you, you are really miserable. A voice full of sarcasm and coquettishness came from his mouth. It was completely different from the female voice that was full of energy just now. Why? Suddenly, the voice let out a long sigh. Every time you ask me to help you solve problems, how should you repay them? Heck, why not just give your body to me completely? Ha ha ha! Said. She raised her hand. A bloody light bloomed from his hand. Is this a natural disaster? Haha, I forgot to tell you, our god's name is the god of light and blood. A charming voice echoed from the divine space, spreading far away in the direction of Lu Yuan. God of light and blood? Why doesn't the sound right? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. It feels like things have changed a bit. Subsequently, he suddenly saw a flash of blood blooming from the opponent's divine realm. Immediately afterwards, on the ground, coffins rose up from the ground. They are densely packed, with more than 100,000 in number. Giggle, come out, my children, it's time to taste blood. Boom boom boom. The sound of countless coffins being opened was heard. I saw. On the earth, there are 100,000 human figures wearing black cloaks and having ferocious fangs. They actually opened their eyes at the same time. Next moment, their figures disappeared from the place instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in mid-air. Vampire? Or undead vampire? Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this scene, and became a little interested. Vampires themselves are classified as undead. This kind is the undead creature that the dead turned into under the drive of the undead power. The level is not high and the lethality is limited. If it were a vampire. This is different. As a vampire of the vampire clan, he is a hand that plays with blood. They feed on blood. Nearly immortal. Not only that. By sucking blood, you can also improve your strength and break through the ranks. The potential is extraordinary. But in front of them, there were these densely packed, hundreds of thousands of blood vampires. The lowest ones have actually reached the 3rd level. However, the high-level ones actually reached the 7th level. Quantities vary though. However, it is also terrifying. Sure enough, the one who can crush everyone in the demigod world is probably this trump card, right? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. There was no need for him to speak. 200,000 flame lion dragons have already rushed towards these vampires. Hiss, blood, for the god of blood. On the blue-white faces, all the vampires opened their mouths, showing sharp fangs. He actually collided with an army of 200,000 griffins in mid-air. Bloodlust. Abathur roared and cast a bloodthirsty spell directly on the group. Fortunately, the level of this bloodthirsty technique is not high. Otherwise, it will not be fully covered. The flame lion dragon, blessed by the bloodthirsty spell, immediately had a greatly increased combat effectiveness. Tisk. A second-level vampire had one of its arms ripped off by the flame lion dragon. However, an amazing scene happened. The vampire shouted the god of blood, and actually made his arm grow again. Hey? Is this regeneration? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect that these vampires have such strong regenerative abilities. Next, the same scene happened one after another among the entire vampire army. All vampires, even if their chests are pierced, can recover their bodies immediately. At this moment, they are simply like lunatics without fear. He only knows killing and sucking blood. Giggle, little natural disaster, my army of vampires can't be killed. In midair, Huaruying, who looked charming, said with a smile. No matter how large your army is, there will always be a time when they will all be killed. Admit defeat, my army is invincible. Oh, is it so? Hearing Huaruying's words, Lu Yuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. If my guess is correct, the reason why these vampires can regenerate so powerfully. Is it because of your priesthood? As soon as these words came out, Huaruying's face suddenly condensed, and a touch of bloodthirsty and ferociousness broke out in her originally alluring blood-colored eyes. You're not talking anymore, are you? It seems I guessed it right. Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled. It's actually very simple to deal with people like you. As long as my priesthood can suppress you, it will be fine. Said. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed it towards the void. Priesthood, thunder prison. Boom. Endless terrifying thunder condensed from the void and turned into a huge thunder prison, instantly covering countless vampire armies. At the moment when the thunder prison enveloped the vampire army, Huaruying, who looked charming, suddenly felt a pain in her head. The power of the priesthood, the light of blood was cut off in an instant. Damn it, damn it! She cursed, but there was nothing she could do. Thunder and lightning are also the nemesis of the clergy. Tisk. Ah! Why can't my body be repaired? Oops, it's the god of blood, bah! Run away! All the vampires screamed at this moment and wanted to escape from this battlefield. However, as soon as 390 and their figures emerged, they were completely annihilated by the thunder that struck from the sky. In the thunder prison, no living being can get out. Next. Of course there is no need to say more. All vampires, after losing their ability to regenerate, are simply unable to resist the flame lion and dragon army. After a while, they were completely broken into pieces and all fell. Ah! At this time, a scream suddenly sounded from Huaruying's mouth. She clutched her head in pain. Followed closely and saw it. His long hair began to shrink, and finally turned from blood red to purple. It turned into short shoulder-length hair and then stopped. At last, the blood-colored pupils in her eyes also returned to clarity. Huaruying's other consciousness took control of her body again. Just. If Lu Yuan hadn't cut off her divine power in time, I'm afraid, her mind will be affected even more. He gave Lu Yuan a complicated look. Huaruying just said, you win, natural disaster, I am willing to admit defeat and can be your god. Where are you? I can find you. Signing a contract must be done in person. That's why Huaruying asked the other party. No need. Lu Yuan waved his hand, it was just a discussion, there was no need for him to threaten the other party with such a thing. Ours is just a virtual battle between gods. You go back and improve yourself so that you can fight again if you have a chance. With that said, Lu Yuan was ready to leave the war. But Huaruying stopped after hearing this. No. She shouted coldly, I, Huaruying, have always been willing to admit defeat and stick to my word. Tell me the address and I'll come find you. But as soon as she finished speaking, she discovered that Lu Yuan was already offline. No, I have to do what I say, otherwise, wouldn't I be just like that cunning woman? Huaruying clenched her fist seriously and had made up her mind. As for the cunning woman in her mouth, in fact, it was herself. Chapter 116. This shadow of blood seems to possess the dual responsibilities of light and blood. It is precisely because of the existence of the power of light that it can suppress the bloodline of blood. Lu Yuan left the battle network and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He could feel that the power of the other party's blood seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. If you can't suppress it, I'm afraid you may turn into the kind of vampire who only knows how to kill. Shook his head. Lu Yuan didn't think much about it. After all, he believed that the other party should have known about this problem a long time ago. We'll definitely find a way to solve it. Don't worry about it yourself. Although there was not much suspense in this divine battle, Lu Yuan did gain something. That is the super regenerative ability of the opponent shrouded in the priesthood. If he hadn't cut off the power of the other party's priesthood, this super strong regeneration really gave him a headache. And even if this divine battle is won, the system also did not prompt any rewards regarding regeneration. Certainly. Even if there is a prompt about the reward for regeneration, if it is related to the blood clan, Lu Yuan said it is not unusual. The power of the vampires will only make people crave blood even more, and thus lose your mind. If given to the Zerg, it would not be easy to control. Since the system hasn't exploded, should I give it a try by drawing a lottery? This thought suddenly appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. He hasn't drawn a lottery for a while. Maybe the European energy accumulated during this period can be released at this time. Whether it is drawing a regenerative ability or drawing other items that can increase the level, it is also good. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan first opened his own God's domain interface. User, Lu Yuan. God's name, God of Natural Disasters. Faith value, 510 million. Rank, Demigod. Priesthood, Drought, Brute Force, Dreams. Sacred Fire, Ignite. Supernatural Power 789 drops 15 wisps. Divine Head, Condensed. Faith Race, Tier Springtail, Insect Hive Larvae, Insect Mother Hive. Believer, Fanatic Believer, 9.75 million. More than 500 million faith points. It was all accumulated by Lu Yuan in the past 2 days. However, compared to the 1,000 drops of divine power given by the system, this little bit of faith really pales into insignificance. This time, Lu Yuan was not prepared to spend too much faith value lottery at once. He prepared to pump little by little, mainly to experience the thrill of the lottery. System, draw a prize for me. Lu Yuan said directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the 3rd level cockroach. Hey! This is a hit. Lu Yuan didn't expect that he was really full of European energy and gained a brand new race in one go. Take advantage of this European-style luck. Lu Yuan subconsciously said to the system. Smoke it again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the 4th level cockroach. Smoke it again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the 5th level cockroach. Smoke W again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of level 6 cockroaches. Smoke it again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining faith value plus 100. It wasn't until the 5th stroke that Lu Yuan suddenly stopped. 5 draws in a row, 4 hits in a row. How wonderful is this luck? Lu Yuan could no longer remain calm. Quickly check the introduction of this cockroach. Cockroach insect, the Xantar insect that once lived deep in the Gaxas mountains, has super self-healing ability and can spit out terrible acid that corrodes everything. After genetic mutation, it became a powerful the Zerg unit, the Roach. In a one-on-one battle, few creatures can resist their rapid recovery ability. Super healing. Lu Yuan feels that he is really lucky. It really comes to whatever comes to mind. I need someone with super regenerative abilities. Result. The system sent a race with super healing abilities. He just wanted to give it 10,000 likes for such a considerate system. The initial gene is as high as level 3. Lu Yuan guessed that this is another Zerg unit with higher potential than Zerglings. Nothing said. Lu Yuan immediately entered his divine space. 200,000 larvae were directly selected and mutated. Seeing the earth, patches upon patches have turned into Zerg species in Xiangbao. He knew that it would take time to transform. Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts from the divine space. He fell asleep directly on the bed. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. He subconsciously entered the divine space to take a look. Did not expect. Some of the larvae that were originally undergoing mutation have actually mutated successfully. Name: Cockroach. Category: Zerg. Stage 3 RD level. Ability: Acid Spitting, Main, Heavy Carapace, High Density Claws, Burrowing, Main, Rapid Penetration and Regeneration, Main. Life: 17, Rich Blood Volume. Strength: 16, Excellent Strength Talent. Agility: 11, Speed is slightly weak. Intelligence: 10, don't think about spells or anything like that. Evaluation: the thick carapace provides excellent defense, and they perform well in long-range ground attacks and close combat. The important thing is that they can recover quickly even if they are seriously injured. Rapid penetration and regeneration: under the soil, nutrients in the soil can be quickly absorbed through special epithelial cells, thereby rapidly dividing and regenerating cells to restore one's own injuries. Lu Yuan does not need to understand other abilities. Only this item made him examine it carefully. Although I don't want the perverted recovery of the vampires. But it doesn't require any clerical assistance, and it won't have any impact on your temperament. Their super recovery ability and heavy-duty carapace give them more room to maneuver. If interspersed among Hydra's heavily armored Ripper Zerglings, it can provide powerful long-range support before the opponent gets close. Corrode the opponent's armor first, so that the Tearling Springtail can have more powerful damage. In one breath, Lu Yuan fused the remaining 456 level genes. Now, Lu Yuan no longer likes units below the 5th level. It doesn't have much effect at all. Even if he is used as cannon fodder, Lu Yuan will find it troublesome. After doing all this, Lu Yuan was not idle. Because, he received a call request from the vice principal, Ning Kigwang. Principal Ning. Lu Yuan couldn't help but wonder, he had just entered school, why was the principal looking for him? Although he was confused, he still subconsciously answered the other party's call request. Hello, Principal Ning. Lu Yuan pretended to be a good boy and said to Ning Kigwang. Lu Yuan, your performance at the freshman welcome party was very good. Ning Kigwang said with a smile. Oh? Has everything reached your ears? Equals G, Q %. Lu Yuan couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then smiled sheepishly. I'll make you laugh, Principal. Haha, there is no need to be modest, your talent is the best I have ever seen in my career. Ning Kigwang praised, come here, the school has special resource rewards for monster geniuses like you. Oh, really? When Lu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. There is no reason not to accept the benefits of having them delivered to your door. He nodded immediately. Okay, just wait a moment, I'll go over now. After hanging up the call, Lu Yuan washed up and hurriedly left the dormitory. Go to the teaching office. Arriving at Ning Kigwang's office, Lu Yuan saw that Ning Kigwang was already waiting there. Hee, sit down. Ning Kigwang looked very enthusiastic. As soon as Lu Yuan sat down, Ning Kigwang stood up and took something out of the safe next to him and handed it to him. Well, this is the reward the school gives you. This is a necklace. Lu Yuan looked at this necklace that could barely be considered a man's with some weirdness. Doesn't this school consider appearance when giving out awards? Principal, what is this necklace? Hee. Ning Kiguang couldn't help laughing when he saw Lu Yuan's doubts. There is suppression by the rules of the main world here, so you can't tell. He shook his head. Forget it, let's not give in. This is a low-level artifact called Enlightenment Necklace. What? A lower-level artifact? Lu Yuan's pupil shrank. He didn't expect that the school's gesture was too big, right? Give yourself an artifact directly. Don't be surprised. Although lower-level artifacts are rare, the school still has a few. Ning Kiguang waved his hand. Considering that you have already condensed your divine personality, you may need to spend a lot of divine power to comprehend the divine calendar zone. Although this low-level artifact has no attack power, it can assist you in improving your perception efficiency when comprehending the power of the priesthood. This is equivalent to saving your divine power in disguise. Thank you, Principal. After hearing the explanation, Lu Yuan put the necklace into his pocket without hesitation. This is an artifact. Even if the appearance, Mo Jian Zhao, is not good, it is practical. I am worried that I have to spend a lot of divine power to understand the priesthood. You're welcome, work hard, the school is very optimistic about you. Ning Kiguang smiled. Okay, let's go back and realize it. Don't waste time. Lu Yuan nodded and was about to turn around and leave. But he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but turn around and ask. Principal Ning, isn't Teacher Ning Yun here? Where have you been recently? Haha, it's rare that you still remember your class teacher. Ning Kiguang laughed after hearing this. She currently works in the Anomaly Investigation Division and has been tracking down news about the Fallen Temple recently. Fallen Temple? Lu Yuan has not forgotten this organization. An existence that specifically confronts the main world. Knowing the whereabouts of Teacher Ning Yun, Lu Yuan did not ask any more questions. He turned around and left the office. After his figure disappeared, Ning Kiguang made a thought and entered his own Divine Realm interface. He raised his hand and sent a message to the other party. Lord God, your artifact has been closed. Originally, the school discussed secretly giving Lu Yuan a semi-artifact. Only Lord Atta, the main god, suddenly intervened and said that she had a lower-level artifact to give to Lu Yuan in the name of the school. Now Ning Kiguang is planning to restore the Lord God. Soon, the Lord God will reply with the message. Very good. Chapter 117. In the Kingdom of God, Ah Cha slowly opened his eyes. There was a faint smile on his face. Sister, with the help of the artifact, I can sense his location at any time. Only in this way can I protect him better for you. Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory and hung the necklace directly around his neck. A cold touch came from his neck, almost subconsciously. Lu Yuan mobilized his spiritual thoughts and integrated them into the necklace. Suddenly, the prompt for the God's Domain interface appears. Tip: you have obtained a lower-level artifact. Tip: artifact information starts to be bound. Tip: binding completed. As the prompt emerged, Lu Yuan felt that his connection with the artifact became closer in an instant. Suddenly, the function of the entire artifact appeared in his mind. Is it to enhance your perception? Lu Yuan felt that his brain became more active. Just like drinking a can of energy drink, the whole person feels much more energetic. If you now enter the world of God's domain to understand the power of rules, the efficiency will indeed be much faster than before. This is really a treasure. Lu Yuan grinned. Artifacts are generally divided into low-level, middle-level, and high-level categories, and the top ones are the main artifacts. Most of the artifacts that ordinary gods can possess are low-level artifacts, and even mid-level artifacts are pitiful. Lu Yuan now suddenly possesses 2 lower-level artifacts, the Thunder Placenta and the Enlightenment Necklace. If word gets out, I'm afraid people will envy them to death. Unfortunately, he currently lacks attack artifacts. If you can get one, you can not only increase your attack power, but also enhance your priesthood and save your divine power. Shook his head. Lu Yuan suppressed these unrealistic thoughts for the time being. With the help of this enlightenment artifact, he felt that the most important thing for him now was to understand the power of his priesthood. He has too many priesthoods. If the enlightenment progress can be improved, it will be 090. Even if they are improved a little, the superimposed effect will be very terrifying. With the thought, Lu Yuan entered the Divine Realm interface again. I directly found the option to comprehend the priesthood. Brush. He felt that he had consumed a drop of divine power in an instant, and his entire consciousness was once again pulled into that huge, complex, and mysterious time and space. Lu Yuan's consciousness condensed in the entire ocean of priesthood. He didn't waste any time and went straight to the marked clerical rules. Soon, Lu Yuan was immersed in realization. As he comprehended, he suddenly discovered that the more he comprehended, the deeper his respect for the rules became. They seem to form the basic skeleton of the entire world. If you only have one, you can live in this world like a fish in water. But if you want to fully understand a rule, the difficulty cannot be memorized. Generally speaking, except for the requirements of divine power. In terms of the progress of rule comprehension alone, the levels of gods can be divided. For gods with divine status, the enlightenment progress is less than 1%. Reaching 10% is the basic threshold for gods with weak divine power. 20%, for primary divine powers. In fact, he is a lower god. Only here can we truly cross the threshold of the gods. Of course, this is just the threshold. 50% is a god with medium divine power, also called a middle god. With this threshold, almost anyone can play. Once you cross it, you have become a mainstay among the gods. 70% are gods with high divine power, also called superior gods. To this extent, the use of priesthood, both in terms of power and flexibility, is no longer comparable to whispers. It can be said that a high-ranking god can suppress the cooperation of 10 middle-ranking gods on the battlefield with his own priesthood alone. It's just that powerful. And go one step further, when 90% progress is reached. Known as the quasi-main god. If the upper gods are rare, then the quasi-lord gods are rare treasures. Because they are the first people under the main god and can easily suppress any god including the upper gods. And the one who can suppress them is the existence with 100% understanding of the rules. This kind of existence is called the Lord God. The main god who can completely master a rule can easily kill a group of high-ranking gods. If you are above, you need to understand the higher order above the rules, which is called rules. Certainly, not everyone can understand this law. To go straight to the source, the time and energy spent on it is hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, in order to improve their own strength, most Lord Gods will choose to continue to understand other rules. These are, of course, things for later. At this moment, Lu Yuan was completely immersed in the understanding of the rules. Already lost track of time. As a result, nearly half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Yuan was still comprehending the priesthood in his dormitory. But outside his dormitory, there was already an additional figure. The dormitory in college is much better than in high school. In addition, Lu Yuan himself is a monster. He was moved directly to a separate villa. Outside the villa, it faces the passageway leading to the teaching building for students. There are people coming and going almost every day. But at this time, outside the gate of Lu Yuan's dormitory and villa, Yi was wearing an ice blue dress, with her long hair hanging down her head. Tall figure, ultimate good looks. Curves that are perfect to the extreme. 1 point more means fatter, 1 point less means thinner. Such a figure actually stood so firmly outside Lu Yuan's gate. Here, who is this? So beautiful? When did our Jushan University have a campus beauty? A passing student couldn't help but say something when he saw this scene. Brother, did your village just get access to the internet? At that time, Lu Yuan was said to be a special admissions student, and he had just arrived at the school a few days ago. What? Is it the Bingshan school beauty Lu Yuan who caused a sensation in the whole school on the first day and caused countless principals to launch a crazy attack and confession offensive against her? That's right, it's her. It's just that they don't seem to even pay attention to those suitors. I've been waiting at the door of villa number 198 for half a day every day. Oh no, I'm sore. Dabk, who the hell lives in this house and can let the Bingshan school belle wait patiently? I have inquired about it a long time ago, and I heard that this is the boyfriend of the Bingshan school beauty, the kind who has a lifelong relationship. However, it seems that the other party has just moved here and has not shown his face yet. Tisk, tisk, let a goddess wait outside for so many days, I would definitely not be able to bear it. In response to everyone's comments, Lu Yuan's pretty face showed no expression at all. She had been delayed for some time because of something very important, and came a few days late. Originally, there was no chance of entering Jushan University if one was late for admission. But Lu Yuan, who wanted to give it a try, didn't expect that she was let in without any hindrance. The real reason is actually because of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was defeated by Lu Yuan for the first time since the exchange competition. In her heart, she has completely determined that the other person will be her boyfriend. Now, it was because of him that she entered Jushan University, which further strengthened her inner thoughts. So, after getting the position where Lu Yuan moved from Principal Ning, she comes to the door every day and waits. Won't you come out again today? Knocking gently on the door, Lu Yuan couldn't help but whisper to herself. If she hadn't known that Lu Yuan was staying in the villa, she would have doubted whether someone was there. Lu Yuan, you can't give up. You can't overcome this difficulty. How can you get Lu Yuan's love? She looked like ice on the outside, but secretly cheered herself up in her heart. At the same time, he began to think about what he should say when he and Lu Yuan met for the first time. Do you just rush up and hug him? Or say hello politely? When Lu Yuan was struggling, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes from the room. Maid, hot chicken, after more than 10 years, it is only 3%. Lu Yuan couldn't help complaining, if it weren't for his magical power, he would only have about 300 drops left. He might still have to stay in there. In more than 10 years, Lu Yuan has increased the progress of all his priesthood realizations to 3%. If this result were known to others, they would probably be scared to death. Because, the average person, let alone more than 10 years, will realize 3%. Even if it has increased by 1% in 30 years, I am already overjoyed. This is just a priesthood. As for Lu Yuan, all of his priesthoods have actually been increased by 3%. Even with the assistance of the divine artifact, he can be described as a monster. But he actually felt dissatisfied. Lu Yuan, who had not eaten for more than 10 days, couldn't help but feel a sense of hunger. He was about to leave his consciousness from the world of God's realm, but suddenly he saw a series of messages coming from the God's realm interface. The person who sent the message turned out to be the elf goddess. So much. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You must have missed me, right? He slapped his forehead and quickly sent a call request to the elf goddess. Unexpectedly, as soon as the call was sent, the other party connected directly. Daddy, I want Daddy. As soon as the call was connected, Lu Yuan heard a small group of crying voices coming from the other end of the phone. Then the elf goddess comforted her for a moment. After, the elf goddess said apologetically, Master, Princess Tuan Tuan has missed you so much these past 2 days, I can't control it. Blame me. Lu Yuan patted his head, I said I went to see her, but I forgot about the time. So, I'll go there now. Master, no need, because I really don't know how to explain to her. I have already taken her to the gate of Jushan University. The elf goddess tone was full of apology. It was pretty good at first. I usually call her mommy. I'm sorry, Master, I know I've caused you trouble, but I really... Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yuan interrupted. Now that she's here, let her come in. I'll just tell the school and register her. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan got up and started washing. And, tidy up the whole house. After all, when your daughter comes, you can't see her father's room too messy. After he finished cleaning up, he was ready to go out to meet Tuan Tuan. But who knows? As soon as the door opened, Lu Yuan was stunned. What's going on? Since when did a beautiful woman stand guard at my door? And, does it look familiar? Chapter 118. Are you Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan stared at each other for a long time. Only then did he realize that the opponent was actually Lu Yuan, who had lost to him in the exchange competition. Seeing Lu Yuan appear, Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a beautiful smile like a blooming iceberg and snow lotus. Lu Yuan, I've been waiting for you. Lu Yuan thought she would fail again this time. I never expected that there would be a surprise. Saw Lu Yuan appear. Wait for me? Have you been waiting here for me? Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan with a little doubt. Yes, I just came to the university 5 days ago, and I've been waiting here for you every day. Lu Yuan smiled. Why don't you knock on the door? Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at her in surprise. Although his consciousness entered the divine space. But also pay attention to the situation outside. If you knock on the door, you might be able to hear it. I knocked lightly, but I heard from Principal Ning that you might be comprehending the priesthood, so I was afraid of disturbing you. Lu Yuan smiled cutely. This won't happen. Lu Yuan was still very touched that Lu Yuan thought of him so much. And such an iceberg-like beauty actually showed such a cowardly attitude to herself. Those who say they can't be moved are all eunuchs. Now that he's here, Lu Yuan can't just drive them away, right? That's too straight. Here, you go sit in the room first, I'll go out for a while. Lu Yuan turned sideways, signaling the smoke to come in. But when Lu Yuan heard that Lu Yuan was leaving, she suddenly felt a little panicked. She finally found Lu Yuan's person. What if he leaves again? Where are you going? How about I come with you? No, I'll pick someone up and I'll be back soon. Lu Yuan shook his head and was about to explain. But at this time, suddenly there was a crisp, tender, numbing sound in the distance. Daddy! Lu Yuan subconsciously turned his head to look, and happened to see a little girl wearing a pink princess dress and white stockings, opening her arms and rushing toward him as if she was running. Hey, Tuan Tuan! Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile on his face. Regardless of whether Xiao Tuan Tuan will turn into the Dragon Emperor, she is still his daughter now. Lu Yuan has always been patient enough with his daughter. He ran 2 steps, squatted down subconsciously, opened his arms, and let the other party rush into his arms. Just once. Lu Yuan felt a delicate touch that filled his arms. He smiled and picked up the other person and spun him around in circles a few times. Suddenly, the little Tuan Tuan let out a cheerful giggle. Lu Yuan was completely confused when she saw this scene. What's going on? You are only a few days late, and you already have a child? She had asked Lu Yuan before if he didn't have a girlfriend yet. This moment, Lu Yuan was completely confused. Besides, what does the girl with elf features at the back mean? Why is the other party coming towards Lu Yuan? For a moment, Lu Yuan felt like her heart had been filled with lemon juice. At this moment, Lu Yuan saw the elf goddess walking in the distance and waved to her. He turned around and said to Lu Yuan, who was standing at the door, "Let me introduce, this is the woman I recognize, Tuan Tuan." "Hello, Tuan Tuan." Lu Yuan forced a smile on her face, but her heart was completely broken. Daughter, she is really a daughter. MMP, a daughter is just a daughter, why should she be considered a daughter? Do you think I will believe it? At this time, a mysterious hormone in her body stimulated her to suddenly speak. What about this one? Is she the child's mother? Oh. She is not, she is my god. Lu Yuan introduced casually, you can call her Tina. Lu Yuan twitched the corner of her mouth, barely maintaining the image of an iceberg beauty. But he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Edit, keep editing. Do you think I will believe it? That little girl is so cute, who is she if it's not the elf girl? Just as she was thinking about it, Xiao Tuan Tuan turned his head and shouted towards the elf goddess. Mom! Hurry up! Crack! A thunderbolt flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, and even her mother screamed. How the hell is this not true? Finished! She felt that her life was dark. I thought that she had already suppressed that little girl Chen Lingshan. You can reap the benefits by yourself. But someone got there first. And have children. Lu Yuan began to think crazily about how Lu Yuan and the elf goddess met. A burning jealousy began to spread in his heart. She immediately snorted coldly. I feel particularly wronged. Lu Yuan, why did you deceive me like this? The sudden sound made Lu Yuan, who was teasing Xiao Tuan Tuan, couldn't help but be startled. What's wrong? I lied to you? Where do you start with this? Humph, she already calls her mother, are you still lying to me? After hearing this, Lu Yuan finally understood what Lu Yuan meant. He smiled and shook his head, you misunderstood, she is the little girl I picked up outside Wilderness City, and Tina is indeed my god. As he spoke, he glanced at the elf goddess next to him. The elf goddess understood directly and took the initiative to speak. Yes, I also met the master outside Wilderness City. The master helped me save my life. Humph, I won't believe your nonsense. Lu Yuan felt that her efforts over the past few days were completely in vain. An unconcealable heartache came to my mind. So. She just said a word, turned around and fled from here. Vaguely. 2 crystal tears fell from the corners of his eyes. This kind of scene has been completely seen by the students passing by. Here, this is too dramatic, isn't it? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to act like this. Yes, is the man whom the ice and snow goddess has been guarding for so long actually a married man? You scumbag, you are so stone-thumped. Do you only know this if you don't look at the goddess? I just don't understand, why is he? Because he is handsome? Why is that elf wife so beautiful too? Condemn, this unfair behavior must be strongly condemned. Yes, we will go online to condemn this scumbag now. Remember his appearance, find his information, and expose him to me. See. A group of classmates who were filled with indignation against him walked away. Lu Yuan couldn't help but patted his forehead speechlessly. What is this? What I said is the truth. It's all a misunderstanding. Soon, Lu Yuan's name was completely hyped on the school forum. Bingshan school beauty was cheated by a married man, a scumbag, it's true. Under such a title, countless comments started to follow up like crazy. What kind of world is this? Don't you even have this bit of morality as a human being? Scumbag, I hate being a scumbag. Because I can't be one. condemn you for bullying our Bingshan school beauty. I want to challenge you to a divine battle. Please give me flowers. Yes, I want to fight naked for my goddess. Just accept it as a man. All the comments started to attack Lu Yuan one-sidedly, calling him a scumbag. The heat lasted for the whole day and was getting worse. And at the same time, Lu Yuan naturally doesn't know everything that happens on the internet. Certainly. Even if he knew, he didn't care. I took the little group around the campus and went to the amusement park for a whole day. Finally, Xiao Tuan was made happy. At night, Lu Yuan asked the elf goddess to leave the school with Xiao Tuan. Lu Yuan has no plans to leave school for the time being. He also wanted to go to the main tower to have a look. Moreover, with Xiao Tuan by his side, even if he went to do something with the elf goddess, he would still be on tenterhooks. Only. Just when Lu Yuan was playing wildly with Xiao Tuan, Lu Yuan, who left angrily, ran back to her dormitory with tears in her eyes. I fell on my bed and cried for a long time. Wait until you are tired of crying. She suddenly reacted. Lu Yuan didn't sound like he was lying. Did he misunderstand? 0.0. Thinking of this, a little expectation suddenly came to mind. She got up, connected to the computer, and began to search for news about Wilderness City. Although the Lu family is not as powerful as the Qin family or the Ning family. But there is no problem if you want to check the teleport station records in Wilderness City. Really? Before long, Lu Yuan discovered the records that Lu Yuan sent all the way to Wilderness City. And when he went there, he was the only one delivering the message. When he came back and headed to the capital, he saw the record of the elf goddess in the teleportation station. And that little Tuan was also the identity information that Lu Yuan helped her register for the first time in the capital. To know. In order to avoid invasion by outsiders, the main world conducts a census every year. So, if it was really a previous birth, it would be impossible to register your own identity information. After a series of comparisons, Lu Yuan suddenly discovered to her surprise. It seemed that he had really wronged Lu Yuan. Oh, that's terrible. Lu Yuan, how can you agree? Lu Yuan hammered her chest hard several times, her pretty face full of regret. Why can't you listen to other people's explanations more? Do you have to be so impulsive? She cursed herself secretly in her heart. But suddenly, she thought of the elf goddess. His expression suddenly changed. Oops, even if they have nothing now? But that elf goddess is obviously interested in Lu Yuan. And he even called him master. For a moment, a strong sense of crisis emerged in Yuan's heart. She had heard people say that if she really belonged to God, the master can do anything to God. At that time, if you really fall into it, your identity as a god is likely to be confused. At that time, do you still have a chance? No. Lu Yuan made up her mind in an instant, she was going to fight back. So, just as Lu Yuan was walking back to the door of his villa, suddenly I received a text message from Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan subconsciously opened it and took a look. He was immediately startled. Lu Yuan, farewell, Lu Yuan. Damn it, what do you want this BCH to do? Lu Yuan couldn't help but cursed angrily when he saw this piece of news. He was a little panicked. Chapter 119. This girl is kidding. When Lu Yuan saw the news, he subconsciously came up with this idea. His palm was already on the door handle. Click. The door opens. Looking at the spacious living room, Lu Yuan suddenly stopped walking. What if this girl really can't think about it? Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that Lu Yuan had publicly said in the exchange competition that he would chase him. Can bear fruit. But encountered this situation. Although this is just a misunderstanding. But I can't help people thinking too much. Original. Lu Yuan didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Unexpectedly, this Lu Yuan actually sent such a message to herself. Nima, if this is true, I feel like Principal Lu will rush to the capital and tear me apart. Lu Yuan shuddered. No matter what the purpose, it is always good for him to go and see. At least, we can't let anything happen to her. He subconsciously initiated a call request to the other party, but as expected, no one answered. This time, Lu Yuan's worry became more intense. Where does she live? Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown. If he wants to go take a look, he must know the place. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. By the way, Principal Ning School 190 must know. It's after 8 o'clock in the evening now. Lu Yuan directly initiated a call request to Principal Ning. Fortunately, the other party connected directly after a few seconds. Lu Yuan, what do you want at this late hour? Ning Kiguang couldn't help but ask in his pajamas. As people get older, they have to go to bed early and get up early. Principal, let me ask, do you know which dormitory Lu Yuan lives in? Lu Yuan got straight to the point. Lu Yuan? I know, why are you asking her? Ning Kiguang asked subconsciously. It's okay, I have something to send to her, but I don't know where she lives. I contacted her, but she didn't reply to me. Lu Yuan made up a random reason. Oh, it's at number 234 in the villa area. Ning Kiguang nodded subconsciously and suddenly laughed. Lu Yuan, if it weren't for you, she would have been expelled for being late, let alone directly arrange a villa, but you are. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Lu Yuan hang up the call. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the call, Ning Kiguang couldn't help but curled his lips silently. Young man, are you all so anxious now? Whoosh! Lu Yuan hung up the phone and ran towards villa number 234. After continuous improvement, his own physical fitness is already amazing. He's very fast. In less than 5 minutes, I ran to the door of villa number 234. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. I found that the door of the villa was actually open. It's over. Not even the door is locked. It's even more possible. Whoosh! Lu Yuan rushed over in one step. His eyes swept across the living room. Didn't see the other party's figure. At this moment, on the second floor of the villa, inside the bedroom, there was the sound of running water. Oops, bathroom. Lu Yuan ran up the stairs. He rushed straight towards the bedroom bathroom. Many people choose to commit suicide in the bathroom, on their wrists, etc. Although I don't know why. But Lu Yuan has already figured it out on his own. Lu Yuan, hold on, hold on. However, when Lu Yuan rushed into the bathroom, but he found that in the entire bathroom, there was a pool of clear water in the huge bathtub. Above, bright red rose petals float. Next to it, there was actually a tray with red wine on it. And inside, Lu Yuan's suicide was not seen at all. What's going on? Lu Yuan spoke subconsciously in confusion. But at this moment, behind him, a voice suddenly sounded. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked back subconsciously. Only saw. Lu Yuan was wearing an ice blue silk lace pajamas. Her hair is as long as a waterfall. There was a burning light in his eyes. Lu Yuan was suddenly stunned when he saw this scene. The next moment, Lu Yuan suddenly took a step forward, and the smooth silk lace pajamas slipped. There was a shy rossiness on her face, like a winter girl who saw the arrival of early spring. He stretched out his hands and pushed Lu Yuan on the chest. Lu Yuan's center of gravity was unstable and he subconsciously fell towards the bathtub behind him. At this time, he just vaguely heard the words whispered in Lu Yuan's mouth. You are mine. Last minute, A thought flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, he was really just here to save her. A night without words. The next morning, when Lu Yuan woke up from his deep sleep, it was discovered that Lu Yuan was still as sleepy as a kitten. He got up quietly. Put on pants. Before I could put on my clothes, I heard a knock on the door from the first floor. A girl's voice sounded from outside. Senior sister, are you at home? Who is this? Lu Yuan frowned and looked back to see Lu Yuan still sleeping soundly. He walked out of the bedroom and hurried downstairs. Mt. Outside the door, 4 or 5 girls were waiting there. The leading girl couldn't help but turn around and said to the classmates beside her. Everyone, listen up, today we are here to help the school girl and punish the scumbag. Later, I must sleep with my school girl and break up with that scumbag to the end. Yes, our student union must help these new school girls, especially those who have been deceived by men. Yes, I didn't expect that Lu Yuan, who looks quite handsome, would dare to do such a morally corrupt thing behind his back. That is, don't let me touch him. If I do, I... Just as he was saying. Sudden. The door clicked and opened. A half-length figure of Lu Yuan instantly appeared at the door. He looked at the group of female students in confusion. He couldn't help but frown. Hello, is there something wrong? Crack. All the girls felt as if lightning had struck their heads at this moment. He froze in place for a moment. Aren't you the scumbag you promised to be? Didn't he say that Lu Yuan came back crying? Didn't you agree to punish the other party? Result. The other party actually appeared just like that? Moreover, judging from this, he actually slept here last night. Several female classmates, you look at me, I look at you. Suddenly, the leading female classmate yelled angrily, scumbag. Immediately, he turned around and left as if he was running away with someone. Nima. Everyone is already living here. Do you think you will be humiliating yourself if you stay here any longer? Baffling. Lu Yuan looked at the running girls speechlessly. Why do you call yourself a scumbag when we meet? Shook his head. He closed the door subconsciously. 0. Looking back, I saw Lu Yuan coming down wearing his shirt at some point. Hee, I heard it. Lu Yuan had a lively smile on her face. She felt that her plan was successful. And when she saw yesterday, Lu Yuan rushed over to look for her so quickly. Everything so-called is no longer important. Is the misunderstanding so big now? Lu Yuan couldn't help but said speechlessly. It's more than that. Lu Yuan smiled and opened her computer and linked to the interface of the school forum. Come and see. After a while, Lu Yuan just understood why there was such a situation. Oh, forget it, just misunderstand it. He shook his head. Didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, we can't let him explain it to each other one by one. Looking at Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan suddenly reacted and remembered what happened last night. Okay, I just remembered that you had a premeditated plan. I heard Lu Yuan say. A blush suddenly appeared on Lu Yuan's face. No, I just, Before she could react, she screamed and was carried by Lu Yuan. An hour later, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. By the way, why did you come a few days late? You know that if you are late, the consequences will be serious. Lu Yuan suddenly sighed softly after hearing this, and a hint of sadness flashed across his face. I originally planned to try to awaken my bloodline. If it goes well, I can complete it before the start of school. My grandfather said that the main tower of Jushan University is a very dangerous place. It would be of greater help to me if I could awaken my bloodline as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, it still failed. Lu Yuan looked at her and asked. Why? He knew that some powerful families had the blood of ancient gods passed down. Because the purity of the ice blood in my body is not high enough, the awakening itself has a probability of failure. Why? Lu Yuan sighed. Not only that, I almost got seriously injured because of the failed bloodline awakening. And the time I wasted was because my grandpa was helping me find a way to recover in 4.3. Suddenly, she looked at Lu Yuan with burning eyes. Do you know why I look forward to being with you so much? Why? Lu Yuan said. Because our Lu family has a rule that clan members who fail to awaken their bloodline will be married off. Perhaps it touched a taboo deep in her heart. Lu Yuan saw a crystal tear falling from the corner of her eye, but there was still a smile on the corner of her mouth. But don't worry, even if I can't resist the family's decision, at least before my life is affected, I left my best things to you. This moment. Her eyes were filled with tears, but there was still a happy smile on her lips. This is my happiness. Sudden. Lu Yuan felt something strange in his chest, which was a distressing feeling. No one knew that this iceberg beauty was in front of them and seemed to be inaccessible to strangers. Struggling to escape his fate. Suddenly, he reached out and took the other person into his arms. Caress each other's hair. Said word by word. From now on, I have the final say on your fate. Chapter 120. Lu Yuan is not a dedicated person, but he is not a heartless person either. Naturally, his own woman cannot watch the other person's fate being influenced by others. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Yuan felt like she was full of happiness. She felt that her choice was not wrong. Pfft. She broke down into tears and smiled, comforting her. Don't worry, my grandfather is also one of the principals of the Lu family, he will not fail to help me. It's not that bad. Lu Yuan did not delve into this issue. In his opinion, the solution to the problem is nothing more than 2 words, become fishy. Only by becoming strong enough, whether it is yourself or the people around you. Only then are you qualified to control your own destiny. The place to improve your strength is the main god tower. Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan went to the cafeteria to eat together. Then they held hands again and headed to the main tower. Along the way, I naturally received countless envious, jealous, and hateful looks. But Lu Yuan ignored them all, they were just a bunch of guys who couldn't eat the grapes. The main tower is considered a landmark building in the entire Jushan University. Right in the deepest part of the entire school. Every day, the flow of people here is the largest in the entire university. On the way, Lu Yuan explained to Lu Yuan the relevant information he knew about the main god tower. So, if you can get some ice-type treasures, maybe you can improve your bloodline. Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. Theoretically, this is a possibility. Lu Yuan nodded, however, this kind of treasure that can improve bloodline is rare in the entire main world, let alone in other planes. And 30. Sometimes, even if you encounter it, you may not be able to take it or fuse it in time. Some of them have a certain timeliness and cannot be brought out at all. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Yuan nodded. Originally, he thought that Lu Yuan's bloodline had been fixed and there would be no chance to improve it again. But I didn't expect that it could be improved now. This was an unexpected surprise. The two of them said that and walked into the main tower. Seeing Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan appear, many students who were originally in the main god tower began to move towards them. The first is because Lu Yuan is so beautiful. Especially the iceberg beauty's temperament is simply outstanding. As for the second, it is because the image of Lu Yuan as a scumbag was hyped on the internet yesterday, and photos of both of them have been posted. Naturally, he was recognized by others. Tisk, tisk, I didn't expect that this scumbag would still have such a year. Awesome, the two of them seem to have reconciled. No, what a good goddess, she was ruined by a scumbag. I heard that some people from the student union went there this morning, and I bumped into the two of them living together. Oh my god, I'm afraid someone is going to be furious. Among the people discussing, Lu Yuan led Lu Yuan towards the entrance of the main tower. At this time, Qin Tianxi's figure suddenly appeared not far away. Hello brother Yuan, hello sister-in-law. Qin Tianxi trotted over and bowed to say hello to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan next to him turned red after hearing this, but did not refute. Young Master Qin, you came early. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing. Yes, this is not a credit reward. In addition, I sold some resources yesterday and collected 1,000 credits to prepare for the plane battle. Qin Tianxi smiled. Plane warfare is a mode of truly teleporting to a plane battlefield. When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately became interested. Planar battle? Just right, I want to try it too. Really? That's great, brother Yuan, can you take me with you? Let's go and form a team. Qin Tianxi's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. If a strong teammate like Lu Yuan can join, not only will the believers suffer a small loss, maybe there will be greater gains. Regarding Qin Tianxi's proposal, Lu Yuan naturally understood the other party's plan. But he thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I just happened to take Yuan with me, and the three of us will go as a team. That's great, brother Yuan is so awesome. Qin Tianxi clapped his hands and applauded. However, he glanced around and suddenly whispered into Lu Yuan's ear. Brother Yuan, I heard that Chu Wen's, a sophomore, has failed to chat up his sister-in-law several times before. Now that he knows that you two are together, I'm afraid he will come over to make trouble. Oh? Is he so boring? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. As a college student, I don't focus on improving my strength all day long. I always think about the things of these men and women and what's the future. He is just a playboy. With the genius of Chu Wenchen in the Chu family, he started to give up on himself. Qin Tianxi explained. But brother Yuan, don't worry. As long as I'm here, he won't dare to do anything. I'm just telling you in advance. Nodding, Lu Yuan naturally knew the meaning of Qin Tianxi's words. Okay, I will take you with me. Don't worry about his matters for the time being. Okay. Qin Tianxi hurriedly took Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan to the registration office of the main tower. It was only after registration was completed that Lu Yuan realized that it would cost as much as 1,000 credits to conduct a plane battle. No wonder Qin Tianxi said to teleport once and try to stay in there for as long as possible, just for a while. The design of the main god tower is actually not much different from the teleportation station. Only teleportation from the main tower is random. Lu Yuan's credits were naturally spent by Lu Yuan alone. After the credits were deducted, each of the three received a round badge. There is a tower-shaped mark on it, which is the symbol of the main god tower. The three of them walked into a randomly teleport portal. Immediately, Lu Yuan only felt a feeling very similar to the spatial fluctuations in the teleportation station. When I opened my eyes again, as soon as the eyes hit it, it was filled with ice. Everything seemed to be covered in cold. In the snow and wind, even the ancient trees turned into ice sculptures. Plain of frost. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the situation around him. Isn't this a very suitable plane for Lu Yuan? Really? He turned his head and saw a flash of joy in Lu Yuan's eyes next to him. Even the fluctuations of divine power around him became more active. Remember, don't attack proactively, otherwise the surrounding shields will disappear. Lu Yuan couldn't help but remind Lu Yuan when he saw the fluctuation of divine power. Yet, I'm just more used to this kind of ice and snow space. Lu Yuan nodded seriously. Brother Yuan, it seems that the fluctuations of divine power in this plane seem to be unsatisfactory. Qin Tianxi said from the side. I'll let people explore the way first. That's fine. Lu Yuan nodded. In this kind of plane battle, you never know when you will encounter danger. If you rashly use your own spiritual power to investigate, you might alarm some gods. When the time comes, it will cause trouble. Hearing the words, Qin Tianxi nodded, and then he opened a summoning door with a thought. The door of summons appears. Suddenly, night demons with wings on their backs rushed out from them. Although they are not the favorite in the world of ice and snow, they have high-speed flight capabilities and stealth capabilities, able to detect nearby situations faster. Seeing Qin Tianxi take action, Lu Yuan next to her also spoke. Let me help you too. Ice and snow are my home court after all. As she said that, she also waved her hand. Hundreds of snow eagles suddenly flew out of the summoning gate. Under the leadership of their leader, they began to scatter around. After releasing the investigation unit, Lu Yuan and the other two strolled towards the front. Walking without using divine power is the greatest help to them. Among the three, Lu Yuan possesses divine power, and Qin Tianxi ignites the divine destruction. Only Lu Yuan failed to ignite the divine fire because of her failed awakening. So, they are not very fast. But, not long after walking, Lu Yuan suddenly saw a snow eagle flying back in the distance. Great goddess of ice and snow, we found a group of snow foxes ahead, do you want to take action? Snow fox? Qin Tianxi couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he heard this. Although the level 3 snow fox is not high, if you take it back and make it into fur and sell it, it will be the favorite of many girls. What's the quantity? 293. About 100. The snow eagle man said directly. Then just do it. Lu Yuan nodded. The snow foxes, who were only at level 3, and these snow eagles could do it with their own strength. As you command. Snow eagle people naturally knew whether to obey Lu Yuan's orders. Subsequently, his figure flew away into the distance. Not long after, there were roars and shouts of death. When Lu Yuan and the others walked over, they saw a cave covered in ice and snow. The blood of hundreds of snow foxes had flowed all over the ground. In this regard, Lu Yuan did not fluctuate at all. The law of the jungle is the law of freedom. If it were the other way around and Snow Fox was strong enough, they might be the ones who died. We had already discussed this before coming. Whoever kills it belongs to him. These snow foxes that were besieged to death by the snow eagles were naturally Lu Yuan's trophies. After the first harvest, the three of them seemed to be more courageous. Started to continuously investigate and search from a distance. Basically, all I see are small groups of ice-attributed races. Among them, most of them are animals. Unknowingly, the three of them had been in the entire plain for nearly 2 days. But just when the three of them thought they could only gain mediocre results this time. Sudden! Qin Tianxi's expression changed and he exclaimed. Oops, I had a shadow demon that died. What? The expressions of Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan changed. For so long, there has been no serious problem with the ability of the shadow demon. Why did he disappear suddenly? But when the three of them followed Qin Tianxi's induction, they arrived at the location where the shadow demon disappeared. But he found that there was nothing but a pool of blood on the snow-covered ground in front of him. No trace was found. Just as Lu Yuan summoned a group of snow eagle people to search. Sudden! A low roar spread throughout the land. Chapter 121. Ouch! The roars echoed across the entire land one after another. Subsequently, Lu Yuan and the other two subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Only saw. On a stretch of continuous snow-capped mountains in the distance, giant figures 7 or 8 meters high, covered with ice and snow, suddenly appeared. Frost Giant? Oh my god, it's level 7, it's all level 7. Qin Tianxi looked up. Suddenly a strong look of excitement appeared in his eyes. No wonder I didn't get any results from my exploration here. This should be the territory of the Frost Giants. Tisk, tisk, There must be 1,000 of these frost giants, right? He looked embarrassedly at Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan next to him. Brother Yuan, sister-in-law, how about giving me 10, and the rest belongs to you? He knows. These frost giants are difficult to deal with. They have rough skin and thick flesh, and they also control ice and snow. He immediately took the initiative to give up most of his gains. Make a deal. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. But there are more than just these frost giants here. What? More than just frost giants? Qin Tianxi couldn't help but wonder. Besides the frost giant, what else is there? Before Lu Yuan could answer, Lu Yuan next to him suddenly frowned. Somewhat surprised. Look, the ice and snow are moving. She raised her hand and pointed. Only saw. In the vast land of ice and snow in the distance, tall figures made entirely of ice climbed up from the ground. They are like quagmire puppets, more than 5 meters tall, and their aura reaches the 5th level. However, the whole body is completely condensed by ice. These figures emerged one after another, so densely packed that there was no end in sight. Why are there so many ice puppets? Qin Tianxi felt his scalp numb when he saw the countless ice puppets in front of him. A thought in my mind. Open the summoning door directly. Suddenly, groups of half-dragon armies with a murderous aura rushed out of it. As soon as the 50,000 and a half-dragon army came out, the momentum of the entire scene immediately rose. Qin Tianxi also knew that the half-dragon was only at the 4th level, and even if he had the status of a professional, he could at best be on a par with the opponent. So, the long-range attack troops of humans and dwarves behind him also followed closely behind. The army of shadow demons is all dispatched, ready to support the ground troops. With a command, 5,000 shadow demons also rushed out from the summoning door, roaring and charging towards the ice puppet in the distance. Ouch! Countless ice puppets looked up to the sky and roared, fearlessly colliding with the half-dragon army instantly. And the other side. Lu Yuan saw Qin Ru sent an army of half-dragons to Midu. Of course she couldn't wait. She also wants to prove that her strength is not a drag. White Bear Heavily Armored Warrior, Snow Wolf Light Cavalry, Calendar. All Snow Eagle people support us. As her oracle fell, a series of roars sounded from the summoning door. Ouch! White Bear Heavily Armored Warriors rushed out first. Behind it, the wolf-headed light cavalry riding a snow wolf followed closely. As soon as it appeared, it quickly accelerated and spread out on both wings. And above, the figures of heavily armed Snow Eagle people also rushed into the air. Be ready to support your own troops who are besieged at any time. 50,000 White Bear Heavy Armed Warriors, 50,000 Snow Wolf Light Cavalry, plus 10,000 Snow Eagle people in the Sky House. Including the army of believers sent by Qin Tian before, the total number of troops exceeds 200,000. It has completely enveloped the entire battlefield. Ouch! Boom! A loud noise. The armies of both sides roared and collided. Crack! The half-dragon warrior riding an earth lizard slammed into the ice puppet more than 5 meters high in front of him, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Subsequently, the half-dragon raised the spear in his hand high and stabbed the ice puppet's head in front of him. Click! The spear hit, but it made a tooth-piercing friction sound. The half-dragon's terrifying explosive power could only move forward with difficulty in the extremely hard ice. But before his attack could take effect, the ice puppet reacted and slapped him on the body. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the half-dragon knight was shot back several steps. Immediately afterwards, more ice puppets roared and rushed forward. Damn it, give me attack and remote support. Where is the mage group? The half-dragon knight leader couldn't help roaring when he saw this scene. They naturally knew that this was a real battle between gods. This is not a virtual battle. Once you're dead, you're really dead. Whizzing! At this moment, a dazzling fire appeared in mid-air. Finally, at the critical moment, the rear mage group's fireball technique finally arrived to support them. Boom! The first batch of fireball spells instantly fell on the group of ice puppets confronting each other in the front row. Ice and fire themselves are mutually reinforcing and incompatible things. This attack instantly contained the attack of the ice puppets in the front row. Not only that, some ice puppets even had half of their cheeks blown off by the fireball technique. Naturally, this is not the first time that the half-dragon army has fought against gods. Seeing this, he seized this opportunity and directly attacked the ice puppets in the front row. Finally, the first ice puppet's head exploded under siege. Just heard a loud noise. The ice puppet with its head exploded turned into countless ice cubes and scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, the half-dragon army couldn't help but roar, and their morale was boosted. At the same time, the white bear heavy-armed warrior next to him also made great achievements, directly cutting off the joints of the ice puppet. And with the support of the Snow Eagle people's long-range bows and arrows, they successfully killed a group of cold water puppets. Ha ha ha, a 5th-level ice puppet is nothing more than that. Seeing this scene, Qin Tianxi couldn't help laughing arrogantly. However, as soon as his laughter ended, he heard Lu Yuan next to him frowning and speaking. "Don't be too happy too early, you guys." He raised his hand and pointed. Sudden. On the ground, countless ice and snow began to gather. In the blink of an eye, countless ice puppets climbed up from the ground, joined the battlefield. From the beginning till now, the frost giants on top of the mountains just stood there watching the fun. It seemed that Lu Yuan and the others were destined to lose. What's going on? Isn't this enough? Qin Tianxi also understood the key to what Lu Yuan was talking about. The total number of these ice puppets in front of me has exceeded 500,000. But now, the number is still increasing. These races are as if they were born from the earth. It will not stop until all enemy units are killed. Lu Yuan, I feel this is not a problem of ice and snow. Lu Yuan looked at the battlefield below and said, I feel like someone is constantly casting ice puppet summoning spells, and there are time intervals between their appearance. Clever. After hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but admired. Indeed. He just noticed something strange about these ice puppets. It looks like it was born from the earth. But Lu Yuan felt the aura of spell casting. Only. But they have never found where the caster is. As for the frost giants in the distance, such a long distance is simply impossible. Now, Lu Yuan also discovered the problem. The side also shows the other party's keen perception in the ice and snow environment. It is true that someone is casting spells to summon ice puppets, and their ice and snow spells are very powerful. As a result, this kind of summoning puppet, which is comparable to the 5th-level magic, can be used so quickly. Lu Yuan was explaining to everyone like a teacher at this moment. Not only that, I feel that these ice and snow spells cannot be released by one person, but probably by a large number of people, and they are not far away. But, we can't see them. Can't see? How to fight? Qin Tianxi was a little speechless. He didn't expect that when he thought he could harvest something, he would encounter such a problem. If we can't find them, won't we be able to kill all these ice puppets? Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan after hearing this. Yuan, do you know anything about the races in the direction of Han Shui? For example, some can be hidden in the ice and snow. Hidden in the ice and snow. After hearing this, Lu Yuan raised her eyebrows slightly. Suddenly, her pupils shrank and she exclaimed. I remembered, it was the extreme cold ghost. The cold ghost. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, hearing this name for the first time. I have studied the ancient ice-based races. Lu Yuan said thoughtfully. This kind of extremely cold ghost of the ice, Li Zhao, type is called an undead creature with ice attributes. Their bodies are made of ice elements, with the resentment of dead souls attached inside them. It takes countless years to evolve into extremely cold ghosts. An extremely cold ghost can continue to divide and evolve into a group. Not only that, they are naturally masters of manipulating the ice element. He has a natural talent for ice spells. When Lu Yuan and Qin Tianxi heard this, they immediately felt that the extremely cold ghost described by Lu Yuan was very consistent with the situation at hand. The ghost race has always been in a state of invisibility, and there is natural ice and snow as cover here, so it is difficult to detect them. That means that if you want to deal with these ice puppets in front of you, you must deal with those extremely cold ghosts. Qin Tianxi frowned. But they are invisible, how do we find them? This is indeed difficult to handle. Lu Yuan also nodded. Just when the two of them were at their wits' end, Lu Yuan suddenly chuckled and spoke. What a coincidence, I happen to have a solution. You have? Lu Yuan and the two subconsciously looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. In my mind, a prompt message from the God's domain interface came at exactly this moment. Tip, the race of your believers has changed. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, you have obtained a new race, floating eyeworm. Chapter 122. Just when Qin Tianxi and Lu Yuan were confused, Lu Yuan received such a prompt message. So, with a thought, he directly entered the divine space. Only then did I see a message from the Brood Evolution Laboratory. What he didn't expect was that the Brood Evolution Laboratory actually evolved all the floating king insects that could originally be carried during this period of time. Became a floating eyeworm. Name, Floating Euglena. Category Zerg. Stage 5 TH level. Ability, Multispectral Detection, Main, Mimic Trypanosoma, Main, Pollution, Main. Life, 20, lower blood volume compared to the rank. Strength, 12, frontal attack is not suitable for it. Agility, 31, speed has been horribly improved during mutation. Intelligence, 13, normal level. Evaluation, after various modifications in the evolution laboratory, the original floating king insect evolved faster and more eyeballs at the expense of its own transportation function. Can make any invisible opponent invisible. Multispectral detection, the multispectral detection rays emitted through the eyeballs can make any invisible, stealth, mimicry, etc. all forms, units appear. Mimetic larva, create a mimic larva that cannot attack. When it is attacked by an opponent for the first time, it will change into the opponent's form and possess all the opponent's attributes and attacks. The rank cannot be higher than the floating king insect. Pollution, create a ball of expanding material and drop it on the target area, paralyzing it for a short time. Only effective for buildings. The third ability was automatically ignored by Lu Yuan. What he was most happy about was the first multispectral detection. With this, can those hidden extreme cold ghosts still escape? So, the moment Lu Yuan spoke, he raised his hand and waved. Only saw. On the earth, a huge summoning door appeared out of thin air. Rumble. Compared to Qin Tianxi and Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan's summoning gate is even larger. Subsequently, 363 the two of them saw an ugly Zerg with eyeballs all over its body rushing out of it. Is this a new race? Qin Tianxi couldn't help but asked in surprise when he saw Lu Yuan's Zerg. Well, it just mutated. Lu Yuan nodded and said casually. Qin Tianxi is autistic. Why do other people's races mutate when they say they mutate? It's as simple as eating. See eyeworms appearing. Lu Yuan looked directly at Lu Yuan and Qin Tianxi. Yuan, release all your frost giants later. Lu Yuan deploys directly. My floating eyeworm can see those extremely cold ghosts. When the time comes, your frost giant will clear the way in front and tear apart the ice puppet's defense. No need to entangle. The half-dragon army and air force behind them directly pursued the Arctic ghosts that had been revealed by the eye worms. Clear. When the two of them heard this, they immediately became energetic. The ability to make the extremely cold ghost appear is simply unheard of. Soon, Lu Yuan directly conveyed his oracle. Time. Huge figures covered in frost stepped out of it. There are nearly 50 level 7 frost giants. Seeing the appearance of these frost giants, a large group of frost giants on the distant mountains couldn't help but change their expressions. Why are our people there? Damn humans, have they been imprisoned? Let's go rescue them. Many frost giants began to roar and couldn't help but rush down. But at this moment, next to him, the leader of an 8-level frost giant suddenly spoke. No, the Great Master said that our only mission is to protect the entire spring of ice elements. Our mission must not fail. The frost giants suddenly fell silent when they heard this. That great being is in a critical period of transformation. There can be no mistakes. Frost giants, charge! The frost giant who rushed out of the summoning door did not notice the situation in the distance. They roared and charged towards the ice puppet army in the distance with their strong steps. Boom! The frost giant, which is 7 meters tall and covered in ice and snow, is as easy as bullying a child when facing these ice puppets. While running, they just bowed slightly and bumped their shoulders. Each ice puppet was knocked to pieces one after another. In the blink of an eye, the frost giant rushed out of a passage directly on the battlefield. Half-dragon, charge! Seeing the gap open, the half-dragon leader who had already received the oracle shouted loudly. Suddenly, the earth lizard began to run wildly, rushing through the ice puppets along the passage. At this moment, in mid-air, above the floating euglena, an invisible light wave bloomed from it. Multispectral reconnaissance. Turn on. I saw a ray of light sweeping across, instantly covering the ice and snowland with a radius of thousands of meters. At this moment, all the troops finally suddenly discovered that behind the ice puppet, rows of ice blue ghosts emerged from the earth. Their entire bodies float above the ice and snow. It looks like translucent glass. If you don't look carefully, it can easily blend in with the surrounding environment. Now, they are still stretching out their humanoid hands, constantly directing the ice elements to gather around them. Subsequently, ice puppets with 5 levels of height climbed up from the ground. Great, it is indeed an extremely cold ghost. A look of surprise appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. Their spirits are very fragile. Although they are already at the 6th level, they are easy to kill. The snow eagles attack. Qin Tianxi next to him saw this and was not to be outdone. Night demon, charge me! Ouch! Va! The sound of screaming came, the frost giants on the earth, and the army of half-dragons. As well as the aerial army in mid-air, they all rushed towards the army of extremely cold ghosts below. Boom boom boom! There was a shocking loud noise. Under the trampling of the frost giant's iron hooves, the Arctic ghost, which was less than 2 meters tall, was as fragile as paper. Extreme cold ghost is indeed a master of ice element spells. But their weak bodies are their biggest weakness. So, invisibility is their best protection. A release spell that allows them to remain undisturbed. But now everything is broken. The whole reason is because of the creature with eyeballs in the air. Ouch! The extremely cold ghost outside the range roared furiously. Next moment, countless ice elements began to gather above their heads, turning into eagles whose entire bodies were condensed with ice. Va! With a long roar, hundreds of thousands of aerial troops gathered in an instant and rushed into the air. Their target is clearly the floating euglena that can reveal their bodies. Defense, defend, block those ice eagles! Qin Tianxi shouted hurriedly. If this floating eyeworm is killed by the opponent, without the means of investigation, they will fall into complete passivity. But the moment he finished speaking, Lu Yuan suddenly raised his hand lightly. "No need, leave it to me." The words fell. Then I heard countless low roars coming from the summoning door. Next moment, a torrent of flames emitted from one of them. Ouch! The vast army of flame lions and dragons roared and rushed towards the Ice Eagle army in the distance with blazing flames burning all over their bodies. Before, the reason why Lu Yuan did not take action immediately was because he wanted to train the two of them. But the opponent's weakness has now been found. How is it possible for the other party to get rid of his eyeworm? Ouch! With a roar, the flame lion dragon suddenly collided with the ice eagle in mid-air. Ice and fire themselves are natural enemies. However, the 6th level flame dragon directly smashed the 5th level ice eagle with its own flame body. Boom boom boom! There was a loud noise, and countless ice eagles turned into powder in the collision. Under the protection of more than 500,000 troops. No matter how many ice eagles are summoned by the extreme cold ghost, they are just a gift. The plan to attack Uglina failed. Below, wherever the eyeworm passed, all the extremely cold ghosts were revealed. This moment, even if they were eroded by resentment, instinctive fear flashed in their eyes. Regardless of the sky or the earth, the figures of their people being slaughtered can be heard everywhere. No. Great Lord of Ice, are you watching your people being slaughtered like this? Finally, in the distance, a 7th level extremely cold ghost let out a cry, as if calling to their great master. Sure enough, are there others? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed and he immediately discovered the problem. There may be a powerful being behind these extremely cold ghosts. Just as the cry of the leader of the 7th level extreme cold ghost fell, behind the distant mountains, a loud and sharp neighing sound sounded. Bah! This cry was extremely sharp, as if it could penetrate the entire space. Lu Yuan and the three of them all stared at the mountains in the distance. But at the same time as this cry came out, on the mountain range, hundreds of tall frost giants suddenly roared. He rushed towards the army. "Come on, kill all the enemies for the Lord of Ice and Snow!" The leader of the frost giants shouted. "Our compatriots, you have been enslaved for too long, we are here to save you!" Boom boom boom! 108th level, nearly 907th level frost giants rushed towards the army like an avalanche. However, seeing their powerful charge, a deep disdain suddenly flashed across Lu Yuan's face. Subsequently, no words are needed at all. In the summoning gate, huge, strong, and ferocious 8th level Zerg, Titan Thunder Beast, suddenly appeared. The head of the head was surrounded by lightning, and it looked like a figure like the god of thunder coming to the world. It was the 9th level Titan Thunder Beast. Ouch! With a roar, the Titan Thunder Beast took the lead and charged towards the opponent with a vast army of terrifying thunder beasts. Chapter 123. Boom boom! Ouch! As soon as the terrifying Thunder Beast army appeared, the leader of the frost giants on the opposite side was stunned. What's going on? Aren't they just a bunch of 5th and 6th level noobs? Original. He received the roaring reminder from the Lord of Ice and Snow, and asked his tribesmen to go to the front line for support. He thought this was a devastating sweep. The only thing that can be seen is the few to dozens of his own clan members opposite. This kind of. When the time comes, he will be persuaded to surrender directly and return to the embrace of the Lord of Ice and Snow. Feel free here. Who can resist the rest? It's simply devastating, okay? But now, Nima hadn't waited for them to rush to the battlefield. A group of figures taller than them actually came out from the opposite side. Is that a cow? Why do cows have 3 pairs of curved horns? And what's going on with that giant beast wrapped in lightning in front? Just the smell made them feel frightened. The point is this too much? Thousands of dollars have been spent on this, why is it not over yet? However, just as the Frost Giant leader was thinking about how he should face this situation, the army of Thunder Beasts had already taken the step of not recognizing their relatives, and rushed straight into the Sunrise building. Click! An ice golem is a bit in the way. He was directly trampled to pieces. The ice eagle swooped down in midair and was shattered into pieces. There was nothing wrong with the Thunder Beast. Ouch! At this moment, the Thunder Beast army was like a torrent colliding head-on with the Frost Giant. Bang bang bang! A series of muffled sounds came, and the Frost Giant was instantly knocked away by the Thunder Beast. Even the giant hydroelectric giant couldn't resist the impact of the Thunder Beast that was running so fast. Not even for a moment. Ouch! The leader of the Titan Thunder Beast let out a long roar and directly flew the Frost Giant leader away. Subsequently, its huge single-molecule blade was swung and swept towards the opponent. Chi! There was a heart-wrenching sound. The leader of the Frost Giants escaped the vital point, but was almost cut in half. Blood flowed out of the wound like a lifeless thing, dyeing the entire land an icy blue color. Kill me! The Frost Lord will avenge us Frost Giants! The leader of the Frost Giants who fell to the ground roared. However, the Titan Thunder Beast moved its limbs and stepped on his body. Ouch! Weak Frost Giant, you can choose to surrender or die. A low, echo-like roar sounded from the mouth of the Titan Thunder Beast. It has long received the Master's Oracle to capture these Frost Giants alive. In less than a moment, the army of 20,000 Thunder Beasts crippled nearly 1,000 Frost Giants. Now, every Frost Giant is seriously injured and fighting power. But no one died. And not far away. Seeing the Frost Giant being subdued by the Thunder Beast army so quickly, the leader of the Extreme Cold Ghost couldn't help but let out a loud roar. Stop it! We, the Extreme Cold Ghost clan, are willing to surrender. No solution anymore. If it doesn't open its mouth, all its members will be killed. The army of nearly 1 million extremely cold ghosts now only accounts for less than 1/3. Humiliation, helplessness, resentment. But it was of no use. This is the cruelty of plain war. Either you die or I die. Beyond that, there is only surrender. This Thunder Beast is so powerful. Qin Tianxi looked at the army of Thunder Beasts that controlled the entire field in front of him, and his eyes almost fell out of envy. But he also knew that this was a race that only belonged to Lu Yuan, and even if it were left to him, he would not be able to control it. And beside, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Her man, Lu Yuan, has grown to such an extent in just a short time? Before, although Lu Yuan told her that he was very strong, but she never expected that the other party would naturally become like this. It turns out that what he said about changing my destiny was not to comfort me. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt a surge of deep love in her heart. Just when she was lost in thought, Lu Yuan next to him spoke. The remaining more than 200,000 extreme cold ghosts have just been collected. Yuan, you take 200,000, and give the rest to Master Qin. As for those Frost Giants, as mentioned before, 100 will be given to Mr. Qin, and the rest will be collected by your Frost Giants. As soon as the words fell, Qin Tianxi beside him shook his head. No, Brother Yuan, I can't help you at all with this Frost Giant, I'd better give it to my sister-in-law. I can just take those extreme cold ghosts away. As he spoke, he couldn't help but frown. I just don't know if these extremely cold ghosts are willing to surrender. It doesn't matter. Lu Yuan waved his hand, wait until we deal with the Ice and Snow Lord behind, and then we can deal with them. At worst, they will all be wiped out. The two men's harmonious words immediately spread throughout the battlefield. Time. Both the extreme cold ghost and the frost giant couldn't help but shrink their necks. Nima. Isn't this too cruel? Then what race is the Lord of Ice and Snow? The three of them naturally heard the cry from the mouth of the extremely cold ghost. Qin Tianxi couldn't help but ask Lu Yuan for advice. I don't know about this. Many powerful ice and snow races will call themselves Lords of Ice and Snow when they reach a certain level of strength. Lu Yuan frowned. However, the Lord of Ice and Snow has not taken action until now, which makes me feel very strange. It's really strange. Lu Yuan nodded, but we can just go over and have a look. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and many half-dragons and white bear warriors began to clean up the battlefield, while leaving a group of thunder beasts to suppress these extremely cold ghosts and frost giants. The three of them moved, sitting on the Titan Thunder Beast, and rushed towards the mountains. It didn't take long for the Titan Thunder Beast to climb up the mountain. However, when Lu Yuan and the others climbed over the mountain peak and looked towards the mountains below, Lu Yuan next to him suddenly pointed at a sticky icy lake in the distance and screamed. "Oh my god, that is, the spring of ice elements." There was a deep look of ecstasy in her eyes. He was even more surprised and said, "No wonder there is such a strong concentration of ice elements here, it turns out to be the source of ice elements. Moreover, these ice elements actually condensed into such a huge lake. How many years does it take to have such an effect?" Seeing her so excited, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. He asked tentatively, "So, she has helped your bloodline?" Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly and said, "As long as I can soak in it for a period of time, my physical condition will definitely be greatly improved. It's a pity that the spring of ice element, whether the spring water or the spring eye, can only exist in this special landform. You can't take it out." "Haha, it doesn't matter, as long as I can change it here." Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. "It really doesn't take much effort to get it without trying to find anywhere. 0 Please give me flowers." He was originally thinking about how to improve Lu Yuan's bloodline, but unexpectedly he encountered the ice elemental fountain. "It seems that I am really possessed by the European god, and whatever I want comes to me. In this case, the Lord of Ice and Snow should be hiding in the lake of the ice elemental field." Lu Yuan naturally did not forget that there was a boss hidden in it. As he spoke, he patted the Titan Thunder Beast below. "Give it an electrotherapy treatment and let it come out for me." "As you command, my lord." The Titan Thunder Beast roared and rushed directly towards the ice elemental field. Subsequently, it inserted its single-molecule giant blade into the lake water, directly releasing its active ability. Thunder Blade Cutting. Zhyla. Violent thunder current burst out from the single-molecule giant blade. It spread from the lake towards the depths in an instant. Just once, Lu Yuan could feel the lake water trembling violently. Subsequently, the lake is rolling. A long roar that penetrated the sky rushed out from it. "You! These nasty reptiles! How dare you repeatedly disturb the great Lord of Ice and Snow, the Ice Phoenix who controls the winter, and Anavia's eternal sleep." 0. The last voice fell. There was just a crashing sound, and a terrifying bird with a wingspan of more than 150 meters and its entire body made of ice rushed out of the lake of the ice elemental spring. Time. A terrifying coercion enveloped the entire place. "Oh my god, is this an ice race with semi-god level strength in ancient legends, the Ice Crystal Phoenix? See that huge figure." Lu Yuan made a surprised sound. "Ice Crystal Phoenix?" Lu Yuan frowned and suddenly thought of the ancient race course he had learned in school. Among them, it was mentioned that this ice crystal phoenix was an elemental spirit born from an ancient plane called Fruljord. It was very powerful. However, after the plane was shattered, this ancient creature had disappeared in the long river of history. They are naturally darlings of the ice element, and must survive in places with extremely high concentration of ice elements. Same. Their strength is comparable to that of demigods, making them enough to become the overlord of one party. Hurrah hurrah! The ice crystal phoenix flapped its wings in mid-air, causing waves of terrifying gusts of wind. It looked condescendingly at Lu Yuan and others. An angry roar came from his mouth. Get out of here, otherwise, I won't let you have an easy time even if everything is broken. Brother Yuan, let's go. We can't take action here. If it really goes crazy, this Titan Thunder Beast can't stop it. Qin Tianxi heard the words of Ice Crystal Phoenix. Couldn't help but suggest. The current situation is still too dangerous. Not to them, but to the believer race. If this Titan Thunder Beast was lost, it would be very heartbreaking for Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan paid no attention to this. He raised his head and looked at the Ice Crystal Phoenix with an indifferent expression. I don't know, what qualifications do you have to say such a thing when you are seriously injured? A cold voice sounded. Lu Yuan pointed at the Ice Crystal Phoenix from afar. Said word by word. Surrender or die, you choose one. Chapter 124. What? Surrender or die? Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan's words made Ice Crystal Phoenix stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Human, do you dare to offend the great Anavya? You think I don't know that the gods of your main world cannot take action here? A disdainful and cold voice sounded from its mouth. Just by relying on that stupid big guy at the 9th level? I can turn it into an ice sculpture directly. Leave here. It flapped its wings, showing a proud and disdainful look. It seems that Lu Yuan was given an ultimatum. Does it even know this? Lu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard Ice Crystal Phoenix's words. The main world has been conquering countless universes for who knows how many years. It can know that nothing is normal. Qin Tianxi said thoughtfully, it seems that we are not the first group to come here. Obviously the previous gods did not benefit from it. Brother Yuan. No matter how you say it, it is also a 15th level existence. Unless we do it ourselves. Otherwise, no one can be its opponent. That's not necessarily the case. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. It is standing here with us talking so much nonsense, it is obvious that it has suffered some physical trauma. The fact that the previous frost giants did not take action immediately illustrates this problem. So, it seems to be a semi-god level existence now, and it can actually exert its strength. Maybe only the legendary level. Legendary level? That's also a 14th level existence. Qin Tianxi twitched the corner of his mouth. Among his believer races, not to mention the hard steel legendary level, there are even 9th level ones. Hearing Qin Tianxi's worries, Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled. Only saw. He raised his hand and waved. 473 boom. The huge summoning gate emerged out of thin air in the void not far away. When the Ice Crystal Phoenix saw this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and his sharp eagle eyes revealed a vigilant look. Next moment, its pupils shrank suddenly. A dragon roar that pierced the sky came out from the summoning door. Ouch! A roar. A huge figure burning with flames and with a wingspan of over 100 meters rushed out of it. Huge flesh wings, ferocious bone spurs, and an uncomfortable abyss burning all over his body. It was the flame tyrant Yagdra who had broken through the 11th level. This, level 11? How is that possible? Qin Tianxi was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He clearly remembered that on the day of the freshman welcome party, wasn't Lu Yuan's flame tyrant a 10th level aura? Why did we break through again after not seeing each other for a few days? It seemed that he saw his doubts. Lu Yuan said casually. Yagdra had nothing to do in the past 2 days, but he mutated. No, nothing happened. Qin Tianxi was completely speechless. Brother, don't hit people like this. Are you possessed by Versailles? Do you want to be so pretentious? Is there nothing else but mutation? Then he has nothing to do every day, so why hasn't he seen the race of his followers mutate? At this moment, Lu Yuan naturally didn't have time to explain Yagdra's affairs to him. Above the sky. As soon as Yagdra emerged, he rushed directly towards the ice crystal phoenix. It naturally knows the rank aura exuded by the ice crystal phoenix itself. But Lu Yuan has given it an oracle. Hit the opponent hard at all costs. For the words of the Supreme Lord, Yagdra was not afraid even if his body was shattered into pieces. Ouch! Yagdra roared wildly and turned into a violent wind burning with flames, then rushed towards the ice crystal phoenix in the distance. Don't overestimate your capabilities. The ice crystal phoenix let out a long roar and looked at Yagdra with great disdain. Level 11 versus level 15, even if it is injured, it doesn't feel like it can be provoked by a race that is more than 3 levels behind. So, it let out a long roar, and extremely terrifying ice elements condensed from its wings. Subsequently, it turned into an extremely cold wind and struck towards the opponent. Innate ability, Biting Frost. Woo! A terrifying gust of wind carrying powerful icy elemental power instantly enveloped Yagdra. Ice and fire collided at this moment. But Ice Crystal Phoenix didn't know if it was his own illusion. It felt that although it had used the Biting Frost, it had very limited impact on the other party. Not only did the speed not slow down at all, but it became even faster. Times of crisis. Ice Crystal Phoenix didn't think much about it. Its wings flashed again and rose directly into the sky. In the snowstorm, it roared loudly. An ice cube the size of a meteorite condensed out of thin air. Ice Shine, go! The ice cube suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot. Call out! A piercing scream sounded, and in just a flash, he appeared in front of Yagdra. Ouch! Charge! However, Yagdra suddenly flapped his wings, and a blazing flame erupted from his wings. Its speed increased instantly, and it instantly dodged the opponent's attack. But at this moment, the mocking voice of the ice crystal phoenix sounded in mid-air. Humph, do you think you can escape now? Blow it up for me. Boom! Just heard a loud noise. The chunk of ice as big as a meteorite suddenly exploded into a terrifying ice storm. Terrifying air waves, mixed with a frenzy of ice elements that froze everything to death, swept towards the surroundings. Suddenly, Yagdra was pushed to one side by this force. Ice Crystal Phoenix's eyes flashed with light. It worked. Flying away is just the first step. More importantly, the terrifying frenzy of ice elements will turn the opponent into an ice sculpture. How many opponents and prey were caught off guard by its natural ability? Direct serious injury. However, after Yagdra's entire body flew away, the expected ice sculpture did not appear. The other party was just blown away. With just a slight sway, he quickly approached the ice crystal phoenix. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the other party. How can it be? The roar in ice crystal phoenix's heart has not dissipated yet. What greeted it was Yagdra's perfect collision. Boom! The terrifying power that could smash a mountain into pieces instantly knocked the ice crystal phoenix upside down and flew away. It hit the distant mountain peak instantly like a meteor. Boom! The mountain peak collapsed, but the figure of the ice crystal phoenix still did not stop. After breaking several mountain peaks one after another, it finally came to a complete stop. Ouch! Yagdra roared wildly, and his eyes seemed to turn red. The second-level divine art of Bloodthirsty. Abathur's figure quietly appeared at some point, and directly added the Bloodthirsty spell to Yagdra. Although it can only increase power by 10%. But it is also a big improvement for Yagdra. Call out! Yagdra spread her wings and quickly flew towards the opponent again. He is not afraid of ice spells. Qin Tianxi felt that his 3 views had been refreshed. Aren't ice and fire incompatible with each other? Why? Is there anything wrong with the 11th level Yagdra when he meets his opponent? Lu Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but did not answer his words. Because only he knew that Yagdra had magic immunity from the elf dragon. The ice crystal phoenix is indeed powerful, but what makes it powerful is its control over the ice element. And this is exactly what Yagdra is not afraid of. This is also the reason why Lu Yuan wants Yagdra to fight the opponent's hard steel. And there is also an elusive Abathur assistant next to him. Under the alliance of the two Zerg races, there may not be a chance to deal with the other party. Call out. While the three of them were talking, Yagdra had already rushed towards the location of the ice crystal phoenix. But at this moment, just a loud noise was heard, and the ruins where the ice crystal phoenix was buried exploded. Next moment, a sharp roar sounded from its mouth. Die to me, storm! Boom! The terrifying ice storm started to spread crazily around him with him as the center. For a moment, an icy blue ball quickly expanded to a size of tens of thousands of meters. Kaka! All living creatures within the scope were completely frozen to death. Turn into ice sculptures. Even the rocks and ancient trees were completely frozen, and then turned into countless powder with a click under the bright wind and snow. The ice crystal phoenix panted heavily. It didn't believe it after casting the strongest elemental attack spell. Can this hateful race still resist itself? However, the thought of it has not dissipated. Sudden! A figure suddenly appeared from the wind and snow in the sky, and then quickly disappeared into the sky in front of him. Boom! Yagdra's huge body hit the ice crystal phoenix's body heavily. Only a scream was heard. Its figure was knocked down from the sky. At the same time, the forelimbs, which were as sharp as sickles, began to move towards it crazily. Crack, click, click. Large areas of hard-working ice crystals began to peel off from its body. For a moment, he fell into incomparable passivity. Bang bang bang! Ka. Yagdra, who finally got close, attacked frantically. The burning fire of the abyss quickly eroded the body of the ice crystal phoenix. Make it feel extremely uncomfortable. Bah! It roared loudly and tried to struggle up from the ground. However, at this moment, a shrill scream resounded from its soul. Ouch! Abathur is indeed a master tactician. At this time, he killed this fighter jet with great accuracy. The majestic spiritual power turned into a scream and instantly impacted the opponent's sea of soul. Bah! Hearing the scream of the ice crystal phoenix, the opportunity to struggle was instantly suppressed. Pumbat! At this moment, the Titan Thunder Beast also rushed over without knowing when. The body as heavy as a hill rushed directly onto the wings of the ice crystal phoenix. 6 pairs of single-molecule giant blades flashing with lightning slashed hard at the wings. Click! Click! Under the continuous attacks, no matter how high the level of the ice crystal phoenix was, it was completely suppressed at this moment. Finally, just listen to a click. Half of the ice crystal phoenix's wings were cut off. Large areas of ice blue blood flowed out from inside. The aura continues to weaken. After cutting off one wing, Titan Thunder Beast attacked the second wing again. The picture at the moment is Yagdra's huge body stepped on the body of the ice crystal phoenix. In the distance, Abathur would give the opponent a mental scream from time to time. The Thunder Titan transforms into an upright boy, constantly waving its single-molecule giant blade to slash its wings. Click! The second wing was also completely broken. The entire ice crystal phoenix is now lying there like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. Even the struggle is much weaker. Hiss! Qin Tianxi couldn't help but gasped when he saw the scene in front of him. Immediately, he extended a thumb towards Lu Yuan and said, "Brother Yuan, come on." At this moment, only these 2 words can describe his mood. Lu Yuan flew into the air with an expressionless face, looking at the dying ice crystal phoenix from a distance. "Now, you can choose, surrender or die." "Humph, damn human being, I will never believe in you. Seeing Lu Yuan's figure, Ice Crystal Phoenix said still very stubbornly. Really? Then go die. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Yagdra's figure was about to take action. But at this moment, Lu Yuan next to him suddenly spoke. Wait, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised his hand. Look towards Lu Yuan. How? This Ice Crystal Phoenix is of ancient bloodline. It would be a pity to kill him like this. Lu Yuan said softly. How about you capture it alive and sell it directly to the school? You can definitely make a lot of money this way. 5.8 Hui. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is a good idea. He originally thought Lu Yuan was going to plead for Ice Crystal Phoenix. Unexpectedly, he was actually asked to catch him alive. Yuan, if you can tame it, it wouldn't be bad to make it loyal to you. Lu Yuan couldn't help but said. Impossible. Lu Yuan shook his head. Ice Crystal Phoenixes have always been proud and will not be willing to succumb to the hands of others. Moreover, if they want to continuously improve their strength, they must possess the power of ice elements. Spring as a supplement. Lu Yuan said regretfully. This fountain of ice elements cannot be taken away at all, so we can't even raise it. Is that so? That would be a shame. Lu Yuan shook his head. In this case, drag it into the divine realm. Yagdra, you guys, watch it and don't let it run away. As you command, my lord. Yagdra said with fire in his mouth. At this point, this divine war has completely ended. It's not over yet. The Ice Crystal Phoenix was captured, and the remaining frost giants and arctic ghosts have not yet been arranged. Whoosh! This time, Lu Yuan moved and flew directly back to the original mountain range. Behind, Yagdan dragged the dying Ice Crystal Phoenix and followed Lu Yuan. All you frost giants and arctic ghosts, listen up. Lu Yuan's voice echoed throughout the 9 heavens. Your Lord of Ice and Snow has been defeated by me. All races that are not loyal to me will be completely wiped out. Chapter 125. The cold words shocked the entire Ice and Snow race. Even the Lord of Ice and Snow has been defeated. The leader of the extreme cold ghost couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He originally thought that the Lord of Ice and Snow could defeat Lu Yuan and his group. Unexpectedly, he still failed. Even the stubborn frost giants couldn't help but lower their stubborn heads. Defeat means death. They did not expect that the frost giants would face such an end. At this time, Lu Yuan, surrounded by the power of ice and snow, suddenly flew over from a distance. A cold voice resounded throughout the entire land. Arctic Ghost Group, Frost Giant Group, I am the goddess of ice and snow, and there is an environment suitable for your survival in my divine domain. Moreover, in my hands, I still have the allegiance of your kind. You can surrender to me. I will give you a new life and promise not to let you be harmed by malicious means. And the price is faith in me. Said. With a thought in her mind, a summoning door appeared. And from it, more than 100 ice elemental elves walked out. They are Lu Yuan's most precious treasures, ice elemental elves that are more pure than the extreme cold ghosts. Really? As soon as the ice elemental elf appeared, many people looked thoughtful. Are even pure ice elemental elves willing to join her? Then it's not impossible for us to be loyal to her. Yes, it's better to be alive than dead. Look at those frost giants, they don't look like they were abused. Finally, under the ice elemental spirit and Lu Yuan's divine power, all the Arctic ghosts and frost giants completely surrendered. Some of the extremely cold ghosts were taken away by Qin Tianxi. The rest also began to move towards Lu Yuan's divine domain. Lu Yuan, thank you. Lu Yuan rushed into his arms. This time, if it weren't for Lu Yuan's contribution, she would never have achieved such a huge gain. You're welcome, I also got a demigod race. Lu Yuan smiled. Now, it's time 30 to sort out your affairs. How to use this ice element spring? This. Hearing this, a blush suddenly appeared on Lu Yuan's face. He said in a voice as loud as a mosquito. You need to take a shower. When Lu Yuan heard this, Yi Shi's eyes lit up. What if this is a mandarin duck jade under the ice and snow? Isn't it beautiful? But before that, he needs to solve a problem. Ahem. Lu Yuan coughed lightly and turned to look at Qin Tianxi. Young Master Qin, your benefits are almost done, isn't it time to withdraw? Ahem, no, that's right. Qin Tianxi coughed dryly, knowing that he couldn't be a light bulb at this time. Nodded. He cupped his hands towards Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan. Well, I have something to do and I just need to leave first. Brother Yuan, I'll treat you to a treat when you get back. Good. Lu Yuan nodded. Qin Tianxi took 2 steps and when he passed by Lu Yuan, he couldn't help but whisper. Brother Yuan, although the food is good, you must protect your waist. Roll. Lu Yuan laughed and cursed. This Qin Tianxi is becoming more and more deviant. How could you make such a joke when Lu Yuan was still there? Qin Tianxi snickered and crushed the badge in his hand. Subsequently, Lu Yuan felt a force envelope his whole body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. He's gone, now it's our turn. See each other disappear. Lu Yuan suddenly looked at Lu Yuan with a smile on his face. Lu Yuan's face turned redder when she heard this. He gave Lu Yuan a hard hammer. He spat softly. It's disgusting, there are so many people here. After saying that, she turned around and headed towards the spring of ice elements. Lu Yuan followed slowly and leisurely. Although he said he wanted mandarin duck jade or something, he actually had no such idea. After all, this is the critical moment for whether Lu Yuan can improve his bloodline. How can he disturb the other party? At most, it's just a look. However, just as Lu Yuan was thinking about the wonderful scene of Lu Yuan bathing in the ice element lake, just saw. The other party actually plopped and jumped directly into the ice element lake without even dragging his clothes. This. Lu Yuan suddenly felt extremely disappointed. Wow! The water flow formed by the gathering of ice elements rolls on the lake surface. Soon, when Lu Yuan emerged from the lake again, she had arrived at the center of the lake. As for how to transform his bloodline, Lu Yuan naturally didn't know the method. All he knew was that he would be guarded by the other party for the time being. But Lu Yuan stayed there for almost half a day. I found that there was no movement around. Out of boredom, he couldn't help but look at the lake where the spring of ice elements condensed. Can't I absorb this ice element? Such a thought could not help but appear in his mind. In itself, he possesses the frozen priesthood. He is also no stranger to the ice element. Since Lu Yuan can improve his blood concentration by absorbing ice elements, then if you go in too, will it also be improved? Even if it doesn't reach the level of improving bloodline, it won't be a problem to enhance the basic attributes of the body, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but squat down subconsciously and stretched out his hand toward the water in the lake. Catch him! Once inside, Lu Yuan felt a cold touch emerge, and then, the ice elements began to gather uncontrollably towards his body. Lu Yuan took back his hand. I pondered for a moment. That's right. Nothing unusual and can be absorbed. After making sure there are no problems, with a movement of his body, he walked into the lake. Wow! The surging spring of ice elements rippled around him and began to continuously gather into his body. In this way, Lu Yuan, like Lu Yuan, began to absorb in the lake of ice elements. Gudu! Gudu! Lu Yuan didn't know how long he had absorbed it. Sudden! He felt his body tremble, as if some kind of transformation had occurred, waking him up from his deep sleep. Before Lu Yuan could carefully sense the changes in his body. At this moment, the system beep sounded suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of ice element. Ding! The ice elemental body has been strengthened, the ice elemental king body. Hey? Ice elemental king body. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect that the system would actually trigger the reward at this time. Buzz! Suddenly, Lu Yuan, who had not yet reacted, felt that his body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit. Like a hungry wolf that had been starving for several days, it began to crazily devour the surrounding springs of ice elements. Woo! In the blink of an eye, a huge vortex formed around him. Wow! The terrifying fluctuations of the water turned into waves and surged towards Lu Yuan's body. Even Lu Yuan in the distance woke up. Lu Yuan, what's wrong with you? Lu Yuan's figure moved, and he flashed from a distance in an instant. There was a flash of deep worry in his eyes. It's okay, my body seems to have mutated after being exposed to the ice element. Lu Yuan made a simple excuse to reassure the other party. How is your situation? Will it affect the improvement of your bloodline? Seeing that Lu Yuan was fine, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he shook his long icy blue hair behind his back and said with a smile on his face. Look, Lu Yuan, not only did I directly awaken my bloodline here, but I also condensed the body of ice element. Ice elemental body? Isn't that the physique I had before I strengthened it? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Be obedient. He thought his ice elemental king body was just average. Did not expect. Lu Yuan only condensed the body of ice element when she had blood. But he directly turned into the ice elemental king body. He subconsciously said to the system. System, ice elemental king body, what's going on? As soon as the thought came to my mind, a prompt popped up from the system. Ice element king body, the strongest physique among the ice physiques, one of the strongest. It can command all ice elements in the area for its own use, and is immune to any ice element spell attacks, including regular attacks. Hiss! After reading this introduction, Lu Yuan couldn't help but take a breath of air. He has learned about the ice element body, and his affinity for the ice element has reached an extremely high level. In the eyes of many people, it is already a very scary physique. But he didn't expect that this ice elemental king's body would be even more awesome. To command the ice elements for one's own use, that is to say, to forcefully recruit the other party to do things for oneself. Simply put. That is, if he had a head-on fight with an ice god. The opponent used a killer move such as the terrifying ice magic. Result. With a thought, he directly let the ice elements disperse. The magic was immediately broken. Ice elemental king body, the king of ice elements. Lu Yuan also didn't expect that he would completely suck up the entire lake of ice elements in the end. It is equivalent to a strong man who has just woken up after sleeping for 10,000 years. If he wants to regain his strength, he needs to eat enough. The ice element is equivalent to the food of the ice element king's body. The ice element lake was sucked dry by Lu Yuan, making him now particularly sensitive to the ice element. So, he saw at a glance, at the bottom of the lake, a spring with a diameter of less than 2 meters. Is this the spring of the ice elemental spring? Lu Yuan moved and disappeared from the place instantly. When it appears again. We have arrived next to the spring. Yes, this is the spring of the ice element spring. Lu Yuan nodded, I just don't know how this magical spring was formed. It's really mysterious. It is indeed mysterious. Lu Yuan said, reaching out and touching it. But at this moment, suddenly the system prompt sounded in my mind again. Ding! Found the spring of ice element, do you want to pick it up? Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that the system could even pick up springs. Isn't this too fierce? But he just likes the fierceness of the system. So, Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, he raised his palm and slapped it towards the spring. At the same time, he said to the system in his heart. Collect. There was just a click, and the spring in front of them suddenly exploded and disappeared into thin air before their eyes. Ding! Pickup completed. After hearing the prompt, Lu Yuan subconsciously looked towards the system space. At a glance, the spring was suspended in the space, and there was even the breath of ice element gushing out. Why don't we see you again? Lu Yuan saw the spring of ice element suddenly collapse and said doubtfully. Did it dry up because the ice element was exhausted? It's possible. Lu Yuan nodded and did not tell Lu Yuan the truth for the time being. After all, he didn't think about how to explain it to the other party. It doesn't matter, we can't take it away anyway. Lu Yuan laughed happily. Our harvest this time is really great. If it weren't for you, I would never have the chance to obtain the ice elemental body. Hee. Lu Yuan smiled slightly when he heard this and said nonchalantly. Actually, we were just lucky. We happened to get injured by the ice crystal phoenix. With that said, Lu Yuan turned around and walked away. Let's go, let's take a look at the rest. But as soon as he took 2 steps, his body suddenly stopped suddenly. See the situation? Lu Yuan next to him asked subconsciously. What's wrong? A flash of light suddenly flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, and he asked suddenly. How could a demigod-level ice crystal phoenix be so seriously injured? For that kind of existence to be injured, either the attributes are incompatible, or the opponent's level is higher than it. Lu Yuan followed Lu Yuan's train of thought. But as soon as she said a few words, she suddenly froze. Suddenly, her expression changed and she exclaimed. Oops, are you saying there is a race here that is stronger than the ice phoenix? It seemed to be to verify her thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, a shrill scream was heard. Ouch! Whoosh! Lu Yuan's figure instantly rushed into the air, and suddenly he saw. A captured frost giant was wailing in pain. His body was suddenly covered with an unknown race that looked like locusts but had white bone armor and was half a meter long, biting madly. There was a click. The ice armor around the frost giants, which is famous for its hardness, was actually bitten into pieces by them. The frost giant subconsciously slapped it away. But the white bone armor actually resisted the opponent's power. They just rolled slightly and then swarmed up again. Completely submerge the frost giants. Click! Click! This time, all the ice and flesh were eaten by them, mixed and swallowed directly into the mouth. Actually, I ate it. They gnawed crazily as if they were treating the frost giants as food. Just in the blink of an eye, a frost giant has been chewed up until no bones are left. Zerg? 5th level bone locust. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw this scene, and he instantly recognized the origin of the other party. Chapter 126. Once, at the beginning of Lu Yuan's time travel, he obtained the Zerg army. He secretly checked a lot of relevant information. Look for the Zerg figures that once existed in the main world. He did not find any information about Zerg like himself, but found many other Zerg creatures. There is a kind of insect that looks like a locust, which is very similar to the ones in front of you. The name is bone locust. No. Their full name should be hell bone locust. Legend. These bone locusts are the evil playthings of the gods from hell. After retaining the basic appearance and habits of the locust, powerful bone armor is added. They are born warriors. But except for the king of bone locusts, no one can command them. Bone locusts appear, always in swarms. Wherever it passes, not a blade of grass grows. coupled with its powerful reproductive ability and the defense of bone armor. It is no exaggeration to call it a natural disaster. In just a few moments, Lu Yuan could clearly see that there were already 4 or 5 lone frost giants, and the Titan Thunder Beast that he was responsible for guarding them had all been eaten up. That's right. Even the defense of the Titan Thunder Beast cannot withstand their small stature. And behind, the dense army of bone locusts flooded in like a tide. Ouch! Sudden! A sharp roar came from behind the endless army of bone locusts. Only saw a semi-humanoid locust with a height of nearly 10 meters, standing upright with the upper body of a man standing upright, with 6 pairs of huge wings as thin as cicada wings on its back, let out a ferocious roar from its mouth. Here, the ice elemental fountain belongs to us, and that damn ice phoenix has disappeared. My people, rush forward, tear everything to pieces, and eat them. A low roar echoed in the distance like an oracle. Time. The mighty wave of bone locusts roared fiercely and surged towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan sighed. The summoning door had been opened to allow all the frost giants and extremely cold ghosts to enter Lu Yuan's divine space. And Lu Yuan. Only a small number of thunder beasts were left to serve as overseers. The encounter between the two in the lake of ice elements. Literally no more than an hour. This resulted in that at least half of the prisoners were not all relocated. If you leave directly now, not only will the captives become food for the locust army, even the thunder beasts that oversee the work will become victims. For a moment, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with biting coldness. Can you take my Lu Yuan's things as you please? Since you took it, give it back to me 1,000 times. Abathur, organize an attack. As you command, my lord. An oracle fell, and Abathur's figure instantly appeared outside the summoning gate. Ouch! A sharp, long roar came from its mouth. A wide range of mental screams suddenly appeared in the distance. Bang bang bang! Just hearing a series of muffled sounds, those low-intelligence 5th-level bone locusts didn't even react before their heads exploded and they died immediately. Mental attacks are simply fatal killers for these locusts. But there are so many bone locusts that even millions are not enough to describe them. After Abathur's mental scream, he didn't want to kill everyone. I saw that after a piece of bone locust exploded, several thunder beasts that had been submerged got up from the ground. He took steps and started charging towards the summoning door. At this time, the huge army of thunder beasts may not be a weapon to stop them. Hydra's heavy-armed ripper is blocked by the front row. Abathur instantly arranged his tactics. Figures of tearing springtails surged out from the summoning door. When Lu Yuan saw this, he raised his hand and waved his hand, and he did not hesitate to expend his divine power to arrange several summoning gates one after another. This time, hundreds of thousands of tearing springtails turned into a torrent and collided head-on with the bone locust army. Ka-ka-ka! The sharp blade cut through the void and swept the bone locust out. The bone armor of those bone locusts is made of unknown material, but it is extremely tough. Not only strong, but also tough. After enduring several attacks in succession, still no damage at all. Instead, they turned around and pounced on him again. Oops, this is not the way to go. Your Zerg army may not be able to withstand it. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel anxious when she saw this scene. With a wave of her hand, she would use her own race of believers to participate in the war to support them. However, Lu Yuan shook his head at this moment and held her palm. Don't worry, my Zerg army is not that fragile. Lu Yuan believes that Abathur can react quickly in this divine battle. Cockroach. Not every divine battle requires his personal command. Now, the only troublesome thing is that the bone armor of the bone locusts is difficult to deal with. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Lu Yuan couldn't help but thought to himself. As Lu Yuan's voice fell, another scream came from Abathur's mouth. Subsequently, I saw that each of them was nearly 2 meters tall, and the 6th level cockroaches covered with thick carapace surged out from them. An army of 200,000 cockroaches soon poured out from the summoning door. A line of defense nearly 10,000 meters wide was formed in front. Original. Lu Yuan still doesn't know what factors are better to combine with these cockroaches. Looking for suitable factors. Unexpectedly, Abathur actually sent him out directly. Acid spit. Abathur screamed, and tens of thousands of cockroaches in the front row opened their mouths and spat out at the same time. A thick yellow-green acid with a strong corrosive smell spurted out from the mouthparts. It turned into a rain curtain and fell among the locust army. Tisk. For a moment, I saw streaks of smoke rising, and there was a burning sound coming from the bone armor, followed by rapid corrosion and riddled with holes. At this moment, Abathur spoke again. The army of flame-thorn demons that followed closely behind fired volleys at the same time. The spines of flames filled the sky and fell into the locust army in an instant. Puff puff. Without the protection of bone armor, the bodies of these bone locusts were as fragile as paper. What a tactic! Lu Yuan almost clapped his hands and cheered. Abathur is indeed a master tactician, able to identify the opponent's weak points in an instant. Take quick reactions to deal with your opponents. Ouch! Just as he was talking, the bone locust army in the distance suffered a first wave of defeat. The commander in the distance, the Lord of Hell bone locusts, suddenly roared. In an instant, countless bone locusts rushed toward the cockroaches in the front row desperately. In the view of the Lord of Hell bone locusts, as long as the culprits that caused their armor to disappear are solved, everything is a foregone conclusion. Whizzing! Ouch! Countless bone locust armies rushed in front of the cockroach. Whoosh! The cockroach in the front row immediately raised its high-density claws. Subsequently, it turned into afterimages and slashed directly at the opponent's body. Puff puff! There were sounds of blood splattering. Without defense, the bone locust could not withstand such an attack. However, the number of the bone locust army is simply too great. After 2 rounds of killing, bone locusts rushed onto the cockroach's back. Start eating their carapace like crazy. Even if the cockroach has a reinforced heavy carapace, it is somewhat unable to withstand it. Pity. At the moment they are about to break through. Whoosh! At this moment, all the cockroaches in the front row burrowed into the ground uniformly. The ability to burrow into the ground cannot be stopped even if it is ice and snow. Crack! The army of bone locusts, who were still biting, suddenly discovered that their target had actually dug into the ground to make rain. At this moment, the cockroaches in the back row, which were already ready to attack, opened their mouths and sprayed out the corrosive acid they had been preparing for a long time. Puff! Acid sprayed, and the spines all over the sky fell again. At the same time, between the gaps between the cockroaches, rows of sharp thorns suddenly emerged from the ground. Puff puff! Before they could react, they were pierced by the sharp thorns of flames. Ouch! Amidst the howls, a high-level leader of the bone locust wanted to take the tribal ministers with him. Pity! The dense army of flame lions and dragons in mid-air had already prepared their own blade insects, covering them indiscriminately. Their purpose is simple. It's not about killing the opponent. Instead, it prevents the opponent from taking off. That's all. The army of bone locusts that were suppressed to the ground could only maintain the corrosive acid's armor reduction. Under attack from all sides. When they rushed towards the cockroaches angrily, the other party buried the ground again. The next batch of cockroach bugs, which have been restored through superspeed regeneration, have struck again. So repeatedly. There is no way to break through the cockroach's defense. At this moment, the cockroach's armor reduction and continuous combat capabilities were fully demonstrated. And Abathur relies on his methodical command of nearly 2 million Zerg troops. forcibly suppressing the advance of countless bone locust armies. The same is Zerg. The strength at this moment makes a judgment. This is too strong. Lu Yuan watched this scene in midair and was completely shocked and speechless. Before, although Lu Yuan had taken action, it was only the high-level units of the Thunder Beast army that charged. Lu Yuan was indeed shocked. But the orderly and unobtrusive Zerg army in front of her shocked her even more intensely. No race can possess such terrifying execution capabilities as the Zerg. Even the most advanced races have chaos and mistakes. The Zerg army in front of them is like a well-tuned machine. The output is repeated repeatedly. In contrast, the Bone Locust army on the opposite side is obviously more numerous. But the strength displayed is far inferior. In just over half an hour, Lu Yuan's side suffered less than 10,000 battle losses in exchange for the death of nearly 1 million bone locusts from the other side. Death ratio of 1:100. Such a gap can scare people to death. Obviously, the Lord of the Hell Bone Locust, who was commanding everything from the rear, finally became angry at this moment. It's impossible to imagine, right? A low-level reptile like Fang was actually able to withstand his own army of millions of Zerg. So, ouch! It roared loudly, and a terrifying wave of divine power suddenly emerged from the distance. Next moment, it turned into a ripple that enveloped the entire Bone Locust army. Ouch! In an instant, countless roars sounded from the mouth of the Bone Locust. Their huge compound eyes suddenly turned extremely red. Even the aura on his body increased dramatically. System, I want to see the other party's information. Lu Yuan thought about it and said directly. Name, Lord of the Hell Bone Locust. Category, Hell Zerg. Stage 17 th level. Ability, Tough Bone Armor, Enhanced Tier, Wing Blade, Main, Group Demonization, Main, Giant Bounce. Life, 85, powerful is not enough to describe it. Strength, 88, terrible power. Agility, 90, terrible speed. Intelligence, 50, slightly lower than others. Evaluation, under the influence of the gods of hell, it has become more cruel and bloodthirsty, and all living creatures are its food. Is the group demonized? Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, and he glanced past this ability introduction. The opponent's strength has reached the terrifying level of level 17. Theoretically, the other party is already comparable to a god with inferior divine power. The other party does not have a priesthood, so naturally it cannot be counted as a god. It can only be regarded as a monster with abilities similar to those of a god. But even so, once this group of demons is used, it can increase the overall attack power of the Bone Locust army by 20%. One person alone may not influence the outcome of the battle. When all Bone Locusts are upgraded, the effect will be terrifying. Just a moment. Lu Yuan discovered that his own cockroaches had begun to be unable to keep up with the rotation. At this moment, Abathur roared and cast the level 2 bloodthirsty spell directly on the cockroach. Even so, it can only be blocked temporarily. When the cockroach army is completely eliminated, the situation will immediately turn in favor of the other party. It seems that the number of cockroaches is still not enough. Lu Yuan shook his head with regret. Now even if he allowed those larvae to directly mutate, it would definitely be too late. So, I have no choice but to take action myself, said. He took one step forward. Instantly appeared in the sky above the Zerg army. Next moment, a terrifying power suddenly bloomed from his body. In a place with such a strong ice element, wouldn't it be a pity if we don't use it? While talking to himself, Lu Yuan stretched out his hand. He shook his hand towards the vast army of bone locusts in the distance. Ice is coming. Chapter 127. Ice. These two words sounded softly in the wind and snow. Next moment, in the void, countless ice elements suddenly trembled, then turned into a wave and swept towards the locust army in the distance. Almost. The moment Lu Yuan spoke, a piece of icy blue light instantly swept across the entire land. Ka. Countless bone locusts who were still in the demonized state only felt an icy cold force bursting out of their bodies. Starting from the inside out, it spreads crazily throughout the body. The bone armor of these bone locusts is indeed tough, but no matter how tough you are, there is always liquid inside, right? As long as there is liquid, it can freeze, right? So, starting from their internal body fluids, the terrifying ice element instantly completely froze their bodies. Then it spread outside the body, completely turning them into an ice and snow sculpture. Vast and endless. This terrifying clerical power goes down. It actually completely enveloped the front thousands of miles in an instant. Except for the powerful Lord of Hell Bone Locust. All the bone locusts, at this moment, are all in the east. Zerg, charge! Lu Yuan's palm fell, and the cold oracle sounded in the minds of all the Zerg races. Ouch! In an instant, the 2 million Zerg army turned into a torrent and crushed them violently. Wherever it passed, the sun shattered into pieces. There is no need to use your hands at all, it can be broken with just one impact. Crack! As early as just now, the moment Lu Yuan took action, the originally translucent shield outside his body appeared. At this moment, it shattered. For a moment, the Lord of Hell Bone Locusts in the distance instantly sensed Lu Yuan's aura. Brush! Its 3 pairs of wings suddenly flapped, and its huge body disappeared from the place in an instant. Careful! Lu Yuan's exclamation sounded. Just saw. The figure of the Lord of Hell Bone Locusts has already rushed to the top of Lu Yuan's head. Those extremely sharp claws clawed at him. 370. Haha, stupid god, you dare to expose yourself and seek death for me. The Lord of the Hellbone Locust is too excited now. Because, as long as he can kill the god in front of him, he can absorb the opponent's godhead. Possess the other party's clergy. By the time, you can also become a real god with a priesthood. Even if it will be wanted by the main world for this, but so what? Only by becoming a god can you gain stronger power. Call out. Its sharp forelimbs turned into a blurry afterimage, tearing apart the space instantly. It only takes a moment to cut off the head of this human god. However, just when the Lord of Hell Bone Locust thought everything was about to succeed, snapped. There was only an explosion, and Rizzi's gloved palm appeared in front of the blade of its forelimb. With just a gentle pinch, he suddenly pinched its forelimbs. At the same time, words full of sarcasm sounded calmly from Lu Yuan's mouth. A power comparable to that of weaker gods, that's all. Impossible. The Lord of the Hell Bone Locust's huge compound eyes suddenly shrank, and an incredible sound came out of his mouth. Is this a power that humans can possess? How could his bone sickle be blocked so easily? According to the speculation of the Lord of Hell Bone Locust, the reason why human gods are strong enough, it is not that they are powerful in themselves, but that they are born with the power star of the priesthood. Without the priesthood, their physical bodies are extremely weak. Actually, the situation of human gods is indeed what it thought. Focusing on the perception of the priesthood, while ignoring the basic attributes of the body. But this does not include Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's physical attributes have reached extremely high levels under the continuous addition of the system. He even merged with dragon-related bloodline several times. Just this alone, combined, makes him infinitely better than others. Let alone a monster comparable to a weak god with divine power. Even a low-level god with true elementary divine power can kill an opponent instantly with physical combat alone. So, why do you think I would just give up my shield? Lu Yuan pinched the palm of the opponent's forelimb and shook it violently. A force even more terrifying than a giant dragon burst out from his body. Next moment, with a sharp swing, the Lord of the Hellbone Locust was thrown into the air. Because, I don't take you seriously at all. Contemptuous, mocking, and dismissive voices sounded in the void. Before the Lord of the Hellbone Locust had time to react, he was already knocked out heavily. Boom! The earth shook, and the Lord of the Hellbone Locust was thrown out and smashed onto a large ice sculpture of the Bone Locust. The ice sculpture immediately shattered crazily. Many of its people were shattered to pieces. It was in no mood to pay attention at the moment. Ah, damn it, human, you pd me off. The Lord of the Hellbone Locust shouted loudly. He directly gave himself a group demonization. Subsequently, its legs kicked off the ground. Distance bounce, activate. Boom! Its figure instantly disappeared from the place at an extremely terrifying speed. Its 6 wings flapped violently at this moment, and the speed of its entire body had exceeded its limit. Whoosh! Its figure instantly rushed towards Lu Yuan, and its 6 wings erupted with terrifying sharp edges that cut everything. Winged blade! Call out! Lu Yuan's pupils shrank, and at the same time, he subconsciously raised his hand and patted the front. Chi! A wing as thin as a cicada's wing flew across his hand, instantly shattering his sacred object plug-in glove. There was even a trace of blood on Lu Yuan's palm. What sharp wings! Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Can't help but be a little surprised. Originally, he thought that this Hellbone Locust Lord, whose statistics were very average, should be easy to deal with. Did not expect. The other party also brought him a little surprise. Haha! That's how interesting it is. Lu Yuan grinned. The figure disappeared from the place instantly. His figure just disappeared. The wings of the Lord of Hellbone Locusts swept over his shadow. Ha ha ha! You can't escape. The Lord of the Hellbone Locusts kept flapping his wings at this moment. This is its strongest method, which can cause fatal damage to Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan looked at its figure and suddenly moved towards it. The next moment, a terrifying force of ice burst out from his body. The ice, dark, elements gathered together and instantly attached themselves to the wings of the Lord of Hellbone Locusts. Just once, its speed began to plummet. Oh, no, you can't stop me! The Lord of the Hellbone Locust let out a low roar. Powerful power burst out from within the body. Suddenly, the wings of the Bone Locust, which were about to freeze, flapped faster and faster, and were about to break free. At this moment, Lu Yuan's voice suddenly sounded. Priesthood, petrification. Kaka. The wings that were already covered in frost suddenly showed spots like rocks. The spots continued to expand, turning half of the wings into stone. No! Feeling the petrifying power, the Lord of Hellbone Locust frantically mobilized his divine power. I want to break free from this bondage. Crack! At this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared on Lu Yuan's hand. Next moment, he raised his hand suddenly, only to hear a loud noise, and countless thunderbolts condensed from the sky and converged towards his hand. Then, it turned into a thunder sword that was 100 meters long. Ruling! While muttering to himself, Lu Yuan's long sword suddenly fell down. Tisk! Before the other party could say anything for mercy, the dazzling sword of judgment had already passed over the head of the Hellbone Locust. Crack! No matter how strong the bone armor is, so what? Under the power of the sword of judgment, this armor is meaningless. A sword mark with burning marks started from the head of the Hellbone Locust Lord and extended to its tail. Just split its body completely. Hint, you killed a godlike race. Hint, your believer race won an overwhelming victory. Tip, you have gained 5 billion faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 50 billion faith points. Ding! Congratulations on getting the extra reward, level 17 Hellbone Locust Egg. Ding! Congratulations on getting the extra reward, Blood of Hellbone Locust. Ding! Congratulations on getting the extra reward, Eye of Hell, exclusively for the host. Ding! Congratulations on getting additional rewards, plus 5% progress in understanding all priesthoods. Level 17 Hellbone Locust Egg, it breeds a powerful Hellbone Locust embryo. After hatching, it directly obtains the 17th level race and is absolutely loyal to the host. Blood of Hellbone Locust, the blood extracted from Hellbone Locust can be fused with Hell biological factors to produce mutations. Eye of Hell, a pair of eyes that can see through Hell. No matter how deep the breath of Hell is hidden, it cannot escape. Although Lu Yuan was very surprised by the other rewards, it was the last one that made him ecstatic. The comprehension progress of all priesthoods is increased by 5%. What a terrifying speed of improvement is this! He never expected that the system would actually give out such a reward after this divine battle. It took him more than 10 days and more than 10 years in the divine realm to realize less than 3%. But now, just a divine battle, and I have already understood 5%. Including the original progress of his own realization, it has exceeded 8%. In other words, he is only a little short of reaching 10% and entering the category of weak divine power. For a moment, Lu Yuan felt that his understanding of all priesthoods had improved a lot. It is more convenient to use. There is indeed a difference. Feeling the progress of his improved understanding, Lu Yuan realized it more deeply. The huge gap between gods of different levels. Originally, the time it would take for him to reach a lower god or a higher level would be immeasurable. But now, with the rewards from the system, he is no longer afraid. Damn it, just keep fighting and fighting, fighting and fighting will naturally make a breakthrough. After killing the Lord of Hellbone Locusts, Lu Yuan found that the atmosphere in the entire plane had completely calmed down. He guessed that with the existence of bone locusts that were comparable to natural disasters, there should be no other gods appearing here. It's time to leave here and go back. Next, Lu Yuan commanded these armies to harvest the spoils of war. Everything else about bone locusts is worthless, but their wings are as thin as cicada wings and as sharp as knives. Naturally, these cannot be wasted. And the corpse of the bone locust lord, which is comparable to the 17th level, cannot be spared. It will definitely be sold for a big price when the time comes. It took less than half a day to clean the house. Only then did Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan crush the badge and leave. When the two people appeared again, they saw that they had returned to the teleportation station of the main tower. The two walked out of it and were about to leave the main tower. Sudden, the sound of a cold drink sounded from a distance. Lu Yuan, right? Stop. Chapter 128. Everyone in the entire hall was attracted by the sudden shout. They subconsciously looked towards the speaker. He suddenly showed a look of surprise. Isn't that the second young master of the Chu family, Chu Wen's? Why is he here? He has been waiting here for several days. I heard he is looking for a new student. What? He targeted the freshman? Who is so unlucky? The last freshman he targeted was said to have died in the main god tower. Among the people discussing, Lu Yuan also frowned and looked at the other party. I saw. A young man wearing a floral shirt with his collar open was looking towards him. Who are you? What's wrong? Humph. Don't you even recognize Mr. Chu? A loser next to him introduced directly. This is the second young master of the Chu family, Mr. Chu Wen's. Why don't you come over and salute when you see him? When Chu Wen's heard this, he raised his hand and stopped the BD next to him. Lu Yuan, let's not talk secretly. I will give you 100 million to leave Lu Yuan. 100 million? Oh my god, is this second young Master Chu so generous? Oh, if you give me 100 million, I can go directly to Mr. Chu. Hee. Sudden. An idiotic smile came from Lu Yuan's mouth, and he stretched out his arm to hold Lu Yuan's waist. What if I don't agree? Don't agree? Chu Wen's raised his eyebrows, then I will challenge you to invade. Do you dare to accept it? As a member of Jushan University, you won't even dare to accept the challenge of a divine domain invasion, right? Hey, is second young Master Chu serious? In the invasion of the divine realm, who can compare with the Chu family's heritage? Yet. Besides, he's still a freshman. Hey, isn't that the scumbag Lu Yuan? I heard that he is very powerful. Humph. What's the use of being strong? Chu Wen's has been at Jushan University for 2 years. No matter how weak he is, he has already reached the level of a god with weak divine power. Everyone couldn't help but feel silent for Lu Yuan. After all, in front of so many people, if you don't accept his challenge, if word gets out, it will definitely become a laughing stock. And accepted. That was a real invasion of the divine domain. Once the believer race was lost, it would be a huge loss. However, after hearing this, Lu Yuan let go of Lu Yuan's hand on Liu's waist. His eyes narrowed slightly. He looked towards Chu Wen's as if he was confused. You want to challenge me? What? Don't you dare? If you don't dare. Chu Wen sneered, preparing for a wave of mindless ridicule. Can. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lu Yuan's foot stamp hard. Boom. With a muffled sound, his figure instantly jumped out of place. Brush. An afterimage flashed behind Lu Yuan, and almost in an instant, the distance of more than 10 meters was covered. Kr. Chu Wen's expression suddenly changed when he saw Lu Yuan move. But before he could react, Lu Yuan's figure had already arrived in front of him. Next moment, a huge fist had already hit his face. Boom! Chu Wen felt as if he had been hit head-on by a car. The huge force directly made his body unbalanced. His upper body was knocked to the ground by a heavy punch. Subsequently, a cold voice sounded from Lu Yuan's mouth. Want to challenge me? Are you worthy? Lu Yuan has long heard Qin Tianxi mention this person. Originally, he thought that even if the other party was brainless, he wouldn't come here to mess around. Only, he didn't expect that he still underestimated the other party's brainlessness. So, then he took action directly. Also, among the hundreds of millions of gods in the main world, there will always be a few who are not clear-headed. Boom! Chu Wen's was knocked to the ground with one punch, and Lu Yuan's move was not sloppy at all. While beating, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. I don't know how to cherish good studies. Boom! I just think about not doing my job all day long. Boom! Today. Boom! Let me educate you well. Boom! How to be a qualified college student. Boom! After several consecutive punches, Chu Wen's face had been beaten into a pig's head, and blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. It looked extremely miserable. Silence, deathly silence. No one expected that Lu Yuan neither agreed to the challenge nor refused to accept the challenge. Finally, I chose to take action directly. And isn't this too cruel? Under the suppression of the rules of the main world, everyone does not have the bonus of priesthood and divine power. At most, you can only rely on your own basic attributes to explode your power. But the power that Lu Yuan just exploded was simply too terrifying. They couldn't help but tremble when they saw it. Certainly, Lu Yuan's current physical attributes are much stronger than theirs, even without the help of divine power. Fighting Chu Wen's was like fighting a dog. You. The dying Chu Wen's raised his finger and pointed at Lu Yuan. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Remember, today is just a lesson. Next time, your end will not be so easy. Lu Yuan's cold voice sounded. After saying that, he turned around and took Lu Yuan's little hand and left. Only a few losers were left, carrying Chu Wen straight to the infirmary with panicked expressions on their faces. Lu Yuan sent Lu Yuan back to the villa and returned to the dormitory himself. Chu Wen's incident was just an episode. He was thinking about how he would consume what he had gained from this plain battle. He first converted 50 billion faith values into divine power. This plain battle consumes a lot of energy, but with this reward, not only the consumed divine power is replenished, but it is more than doubled. Secondly, the 17th level bone locust eggs were placed in the corner of the divine space. When this 6-winged bone locust hatches, it will definitely become a powerful unit. And what concerns Lu Yuan most is that the other party is 100% loyal to him. The Eye of Hell has been fused by Lu Yuan. Apart from feeling that his eyesight is better than before, Lu Yuan has no special changes. He guessed that maybe he would only react if he saw an existence with the aura of hell. In the end, the blood of the hellbone locust was left. This is the only force that can be integrated with the Zerg army. Upon thinking of this, Lu Yuan made a thought and entered the divine space directly. As soon as Lu Yuan arrived, he couldn't help but be a little stunned when he saw the divine space. "Zero, please give me flowers." Because in the north of the divine space, a large snow-capped scene actually appeared. Although it only has a radius of several dozen hectares, it can't even spread across the land of bacteria. By the way, it's the spring of ice elements. Lu Yuan then remembered that he had picked up the spring of the ice elemental spring before. He directly threw the opponent to the north in the divine space and ignored him. Did not expect. It didn't take long for it to develop to such an extent. Perhaps, there is another being that can be conquered. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel moved when he saw the ice element spring. "Agdra, bring me that ice crystal phoenix." "Obey my lord." After hearing Lu Yuan's oracle, Yagdra directly grabbed the dying ice crystal phoenix and flew to the ice element spring. Original. Ice crystal phoenix has already made up his mind to die. But suddenly, its body trembled suddenly, and its somewhat hazy eyes suddenly opened. "Ice element, how come there is the source of water element here?" It suddenly raised its head and looked down. "I happened to see the spring that was still gurgling." "This, ice element spring? How is that possible?" A look of extreme surprise appeared on its face. His body couldn't help but tremble, and he wanted to get closer to the spring of the ice elemental spring. As long as it can absorb the ice element, its injuries can be fully recovered. However, Yagdra accidentally dropped it at the boundary of the ice elemental spring. "No, let me go, let me lose time." A growl came from its mouth. "Want to rush over?" But Yagdra didn't give it such a chance at all. At this time, just as the ice crystal phoenix was struggling desperately, in midair, Lu Yuan's figure slowly emerged. "Ice crystal phoenix, I will give you one last chance to surrender to me, and this spring of ice elements will be yours." "Humph, the ice crystal phoenix clan, have never surrendered." The ice crystal phoenix raised its head with difficulty and resisted stubbornly. However, when it finished speaking, it suddenly stopped. Then, an even greater shock sounded from its mouth. "This, you actually have such strong ice elemental power in your body? This ice elemental king body? This is impossible." Ice crystal phoenix's eyes were shocked at first, followed by incomparable heat. The ice elemental king's body is the physique it has dreamed of many times. Even if it calls itself the Lord of Ice and Snow, it is just an ordinary ice elemental body. But now, this human being that he hated actually possessed an ice elemental king's body. This is the king's physique of their entire ice crystal phoenix clan. Under the nourishment of the breath of this constitution, it can transform its constitution again and step into a stronger category. For a moment, Ice Crystal Phoenix hesitated. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw Ice Crystal Phoenix's hesitation. He said with a cold expression, "Stubborn, since you want to die, then go die." With that said, he raised his hand and was about to kill this Ice Crystal Phoenix. However, at this moment, the Ice Crystal Phoenix screamed and suddenly spoke. "Don't kill me, I am willing to surrender." Chapter 129. No, I am willing to surrender. Ice Crystal Phoenix's words made Lu Yuan's hand pause slightly. Subsequently, before Lu Yuan could speak, the Ice Crystal Phoenix suddenly roared. Above the eyebrows, a drop of blue blood with divinity flew out. "This is my divine blood, and I am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you," Ice Crystal Phoenix said directly. Master-servant contract. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Among gods, the most common one is the divine contract. But that is a contract specifically for the gods. If a non-god race wants complete control, they must sign a master-servant contract. The master-servant contract, as the name suggests, is the slave of the master. Life and death are all decided by the owner's thoughts. More terrible than a divine contract. Although Lu Yuan doesn't know why Ice Crystal Phoenix can make a 180-degree turn. But he could also guess that the reason why the other party was able to transform like this must be related to his Ice Elemental King body. But it doesn't matter. Since 270 is willing to sign a master-servant contract. At that time, even if the other party has any small ideas, it will be of no use. Whoosh! Lu Yuan reached out and grabbed the opponent's natal blood directly in his hand. This kind of master-servant contract requires the other party to willingly donate his divine blood. Buzz! A divine wave enveloped the divine blood. Subsequently, Lu Yuan flicked his finger, and a mysterious wave emerged in his blood. Whoosh! The blood turned into a mysterious contract rune, and the sun flashed into Lu Yuan's eyebrows. Disappear. This moment, Lu Yuan felt the imprint of the Ice Crystal Phoenix in his soul. As long as a thought occurs, the other party will be completely dead. Ouch! The Ice Crystal Phoenix, which had lost a drop of its divine blood, let out a scream. Subsequently, he felt that his breath was connected with Lu Yuan. Yagdra released his claws at the right time and flew aside. The Ice Crystal Phoenix struggled, letting its huge body lie on the ground. "Anavya meets master." A respectful voice sounded from its mouth. "Get up." Lu Yuan waved his hand. "From now on, this spring of ice element is your territory, and you can go in and heal." After saying that, Lu Yuan moved and asked for medical treatment. But at this moment, Ice Crystal Phoenix suddenly spoke. "Master, wait a moment." Lu Yuan paused slightly and said hesitantly, "Is something wrong?" "Anavya asks Master to grant me a drop of your blood." The Ice Crystal Phoenix pleaded. "Blood? Yes, your physique contains the aura of the Ice Elemental King's body. If I take it, it may evolve." Evolution. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Now he suddenly understood why the Ice Crystal Phoenix had so suddenly agreed to submit to his request and even signed a master-servant contract. It turned out to be because of his Ice Elemental King body. "Is my physique more important than the spring of your Ice Elemental Spring?" Lu Yuan asked doubtfully. "Master, the spring of Ice Element can maintain my strength and promote my evolution. But this period is too long." Ice Crystal Phoenix said honestly, "I am the last member of the Ice Crystal Phoenix clan. Over the long years, the spring of ice elements alone cannot guarantee my evolution." "I see." Lu Yuan nodded. "I can give you a drop of blood." The Ice Crystal Phoenix was immediately overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan agreed to its request so quickly. Buzz! With a thought, Lu Yuan directly forced out a drop of blood from his body. The blood droplet the size of a thumb rushed towards the ice crystal phoenix in the distance. See the situation. The ice crystal phoenix opened its mouth and swallowed Lu Yuan's blood in one gulp. Subsequently, he turned around and crawled towards the spring of ice elements. Buzz! As soon as its figure reached the spring, a powerful breath of ice element bloomed from it. Well! The ice crystal phoenix let out a long roar, and the aura around it began to explode wildly. Crack! Suddenly there was a crisp sound, and its whole body suddenly collapsed. Failed. Lu Yuan frowned and was about to investigate. But then, I saw broken ice crystals hovering around the spring, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a huge phoenix egg. Phoenix Nirvana. Lu Yuan looked at the ice blue phoenix egg and couldn't help but whisper to himself. He has really never seen the transformation of the ice crystal phoenix. But, it seems that there is more than just the power of the ice elemental king's body in my blood, right? Lu Yuan's heart moved, and he suddenly thought of this question. He has the blood of a giant dragon in his body. Are the powers of dragon and phoenix compatible? Lu Yuan felt that things suddenly became serious. What if the two auras collide and the ice crystal phoenix explodes? Thinking of this, he simply refused to leave. After finally getting a high-level ice crystal phoenix, you can't just watch it fall into your hands. Lu Yuan has been waiting in the divine space for nearly 3 months. During this period, the aura of the entire ice crystal phoenix egg continued to increase. It even began to absorb the surrounding ice element breath. It's almost 100 days. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Couldn't he have completed his transformation after such a long time? Suddenly, as if giving him a response, just a click was heard, and a crack appeared on the ice crystal phoenix egg. 0. The next moment, this crack continued to spread around. Click, click, click. In the blink of an eye, the entire phoenix egg was covered. Boom! There was a loud noise and the entire phoenix egg exploded. Countless violent ice elements turned into a whirlwind and swept towards the surroundings. Lu Yuan's body remained motionless, subconsciously looking towards it. Bah! After a loud phoenix cry sounded, countless ice elements turned into dense fog. A figure as white as jade with perfect curves appeared faintly from the mist. On top of a super S-shaped figure, an extremely delicate face with oval seeds emerged. The eyes are completely composed of ice blue color, shining with crystal light. Behind her long, flowing hair is spread out. If you look closely, you will see that it is not real hair, but is made entirely of ice. Ice cools and pliable. The girl's arms opened slightly, and a pair of wings made of ice hung down along her arms. It looks crystal clear and has a different kind of charm. He actually turned into a human form. Lu Yuan did not expect that the evolved ice crystal phoenix could actually transform into a human body. But just as Lu Yuan was confused, sudden, a fiery breath emerged from the body of the ice crystal phoenix. Oops! It's that dragon bloodline. Lu Yuan secretly sighed, and subconsciously leaned towards the other party. I saw that dragon's blood flowing out of the opponent's body, which could not be absorbed by the ice crystal phoenix. For a moment, the ice crystal phoenix let out a low cry and felt a wave of heat rushing through his body. For a moment, even the skin turned faintly red. At this moment, Lu Yuan's figure walked 3.1 to the front. Brush! Ice crystal phoenix's eyes suddenly raised and fell on Lu Yuan in front of him. Lu Yuan also has the energy and blood of a giant dragon in his body. There was mutual attraction between the two at this moment. The cheeks of ice crystal phoenix became even redder. Anavya! Lu Yuan felt a restlessness in his body, which seemed to come from the dragon's true nature. But he frowned and shouted at the ice crystal phoenix city. However, Ice Crystal Phoenix's eyes had begun to blur at this moment, as if he had been stimulated by something. Next moment, she suddenly spoke and made a sound that made people feel numb in their bones. Owner. Boom. Lu Yuan felt that a burst of energy and blood in his body exploded with this sound. The mist is steaming. The figures of the two people were gradually submerged,